All right. So to start off, this is a picture that was posted on Reddit. I didn't see who posted it. This was just shared to me from someone else. That breaks down which sets have how many cards in them. Um, as you can see here, Final Fantasy XIV gets the most. The blue portion of it is that those are the decks that had those are the sets that had commander. Um, these are the yeah. Let me learn how to speak and then start over again. Welcome. Today we're going to go through all of the cards in the Final Fantasy Magic set, plus the secret layers and so forth that they have already revealed. We're going to start off by looking at this graphic that someone posted on Reddit. It breaks down which game how many cards come from. So, for example, this tells you there are 13 cards from FF1. The blue are the cards that come from the commander decks. There are 4 commander decks, therefore 6, 7, 10, and 14. So those all get extra ones. As you can see here, there are 45 cards from Final Fantasy XIV in the main set, plus 25 commander ones, meaning there's a total of 70 total ones from Final Fantasy XIV, which obviously means Final Fantasy XIV is massively overrepresented compared to anything but 7, 6, or 10. But that's fine. That's just what's going to happen when you have the commander decks. I think they made a good uh, set of decisions with which games would get commander decks. They probably did that perfectly. I wouldn't change a single one that they included there. There are a few things that we'll get to in the set that I would have done differently for my own personal desires, but overall, um, I'm very pleased with what they did. Okay, so that's those. Let's start off with these were some of the um, secret layer cards that they revealed that are just reskins. We're going to do this review by starting with um, cards that are already Magic cards that are getting reskinned into Final Fantasy things. So it's not really anything new to talk about. It's just them putting a Final Fantasy thing over something that already existed. And so this one is a set of the pitch elementals from Modern Horizons 2. We have Endurance, Solitude, Subtlety, Grief, and Fury, and they made them as summons from the various games. Actually, looks like they're all from 10. They're all the 10 versions of them. We have the Magus Sisters as Endurance. We have Yojimbo as Solitude. We have Shiva as Subtlety. We have Anima as Grief. And we have Ifrit as Fury. Now, this is actually pretty much a perfect selection for most of these things. I never got the Mega Sisters summon in FF10, so I can't necessarily speak to how well they fit a card named Endurance, but Yojimbo is perfect for Solitude. It's a card that just exiles immediately, can one-shot destroy another creature. Shiva for Subtlety, I mean, the freezing kind of works with putting it on top of the deck. You've like taken it out of it for a while. Anima as Grief is perfect. Ifrita as Fury is perfect. Not a lot else to say about those particular ones, but this is where we're starting off. These secret layers for um, for Final Fantasy. Now, there's also a set of what I'm going to try to do with these is I want to go through them in game order so that we're going to put all the ones together, all the twos together, and so forth. It was a little too tricky to do with these secret layer ones because they're all in different. You couldn't just do the way that I wanted to search on Scryfall. We're currently doing a Scryfall search where you can put is FF and then number, and it'll give you all the ones from that game. It's a little too messy to do that with the secret layer ones because they don't represent all of the games. But these are also, again, these are just reskins of ones that exist. We have Clive's Invictus Blade, which is interesting because I don't think, if you had asked me, what is the name of Clive's Blade, I would have said, I don't know, I ended the game with Ragnarok or whatever it was. Apparently, he has a blade that's called Invictus, and that's the Blade of Selves, which is one of those commander cards that I have never played myself. I had somebody play it against me for the first time last weekend. Sure, it's a commander card. It exists. I don't know that I would have associated it with Clive's Blade specifically. Clive doesn't really copy himself that much, although you could argue if the scene that they're representing here is the part where he's sort of fighting against himself for a free, then it does kind of make sense. There's like mirrors of him. It's not quite what the card does, but we could say his identity gets fractured a little bit. Although Fractured Identity, not a card that we have for Clive's. Gaia's Dark Hammer is Colossus Hammer. This is from Final Fantasy XIV, but I don't think I've played whichever part this is. I'm only up through the end of Stormblood in 14. I've seen Endwalker. Um, I don't know who uses this hammer. I haven't done all of the side quests. I don't know who this is supposed to be. But it's good to get a Colossus Hammer reprint for all of this stuff, I think, because there's so much of an equipment focus in this set that people are probably going to want more copies. Hope's arrow magic. This is kind of a funny one to me because Hope is from FF13. He's kind of the most hated character from that game. He gets a little bit better when you get to 13.2 and then takes a step back in Lightning Returns. But he's pretty obnoxious in the game this is coming from. He uses arrow spells, nothing nearly as powerful as Cyclonic Rift, which is one of the most infamously. Let's debate whether this is good enough to ban cards in Commander for Magic. But I guess, yeah, sure, he's air magic. It's a Cyclonic Rift. Sure, that kind of works. But nobody likes Hope, and putting one of the most in-demand cards that's worth quite a lot of money in its normal versions and putting one of the least loved characters on the front of it, I think is kind of a perfect troll. It's like when they reprinted Rhystic Study for the first time in a million years and it was on a Fortnite card. Like that was some A-plus level trolling. So Noctis's death magic for Dam. Sure, his death magic kills things. Dam kills things. It works. He's using the Ring of the Lucii to do it. He's killing a Mind Flayer in the image there. Okay. Not a ton to say for that. Dam was always a cool card because it's a reference to both Damnation and Wrath of God, and that was great, but there's not a lot to say about putting it on Noctis's ring other than that, yeah, that's Noctis's ring, and that's what it does. Spira's Punishment for Day of Judgment. I like this one because flavorfully it works pretty perfectly. We've got Sin from FF10 just destroying an area. They refer to Sin as Spira's Punishment. It's like a god coming down and wreaking vengeance on them, which is what the people in Spira thought was happening. So yeah, that's just a good solid, reference. Not a ton to call out about that. It's just good. Primogenesis as Feed the Swarm is a little interesting because I don't know what on earth those two have in common. This was Ultima's spell from Final Fantasy XVI, where he's basically tearing apart parts of the world to do his thing. I don't know. Ultima's plan didn't necessarily make a ton of sense in 16, and Feed the Swarm as a name makes sense with all of the sort of zombie things he created with it, but sure, it's destroying a creature or enchantment and making them lose life. I don't know. I'm glad they got some 16 representation in here. I know that 16 was sufficiently new while they were working on the set that they had to binge the game really quickly to try to get references in, and I think they did a fantastic job with that. So I'm not gonna blame them too much for not all of them hitting perfectly. Armiger Unleashed for Forge Anew. Sure, Noctis gets all of those wonderful arms that have been locked away for so long, and it's a thing that gets equipment that's from the graveyard back into play. It's kind of a perfect reference. It just fits perfectly. There's not a ton to say about it. It just does exactly what it should do. Gilded Lotus for just one of the random flowers in Aerith's garden. Sure. The line works with it, that it's tougher than it looks and it has a kind of power. Fine. But I don't know that any of Aerith's flowers should have been quite that powerful. It's just, yeah, sure. Aerith's Curaga magic for heroic intervention. This one makes perfect sense. Giving your permanents hexproof and indestructible. Aerith is saving people, sometimes with a noble sacrifice. Yeah, that's what she does. That's what it does. Vivi's Thunder magic, Lightning Bolt. Yes, one of the most iconic magic cards with one of the most iconic Final Fantasy characters. With some just break your heart Vivi flavor text. I mean, Vivi's great. I was not a big fan of Final Fantasy IX, but I was not as big a fan of Vivi as most people are, but I really loved Vivi and I really loved Steiner. And giving Vivi Lightning Bolt, that's great. And when we get to his card, he's one of the more powerful cards in the set, and at the moment, the most valuable. So I don't mind Vivi getting some love like that. Unseat the Usurper for Praetor's Grasp. Sure, it's Arden from Final Fantasy 15 after he's taken over the throne. Okay, I don't know that necessarily makes any sense on either side with the flavor. I don't know if anybody was begging for a reprint of Praetor's Grasp, but it's there if you want it. It's got Arden, and Arden is one of my favorite Final Fantasy villains. Yuna's Holy Magic for Prismatic Ending. Once again, doesn't necessarily make a ton of flavor sense that she's casting Prismatic Ending, but Prismatic Ending is a great card. It's good to get a reprint of it. I'm happy it's got some wonderful Yuna art on it. I'm happy it exists. Not a home run for the flavor. Porum's Silence Magic. It's hilarious that it's both Palom and Porum, but only Porum gets called out for it. Final Fantasy IV here, of course. Yeah, again, not as much to really say about the card design and choice here, but it's good art. It's a card that I like. It's a card that gets used. Like most of these are cards that get used to some extent, and so it's nice to have them just be back in some version like that. Yuna's sending staff for Staff of the Storyteller. I actually really like this. It's mechanically it's not a perfect fit because she's sort of using her staff to send people to the far plane after they've died. Doesn't really have a lot to do with creating 1/1 white creature spirit tokens with flying and then whatever. But oh, I guess that's not true. No, they're spirits. The fact that it makes spirit tokens, and they're yeah, it's just making a lot of spirit tokens as and it's got story counters on it. It does work really well for Yuna's story. I take that back. That's actually a pretty good flavor fit. And I've never actually cast Staff of the Storyteller myself, but it's one of those cards that I know I would like if I actually did get around to playing in a format where it's doing well. Meteor Fall for Star of Extinction. Perfect. No notes. Destroys a land, deals 20 damage to everything. It's Sephiroth's plot in a nutshell. Yeah, that's exactly what it should be. Tidus's Brotherhood Sword for Sword of Truth and Justice. I don't know how they chose Sword of Truth and Justice other than that it looks blue. But yeah. And mechanically, it works with the Final Fantasy X Commander deck cards that are all about proliferating. So, sure. Otherwise, yeah, it's just kind of we put this art on this card. Absorb into Time for Temporal Extortion. I mean, Temporal Extortion is the kind of thing that you don't even have to rename the card, really. You can just call it Temporal Extortion and have it be Ultimecia from Final Fantasy VIII. Her plan involves time compression, which means something. The game does not really bother to explain it. I love Final Fantasy VIII, but it was not really big on plugging every plot hole. Yeah, there's not a lot to say about that design either. It's just a good fit. Merciless Poisoning for Toxic Deluge. You're paying a bunch of your own life to just kill a whole bunch of things indiscriminately. It's the most Kefka Final Fantasy VI thing you could possibly have. Art shows him poisoning Doma. Not a lot else to say there. Cloud's Buster Sword for Umezawa's Jite is a little odd to me. The Jite is it's a small weapon in the art. It's what a Jite is, as opposed to the infamously largest sword that there is. The abilities are, sure, there. It's a sword. Cloud's got a sword. Well, I guess technically Jite is not a sword itself, but whatever. It works. It's not the most exciting thing, but it's definitely there, and it's a very I think the reason that Jite has Cloud's Buster Sword is that Cloud's Buster Sword is so iconic and beloved, and Jite is an incredibly powerful and beloved card, so they go together even though the mechanics are not entirely perfect. All right, so now we'll switch over to, there's only 3 of these. These are the store championship cards, I think. They're from some form of championship. There's only 3 of them. They're reskins of City of Brass, Death's Shadow, and Preordain. City of Brass for Bujerba, the floating city in Final Fantasy XII. Sure. Final Fantasy XII needed a little bit more love. I don't know that there's anything that intrinsically makes me think City of Brass about Bujerba, but it's there. Diabolos Guardian Force is an interesting pick for Death's Shadow because Diabolos seems like the kind of dark Death's Energy card that might go with that, but mechanically, I don't know, he's just casting Demi on you a bunch of times and letting you skip random encounters. Okay, but Death's Shadow is a highly played card, as is City of Brass, and I like it whenever these are put on cards that we're actually going to use. Speaking of which, Prophetic Beginning for Preordain, this is the one where I'd think, wow, I really am not going to spend the money to get 4 copies of this card, but I'd love to, because this is Final Fantasy I, staring off at the start of the adventure art. Fantastic, gorgeous, wonderful art, love it. Wish I had 4 copies, not going to shell out for 4 copies. Okay, so now we get to the Final Fantasy Through the Ages cards. So these are the ones you'll actually find in the booster packs. This is the first time we've gotten to the in the booster pack stuff. The Dragon of Mount Gulg. These are reskins of existing cards. Almost all of them. So almost all of the Through the Ages cards are... somebody made the joke that it's basically like somebody went to EDH Rec and just looked at the most played cards and then just randomly assigned them Final Fantasy concept art. And it's hard to escape the conclusion that that's what they did, because that's what it looks like. Some of these make sense. Dragon of Mount Gulg being Ancient Copper Dragon. Sure, this works. It's a red dragon. It's a red dragon. It's concept art from Final Fantasy I. It's a card that desperately needed a reprint, because I think it was up to like $70 or $90 or something like that. I don't know how much this will lower the price, because these are the bonus sheet, but they're only in one out of every 3 packs. And the basic idea is classic Magic cards being reskinned as Final Fantasy concept art things, specifically concept art. Some of them later, they don't have as much concept art for the games, so it drifts into being other things, but it's primarily concept art. Dragon of Mount Golg is, I mean, this is going to be, you're going to be really excited when you open this one because it's worth a lot of money and it's a really cool card. It's probably good and limited too, depending on what the set is like. I'm certainly hoping I open one of these. As opposed to Princess Sarah, who's Azusa Lost But Seeking. Sarah's the princess you rescue at the very start of Final Fantasy I. Her ability has nothing to do with Azusa being lost but seeking. She's just captured, you rescue her, and then you talk to her a couple times. She gives you, what does she give you? She gives you the harp or something to get to the next place, and they build the bridge. Oh, she tells you the music thing for the very end of the game, is that right? It's been a while since I've read any of the dialogue in Final Fantasy I, since at this point when I'm playing, I'm kind of skipping past all the dialogue and just going into combat. But Azusa Lost But Seeking is a card people like. Having this art on it is great. I've played Azusa in many commander decks. She was in one of the first commander decks I ever made. And as a result, I would be super happy to replace every version of Azusa I've ever played with this one, with the slight exception of the fact that there is, and let's see if we can just switch over here. Where is the one that I use? Yeah, this is the Azusa Lost But Seeking art that I... the way that I cropped this is not great for that. The Azusa Lost But Seeking art that I currently play with when I play with her, and I love it so much. I got the sleeves for it on Arena. It's just really pretty, but I would replace it with Princess Sarah because, you know, that's just what we're doing. Warrior of Light for Joda the Unifier. Sure, Joda the Unifier is a card people play in Commander. Warrior of Light, making him all 5 colors makes a lot of sense. The concept art is nice. There's nothing that really makes the, well, yeah, I mean, if you view the Warrior of Light as the person who starts off all of the lore of Final Fantasy and all of the things that Final Fantasy is, and therefore represents everything all at once because you choose what class they're going to be and everything at the start, okay, that kind of fits. More than a lot of the other ones. The Cloud Sea Djinn, this was a creature that didn't end up making it into Final Fantasy I. They made the concept art, but they didn't actually put the creature in the game. And they've used Nyx Bloom Ancient here, which is another one of those. Let's see, does it say with the, what was it? Oh yeah, they were going for like $30. Yeah, this was a very beloved commander card. Well, but by beloved, I mean some people absolutely hated it because it triples the mana you produce, and therefore when it was spoiled, people were like, oh, you'll have to ban this, it'll be whatever, it's too powerful. No, it's been fine as far as I understand. In fact, I've never, of all the games of Commander I've played since this came out, which was in 2019, I don't think I've ever actually played against one. But yeah, the Djinn doesn't have a lot to do with the Nyx Bloom Ancient in terms of flavor, but it's really cool art, and it's a really you know, powerful card, so sure, let's give us that. So all of these, by the way, for the first 6 games, they're all going to be Yoshitaka Amano art until we get to some stuff in Final Fantasy VI that is from the game itself. I love Amano art. I spent way too much money to try to open the Liliana that he did in War of the Spark. I bought so many boxes of that set. Never got a single one. Got basically every other card in their cool anime alt art style. Never got the Liliana. I opened 1 English Liliana in 6 boxes. Eventually, I just bought one on the secondary market and was annoyed. But I was happy to have it. Okay, so now we're going to move on to Final Fantasy II, where we have one that is not Yoshitaka Amano. I don't know where this art comes from Minwu, but I don't know. So we have Wild Rose Rebellion as counterspell. This is where it starts to get a little weirder for what they're doing with the choices, because all of the ones we just saw for Final Fantasy I made sense. They were creatures and they lined up with creatures reasonably well. Now it's like the concept of the rebellion from the key art for Final Fantasy II is the card counterspell. Okay, I don't know what to do with that. It doesn't make a ton of sense. It's strange to me that for Leon and Maria, these are their only 2 appearances, I believe, on any of the cards in this set, which I find a little mind-boggling. Final Fantasy II does not get very much representation, and what it gets is good in that they have a card that we'll be getting to, the Green Ponder, that is a fantastic reference that makes me very happy. But I really liked Maria in that game, and I think she doesn't really get enough respect, both for how neat I think her character design is, and for the fact that I think she's a much more interesting character than Firion is. But it is what it is. People decided at some point that Furion would be the representative of Final Fantasy II, and so that's what he is here, even though Guy, Maria, and Furion are all in just as much. So Minwu, Rebellion Strategist, for Mangara the Diplomat. Minwu is the one of the few characters that you get as the addition to your party, because in Final Fantasy II you have three main characters who are in your party the whole game, and then you have a fourth character who cycles in and out between different groups at different points. Minwu is, I think, the very first one you get, and then comes back a little bit later. I don't know that anybody cared about Minwu enough to notice when this says Mangar the Diplomat. This really could have been any other character in the game, and people would have said sure. Minwu also gets a card in the main set, and the fact that Minwu gets 2 cards and Maria gets none is, again, a little weird to me. They operate under constraints that are not always apparent. Hey, how's it going? They operate under constraints that are not always apparent in designing these sets, so it can't just be like, here's the thing I wanted and I didn't get it. And so in the case of Minwu, like, I don't know why they felt Minwu was the necessary representative instead of Maria, but they did. Oh yeah, so we just got through the secret layer reskins. Now we're up to the reskinned concept art bonus cards that are in like the bonus sheet in the game. And so then once we finish these, we're going to do the commander decks, which are the new cards, and then after that, the main set. So it'll be a while before we get to the main set, but that's fine. And we're doing them broken down by games. So I'm not going to stream it to YouTube. What I'm planning on doing is putting the VOD on YouTube. That's the plan. Once I've like edited out whichever portions are me stumbling over my own words and needing to restart, of which let's just say maybe some happened. Anyway, so then we get Furion as SRAM Senior Artificer. This was one of the first ones that they revealed where I was just thinking, I'm sorry, what is the idea here? Because Furion is not a dwarf. He's not an advisor. I guess he has some aura equipment and vehicle synergies. What I was saying is that for these concept art things, where they take the concept art from the game and put it on an existing card, it feels like they just took a bunch of cards that people played in the Commander format and then just put more or less random images over them from the concept art. Like there's for most of them, there's no real ability to conceive of why they chose this thing for this character, but sure, it's cool concept art. I'm glad it's on cards. I'm just mad that Celes isn't on any of them, which is a rant we'll be getting to when we get to her card. And so the final one from Final Fantasy II is the Emperor Hell Tyrant, which is Yawgmoth Ran Physician. Yawgmoth is one of my favorite characters from the lore in Magic. The Emperor of Palamecia is definitely a character from the lore in Final Fantasy. He's got a much more interesting card in the main set, which shows off a bit more of why I think he actually is cool. I love that they chose this art for him specifically because you can't quite see it in this picture, but he's sort of going like, and he's doing this like weird little. It's like he's in the Thriller video or something. It's the image they have when you fight him for the first time in the game. Yawgmoth is an incredibly powerful card. I've made a commander deck around him before. I might include him in commander decks now if I get a copy of this card because it's really great. It's really powerful. It's really fun. The flavor here really does work. Protection from humans for the Emperor of Palamecia. Yeah, I can certainly see that. All right, so now let's go on to Final Fantasy III. And by the way that I'm doing this is if you do a Scryfall search, and all of these are being viewed in Scryfall, if you do a Scryfall search and you put is:/FF and then a number, it will give you all the cards from just that are tagged, and you can see the tag down here in all the cards, tagged with that Final Fantasy's number. So we put in FF3, and you get all the cards from FF3. Hero of Light for Adeline Resplendent Cathar. I mean, sure, it's a knight. It's a thing that people use. I don't know that Adeline has too much in common with either mechanically or anything else the generic Heroes of Light from Final Fantasy III. But this particular art from Final Fantasy III, I saw people on Blue Sky who are Magic people who don't do Final Fantasy who saw this art and said, that art is amazing, what is that from? And of course, it's almost the Final Fantasy people being a little sad to be like, well, it's not actually a particular character. It's sort of an amalgamation of the characters you play in a game where nobody has a name. But this art was on the cover to the Final Fantasy III soundtrack that my mother had imported from Japan for me when I was a child. Shout out to my mother. I fell in love with the music from Final Fantasy VI, which of course was labeled Final Fantasy III. I told my mom how much I wanted the soundtrack for it because that music was so good. She somehow found a magazine that could let her import soundtracks from Japan. She ordered Final Fantasy III, which of course turned out not to be correct, but she got the Final Fantasy III soundtrack. It was this fascinating remix where it wasn't the music from the games, it was orchestrated forms of it with like a narrative where this guy would explain in English what was happening in the game's plot, and then they would do a song or music from Final Fantasy III. It's kind of, I don't know what the name of it is. You can find it out there on the internet. It's you can find the name on the internet. I don't know if you can find the CD on the internet. Final Fantasy III soundtrack. Singing. Let's put in that and see what happens. It might have just been called Final Fantasy. Music of Final Fantasy III, I think, might have been the one. Um, Original sound version, maybe? Oh, no, okay. It was the Final Fantasy III Yokyo no Kaze Densetsu. That was what it was. It was really cool, but it had nothing to do with Final Fantasy VI, and I was really confused by why they were describing the plot of a completely different game. My mother did also find the Final Fantasy VI soundtrack, which is why my imported version on iTunes is all in Japanese. And I was also very confused because I had to figure out what the titles were from there. And I was very confused as to why the overworld theme was called Tina, because I didn't understand that the overworld theme was Terra's theme, or that Terra's name in Japan was Tina. So anyway, it took me about a decade before I was old enough to understand what was going on there. We couldn't just look everything up on the internet. So Crystal of Altar Cave for the Chromatic Lantern. Chromatic Lanterns, one of those cards that used to be one of the top wanted EDH cards 15 years ago. Well, not quite 15 years ago, but whenever it was printed, 2012, I want to say, because it would fix your mana very easily. These days, there's so many easier ways to do all of the stuff that it does that a 3-mana rock is just a little too slow. But it is still a card that people play. I still play it because I like it, and this art is fantastic. This is what I will use as the art for any version of it that I play once I get a copy. I have no idea why they're putting To the Crystal Tower as the art for Cryptic Command, but Cryptic Command is again one of my most beloved cards in Magic. I've cast that card so many times. And as soon as I get a copy of this art, that is going to be the version I'm going to play for everything. It's a really powerful card. It's really sweet art. That's about as far as I think the logic went on deciding to match it up with that one. Master Zandy for Venser Shaper Savant. Sure, there's really no connection between them except it's actually a human and actually a wizard, unlike the dwarf advisor that is Furion. Yeah, they don't really it doesn't really do a whole lot with it mechanically, but it's sweet art and it's a sweet card. Venser not used as much as he used to be. He used to be very popular in Vintage Cube especially. Time has kind of left him obsolete from that, but I'm glad he's got sweet art now. All right, moving on to Final Fantasy IV. I'm not sure where some of this art comes from. I don't know where this Airi Yoshioka art comes from. Do you know where this is from? Is this from from when they did the 3D remake or something? Because I've never seen this art with the original game. The others are the Yoshitaka Amano concept art, but I've never seen this art before. In any event, I think it's pretty good because it's for the card Deadly Dispute, and the fact that Kain and Cecil have this kind of dispute over Rosa and her love, even though it's kind of one-sided, works out perfectly to be relabeled as Baron Rivalry. It's two people. You've got a dispute between them. There's cards being drawn, treasures being made, which will come up again when you see Kain's cards. So this was a perfect choice for this. It's also one of those cards that was heavily played in Pauper. Although, did they ban it recently? I think they might have banned it recently. Did they ban it? I actually have to figure that out now. Yes, they banned it in Pauper recently. It was heavily played. At the time they would have made the decision to put this card in, it was not banned, but it was recently banned. Really great card, really great art, really great to have this here. If I ever find myself playing Deadly Dispute again, I will make sure I'm using this art. Golbez Clad in Darkness for Sir Conrad the Grim. Sir Conrad the Grim was the first time I had an experience with a new set coming out, seeing a card, independently thinking, that would make a really fun deck to build a commander around. I mentioned that to somebody at the pre-release, and they were already sick of it, because apparently it was everybody who actually paid attention to EDH, which is not me, already knew this card was too powerful and too good and too obnoxious, and everybody already hated it, which makes it kind of a good match for Golbez Clad in Darkness. Human Knight, sure, that's Golbez. Golbez is also a wizard, as we'll see on his actual card. Not much else to add on that one. I don't know how unhappy people will be if you ever actually play your Golbez against them, since they certainly didn't like Sir Conrad. Giant of Babil for Traxos Scourge of Krug. This also actually works perfectly. It's a gigantic artifact creature, just like the Giant of Babel. It's a construct that is animated on its own, and it's tapped and doesn't untap. So you basically have to do things to wake it up, just like you have to wake up the Giant of Babel in the game. Perfect match, sweet art. I don't know who actually plays Traxos at this point. It used to get played in Vintage Workshop decks to at least some extent. I don't know if anybody still does that, but if anybody wants to, it's there. Timna the Weaver for Cecil Harvey makes absolutely no sense. I mean, they're both humans. You could argue that once he's a paladin, he's kind of got a cleric element to him. Sure, having him be black and white does make sense because he's black when he's a Dark Knight and he's white when he's a paladin. The ability is kind of a mix of those things. He's got partner. You could partner him with nobody that Cecil partners with in the game has partner, but this is one of those ones where it really feels like they thought Cecil is black and white. What is a really good black and white legend that people want? And so they just picked Timna the Weaver, and we're like, sure, why not? Okay, it's fine. That was, again, one of the first ones that they showed where we all thought, what is the theme behind all of this? But anyway. Okay, here we're going to get to a card that I am like both happy about and sad about. Battle at the Big Bridge for Fatal Push. You've got Gilgamesh here. You've got Bart's here. They're having their big battle. Battle at the Big Bridge, very famous moment in the game. Absolutely phenomenal art that just keeps getting reused over and over again. Everybody loves Gilgamesh. People know that Bart exists sometimes. Fatal Push is a really great, really powerful, heavily played card. There are some weird quirks to this one, though. The thing that upsets, the thing that sort of bothered me is that there is another card already called Battle at the Bridge. There's already a Battle at the Bridge card, and they didn't rename that one to this. They just made this Battle at the Big Bridge, and it's a different card than Battle at the Bridge. I assure you, someone somewhere is going to write down the wrong name for the card when they enter it on a tournament thing. But nobody plays Battle at the Bridge, so yeah, I don't know. I assume most people who are using this art will know to call it Fatal Push, but it's a really weird quirk to exist like that. But again, if you put it on if you want to put it on, you have to make a Battle at the Big Bridge card, and if you do, it should be on a card people will play. And if you do, it can't be Battle at the Bridge. But it's still just funny how that works out. The other quirk to this that's really funny is that the Gilgamesh card that is in the set is mana value 6, and this only destroys things that are 4 or less. At first, that seems like a flavor fail, but it actually isn't. Because, well, first off, here's the Gilgamesh over here. You can see this is also 6. There's another Gilgamesh we'll be getting to later who's actually Gilgamesh in a new card, and that is 6 mana. I think it's actually not a flavor fail because Gilgamesh does not die in the Battle at the Big Bridge. You target him with Battle at the Big Bridge, and he doesn't die, which is exactly what happens in the game. So I think it looks like a flavor fail, but it's actually kind of perfect. We have Gilgamesh Weapon Collector for Godo Bandit Warlord. This is a perfect flavor fit, absolutely phenomenal. You're putting into play, you're searching for equipment, you're putting equipment on it. That's what Gilgamesh does in every game. He's looking for equipment. He's happy about that. Great art, great card, great choice. No other notes beyond that. Dawn Warrior's Legacy for Mizzix's Mastery. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't know why they chose this card. I think they did this at random. This art seems to have nothing to do with what's going on. The name has very little to do with what's going on in Mizzix's Mastery. But Mizzix's Mastery is a card people play, and this art is good. So that's kind of as far as it can go. I don't know. This is one of the most I'm not sure what they were thinking cards, but whatever, it's there. Okay, so Bart's Clouser as Winota, Joiner of Forces. You could argue this is flavorful in that he assembles a team, maybe, but it's about when non-human creatures you control attack, and he doesn't really attack with non-human creatures other than Choco, maybe? Or, I'm sorry, Boko. Yeah, I don't really know why they chose that as a particular guess, but Winota's a card people love playing. I'm happy to have Final Fantasy art on cards people are playing. All right, now we get to Final Fantasy VI, where we're going to have the biggest change up in what they're doing with some of the art. So we start off with Kefka's Tower for Bolas' Citadel. Bolas' Citadel, heavily played in one of the vintage decks that I've played the most in my time playing vintage, which is just a phenomenal card to tinker for. It's the headquarters, giant place of the big omnipotent god bad guy. So we made it Kefka's Tower, like absolutely perfect. I love the art for Kefka's Tower. I love that Kefka's Tower is now on one of the most powerful cards in the game. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Even sacrificing tons of permanents to make your opponent lose life is flavorful for Kefka destroying the world and doing all of that. Like this, it's great. This is absolutely perfect. I'm going to get as many copies as I can. I'm going to be happy with it. And then we get to the first one that's not concept art. Search for the frozen, or whatever some of the other art was for some of those other ones that were not by Amino. Um, this is the only card in the entire set that has pixel art on it. I don't know why. I don't understand why. I'm assuming they just thought it was a gimmick that was only worth doing once. In which case, I don't really mind. I'm happy it exists. Nature's Claim as a card is not played that much anymore, but it still does occasionally see play. And whenever I do play with it, I will be playing with this version, just so that we're clear. From the very beginning of Final Fantasy VI, finding the Esper, I don't know what that has to do with destroying an artifact and gaining life, unless it's sort of a wry reference to the fact that the Magitech armor gets destroyed and the slave crown, and then Terra is herself again. I don't know. Kefka Palazzo for Perforos, God of the Forge, doesn't really make a ton of sense. I mean, it makes him a legendary enchantment creature god, which is on theme for Kefka, and it's red. Kefka is more red than anything else. Well, he's very red black, and when we see his other card, it will have a dash of blue, which he should have. But at root, Kefka is red black. And I guess the fact that it has devotion on it, kind of like Kefka making people worship him. But the mechanics of creatures coming into play, dealing damage to an opponent, and pumping all of your creatures, it's not really very Kefka, but that's fine. Tara Branford as Urza Lord High Artificer. I was very happy at this because Urza Lord High Artificer is one of my favorite cards to play with in Magic. Getting Tara as the art for it made me really happy. My only two qualms about this are one, that Tara doesn't really have that much to do with working with artifacts, which is what Urza does. It would make a lot more sense for this to be Edgar. I don't know why they went with Tara. For all of these alt art things, it seems like they want to do the main characters from the game. Still, maybe should have been Edgar. My other qualm with it is this is really good art, but it's not my favorite Terra art. There's like other Terra art I would have rather gone for, although this one has the Magitech armor that's basically a construct like what the card creates. So it's not a huge flavor miss with the art to match with this. So I'm still happy it's there. All four of the Final Fantasy VI cards I'm going to do my damnedest to get copies of and play with no other versions for basically as long as I live. Okay, on to Final Fantasy VII. So we start off with Sephiroth the Savior for Atraxa Grand Unifier. This is some of Nomura's original art for it. I want to point out that this is phenomenal. This is like a perfect sort of thing for exactly what's happening here. It's a Phyrexian angel, which is really sort of a horror angel, which is basically what Sephiroth is at the end. I mean, you can just take one look at it and know that this all lines up perfectly. I don't think Sephiroth's other cards in this set are all that good. His mono black one in the main set certainly can go off with a bunch of things in Commander, and for all I know, it will turn out to be good in Standard or something. But I'm prepared to say right now that the most powerful Sephiroth we're going to get is this one, because we already know that Atraxa Grand Unifier is played in every format where it's legal, and it's good in all of those formats as one of the things you want to cheat into play. This card is part of why I think the Jumbo Cactuar that we'll get to later is actually not that, like, when people are like, oh wow, it's 7 mana and it basically wins you the game. It's like, well yeah, Atraxa Grand Unifier is 7 mana and it wins you the game, but it does it better. So, whenever you would cast a Jumbo Cactuar, you could just cast Atraxa and it's better. Unless you're for some reason choosing to play a deck that can't get the other 3 colors. But it's perfect. It's a horror angel, not literally a horror, but it's an angel that's like all kinds of strange stuff. It's got a billion abilities that all sort of fit with Sephiroth, and it's incredibly powerful. This is going to be infinity jillion dollars. Do they have a price for it yet? Yeah, $155. A lot of these things, I see the pre-sale prices, and I know the prices are going to tank, and in a couple months it's not going to be that much. This one will probably go down to like 50 would be my guess, but I don't think it's going to go much below that, because this is going to be the version of Atraxa that everybody wants forever. So yeah, A+ on every part of this. Cloud Strife for Najila the Blade Blossom. Sure, it lets you have a 5-color version of Cloud if that's what you want. It's got the original Cloud concept art. Yeah. Cloud doesn't really summon other warriors to help him, but it works. It's fine. Memories of Nibelheim for Stroke at Midnight. This is an interesting one because I don't know that there was much demand for the card Stroke of Midnight in really any capacity. But one of the things I think is very notable about this is you'll notice this is the first one we've had where it's not Nomura, it's not Amino, it's Square Enix because it's very strange to me. They're only doing the core games for all of this. So there's no 13.2, no Lightning Returns, no 10.2, no Tactics, no Crisis Core. But um, they are doing a lot of art from Remake. And I don't know why. um, I mean, I do know why, because it's good and it's there and it's fine. They seem to just be counting Remake as 7 and not an expand and not not a sequel or anything like that, which I'm fine with because that's where I mean that really gives you better art for a lot of the stuff. Almost every Final Fantasy VII card in this clearly has its art more from Remake than from the original, and that's fine because Remake's art is great. But like Tifa, for example, did not have the tights in the original game, and it's totally fine to have. It's totally you can use just from Remake, but it's fine. I don't know who wanted Stroke of Midnight as a card. It kind of works with staring up at the sky at night. That's and maybe the one token you're making is Child Tifa just waiting for Cloud to come back or something. Yuffie Kisaragi for Yuriko the Tiger Shadow. So Yuriko is one of the most powerful EDH decks I ever made. I played it like exactly once or twice. It did its crazy thing, was so incredibly powerful that I was like, yeah, I'm just not going to play this all the time with people. So having this ninja be Yuffie, who's also a ninja, I mean, it works absolutely perfectly. Yuffie does not get a card in the main set. But she does get this, and it's got the original concept art, and there you go. If I ever play another Yuriko deck and I have this, I'll play this instead of my other version of Yuriko. All right, I'm going to put up the Final Fantasy VIII cards, and then I'm going to step away to move some laundry. But you'll note before I step away here that this is where we go away from concept art and towards CG art that is in the games. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with what concept art was used in the creation of FF8, since FF8 was not one that I ever got into until 2020. But here we go. I'm going to go move my laundry while we all stare at these gorgeous images of Squall, Balam Garden, and Promise Fulfilled. All right, we're back. Seeing the Adia Kramer card below did remind me that there is another sort of special promo that Did not get included in one of the earlier searches. We'll pull that up as soon as we finish the F8A things. So, Balam Garden for Command Beacon, sure, makes sense. Command Beacon is one of the core lands to have in your EDH decks to work with your commander. It's the headquarters for Squall. It works. The art is pretty. This is the version I'll be playing for all of those from then on. Worth noting, and I didn't really get to, since we're now into cards you actually can open in booster packs, I haven't really gotten into how do I feel about it in Limited if you open with it, because none of these are going to be standard legal. These are only going to be legal in the formats where they're already legal. Command Beacon does nothing in draft. The only reason you would ever want to play it is if you had Ultima and the need to make it make multiple mana. Like it putting your commander in the command zone, that's not a thing in Limited. It doesn't do anything. It just literally does not work. So you'd need a reason to want to produce colorless mana. So Squall Leonheart, as opposed to Lionheart, for Den the Capuchin Paragon, sure, it's an equipment spell tonight. Just like Squall, it fits, it's fine. In Limited, I think this will actually be very powerful because there's so much equipment going on in this set, and this is going to make all of them cheaper to play and to be phenomenal while it's holding all of that equipment. So I think this version of Squall is going to be very good if you open it. That's my prediction. A Promise Fulfilled for Light Up the Stage. Yeah, I don't really know how these go together thematically. Light Up the Stage is like if you hurt your opponent. Spectacle is you spend a red mana. It only costs 1 red mana to cast if you hurt your opponent that turn. Maybe their hearts are breaking and now they're getting back together and that's making things feel better. I don't know. But again, it's nice art. It's a card people play a lot of. There are a lot of Limited decks that would want to run this, I think. Not all of them, but some of them. It's a very powerful ability. Adia Kramer for Teferi, Mage of Zhalfir. Teferi is a time mage, which is why having a person possessed by the sorceress who is doing weird things with time makes perfect sense. Triple blue is a lot in Limited. I don't think this is going to be something people are going to be clamoring over themselves to draft in Limited. But it being here reminds me of the other thing that I did not get in... that didn't pop up in the search. So there is a Final Fantasy regional promos. Okay, can I? It really just does not want to display this at the proper size. Well, the top of it is just the title in Japanese. It's Force of Negation, reskinned to be when Adia blocks Irvine's shot in the end of Act 1. It's for winning. It's Japanese only. It's a regional promo. There's only one other one. It's, what is this? This is a Trick Mind, I think? It's Arcane Denial. Okay. The other one is Medion from Final Fantasy XIV. It's, you know, these cards don't really matter in any context we're discussing here because they're not going to be legal in, they're not going to be, they'll be legal in like EDH and older formats. You're not going to come across them in the draft set. You're not going to open them here in the US, but they're there and they look cool. And I would certainly rather play with that Force of Negation over any other version. Same with the Arcane Denial, if I could ever get my hands on them, but they're going to be infinity billion dollars. So that will not be happening. So on to FF9. FF9 gives us a couple of interesting moments because we've got, we're just looking here quickly, you've got, oh, it's not Nomura art, but you've got the hand-drawn concept art of that style, similar to Nomura's. You've got the Darkness of Eternity and the Amino art. Then you've got the actual CG stuff from the game. So Darkness of Eternity for Dark Ritual, sure. I'm not entirely sure what was meant to be going on in this concept art because that doesn't look like Kuja or Garland. It's not really Necron either. But it's a person and it's there. And Dark Ritual is a really powerful card. And this is the version of Dark Ritual I would play over all the current versions of Dark Ritual that I have once I have enough copies. Kuja, Mage Manufacturer for Inala Archmage Ritualist. Kuja in the game is about making Black Wizard tokens, which are the Black Mages from the game. And this is a Wizard tribal commander. So, yeah, no, tapping all of those Black Mages you've created to make target play lose 7 life, it's actually a very perfect fit. It's art that's, sure, it's Kuja. I mean, you know, Kuja makes sense on this particular card, and this is, if I wanted to make a Wizard typal deck in Commander, this is the card that, Verharden version, I would probably want to use. Garnet Till, oh, and I think, I don't know if this is going to be something I would want to play in limited in this format. You definitely don't want to play Dark Ritual in this limited format, or really most limited formats. But um, if you have a good wizard deck, Kuja could be good in it. I don't know how often that's going to play out, but you'd have to be playing Grixis colors. Garnet till Alexandros the 17th for Lauren of the Third Path. I don't really know what. I'm trying to think what times in the game Garnet destroys an artifact that would make sense for this. I'm not sure I'm coming up with any. But there are lots of artifacts in the set, which means this is going to be a very powerful card to cast in limited, because you will blow up all of their equipment, and then it will leave behind a 2/1 vigilance creature you can put your own equipment on to make bigger. The ability of you and an opponent drawing a card doesn't really have much synergy in this set, but the fact that it comes into play and destroys an artifact is really the only thing that matters. Or enchantment, which the enchantment also destroys the summons. I guess that actually does make sense for Garnet. Having her destroy summons makes a certain degree of sense, even though she is the one summoning. Zidane Tribal for Ragavan Nimble Pilferer is kind of hilarious and perfect. This was one of the earlier ones they showed, and we were all just sort of like, yep, that makes sense. He's got the little monkey thing. He's the monkey pirate. That's basically what he is in the game. Yeah, it's a fantastic choice, fantastic thing. Going to be great and limited as well, because Ragavan was a pretty busted card wherever, and this is going to be the version of Ragavan I'd prefer to play. Not a lot more to say. Moving on to FF10. So, Seymour Guado for Kinnan Bonder Prodigy. This was one of the last cards they revealed just yesterday. It's a very powerful card in Commander because it helps you go infinite with a number of things that have like untap abilities attached to them. Sure. I don't know that the ability here of being a druid or getting extra mana has anything to do with Seymour. I don't know that this is going to be. The 7 mana ability might be good and limited. Could depend on the format. Like if you're playing Simic colors and you have lots of powerful, expensive non-human creature cards you'd love to cheat into play, sure. But it depends, because there's a lot of formats where the 2 mana 2/2 with a 5 mana, look at the top 3 cards, get a permanent. There are some formats where that's unplayable, and there are some like Foundations last year where that's good. And it kind of depends on what format this one ends up being. But it does put it onto the battlefield, which is, it costs 2 more, but it puts it onto the battlefield. So, you know, that's an improvement if you get to 7 and can spend 7 on it, I guess. And then we get to Stay With Me for Rhystic Study. This is one that was the first one they showed where everybody's like, I don't understand what that has to do with the card you've put that on. Stay With Me has nothing to do with studying. It has nothing to do with the effect of Rhystic Study. Yeah, I don't really know what the idea was here. The only thing I can really think of is this is a beloved classic moment from the game, and it's a card that is already expensive, and so when you combine them, you're going to get something that's going to be currently pre-selling for $255, which makes me rather upset as somebody who would like to collect one of everything from this set. It won't stay $255, especially not if this set is opened as much as I think it's going to be, but I don't know. It has nothing to do with this card. It's just them putting a famous moment on an expensive card and making an even more expensive card. Don't play this in limited. It's been a long time since I played a limited format where Rhystic Study was a part of it. I still think you probably should not play it. The opponent can just essentially put you down a card the whole game by playing just a little bit off curve. I remember in the... I played my share of limited with Prophecy, and I don't remember it being all that good there, except in multiplayer draft games, which we actually did do back then because it was high school, we were young and innocent. Anyway, Lucas Stadium. The big question for this one is why is it spelled Luca with a K and not a C? In Japanese, it would make sense to put a K there, but in the game, they spelled it with a C. So nobody understands what was going on here. Every other part of that is basically perfect. It's for the Strixhaven Stadium. It's an artifact, not a land, which I think will confuse some people when they first look at it, because it looks like it should be a land. But, yeah, you play ball in the card. You play ball with what they're doing in Final Fantasy. I don't remember this being particularly good in Limited when Strixhaven was out, and I don't think it'll be particularly good in Limited now. So Tidus gets to be Thrasios Triton Hero, which means Tidus is going to spend a lot of time being partnered with Cecil as Timna the Weaver, because that's one of the most infamous combinations of abusing the partner mechanic in particularly competitive versions of CEDH. He's not really a merfolk, even though he spends a lot of time swimming. His ability has nothing to do with scrying. This is another one where there's really just no idea what they were thinking here besides we took the top EDH rec cards and put Final Fantasy art on them. But sometimes I guess that's what you need. Okay, now we're on to 11, about which I can tell you nothing because I played 11 for 2 hours and could not bear to keep going. Shantoto's Coercion for Diabolic Intent. It's kind of funny that they put a card with coercion in the name on a card that does not have a coercion effect. But Diabolic Intent is actually played in Commander, whereas nobody plays coercion anymore. I don't know what... all I know about Shantoto is that Shantoto is beloved by a lot of people and talks in rhymes. That's all I can tell you. I don't know who these little shredders are in the background. They're like shredders crossed with black mages. I don't know Final Fantasy XI. The Shadow Lord for Gix Yawgmoth Praetor. Sure, again, I don't know anything about Final Fantasy XI. Art is cool. That's about all I can say. But Gix is a card that is played heavily. Gix is really good in Limited. If you get this, you should probably play it. If you're in those colors, you can play a double black card, would be my assessment. Vanadial Adventurers for Laboratory Maniac. I have no idea. I assume these are the characters from the main story in the game. I have no idea how they work with a library having no cards in it. But that effect is not usually good in Limited. I could imagine Limited format where there actually are ways to win with that. But the Limited format that Laboratory Maniac originally came from is exactly the format where you'd think that would be a thing that you could do in Innistrad. And I don't remember that actually being a thing that anybody did. So, who knows? Knights of Sandoria, again, I don't know. For Ranger Captain of Eos. Ranger Captain of Eos is a very strong card. Is that a Tomos behind it? What's going on there? Yeah. Ranger Captain of Eos is a played card, and anybody who wants to play with it would like to play with this. It's probably going to be pretty good in Limited, assuming you have creature cards of mana value 1 or less to search up. But the double white, just like the double black on Gix, and that'll get you some games. That'll get you some number of games. Okay, Vaughn, Aspiring Sky Pirate for Captain Lannery Storm. That makes sense. Lannery Storm is a pirate. He's a pirate. This has to do with the making treasure tokens stuff that the normal Vaughn card interacts with, as well as will work with some of the Zidane stuff. So, sure, that's actually a good, solid choice. Vaughn is the worst of all of the main characters purely as a main character. Zidane is a worse person because he's just constantly sexually harassing the other people around him. But Vaughn, who even has a somewhat similar design, was maybe the most annoying and pointless of all of the main characters. But he's here, and his card makes sense. And Lannery Storm, I don't remember being particularly busted in a set that was even more treasure-focused than this one. So I don't know that this is something you're necessarily going to be all that excited to get in Limited, but maybe it's been a while since I played with original Ixalan. VIII Karados Solidor. This is the only VIII card we get in this set. Final Fantasy XII does not get its villain on a card anywhere in the main set. Finn the Fangbearer keeps getting reprinted. I don't know why. They seem to really think that people love and need this card. It doesn't have a lot to do with VIII Solidor, unless you're arguing that there's some metaphorical way that he's putting poison in your ear, maybe. I don't know. I liked VIII as a villain. I think he's the least evil of the Final Fantasy main villains. I actually was thinking it would be fun to do a video that's like a tier list thing, but the whole video's point is just which Final Fantasy villains are less evil than Elon Musk, and VIII would be the least evil villain and the one who most clearly goes on the underside of that category. The Strawl for Smuggler's Copter. It's perfect. You know, it's a Smuggler Sky Pirates ship, and it does what a Smuggler's Copter sounds like it would do based on the name, and it's an incredibly powerful card. If you open this, I highly recommend you play it. It'll be probably one of the best first picks in the set because Smuggler's Copter has been pretty busted every time it's existed. And it's colorless, so you can play it in any deck. The Imperial City of Arcades. This is one of the first cards that we saw having to do with 12, as I recall. Of course, 12 only ended up getting a couple, as we'll see. I think in the whole city be a wall is a little weird, but it's great art. They talked on the reveal video about how this art in particular is actually special because this was sort of the art they used to lure in certain artists. I guess apparently one of the 13 artists who now gets to do stuff for the set, and they had this whole thing about how cool that was. It's funny that this art makes it look more like it's a Wall of Blossoms than a Wall of Omens. Wall of Blossoms being the green version of this card. Wall of Omens is a solid card, but it's not something you're like falling over the moon to get in limited. So if this is your bonus sheet card compared to most of the other ones, you're going to be a little sad. I am a little concerned that the bonus sheet cards appear to be so powerful that they'll overshadow a lot of the main set cards. But there's only going to be one out of every 3 packs instead of one out of every pack, the way that some other sets have been. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, Final Fantasy 13. Here we go. Carpet of Flowers for Fall Sea Paradise. Carpet of Flowers needed a reprint. Although I didn't need it to be reprinted because I had a bunch of copies of Carpet of Flowers and I liked that it was expensive. But it makes sense. I mean, Carpet of Flowers, it's sort of a paradise effect. It produces a bunch of mana. The Falseer producing things for you. Works out perfectly. And it's just an enchantment. It's all kind of an illusion. I actually really like this one. I'm fond of this one. Don't play it limited. Lightning Lone Commando for Ishin to Heavens is one. I don't know that this effect is one that is going to be good in limited. I guess it depends on whether you have tons of attack triggers, which I'm going to guess you do not. I know that they exist in this set, but I don't know. I don't know how many there are or how likely you are to have one in you. But it's really sweet lightning art, and Ishin to Heavens is one is played a lot as a commander. And if I ever, and I at one point was making an Ishin deck. If I ever get around to doing that, I will use this version with this art. Thrum of the Vestige for Lightning Bolt. So you'll notice this is the second time the iconic spell Lightning Bolt has been included in this set in some form. It's an incredibly powerful card. It would be one of the top picks out of everything in the set in limited. It's just phenomenal. It's just, yeah, absolutely great card. You would want to take a rare or mythic rare bomb over this, but you'll take this. So I'm going to just predict, unless you have a key synergy thing, if you're talking pack one, pick one, you're probably taking this over anything that isn't a rare or mythic, and you're probably taking it over at least half of the rares and mythics. Maybe even 2/3 or 3/4. It's just a phenomenal card. And it's here, and that's great. Orphan Cocoon Fal'Cie. I am very happy that they got this art in here because it's just such a sweet design. They did it from Muldroth of the Gravetide, which doesn't make a ton of sense for Orphan's ability in the game. You could argue he's an elemental avatar of sorts, but it's sweet art. I'm glad that it's here. This effect is very powerful if you happen to be playing Sultai colors in limited. Yeah, it's only a rare here. It was a mythic in Dominaria, although because these are in only one out of every 3 packs, it being a rare instead of a mythic might be approximately as rare as a mythic would have been in that set. I don't really know. But this is the only appearance of Orphan / Bart / any of the villains from Final Fantasy 13 to make it into any of the Final Fantasy stuff, which I find a little bit sad. I actually think you could make the argument that as evil as he is, Orphan falls on the less evil than Elon Musk side because he's essentially a child calling out in desperation for its parents to come and find it, which is at least something you can sort of understand at a primal level that is not like a pure manifestation of evil. All right. Now, Final Fantasy 14. So they still only have 4 copies for this one. They were very restrained on this. These are where they started to put out the previews and we all thought, what the hell are you doing with these designs? Why is Endwalker just the expansion is Brainstorm? What on earth are you talking about? This really doesn't make any sense. Brainstorm is a phenomenally powerful card. This is really sweet art. I will probably be using this art for versions of Brainstorm that I play. Possibly in Vintage because you're only playing one Brainstorm and I'm not going to bother to... Well, it's uncommon. Maybe I'll end up with 4 copies. But it's sweet art, but it has nothing to do with Brainstorm. Like, at all. I would not recommend playing this in limited unless you have a lot of ways to shuffle your deck. Or mill yourself. Shadowbringers for Dovin's Veto. Again, same thing I just said. Doesn't make any sense. Card is good, but it's not that heavily played. I don't know how much people play it in EDH, since EDH is not my area of expertise. I don't think I'd recommend playing this in limited. You could board this in against certain things, but don't play it in limited. Newfound Adventure for Farseek. There's probably plenty of decks that actually would happily play a Farseek in this format. Farseek is a very heavily played card in EDH. This art is great with it. The idea of a newfound adventure, you're wandering off on an adventure, you're going into finding plains, islands, mountains, swamps, all these things that are different from what your life is like. This is perfect. This is one of the best matches of all the things that they've done, except that I don't know the origin of this concept art, so I don't know how well it lines up with anything. Like just calling it Newfound Adventure and being this is pretty cool, and the art does seem to line up with the idea that you're going off and having adventures. Sure. Emmett Selk Asian for Crick, son of Yawgmoth. I don't. So Shadowbringers, I'm right about to get the biggest gap of all of the FF14 stuff that is in this game because I saw somebody play Endwalker when it originally came out. My memories are not super strong on that, but I do vaguely know all of it, and I just finished up through Stormblood. I don't. All I know about Emmett Selk is that people say he's not a villain; he's an antagonist, which makes him less evil than Elon Musk, and that uh, he's like the best villain ever. So he's supposedly just absolutely amazing. I don't really know anything about him other than he's an Asian and he's somehow also Hades, based on his, which I only know based on his other card in here. So probably tons of spoilers for me in there. This is a nicely played card in EDH. People like this card. It's cool. This art is pretty great, although it's apparently was used on a Final Fantasy card game art thing in Japan. None of that made it over here, so it doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, I'll have to wait until I do Shadowbringers to know how well this fits or does not fit with Emmett Selk. In Limited, I don't think that's going to be a great pick. I don't know because Crick has not, unless he's been in one of the master sets, has not been at any point in a drafted set that I know of. Actually, I want to check that. I don't actually know that. I was in Modern Horizons. Okay. I don't remember anybody ever mentioning him in Modern Horizons, which leads me to believe that he's probably not. Probably wasn't one of the more busted things. But then again, that was a set with a lot of busted cards, so who knows. Blessing of the Oracle for Chroma's Will. Sure. We're on 1 to 15. We got Lunafreya and Noctis here. This is Lunafreya's only appearance in art, I believe. And she does not have a card herself. Giving a creature flying, vigilance, double strike, that's kind of what a lot of Noctis-y type things do. That makes sense. You view her as a chroma here, and she's blessing Noctis. She can also choose to give lifelink and indestructible protection. Yeah, I mean, it fits. It's not a particularly big stretch. It's not a perfect fit like some of them, but it's not a bad fit in any way, shape, or form. I like it. You cannot have a commander in Limited, so I don't think this is going to be a card you want unless you want either one of those abilities alone, and I'm not sure for 4 mana you do. Maybe. Noctis Lucius Calum for Kenrith the Returned King. This is a plus. This is maybe one of the best fits they've had for anything. Kenrith is a very heavily played card. Getting it reprinted here in a version other than the... They reprinted him in other versions before, but when it was originally printed, it was just that foil-only version from like a buy a box promo, and having more copies of non-foil ones out there are always a good thing to me. This card is incredibly powerful for pretty much any collection of colors you're probably playing. And it's absolutely perfect for Noctis as the Returned King. I mean, just great. A+, really happy with this one. Not a lot else to say there. Play it Limited. Astral Titan for Primeval Titan. Primeval Titan is one of the most played cards. It's not played in EDH because it is banned in EDH. That is how good it is in EDH. I guarantee you this is going to be phenomenal for you in Limited. If nothing else, it is going to thin out your deck, even if you don't need those extra lands. And these days, you can usually spend all of your... You usually have ways to spend the mana that you have in Limited. You don't usually die with nothing in your hand and nothing to activate. Incredibly powerful card. Again, this is heavily played in one of the most heavily played modern decks, Amulet Titan. And so this is just going to go right into those and be great. And yeah, I look forward to being killed by this art many times because I don't think I've ever beaten an Amulet player. That's not entirely true, I have, but I usually lose to Amulet. Arden Izunia for Varagoth Bloodsky Sire. He's a demon rogue. I don't remember this card being particularly busted in Kaldheim, but I didn't do that much Kaldheim drafting. It's really sweet art. I don't know Varagoth's lore from Kaldheim because I didn't read all the stories there. I don't know that it either lines up well or doesn't there. Arden has a demon affinity, so sure. Certainly could be good. But I don't know that I'm like going crazy when I don't think I'm going crazy if I open this one. I just noticed the Primeval Titan is only rare, not mythic rare, which again, I've already stated that these are for the most part going to be rarer than a mythic rare otherwise would be, but Just something worth pointing out. All right, now we get to 16, where the art is all the same basic style for all of them, of just the person and their the dominant and their summon behind them. We start off with Hugo Kupka for Bruchtal Boorish Herder. I mean, giving another creature giving itself or another creature double strike and lifelink is pretty good. So this is probably going to be pretty good in a set with a lot of equipment and equipment themes, I would guess. I don't know that I would ever describe Hugo as my ally, but there you go. Benedicta Harmon for Ishai Ojutai Dragon Speaker. I mean, it's a bird card, and she turns into a bird, basically, so there you go. But we're into the point here where, and you'll sort of notice this with all of the 16 cards, they're all things that have the partner ability, which does... Actually, the partner ability doesn't do anything in Limited, because if it were partner with, then you'd be able to use it to, like, search your deck for the other card if you had the other card, but it's not. None of these are partner with. So I don't know. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, you put a ++1 counter on her. That probably is good, I guess. I don't know. This card has never been in a limited format to my knowledge before, so I don't know. Barnabas Tharmer for Kraum Ludovic's Opus. That is already one of the most played and powerful EDH commanders. So we know that it's going to be played and good, and this is the art that I would play if I were going to use it. Is it any good in the limited format? It's a 5-mana 4/4 flying haste with an ability that if it ever triggers is pretty good, so maybe. But I don't know if Kraum has ever even been in a limited format, has he? Yeah, Commander Legends, I guess, but that's not a one-on-one format. Some of these have just never been legal in a format with the in a one-on-one format for limited, so I don't know if they're going to be good or not. Clive Rossfield for Vile Smasher the Fierce. Yeah, I mean, this actually kind of fits. This is the sort of more destructive side of Clive, with if we just kind of going nuts and blowing things up and dealing lots of damage. I don't know that I would ever describe Clive as a goblin berserker, though. So, I don't know. Are you playing this in limited? Probably. It's 2 colors, but it seems like that ability would be good. Again, I don't know if this has this ever been... Oh, it was in Dusk. Dusk 1 Commander. Right. Yeah, I don't... this is one that has not been tested in limited before, so I don't know. All right, well, that takes us to the end of the Through the Ages cards. Now we're going to move on to cards that are new to this set, and we're going to go with the Commander decks first. We're going to do just the one for 6, then 7, then 10, then 14, and then we're going to move on to the main set. When I heard they were doing a Final Fantasy Magic thing, I did not realize it was going to be a full set. I thought it was just going to be like a secret layer with like 10 cards total. And I was already ready to be mad when it was going to be like all Sephiroth and Final Fantasy XIV cards and nothing from 6. So when it turned out that not only were they doing a full Final Fantasy set, but they were doing a full Final Fantasy set with Commander decks. The Commander decks were focused on individual games, and one of those was going to be all Final Fantasy VI cards. Let me tell you, I was very happy. So let's go through the many, many Final Fantasy VI Magic cards we now get. So Angel of Ruins, this is a reprint, but it works. It's the final level of the steps, of the 3 steps before Kefka, where you're going through the representation of the Divine Comedy. You've got Lady and Rest, as they were called in one of the earlier versions. Now they're like Statue of the Gods, Letter and Letter, where they're sort of doing a riff on Michelangelo's Pieta, although they're slightly stepping away from that portion of it for this art. You can kind of see it, but not quite. This doesn't really have a ton to do with the mechanics of that part of it, but there's an angelic aspect. This is an angel, while also being an artifact, and it had all those metal tubes and everything, so sure. It's, you know, this is a reprint, so and it was already played in Commander to some extent because it's got plane cycling and a somewhat powerful ability. So yeah, it's good, and this is the version I will be playing from here on out. Anger for the bombs that you fight in the tower in Final Fantasy VI when Realm is stuck inside while sleeping over at a friend's house, and they have a whole bunch of fire rods break and set the place on fire. this is the boss where you are first playing with Strago and you learn that his Aqua Rake has a is useful because you can just AoE all the bombs and keep dealing massive damage to it, but then he just never has enough mana. Yeah, this makes sense as a card for Anger, and this is the version of Anger I would want to play for everything from now. Arcane Signet. So this one's I find a little odd. This is the gem box from Final Fantasy VI, which allows you to do dual cast. You can cast 2 spells in a turn that you find at the top of the cultist's tower. And we know it's that because of the flavor text. Otherwise, I would not have looked at this and thought, oh yes, this is the gem box in the SNES version, and now I think the proper name is the Soul of Thamasa. And I don't really feel like it's a particularly good match for an Arcane Signet. It doesn't have, there's like, it could have been doubling cube, it could have been a lot of other things, but they're working under constraints when they do these. They can't just say, oh, this is what this should be, what will be. It has to actually fit in the deck and be playable. And Arcane Signet is a card that they're going to want to make, and this is a great Arcane Signet, and this will be one of the top Arcane Signets that I play from here on out. So the Archfiend of Depravity, this is once again a reprint. This is showing us Doomgaze / Deathgaze. He's attacking the ship at random. In the game, Doomgaze will attack you. He's always on when you, I think it's when you get in the airship or when you go to the overworld. He's put on a random tile in the air, and when you hit that tile, you run into Doomgaze. You fight him for a certain amount of time, and then he flees to a different tile. He can take quite a long time to find if he's on a tile that's like hard to get to, or hard to just notice that you're coming across, because it's easy to miss a tile when you're trying to go over everything. Does this make sense with the design on the card? Not necessarily. There's nothing about sacrificing creatures with Doomgaze, but he's a flying demon, so there you go. Although demons are not often included in a lot of the stuff that hurts undead in Magic's mechanics. That's fine, though. Yeah, it looks fine, even though it has no particular like special resonance. There's nothing about this card that involves it running away and coming back another turn. It doesn't like phase out when you hit it hard or something. Ash Barrens, this is the underground castle that you find, which, yeah, this is where you can get the Master's Scroll and the Odin and Raiden Magicite. I guess it kind of works. Like, it's ashy, it's barreny, it's a destroyed place. Sure. Bannon, the Returner's Leader. This is the first new card in any of these commander decks. Bannon, of course, was the leader of the Returners, whom you play only very briefly while on the raft and sneaking into Narsh. Prey is the name of his ability, and so they have these things. For people less acquainted with some of Magic, what is the term they call this? It's like ability words as opposed to keywords or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the proper term is. But it's essentially flavor text in an ability, which helps because when they do it for something like landfall, where it'll say, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, it basically makes it an easy way to use a search engine to find it. If you want every card that triggers when land comes into play, you can just type landfall into the search, and that will help you find them all. Whereas the fact that it is, well, not all of them, because not all of them will have, like, there were cards that did that before landfall was a thing. But, and some of them have even, I believe, gone back and gotten that put on them when they've been reprinted. But anyway, if there were a Prey tribal type thing, and you wanted to find everything with Prey as an ability, that would help you. But for this, it's just like they used it in the Dungeons & Dragons set 4 years ago. It's really just here for flavor. Prey, once during each of your turns, you can cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield of the start. The theme of the Final Fantasy VI Commander deck is, and we'll get there, Terra's towards the end. We're about to get to this Celes in a moment that will help to explain it. But the theme is getting creatures from your graveyard back into play. And so, yeah, I mean, the ability to cast a creature spell that just died from your graveyard kind of lines up with his Prey, which is a mass heal ability. The way his expression in there is even kind of close to his concept art in the game. I think this is a solid design. The ability to pay 1, discard a card, to draw a card, and then you can cast that creature afterwards. It's a nice way to get card advantage from his ability. And yeah, I think he's going to be a perfectly fine element for Commander. Bedevil, this is a reprint. They're showing the airship exploding during the Cataclysm Kefka unleashes. The most noteworthy thing about this is that the art shows Celes in her, um, I think, if we, I have to zoom in a bit, maybe, oops, I didn't quite do it right. It looks from some angles as though this might be, maybe not quite, the Celes battle sprite one where she's got the green unitard on. I don't like that design for her because I like her normal design so much more, the concept art design, and that design both looks weird and doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the setting. Like she looks like she's coming from some other anime and not from any the way anybody else is dressed in the entire game. So I've never really understood how exactly they ended up with that outfit, and it's not one of my favorites. And I prefer whenever they use her other outfit that we'll be getting to in a moment. And again, this is a reprint. Big Score, also a reprint. They show Locke finding the Phoenix Magicite. This makes perfect sense. This is great. It works with what you're doing in this set because you want to be dumping creatures into your graveyard, and then you get to replace those by drawing cards. You get the treasure tokens. It's Locke finding the Phoenix, which helps to reanimate people, which, yeah, it's a treasure hunter doing his treasure hunting, and I think that works great. So now we get to the part where I'm gonna complain a little bit. Celes Rune Knight. So Celes here, this commander deck can only be black, white, and red for its colors. All of the commander decks for this set are 3 colors, and they have 2 sort of face commanders. Terra is the main face commander. Celes is the backup commander. Celes was my favorite character, sort of, from Final Fantasy VI. Not on my first playthrough, but as like time went on. I thought she was just wonderful. I think she has a really great story. I think her concept art is absolutely phenomenal. I really love the character. She gets to do the opera. She has the most emotional scene in the game if you are bad at fishing. Everything about her I just really love and is really great. And I was super excited for stuff with her. And this is the only card she gets. She's barely depicted in the art of the other cards. It's almost like she's nearly totally forgotten in this set, which I find absolutely flabbergasted. I'm absolutely flabbergasted by. Her card, when you first read it, seems to have nothing to do with the character. It's bizarre. There's nothing like Celes is not Mardu. You could argue that she's maybe Boros. She could maybe be supposed to be Jeskai. She could be mono blue. She could be mono white. She's absolutely not Mardu as her colors. Like this doesn't make any sense at all. Putting the black in there for her is just very strange. There's nothing in her that would be about discarding cards and then drawing cards. And you read this ability on its own, and they showed us before they showed us the decks. They showed us the face commanders, and so you saw as your face commander that Celes was going to be doing this, and you think, what the hell does this have to do with Celes? This doesn't make any sense at all. And the answer is it actually does make more sense than it might seem, because the basic flavor of the Final Fantasy VI deck is the World of Ruin, and the idea that what you're trying to do is to reassemble your party after you think everybody's been killed. That actually makes a lot of sense. And in that context, especially since Celes is the one getting everybody back, that actually works with her second ability. If you bring people you thought were dead back onto the battlefield, and it makes everybody stronger. Every time you bring one of the cast members back, you're making everybody stronger because now they're all filled with more hope and well. So it actually does make sense for what she does in the game in the second half. And having things enter from your graveyard, sure, I can see the black side of that, as well as the white side. The red side would be the first ability, but again, I was just really let down that there's so many cards in all of this stuff, and every single other face commander for all of the other commander decks also has a card in the main set. That's true for Terra, Tifa, Cloud, Ishtola, the other person from the Final Fantasy XIV deck that I have not come across in the game yet. And Tidus and Yuna, they all get cards in the main set as well, and Celes just didn't get one. There's none with her concept art, which is some of my favorite in the game. I really just desperately would have wanted that, and yeah, so I'm disappointed by that. In the context of what the whole deck is trying to do, her gathering everybody up together and making them all stronger every time they find another one, that actually does make sense, and that actually is pretty cool. Still, hashtag not my Celes. I don't know quite what's going on there. I can understand why they're not going to put her attempted suicide on a card, but it's just bizarre her absence given that she is the protagonist for the second half of the game. It's just very strange to me. I feel like Final Fantasy VI was always supposed to be very much an ensemble game. But when they started doing things like Dissidia and they needed one representative from each game, Terra was the obvious choice, even though you can make a stronger case for Celes as being the main character, given that you have to have Celes in the second half of the game. You don't have to have Terra. But anyway, I mean, these are kind of nitpicks, um, but yeah. So we move to the Coin of Fate. Now, I just complained that Celes gets only this one card while these other people get two things. There are two cards to reference the coin flip, like alone. Now, there are constraints on designing these. One of them is in the commander deck. I understand, etc., etc., etc. I'm still mad. I don't care. This card, which actually was designed, as I understand it, was designed by a friend of mine who works at Wizards. At least they called him out as the one who designed it on one of the live streams where they were revealing the cards. On its own, this is a phenomenal design. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy this card exists. I'm just annoyed. There's two coin flip cards and two go-go cards, and Celes is just not properly represented. But what this does is phenomenal. This is a new card design. It enters Surveil 1, sure. I don't know what that has to do with the coin flip. But you exile two creatures from your graveyard, sacrifice the coin. Your opponent chooses one of the exiled cards that you put on the bottom of your library, put the other into the battlefield tapped, you become the monarch. This is perfect because this represents the moment when Edgar and Sabin flip a coin over who's going to become king. And so one of them goes off and leaves and does his own thing. The other gets to stay and becomes the king. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely great. As they noted on the live stream thing, why does this not involve flipping a coin when other things involve flipping a coin? And they basically said it wasn't worth the extra attempt to squeeze more text onto the card for something that wasn't really that helpful to it, especially when you later, it's a rigged flip, as you learn later in the game. So, and in fact, you actually learn it in this art because he's showing you the head of the coin, which is sort of the king of Figaro. This coin is used in the end credit stuff when they're putting up the names for everybody in the cast thing. You can see in the reflection of his armor that it is heads on this side and heads on that side because it's a double-edged coin, or double-headed coin. Combustible Gear Hulk. This is the Guardian armor. This is a reprint. It's fine. Like, it's a giant construct that's very powerful. It does the thing. Okay. Commander's Fear for the Growth Egg. I have no idea. This is a reprint. I have no idea why this is the Growth Egg. The Growth Egg doubles your EXP. I don't know why the Growth Egg is producing mana. I don't know why it's drawing you a card. You could argue that the fact that you level up more with the Growth Egg means that that's why you're drawing a card. Sure. It's also an oval, not a sphere. Well, not an oval. It's whatever the 3D form of an oval is, which is probably an egg. But I'm not going to complain too much. Not everything can fit perfectly. It's a neat reference. I'm happy for them to have the reference in there, and it's the version of Commander's Sphere I will play with from now on. Command Tower. This is, again, a reprint. It's Kafka's Tower. Makes perfect sense. No complaints. That's just phenomenal, obvious, and good choice. Crackling Doom. So I think this might be the only card that has Emperor Gestahl in the art. I could be wrong, but I think it is. And this is him trying to kill Kefka, although of course he fails. Crackling Doom is a reprint. It's a powerful card. Glad to have it in here. It's good. If I ever play Crackling Doom again, this will be the version I play. It's funny that it's uncommon here when it was rare when it was originally printed. Did they reprint it uncommon in a later set? They did. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Cyan, or Heian, or Cyan. I guess the actual Japanese would have been Cyan, but it got localized to Cyan, which is what we're just all calling it for forever now. And of course, I just finished Stormblood, so I just saw the actual plot with Heian and then his father Cyan, who's clearly referenced to Cyan. So of course, Cyan in the game loses his family, sends him on this sort of quest for reckless vengeance at first, and then he joins you to redeem them. So it makes perfect sense. The more people he's lost, the cheaper it is to get him out here. He's got Double Strike, which is quite powerful. And then whenever you are getting creatures back, you're making him stronger as you reassemble the team. He's one of the first people you get back in the World of Ruin. Great design. I love it. You're probably going to cast this for fairly cheap by the time you play it. Yeah. And again, none of these are available in Limited, so I don't have to talk about whether I think they're good in Limited or not. And none of them are going to be Standard legal, so I don't have to talk about whether they're going to be good in Standard or not. It's... will I think this sees play in EDH? Yes, because I'm going to play with it. It's just like, yeah, that's going to be the truth for a lot of these things. It's should they be played in EDH? I don't know. but I'm going to play with them. I think that's, by the way, one of the things that's relevant for the entire set for Final Fantasy. There's is this something that should be played in Commander? Is it good enough to be played in Commander, or are we going to play it in Commander? Like just winning a game of Commander. I don't do CEDH, and most people who do EDH do not do CEDH. So just winning is not the goal most of us have. And yeah, I'm going to play with Terra and Celis and Cyan and all of that stuff because I want to. Like that's the reason I'm doing it. So Desolate Mire, this is the Veldt, which I find weird because the Veldt is not a desolate place. It's very much a green place, very lush, very verdant, very filled with life. But green isn't in this deck, so sure. It's like, right? This is absolutely a constraints require what you're going to put in, and that's fine. I will point out that a lot of the flavor text in these things, you'll note it's here and here and here. The flavor text in these are lines from the game, and so that makes me happy. A lot of them are just direct quotes. Not all of them are, but I think almost all the ones that have quotation marks are direct quotes from the game. Then we get to Dragon Skull Summit, which is the Phoenix Cave. I'm assuming it's the Phoenix Cave because it's clearly World of Ruin stuff. It's a fiery cave. It's got a dragon in it. Seems like the Phoenix Cave. I'm not entirely sure why it's referencing the dragon and the Crusader thing, other than the fact that it's a Dragon Skull Summit. Again, this is not a case of like, oh, we have the perfect match for this. This is, we need to put this card in this deck so that you can actually cast your spells, and it flavorfully lines up with certain things you could do in the games. We're just going to put those there and don't think too hard about it. And that's exactly what they should have been doing. I don't want them wasting their time on finding some other weird way to make this perfectly line up when nobody really cares. Edgar, Master Machinist. This is one of 2 Edgar cards because unlike Celis, we get 2 Edgar cards. Once during each of our turns, we get to cast an artifact spell from a graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, the artifact enters tapped. Now, getting to cast an artifact every turn, and there's no finality counters on it. There's no finality counters. No, if it's an equipment, which is what Edgar himself would be going for. Being tapped doesn't matter because you can attach equipment that is tapped. There's a really powerful ability. I mean, just getting an artifact for free from your graveyard every turn is kind of extremely powerful. The only thing that really mitigates this is that because he's not in the standard legal set, you won't ever be playing against it in limited, and in EDH it's a little slow. And he's got his auto crossbow that is the weapon people are going to associate with him a lot because it's the busted one that he starts with when you get in the game. And then when he attacks, he gets stronger based on the greatest amount of value among artifacts that you control. Sure, I think this card is going to be pretty powerful. I think it's going to be pretty neat. I liked Edgar a lot as a character when I was a little kid when I first played the game because he had all the cool tools. He was a king. He was pretty funny. As an adult, when you've seen more accurate translations, he has the Zidane issue of sex pesty stuff as well as some really sketchy stuff depending on the translation. Hoo boy. So I like him a lot less as a character than I used to as a kid. Although now I also know that he was actually written by a woman, and so I've always sort of wondered if that had something to do with like it makes you think either like, okay, well then it's not a guy being creepy in an unaware way. It's perhaps a woman commenting on men who are creepy. I don't know. Look up some of the original translation stuff, and you'll be like, oh, that's not a character I want to be associated with. Is all I'm going to say. Espers to Magicite. This is, of course, another new card. Anything with a name that is specific to Final Fantasy VI is going to be a new one because they don't do reskins in these. This is the scene where Kefka kills all of the Espers to collect enough Magicite to raise the Sunken Continent. The effect is interesting, getting rid of each opponent's graveyard and then getting a creature out of each. I think this is actually really powerful. There's always going to be some insane creature in your opponent's graveyards in EDH. I mean, not always, but almost always. And you can just you only get one of them. You don't get, you only get one. You don't get all. But I don't, you only get one of them, but I'm sure there is at least one thing in there that is worth 4 mana, plus the fact that you just nuked your opponent's graveyards is also going to be inherently valuable. Fetid Heath for the Phantom Forest. Sure, makes sense. Flayer of the Hatebound, again, another reprint. The Undying mechanic works extremely well with what Terra and Celis are doing. Because note, Celes was getting the buff when creatures entered from your graveyard. If the creature dies, the Undying brings it back. That triggers this. It entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard. So you're going to put a +1/+1 counter on every creature you control when Flare of the Hatebound comes in. Note that this is a non-bow if you play the Flare of the Hatebound and then you play something else from your graveyard. Because if you do that, it will put a +1/+1 counter on it, and the Undying will not trigger when it dies because it already has the counter on it. Good Luck High Five people did a video already where they're playing against the playing the various commander decks, and I think Flare of the Hatebound ended up winning the game for the FF6 person. The FF6 person won, spoiler alert, but Flare of the Hatebound was a portion of that, as I recall, because it's quite a powerful effect. You're trying to get creatures back into play from your graveyard, and every time you do that, this does something incredibly powerful to them. So there you go. Foreboding Ruins, again, reprint. It's one of the lands they needed. It's using Tomasa, but it's kind of funny that only one house was actually on fire in the game, but a whole bunch of things are down, which means the flavor is 0, which means the people making this don't know what they're doing. That is a joke. I think they did a great job. Gao, Feral Youth. This art creeps me out. I don't know why, but the look on his face, something about this is just wrong. And like the cat also has this almost dog-like look on its face, and it's just like... it's like it's good art. Like I can't say the art is bad, but something about it is creeping me out, and that might be the point. Gao's got the whole feral youth thing. He's got the connection with animals, and so it actually is appropriate to have something weird and unsettling like this. But I'm just gonna say, whether it's appropriate or not, it is unsettling. The effect is very, very unsettling. And it does this damage to each opponent at the beginning of the end step. So at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. And whenever he attacks, he puts a +1/+1 counter on it. He's going to get very strong very quickly. He's going to bash each opponent in the face for a lot of damage. I could see this card becoming quite powerful. So having him be a berserker makes sense because once you get him into a rage, he just attacks endlessly, and you don't have control of him anymore. But he doesn't have to attack every turn, which is kind of funny. Okay. General Leo Christoph. So I think this is a pretty good design. Leo is somebody who cares about everybody else and wants them to stay alive. So he comes into play. He's helping get somebody back in, and you're putting counters on him for how strong you are. He's a general. Yeah, kind of lines up. Not a ton else to say for that. It's funny, though, that anybody who simply sees this card would assume he was on the good guy's side, which he, in a way, sort of is, but not quite. Geothermal Bog, this is another reprint. Which, again, the reference and the flavor text seems to make it seem like it should be the Phoenix Cave, although to some extent this looks like it's the cave, the sealed cave on the way to the Espers, but it doesn't really matter. It's here because it needs to be, and that's what it does. Go-Go Mysterious Mime. Again, there are 2 Go-Go's in this set, and only one Celes. One Go-Go is mono blue, one is mono red, which I actually kind of like because both can do lots of copy things. Beginning of combat on your turn, you can have Go-Go become a copy of another target creature you control until the turn, except its name is Go-Go Mysterious Mime. If you do, Go-Go and that creature get +2/+0 and attack and haste and attack each turn if able. Sure, Go-Go's a mime. He mimics other people's abilities. The fact that Go-Go and that creature gain haste, I mean, this seems pretty good. You can play a new creature. Go-Go becomes a copy of that. The new creature gets haste. Now you're attacking with... Go-Go doesn't really... I guess Go-Go does become the copy. This seems like something that is going to be phenomenally powerful. I like that in the flavor text he's got scrolls around him. He's got sort of ninja weapons around him. You can sort of get the sense that he's just becoming whatever you want him to be because in the game he can have any ability other than trance that your other characters have. So you can just give him tools, you can give him blitzes, etc., etc., etc. Graven Cairns, this is a reprint. This is Daryl's Tomb. This is where when you go up there to flip the switch and get back to find the Falcon, that you get attacked by Dullahan. Really beautifully lit. The lighting on this card is really pretty. I think this is just great art. I'm happy to have this here. High Market, this is Nikea. This is just, yep, it's a market. It's where people do the things. It's pretty art. It's a card that gets played in Commander. It's because Diamond Valley is on the reserve list. Yeah, not a lot else to say about that. Pretty art. I don't know that I play High Market in that many of my decks. I mean, I will be playing it in this one. But if I did, I'd play this version. Interceptor, Shadow's Hound. Yeah, it's a new card. It's Interceptor. Interceptor was great in the game. He's pretty good here. They're at the Imperial base. This is one of the first times you're playing with Shadow in the game. Returning a card from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attack. Returning this card to the graveyard tapped and attacking. Um, Interceptor's never like killed during the game, but he does appear out of nowhere a lot, so makes sense. He does jump in to defend Realm and Shadow. So I think it's a pretty solid design. I think there's a lot of great synergies in this commander deck, which is why I'm really eager to play it. Here we have the entrance to the Esper world behind the sealed gate. Yep, the Espers are back there. It's an isolated chapel. That kind of works. It's a land you need. It's reprinted. It's fine. Kefka Dancing Mad. Of course, we're happy to get Dancing Mad into the title of a Magic card. This is a fairly powerful version of Kefka, I would say. I mean, during your turn, he is indestructible. That seems pretty good. Which means if you play him on your turn, unless you're hitting him with Swords to Plowshares or something else like that, he's most likely going to survive to have his ability trigger. And getting to just exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard, choosing any number of those cards and just paying without their mana cost, and then they all lose life. I mean, that seems really powerful. Like I don't think I'm misreading any part of this card. It seems like it just does some insanely great things. The only drawback is that it's 7 mana, which, as we get to Jumbo Cactuar, will be a recurring theme. Key to the City. So this is one of only 2 cards, and it was the only one until just a few days ago that we had revealed to us that even mentioned the opera scene. Key to the City as the invitation to the opera is kind of weird. It's a bit of a stretch flavor-wise, but it kind of works, metaphorically speaking. Yeah, that's fine. Although, actually, the envelope that they first get is just Setzer saying what he's going to do to kidnap Maria, and then I don't know. It doesn't... They did what they could, is what I'll say. Key to the City seems like a card that is a good addition to this set because it allows, for example, Bannon to attack and become unblockable while also discarding a thing and putting it into play. Legion to Ashes. This is also a reprint. It appears to be Strago casting Ultima, which is kind of hilarious because nobody bothers to play with Strago, and certainly nobody bothers to give him Ultima. But he's casting Ultima, and he's killing what appears to be a Morble. It's hard for me to make out what the other things are supposed to be. One of them could be sort of Behemoth? I don't know. It's not entirely clear what the other ones are supposed to be, but this one's a Morble. So there's that. Oh, I just realized that the cursor does not seem to actually... Oh, it does. Okay. Yeah. But there's a Morble. Yeah, it's a card that already exists. Strago is casting Ultima for some reason. Locke, Treasure Hunter, because we get 2 copies of Locke and only 1 of Celis. Locke can't be blocked by creatures with greater power, which I find strange that they didn't just call it Skulk, because this is an ability that is called Skulk, and they just didn't name it on his card. He's got Mug as his ability word. When he attacks, each player mills a card, and if a land is milled, you get a treasure token, and you can cast a spell from one of those cards. Makes perfect sense. He's stealing things from people. That's what he does, because he's treasure hunting, not just stealing. And the can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Skulk works just fine on a rogue. That worked well. Meteor Golem, this is another reprint. It works. It's just some of the Imperial Machinery, Magitech stuff being used as a card that comes to play and blows stuff up. Makes sense. Milliken is kind of funny. This is one of the things you see in the Magitech research facility. Sure. it mills and makes mana, which is... It's a reprint. It does what the deck kind of wants and needs mechanically for its flavor. Mindstone, this one is a little strange to me because, first off, I mean, Mindstone is a heavily played card in Commander. I will be playing this version of it. But it's one of the few cards that gives us Celis on it, so it's got that going for it. The flavor text is a relic that greatly enhances the magical power of its wielder, but I have to assume this is meant to be the Tiara armor, which is armor and not a relic. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But it's really pretty art, and I will be playing this version. Mog Moogle Warrior. 3 mana for a 1/2 lifelink. Dance at the beginning of your end step. Each player may discard a card, so that includes you. Each player who discarded a card this way draws a card. So again, you can discard a card and just draw a card. If a creature card is discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with a lifelink. Then if a non-creature card is discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. So You got three opponents. You've got yourself. I'm going to guess a lot of opponents will probably not discard cards just because they're concerned about whatever you might get. They're not going to know in advance what you're discarding. You're probably discarding a creature to get the Moogle, unless you've already got a bunch of Moogles and you can make them all bigger. But if there's somebody who's desperately trying to find a land or something and they discard a non-creature spell, well, hey, look, you get a bunch of stuff. I really love this art. The art is the most important thing here, and yeah, this is phenomenal. Mog was maybe my favorite of the characters in my original playthrough of the game, just because he was really cute and just awesome. Not good, but very powerful. But very he was powerful in terms of making me think, wow, this card is cute. Morbid Opportunist. This is one of the people you run into in Zozo. It is it's a reprint. This card already exists. Card was incredibly powerful in the limited format where it was, which was Midnight Hunt, just like one of the mythic uncommons for that set, sort of. Flavor Text is making fun of the fact that everybody in Zozo lies, and so this is great people here and you can trust them, and it's like, yeah, that is itself a lie. The only person you're allowed to trust is the person who says it's not safe. Yeah, I mean, good art, works perfectly, all comes together. I don't know how great. This is probably going to be pretty great in Commander where there's lots of turns, so the ability can trigger more times during a turn cycle. Now we get over to Mortify, again, a reprint. The flavor text implies it's an Imperial soldier who's scarred by having seen a bunch of Espers just absolutely blow them up. The Esper in there looks kind of like Magwyn, but Magwyn would have already been Magicite by the point that is happening in the flavor text here, so it's just some sort of generic other Esper, I guess. Or it's meant to be the one that Terra entreats with when you find them after going to Tomasa. Knight's Whisper, I mean, this is the very, very tragic and sad Scion saying goodbye to his wife and child as they board the Phantom train to go to the other side. Flavor text, just going to make you just tear up. It works with the name and the effect. You're drawing the two cards for the two people you're losing two life. It's very sad. Nomad Outpost, and Knight's Whisper is a reprint. Nomad Outpost is also a reprint. It makes sense because the returners probably have to keep hiding and moving around with their base, especially once their base is found, which is found moments after you get there. And this is the planning room where you have the discussion about what you're going to do before you all separate on the rafts. And it's a pretty faithful recreation of what that room looks like. Palace Jailer, this is another reprint. A very, very powerful card. I don't know that I see this all that often in Commander, although I guess I did when I played with people just last week. But this is one of the guards in Figaro with the Lone Wolf, the pickpocket, who's in the jail there, this is from a moment in the game. So, and then Pitiless Plunderer, this is another card that, actually this was even like an expensive card until relatively recently. Yeah. Whoa, I don't think I've seen this one before. But yeah, Pitiless Plunderer, this is just the art for one of the thieves in the game. He's plundering things pitilessly. And this is, specifically, this is one of the ones that that Edgar is pretending to team up with so that he can get into Figaro Castle in the World of Ruin in order to try to figure out what happened to the castle. Priest of Fell writes, this is, again, a reprint. It's very on theme for the rest of the deck. And it's the people on Kefka's tower. It's all of his cultists, and they appear to be basically at the top of the tower. It's interesting because in the game, you can't tell that much from a lot of the sprite models there. It's the same one for everyone, but the lead one here seems to at least be doing a feminine presenting form, which is not what any of the ones in the tower from their little sprites look like. But they're in big robes. Who knows? Right. Reanimate. So Reanimate is a card that actually, like prior to this, yeah, Reanimate had been like a $10-ish card, and it had been, until it had been reprinted a few times, had been closer to like 20 or so. So it's nice value to have this in the Commander deck. I think the last time it was printed in Commander deck is how it went down from 20 to 10. And this is for Kefka reanimating the statues, sort of bringing them back to life out of their stone. And yeah, and while doing that, you lose a lot of life, which makes sense. That's what happens when Kefka does that. So this is a great addition. Flavor-wise, it's a good flavor hit because it's even reanimate in a way that's implying the thing was not completely dead, but is being brought back to an animate state. And of course, it costs a lot when you do that, which is great. That's what happens. Wonderful addition to the deck. This is the version of. I mean, I'll probably have to get 3 more copies of this so I can play them as reanimate whenever I play any kind of reanimator deck in Legacy. Rejoin the fight. This is a new one. The art here depicts Terra when she comes back and helps the other characters defeat Humbaba when you're in Mobliz. What I find kind of funny about this is normally when you initially fight Humbaba, you probably only have Celes and Sabin as your 2 characters. But that's not the part depicted in here, because at that part depicted in here, Terra gets beat up and you come in to try to just save the day. So this is her coming back on the later runs. This is after you've gotten the airship and come back. The city looks a lot more in one piece than it does in the tiny little shell of ruins that you have when you get there. But it's really sweet art with the background looks. It's one of the few times we get Celes depicted on the art, so I'm happy about that. And the actual effect, mill 3 cards starting with the next opponent in turn order. Each opponent chooses a creature card in your graveyard that hasn't been chosen. Return each card chosen this way to the battlefield under your control. So you want to have several creatures in your graveyard, and then you can get, if you have 4 creatures in your graveyard, you can get 4 creature cards back into play, which would trigger a lot of things on a lot of these cards. So seems rather powerful, but it also costs 6 mana, and things that cost 6 mana should do something like that. I don't believe this has ever been a thing before, right? Yeah. It's always possible there's some random commander deck I've never seen before that has these things. And now, we get to one of my favorite arts of this set, which is Rise of the Dark Realms. This is also a reprint. The flavor of it, when it was originally printed, was Liliana just reanimating hordes and hordes of zombies to take over everything, because you put all creature cards from all graveyards onto the battlefield under your control. And yep, this is Terra with the entire assembled cast, saying you cannot destroy everything. People always have dreams. And so you can see here we've got Strago, Gao, Edgar, Umaro, Shadow, Cyan, Terra, Mog, Locke, Celes, hidden really far in the back because we're not allowed to have Celes for some reason, Sabin, Setzer, Realm, and Gogo. All 14, with of course Terra and Mog. I love that Mog is adorable and super cute in this image, and he's right up at the front. He just looks adorable. It's really great, like a great pose for Terra. Yeah, I think this is phenomenal art. I'm super happy about it. This is one of those cards that also used to be like, it's no longer so expensive. Oh, it was reprinted in a commander deck? Okay, well, that's why it was so cheap. This was like a $20 card for a long time. But I guess now it's been reprinted enough that that's not really the issue. But this is the version of it I'd always want to play from now on. Rogue's Passage. This is the hidden tunnel in Narsh that you sneak out of. Not much to be said for that. It makes a lot of sense to have this card in the deck because you want to be able to make one creature unblockable for all the like sneaking around some of the creatures need to do. Ruin Grinder. This is the mag rotor that you fight on your escape from Vector on the minecart. Excuse me, and that you then will also see in the Narsh Caves in the second half of the game. It's a reprint. But I'm glad that they reprinted this particular one. I don't think it was worth all that much prior to this point. Yeah, it was not worth anything. But it's a neat effect, and I'm glad to see it in more places, because I think originally it was just in a commander. Was it just in a commander thing? Yeah, it was in a commander thing that had been on the list, but hadn't gotten around that much. Ruinous Ultimatum. This is Kefka destroying the city of Tamasa. Despite the fact that no part of the city actually is destroyed when you wake up afterwards, it's all just kind of fine, except for the house that already blew up. But in any event, it's Kefka blowing things up, doing one of the moments that does in fact show Kefka is one of the Final Fantasy villains who is more evil than Elon Musk. I'm not sure how big that margin is, but he is one of them. And destroying all online permanents your opponent's control. Yeah, great effect. We're all happy to have this here. It's a reprint. It's nice. Sabin Master Monk. Blitz is an ability that already existed in Magic, so of course he was going to have Blitz. It makes perfect sense. You can cast it from your graveyard using its Blitz ability. I don't know that that has that much to do with the character, other than that he's a character who uses Blitz a lot, and here you go. Sure. But he's got Double Strike, so he hits really hard, and you know, when you're blitzing and discarding a card while you do that, you can help fill up the graveyard to put other things in there. Yeah, it's a solid card. I'm happy it's here. Sacred Peaks for the Floating Continent. Not a ton to say about that. Just a reprint, just one of the lands again. It's an interesting depiction of the floating continent because you don't see the floating continent from the side all that much, and so seeing that the parts are like connected with the weird semi-organic bits of like viscera or whatever they are. I mean, that's kind of just a really neat image. Sepulchral Primordial. This is a reprint, just using one of the abomination-y creatures that is awful. I think this is one of the ones from the Sealed Cave. The way there, one of the ones is just obnoxious undead things. I don't think I've seen it from this angle though, so identifying which of the various, I think it's the I can't remember the name of it, but it's one of the annoying undead things. Setzer, Wandering Gambler. When he enters, you create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. Whenever vehicle you control does combat damage, you play flip a coin. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. So he's a gambler. He makes you flip coins and you get treasures. That fits his character pretty well. And he's really a 3-mana 3/3 flyer because he's just crewing the blackjack. And it's any vehicle you get to flip a coin, and it's not a once per turn thing. It's not one or more vehicles either. So the more vehicles you hit the opponent with, the more coins you're flipping, and the more treasures you're conceivably getting. So I'm curious to see how this one plays out. I don't necessarily know off the top of my head that I have a good grasp on whether that's all that useful or not. Shadowblood Ridge. This is a reprint from all the way back in Odyssey, and it shows the imperial capital of Vector. Shadow, Mysterious Assassin. So 3-mana, 3/3 Death Touch. Throw, whenever it was, of course, his ability in the game. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you can sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equal to the mana value of the sacrificed permanent. So you're basically taking a thing, and you're throwing it at the opponent, and smack them really hard in the face, and then you're drawing 2 cards, and they're losing a lot of life. I like it. Throw it's one of those things where, there's lots of ways to cast things for cheaper than their actual mana cost, and so throwing something that is expensive, I know you draw 2 cards. There's a lot of cards to draw here. Like, I almost wonder if this might, and this is one of those, like, don't get ahead of yourself. It still 99% won't, but this is one of those cards that could see legacy play because it is so possible to... It's very similar to the Goblin Bombardier thing. What's the name of it? It's the 2-mana. It's a 3-mana 2/2 red thing with haste and broadside bombardiers, haste and menace. And when it attacks, you can throw a thing at the opponent. That deals more damage when you throw the thing, and it's got haste, so it's going to be better than this. But that one you don't draw 2 cards. This one you do draw 2 cards. I don't know. There could be some deck where this does something, but I imagine this is still going to be primarily for Commander, and I'm going to enjoy this in Commander quite a lot. You can make a mono black like artifacts with affinity for artifacts deck, although you really need blue for a lot of that. So I don't know. Siegfried, Famed Swordsman. 4-mana 2/2 menace. When it enters, mill 3 cards and put X+1 counters on it. X is twice the number of creature cards you graveyard. I don't know that this has a ton to do with what Siegfried does in the game, since you really mostly only fight the imposter Siegfried, who sucks, which as you do on the Phantom Train. Sure, it's fine. I don't have a ton to say about this. It's neither a perfect match for the character you run into in the game, or there's nothing much to say about it. Smoldering Marsh. This is the Phoenix Cave, even though it's funny that some of the art almost makes it seem more like some of the stuff. I'm sorry, this is the Sealed Gate, but some of it cave to the Sealed Gate, even though some of the art makes it look like it might be more like the Phoenix Cave. But man, I hate that dungeon. Everybody hates that dungeon. And, I'm sure nobody hates it more than scientists who are like, the wooden bridges should be melted just by being that close to the lava. They should be catching fire. But yeah, it's a land, it's a reprint, it works. Snort, this is a fun one. This is a new card. It's from the Ultros and Typhon fight versus you on the airship where he snorts you off at the end. I just love the expression on Ultros' face here. This is pretty much exactly his character sprite. I love it. Each player can discard their hand and draw 5 cards, and Snort deals 5 damage to each opponent who discarded their hand this way, and it's got flashback for 6. Now, 5 damage is a lot of damage. This is going to be that moment where, you start with 40 life in this, so I imagine, certainly the first time you cast this, people are going to just take the 5 damage for the most part. Unless they have 5 or more cards in their hand, they're very likely to do that. The second time, can they take another 5 damage? I really like this design. I think it's pretty cool. I see it as like he's snorting, you're like dropping your hand and picking up more. Like, Yeah, I think it's great. Solemn Simulacrum. This is a reprint. It's interesting that they decided to concept Magitech armor as the Solemn Simulacrum, which is an invitational card from back in the day. They're using the in-game sprite Magitech armor thing and not the concept art one, which I think you only see depicted in any of this on Terra's, the one where she's Urza in the Through the Ages. Sol Ring, which is like the super powered, but we're not banning it because it's just too iconic card for Commander, and it is Magicite, and I have to assume this is meant to be the Valigarmata Magicite, just by virtue of the fact that it seems to be in a snowy outdoor area at the edge of a cliff. There's nothing that makes Magicite normally add mana to your mana pool, but it's a very powerful relic that you could get. Which reminds me, on the Mind Stone thing, when I complained that it was Tiara, which is a piece of armor, in Final Fantasy VI, there are also relics, and there are also relics that increase your magical power, like earrings, but the tiara is not a relic, even though the flavor text says a relic that, which clearly these people have never played a Final Fantasy game before. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm joking. That is not a serious comment. But anyway, this is going to be one of my favorite Sol Rings now. Stitcher's Supplier, this is that obnoxious zombie person you run into in places such as the Cultist's Tower. This is a reprint for a thing that already exists. I find the flavor text giving the exclamation mark to be pretty funny. In the game, the flavor text references the fact that they can inflict the zombie status, although this card doesn't really do, other than being a zombie, doesn't inflict the zombie status. But this is a card that has historically been quite powerful in a variety of formats because it fills up your graveyard very quickly. Stitched Together, this is a reanimation spell that is Shadow being found by Realm's Mother and Interceptor. This is something that will make sense if you look at the... it has to do... The story here is the Shadow, Clyde, and the Shadow's backstory of Clyde and Barham, and if you watch the game, that will all make sense. You go to Inns with Shadow in the second half of the game, and he will have dreams that will eventually reveal bits of his backstory about how he ended up where he was, and he eventually was found and stitched together by these two people. Which takes us to, and this is a reprint, takes us to Strago and Realm, where I like that they were able to, they put these on the same card, and I do want to point out something that I find kind of funny, and I think you see this on Rise of the Dark Realms as well, when we saw that. In my mind, Realm's paintbrush was like a normal-sized paintbrush, and she was just like painting on a thing, and it was then dealing damage. In this art, and I believe this was the case in Rise of the Dark Realms as well, she's holding like a sword or an axe-sized paintbrush, which is not at all what I had ever been picturing in my life. So I don't know why. At no point in my life did it ever occur to me to even imagine that that was the size of the thing that she was using. But anyway, it's neat that they fit both of them on the same card, which makes sense, and I like that there is a similarity between their things, which is that Strago sees what somebody is doing and then can use that ability back at them now that he's learned it, and she can paint them and use their own abilities against them with the painting. So their ability is Sketch and Lore, 2 and a red, tap, target opponent exiles the top card, exiles cards to the top of the library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. So the creature card would be the realm part, the instant or sorcery would be the Strago part. You can cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature, it gains haste and at the beginning of the end step sacrifice the creature. Activate only as a sorcery. That makes sense. She sketches them, they appear, they make their attack, they go away. Sulphurous Springs. This is from the inside of the Phoenix Cave. This is where you find the... Well, actually, this isn't itself exactly the treasure of the Phoenix Cave. I feel like this is probably where you get the ribbon, realistically speaking. Like, based on the design of this area, I think this is where you get the ribbon. Although the flavor text makes it seem like it should be the Phoenix Magicite. Summon Esker Veligarmanda. So this is another new one, obviously, because it's interesting they made it a drake. It's not a dragon. It's not a like a bird, like a quaddle or anything. It's just a drake. Huh. I wonder what that's about. But anyway, 4 mana, 3/3 flying haste. The fact that it has haste means it does get to hit them for 1 extra turn, and because there are 4 chapters on this, this means you will be hitting your opponent a total of 3 times. For a lot of the other saga summons, it's a little bit weird because they won't be able to attack the first... Most of them have 3 steps, and they won't be able to attack on the first chapter because they have summoning sickness. They won't be able to attack on the 3rd chapter because that's when it's usually done at 3 chapters and then they die. So you only get to attack once on the 2nd chapter. So unlike most of them, which are only you have to put into your mind are only attacking once, this one is attacking 3 times before it goes away. So exile an instant or sorcery, but it's in Commander, so the fact that it's a 4 mana 3/3 flyer is not nearly as exciting. First one is you exile an instant or sorcery card from each graveyard. So there's probably going to be 4 of them by the time you're playing this. Then for each of the next few chapters, you add 1 red for each lore counter on it. So first you're going to add 2, the next one you'll add 3, then 4. You can cast an instant or sorcery spell exiled with this saga, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. How good this will actually be, I'll have to play with it. It seems like you could steal some really powerful things, and this could make a whole bunch of mana. At most, it'll make 4 mana for you, which at that point, you probably have access to somewhere around 6 or 7 on your own, plus another 4. So you could cast a really expensive spell off of this by the end. Although, how your opponent already has a really expensive spell like this in play on turn 4 when you play this, I don't know. Sunscorched Divide, this is another reprint, and it's just the Imperial camp that Shadow and Sabin sneak into where they see Doma get poisoned. Okay, Sun Titan. This is a reprint. They've put Rexol on it. I have no idea what's going on with this because Rexol is like it's pulling things out of the graveyard. Is that something Rexol does? Not really. I mean, he's made from the souls of people slain in pointless wars. Okay, maybe that makes sense with it. There's nothing about Rexol that's mono white. I imagine they just wanted to put Sun Titan in, and this was a reference they could make, and I don't blame them for it. Nothing's going to match up perfectly. I like that they got his two little minions' faces there, and they look pretty good. It's perplexing to put him on Sun Titan's art, but other than that, I'm very pleased with it because it's a solid inclusion in the deck, and I like that this art gets out there, even though it is one of those ones where you're like, I don't know what they were going for there. Swiftfoot boots. My one criticism for this is that those are clearly not boots, but these are for the running shoes. The flavor text here, this is a reprint. The flavor text here, you gain all kinds of abilities by equipping relics. When you first run into a person who explains how relics work, they demonstrate the running shoe. Sorry, did I call them running shoes? No, they're they're not running shoes. Running shoes gives haste. Wait, running shoes gives haste, and the sprint shoes allows you to dash in the game. And these are, I suppose, meant to be the running shoes because they give haste. And the little red glow in there is kind of like the little red glow that your character gets when the haste effect is on them. But the sprint shoes are what a South Figaro merchant is wearing when he wants to demonstrate what relics do at the beginning of the game. He goes, see, these make me run faster, like runs into the wall. So it's kind of like taking 2 cards together for a reference in on this one. But the running shoes, these are still not shoes. Well, I mean, would you call those shoes? Because they're not sandals, and they're not like heels exactly. They're definitely not boots. But I don't know. I don't know what I'd say with these. The point is, it's cool art. I like it. It's funny though that because some of the armor is gendered in Final Fantasy games, like they're mules. Okay, I've never heard that term before, but I will believe you. Some armor is gendered in this, like the Minerva Bustier in this game is for women only. The tiara is for women only. The running shoes are not. So the male, I'm just picturing Cyan putting these on, or Shadow putting these on. All right. Another reprint here, Talisman of Conviction. This one is obviously one of the most emotional and dramatic moments in the game. A moment that is not directly referenced on any cards, which I suppose makes a certain degree of sense. Trigger warning, suicide. But it's one of the few times we get to see anything from Celes or anything from her part of the story. The flavor text, of course, is part of that scene. The name actually works perfectly with what it is and what's going on, and I like the idea that it is a talisman that is sort of metaphorically a talisman as opposed to something that would be a magical object on its own. So I'm very happy with this one. If I ever find myself wanting to play with Talismans of Conviction from here on out, I will use this one. Talisman of Indulgence. This, again, is another reprint. It's just... The flavor text is Kefka killing an Esper and turning it into Magicite, which doesn't really have anything to do with his earring, but earring is as I mentioned before, a relic that increases magical power of the wearer. I'm going to guess that they had a bunch of ideas involved and then like art got swapped or something. That would be just my guess, because it doesn't line up perfectly, but all the independent elements make sense. Like you could see where they would have made an earring card instead of the Mind Stone, and then somehow that got swapped for this. But Talisman of Indulgence works as something for Kefka, and it works for that color combination as well. So, all right, now we get to the face commander for the set, for the deck, which was the first thing that we were shown for this, which is Terra, Herald of Hope. She is 1 red, 1 white, 1 black, 3/3 Trance, the name of what they called morph on the SNES translation. Beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards, then Terra gains flying. This is her turning into an Esper, and then she can fly as the Esper. Whenever Terra deals combat damage to a player, you can pay 2. When you do, return target creature card with power 3 or less from graveyard to the battlefield tapped. When I first saw this, I was very perplexed because nothing Terra does has anything to do with reanimation. She does not bring people back from the dead. The only character in the game who tries to do that is Locke, and it doesn't necessarily go as he'd hope. But when it was explained to me that the point of this deck, the idea is that metaphorically they're not bringing people back who are dead, they're finding people that you thought were dead but are not, and they're getting the team back together. Okay, that actually does make sense. So I do like the design a bit more from that perspective. I really like the art from like the waist up, but I have this problem where Terra's tights, often when they're depicted in things, they just come out looking weird. She was wearing tights that were basically the same color as her skin in her concept art, but then whenever they're done on another rendition of her, they just look out of place because they're always like way too white relative, like very extremely white relative to her skin. And I don't know. I really like Terra's outfit on the whole. I've always really loved the sleeves that aren't connected to the rest of it. I always loved her top. A lot of her gear, her stuff just looks fantastic, but the tights just always look a little off. And they're quite prominent in this art, so I don't know. We will later get to the other Terra, whose art I think is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, this art is great too. I don't want to make it sound like the art is bad, but I really, really love the other art. All right, my laundry has just finished, so I will take a pause right there before I come back and talk about art that I also absolutely adore, the Falcon Airship Restored. All right, we have returned with the Falcon airship restored. Appropriate thematically that we return for this. The Falcon airship restored, 2 and a black, 4/3 flying vehicle. When it deals combat damage for a player, you can sacrifice it. If you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You can pay 5 mana to return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this is, of course, Daryl's airship, which is locked away and therefore is safe when the world is destroyed, and then you bring it out and you use it to find all of your friends. So using it to find your friends, that's returning creature cards from the graveyard to the battlefield. You return it from storage to the battlefield tapped. All works out perfectly thematically. The crew is 2, which is Setzer's power, so that all works very well. In fact, I think of all of the main characters here, the only one who couldn't crew it on their own would be the Strago and Realm card, which I guess makes sense. This art is phenomenal. This art is great. This is the art of it emerging from its underwater tomb area, which was just such a great moment in the game. It's when Searching for Friends starts playing, which is maybe my favorite Final Fantasy track of all of them. Although no remixed version of it has ever been, to my mind, has never quite hit what I'd wanted out of the original version, because there's a certain, I know it's almost like it gets too soft in later versions, if that makes sense. But anyway, I think this is a really great design. I really like it. I will be playing with this card. I'm really excited to play this whole commander deck. Okay, the Warring Triad. This is one of your new mana rocks. So you can, it's got 3 mana, 5/5, legendary artifact creature, God. Flying, trample, haste, as long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard. It isn't a creature. Tap, mill a card. Target player adds 1 mana of any color. So this helps fill your graveyard for your reanimation shenanigans. But more than anything else, it is a 3 mana rock. You know, it's your Darksteel Ingot, which again is a little below the curve now, but then it eventually becomes a 5/5 flying trample haste, which seems pretty good. Although it's not indestructible or anything, so who knows. It would really be nice if it did have indestructible, just because then it would survive as an artifact and people would play mass artifact destruction. This, of course, is the statues of the gods of magic that Kefka moves to destroy the world and absorb their power and become a god of magic. They have the not quite so censored version of Goddess's outfit here, since the original SNES version, they put extra clothing on it because Nintendo really insisted on censoring a lot of those things for American releases. The next one is Tragic Arrogance. This is another reprint. This shows Kefka disintegrating to dust after you defeat him in the final battle. Tragic Arrogance is a really good card for stuff like Commander. And I don't know that I'd say Kefka was like tragically arrogant at the end. He was just kind of nihilistically just doing whatever. I guess it depends on your interpretation of aspects of the character. But in any event, I think it works. All right. Omaro Raging Yeti. This is a brilliant design. 6 mana, 6/6 trample Yeti Berserker. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one at random. Other creatures you control get +3/+0 and gain trample. Until end of turn, discard your hand, then draw 4 cards, or deal 5 damage to any target. So Umaro in the game is not controllable by the player. He just acts on his own, always aggressively, and he basically can punch them, he can throw himself at them, he can grab one of your characters and throw your character at them. He can, if you give him the Blizzard Orb, he can also cast an AoE ice spell. Some details I really like here to point out. Yeah, discard your hand, draw 4 cards. It's not part of what the card would do. But the fact that he acts at random is the key important part. What I really, really love in here, and really want to point out, is that it looks like the people in the background he's throwing aside are the cultists of Kefka's tower. Excuse me. The reason this is super important to me is in Kefka's tower, you're only allowed to cast spells. But Amaro can't do that, so he just bashes things anyway. So all these things that have high protection against spells instead get the crap kicked out of them by Umaro running around and doing things. And when I was 10, that was what I found very successful while going through the tower. Wayfarer's Bauble. This is funny because this is Gao looking about the age that, yeah, I always pictured Gao being, as opposed to the art on his actual card, which, as I said, I find a little disturbing. You can see in the reflection of the diving helmet here, Gao and Sabin. Oh, sorry, Cyan and Sabin. This is a reprint. It's the card that it's the diver's helmet that Gao found that allows you to swim through the river to get to Nikeah from the Veldt, and that works with what it does because you're sacrificing it to search for basic land and put that basic land into play. Okay, so at this point we have been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and we still have not gotten to the main set. when we have only done one of the commander decks. Well, let's see how much I have to say about Final Fantasy VII, which is the quick little summary at the start here is that I did not like Final Fantasy VII when it came out. My videos on Rebirth and playing every game get into those feelings a little bit more. I was not the biggest fan of it when it came out. I have since grown to like it more. Remake really is part of what helped me like it more. But by this point, I'm in a good enough place with it that I'm not going to be like constantly going rah, rah, about Final Fantasy VII stuff the way I might have 10 years ago. So Aerith, Last Ancient, 4 mana for a Simic 3/5 lifelink. Raise, which of course is an ability word, so it's like the spell Raise. Beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life this turn, return it to the battlefield instead. So this is just Aerith casting Raise on one of your characters. In FF7, you know, anybody can cast any spell, but Aerith is like has high magic stats and is sort of thought of as the white mage. When you get to something like Rebirth, she's got a few more abilities that are closer to directly tied to healing and protection than just her limit break. So this design makes sense. Not a ton more to add about that. The main set Aerith is the one that is going to be closer to what you're normally thinking of when you're thinking of Aerith. Arcane Signet, this is another reprint. We saw that as the Soul of Tomasa in Final Fantasy VI, and here it is, I guess it's the materia that are in Cloud's Buster Sword, and it's quoting Sephiroth describing how materia works. Okay, so it's all fine. Armory Automaton. I mean, this is an automaton that's in Armory that you fight in Final Fantasy VII, and it's pretty perfect for this because this deck is themed around equipment, and as is most of the main set. And whenever this creature enters or attacks, you can attach a number of target equipment to it. So it's actually a perfect include to this set. Makes perfect sense. Austere Command, this is another reprint. This is also art that is like, this is straight out of Remake. Like, this is not, you would not have come to this look for everything out of the original game. I mean, obviously Remake took things from the original game, and there was also Crisis Core and Advent Children and all that other sort of stuff. But this is straight out of Remake. This is a reprint. It's clearly them ordering them to drop the plate. I think. I mean, I'm assuming it's them ordering it. Maybe it's not clearly that. But that's what I assume is happening since Reeves looked really unhappy and the other two were like, nah, 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 nah. Because it does bring you to the President Shinra, probably about as evil as Elon Musk. It's roughly in line with some of the others. Heidegger, I would say, might be on the slightly more evil side, although I'm not really sure. It depends on your perspective. President Shinra at least is like trying to accomplish something. Like, he has the kill child button, and it's not that he's pressing the kill child button, it's that he's pressing the kill lots of people as part of furtherance of another goal. He's not pressing the kill child button just because he likes killing children, and so to that extent, places him in a slightly different tier of evil. Okay, Avalanche of Sector 7. They didn't want to use separate cards for Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, so they put them all on one card. I think that's perfectly fine because you want them represented, but you can't put them all on one. You don't have room for everything. 3 mana, star 3 menace. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. Makes sense. They're eco-terrorists blowing up artifacts. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, Avalanche of Sector 7 deals 1 damage to that player. I wonder if this is going to be... could this see Vintage or Legacy play? It would have to be sideboard in Legacy, but there are decks that activate lots of artifact abilities. You'd still rather just play a Null Rod or a Collector Oof or something, but or Kataki War's Wage. But I could certainly see, I don't know where you're getting to a 3 mana version of this that you want to play in those contexts. This is going to be really annoying for your opponents in Commander, I can tell you that. But boy, you really think about the dream though of just killing your opponents in Vintage or Legacy with it. All right, Barret Avalanche Leader, 4 mana for a 4/4 Gruul. Avalanche. Whenever an equipment you control enters, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token. I assume giving it an exclamation mark is a parody of the For Mirrodin exclamation mark from Phyrexia All Be One. At the beginning of combat on your turn, attach up to 1 target equipment you control, 2 target rebel you control. Now, of course, Barret himself is a rebel, so basically he gets to attach equipment to himself every turn. This is nice because with a lot of equipment in Magic, one of the big things is the equipped cost rather than the casting cost. And getting to bypass that on all equipment for the rest of the game is pretty nice. Bastion Protector. This is I believe this is a reprint. Oh, this is from the, yeah, this has been reprinted multiple times in the past. This is an existing card. They've just made it a sort of generic Shinra Guard. Yeah, so it's a reprint and it's here. I don't know that there's anything that makes me especially think it fits with Final Fantasy VII, but sure. Battlefield Forge, and they've made it Junon, specifically the cannon of Junon that's about to shoot at something. Yeah, reprint, land, sure. Behemoth Sledge, this is also a reprint. This is, in Final Fantasy VII, kind of infamously, there's a point where Cloud gets a weapon that is just a baseball bat with nails in it. And this is after he's had all of these cool metal swords that he puts materia in, and the baseball bat cannot put any materia in it because it's a baseball bat. It was either that or it had no growth for the materia. I think it had just no slots. But yeah, it was always a funny weapon. It was kind of a meme. It was actually, it hit really hard. It was nice and powerful. And it's here in this version, and that's hilarious. Bonder's Enclave. This is a reprint for just making chocobos that you're bonding with. You know, it's there. Bronze Guardian. There was already a card called Bronze Guardian. This is a reprint. There's a thing called Bronze Guardian in the game. This is that card. Sure, it's there. It's fine. If I were to play with a Bronze Guardian, I don't know that it would be this version because I'm again not that into Final Fantasy VII stuff for the most part. And the other Bronze Guardian that was in Brothers War has the old card face. Bugenhagen Wise Elder. 1 and a green, 1/3. Reach at the beginning of your upkeep. If you control a creature with power 7 or greater, draw a card. That's kind of a theme of this deck when you're putting equipment on things. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Bugenhagen was kind of an asshole in in Rebirth. I never really cared for him that much as a character, and whatever. He's like a creature mono rock here, and that's fine. Kate Sith, Fortune Teller. 3 in a red, 3/3. Lucky Slots. At the beginning of combat on your turn, scry 1, then exile the top card of your library. You can play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature control gets +X+0 instead from X is the card's mana value. So you could make something absolutely gigantic using this, slots being a part of Kate Sith's ability. I'll note that the Setzer card did not involve his slots ability or his ability to throw money at people. Have I had a giant piece of lint on my shirt this entire stream and I just didn't notice until now? It's probably from getting my laundry out, right? It was probably from getting the laundry out. I'm going to guess. I'm going to hope. I'm going to hope that that's what happened. Anyway, yeah, so this could hit something really hard. Does the thing. Flavorful. Works. Canopy Vista. Just sort of one of those random towns you come across, and it's a reprint. There you go. Champion's Helm. I'm a little... Random Shinra guard armor for Champion's Helm feels a little out of place. I mean, maybe it's saying the helmet doesn't actually help you if you're a generic soldier, but if you're a legendary creature, well, now you get hexproof. So if you're sneaking in and stealing on it, you know how to use it, but not anybody else. I mean, maybe that kind of works, but it's a reprint. It's fine. Chaos Warp, also a reprint. It's using some of Vincent's Limit Break stuff to do things. Sure. Sid, Free Flyer Pilot. 1 and a white for a 2/2. Jump during your turn. It has flying. It's standard Dragoon text that we'll see on a few other cards here. Equipment and vehicle spells you cast cost 1 less to cast because he's a mechanic. He's into all these things. He's also got, for him being a Dragoon, he's also got the tiny Bronco in the background, which I assume is like part of how he's jumping so high. 2 tap, return target equipment or vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a very similar ability to Hannah Ship's Navigator. That could be an artifact or an enchantment, but this one is not also blue, and it costs less, and it makes the other things cost less. This is the only Sid that is getting a second card, because all of them have the generic multi-art Sids. This is the only one to be getting his own card, which makes a certain degree of sense as, except for Final Fantasy IV, the other Sids are not actual party members. Cinderglade, this is just a shot of Wutai. It's a reprint. Not much to say about it. Clever Concealment. People had joked, and unfortunately, so with Secret Rendezvous, we will see that there are... Oh, I just realized something. With Clever Concealment, we'll see that... with Secret Rendezvous, we'll see that they made different arts for the different dates you can end up on. We're going to go to the top here and make an adjustment on the view. Um, yeah, so we accidentally weren't doing this for the Final Fantasy VI cards. I'm going to quickly um, go back and show that. Um, I had set it up so that it would do this before, but then apparently it did not. Okay. This is only going to matter for a couple of cards in here, but I did want to mention every version of everything, so we're just going to quickly go back and mention these. Basically, for a lot of the legends, this will include slightly art extended versions, but it's going to have a few different things. For example, Celes and Terra are going to have some more anime-y style art. It's still not their concept art, which is what made me sort of sad, but this is closer to the concept art, and it is very pretty. This is the version of Celes I would probably prefer to use it, though I do like the normal one. Okay, is there anybody else? Yeah, a bunch of the rares are basically going to get this slightly extended art, but it's not going to. I said there wasn't a Celes in the main art. I'm sorry, in the main set. There's one in the commander deck that is not part of the main set, and because it's in a commander deck, its colors are not quite what they would be otherwise because it's held under certain restrictions. I really wanted a Celes that matched her like abilities in the game, and none of them do because there's only one. And it also does not have the Yoshitaka. I appreciate that you listen. I love it. It does not have the Yoshitaka Amino concept art that I really desperately wanted, whereas they have Amino art for two different versions of Terra. Okay, so all the others here. I think the only other one to have actually different art is Terra. Everybody else is just slightly extended, and there's not that much going on in the extended art. Like you just get to see like more Moogles here, and seeing more Moogles is great. I love seeing more Moogles. My problem with the extended art frames is that because they only do it for some cards, your deck is going to have a mix of extended art and non-extended art, and that always just like doesn't look great when they're next to each other. Is all I'm going to say. Yeah, okay. I think Terra. Oh no, Valagarmonda has this alternate art, which is really pretty. It's great. Not much to say about it. Um, yeah, here we are. This is Terra's alternate art, which I definitely prefer to the main art. Which again, if it weren't for the way the tights just look a little weird, I think I'd maybe prefer the main art. But um, and this is like still not quite Amino style, but it's like closer. But it is really nice art. Okay, that was all the one. That was all that we missed in that one, and now we've got it for all of this. Um, Again, it doesn't really add much to it. There's a few cards where I believe there are some details that are left out if you don't do the other ones. Yes, see that was the problem you got back after we went over the set that had the most Moogles, but there will be more Moogles coming. Don't you worry. Okay, here we go. So clever concealment. When we get to Secret Rendezvous, we'll see that they made different arts for it for the different outcomes you could have. For clever concealment, there should be different arts for the different outfits that people can be wearing in this scene of the game. But there aren't. There's only one for this, and they chose. I think that's the best Cloud dress. It's definitely the best Aerith dress. The Tifa dresses are not done by the Tifas are just sort of picked by what you choose. I almost see nobody end up with that Tifa outfit because when you just I don't remember which option you have to choose for that one, but I almost never see people get that one. I don't know if anybody considers that their favorite, but that is the great Aerith one. Anyway, this is a reprint. It's really funny to use this flavor text with this art. It's great because they're sneaking in dresses. Clifftop Retreat. This is going to one of the Mako reactors. This is a reprint. This is supposed to be apparently the one in Nibelheim. I think that's supposed to be Sephiroth, and then I assume Zack and Tifa and Cloud as a soldier. Oh no, the two soldiers should be back there, and then it'd be Zack and Tifa, I think. Well, in any event, it's whichever ones go in there and whichever part they're talking about there. Now we get to the face card for the deck, Cloud X Soldier, one of the first cards we were shown. One of the things people immediately pointed out is that the card's title says X Soldier, and then in the type line it says he is a soldier. How can he be an X Soldier and a soldier? That is because soldier is capitalized because it's not actually an acronym because it doesn't actually stand for anything, but it is a particular project that is always given in all caps. And so he is an ex-member of that soldier program, not X as a soldier himself. So he is still a soldier, he's just not a soldier. However, it's worth pointing out that he wasn't an ex-soldier either, but play the game and you'll find out. He's 2 red, green, white, 4/4 haste. When he enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it. When he attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. Then if his power is 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. Again, being able to attach equipment for free is a very big deal. Him having haste 2 of that is all really great. You probably are going to be able to create those treasure tokens fairly often. The fact that he is also a mercenary, which is something he very clearly is at the beginning of the game, is relevant because mercenary as a creature type is relevant in Magic thanks to Mercadian Masks block. And then we have some more. It's like this is not. It's similar to Nomura's style, but it's not Nomura's concept art, which we saw earlier. For Cloud for the extended version. These special extended versions will have the number of the game in the background behind them, which is kind of redundant given that all the cards have the number of the game they come from on the bottom. But, you know, it's neat. I don't know that any of the arts on most of these like truly amaze me, although again the Terra and Celis ones I think I prefer to their main arts, but their main arts are still pretty good. All right, so then the next new one is Cloud's Limit Break. This is the first we're coming across here of the tiered abilities. This is mostly relevant for the main set, where it's like Kicker, because of course every ability is Kicker or Horsemanship. It's 2 mana, 1 and a white, and then you choose an additional cost, and it's basically different limit breaks Cloud has based on how much you spend. Cross Slash, which I think was his second limit break, is if you spend 0, so that's the base level, destroy target tapped creature. Blade Beam for adding a 1, destroy any number of target tapped creatures with different controllers. Or Omni Slash, 3 and a white extra, destroy all tapped creatures. So as an instant speed ability for 6 mana, you can destroy all tapped creatures, which presumably means all or almost all attacking creatures, which is a big deal to be able to destroy all of them. But this is not going to be in a limited set, so that is going to be a lot less relevant than it otherwise might be. 6 mana to kill all of your opponent's attacking creatures is going to come up in Commander, but not nearly as much as it would in Limited. Okay, Colossus Hammer. They're giving you Colossus Hammer in this deck as well. And of course, they're giving it to Kate Sith. The fact that this is an Equip 8 ability for a 1 mana card, I mean, you play this, then you play Cloud, then Cloud attacks for 14 damage, and you get your 2 treasure tokens. And you draw a card. Like, yeah, that seems pretty good. It's a good inclusion. Command Tower, this is just the Shinra headquarters. You know, just like Kefka's place, I suppose. Conformer Shuriken. I assume this is a new card. Yeah, this is a new card. Okay, well, I look forward to Alexis's opinions when we get to some of the cat cards that will be coming up, or how she feels about Moogles. Conformer Shuriken. It's kind of funny that this art almost makes it look like Captain America throwing his shield. 2 colorless, legendary artifact, equipment equipped creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap target if creature defending player controls. If that creature has greater power than this creature, put a number of +1/+1 counters on this creature equal to the difference. Equip 2. Wow, I don't think I've actually read this card before. I may have just never clocked what this card does. So you attack with a small creature, and then you tap their largest creature. They now can't block with the largest creature, and your creature gets gigantic? There's got to be one defending player controls, so you can't just attack somebody who's got nothing and then make it gigantic. I don't know. That actually seems... I mean, in Limited, that would be pretty good. I don't know how good that's going to be in Commander, and it's definitely not playable in Legacy or Vintage, but it's kind of funny. Conqueror's Flail. This is a reprint. They've got Reno from Remake on the art. It's not really a flail, but, I mean... Sure, it's a piece of equipment. Cultivate, having Aerith on the art there makes perfect sense. This is a reprint. She cultivates plants. It all works. Cultivate is an EDH staple. Dark Steel Plate. I find this one, this is another one, like the Champion's Helm. This is a reprint. I find it funny because it makes the creature indestructible, but it's the like standard gear for Shinra guards, and Shinra guards just get wiped out all over the place. Yeah, and his flavor text of a Shinra uniform. I was so proud when I first put it on. Well, you know, it's it's just silly that like the random Shinra guard provisions are just not as good as the game makes them seem because of just the way that it works. But again, that's just like nitpicking. It's a fine inclusion. We definitely want to have Dark Steel Plate in here. It's got to be flavored or something. Decimate. This is a reprint. It's always been a little tricky to cast ever since it came out in Odyssey, back when multiplayer games were not as common. You have to have all 4 different targets before you can even cast it, which is for people who are not as familiar with it, why this card is not as good as it looks. Flavor text of progress requires sacrifice. Learn to live with it. Again, President Shinra bowed on evil par with Elon Musk as a result. Dispatch. This is again a reprint. This is from the Motorcycle Escape after you leave the Shinra Tower. Sure, it works. It's tapping a. It's. I do like the idea that if you're on a motorcycle and you tap a creature, it's effectively out of play for a little bit as you zoom past it. The metal craft of exiling it. Sure, you've got enough pieces of equipment and so forth there to just get rid of it instead of just tapping it aside. Whatever. Um, with all the reprints, we give them extra leeway on flavor stuff because you gotta fit what you gotta fit. Elena Turk recruit. She's the only one of the Turks in the commander deck to get her own card. Reno and Rude get a paired one later in the main set that we'll get to, but she's the only one to get one here. 2 and a white, 1/4. When she enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever you cast a historic spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Elena. I have no idea what any of that has to do with her. I don't know why she's white as an assassin. I don't know why she's getting back non-assassin cards, and I don't know why she's getting bigger when you play historic things. Unless the idea is, oh no, that actually makes a certain degree of sense. If the idea is that she's a bodyguard to somebody who is famous and historic, so like let's say she's Rufus's bodyguard, she comes in, she brings Rufus back from the graveyard, and then you cast Rufus and she gets bigger because you played the thing that she's protecting. That actually makes a certain degree of sense. The flavor text here, the art here seems to be from the town you go to right after you lose Aerith, where you're in the snowy place, and she punches you, and if you don't dodge fast enough, she just like knocks you out. And that's why it's set up the way that it is. Explorer's Scope, I assume these are Sid's goggles. This is a reprint. You can see the high wind in the background there. Firelit Thicket. This is not, despite my immediate thought that this was going to be a part of Wutai. This is actually Wall Market, and it's Don Corneo's like rather garishly appointed place there. It's a reprint. Fortified Village, another reprint. They're showing Fort Condor, I assume, because that's a Condor show. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell in the card art sometimes, but I believe that's the Fort Condor thing. And yeah, at the bottom it says that it is Fort Condor. Furious Rise, this is another reprint. I assume people have been playing this in Commander if they think it's worth reprinting. It's kind of funny with the perspective here. This is Scarlet on the Proud Claude, which is because of course it's like holding her up in its hand when she like comes down to taunt you a bit before you destroy it. But it's funny that at that angle it looks like she should be falling over. Like I don't know how she's balanced exactly, or if maybe our camera is tilted. It's really good art. It's just funny how she's standing. Fury Karm Snarl. This is some of the train tracks that you get on before you. Oh, this is when you're getting the large materia in Red 13. I'm sure having Sid helped here. I had no idea you could drive a train. That's one of the worst mini games. You're like, am I pressing the buttons right? Am I doing the things right on the sticks? What's going on here? And you've got a timer going down. Game Trail. What I find very clever about this was a reprint they're always going to want to have because it's it's a land that they need to have in the deck, but they've repurposed a game trail that was for hunting game to a game trail that is about a place where you play games, i.e. the Gold Saucer, which I think that's exactly the kind of reference thing that I love because it feels clever and I like it. We have Harmonize for Aerith praying in the city of the ancients right before a certain something happens. It's really good art. I love the expression on her face. Very somber. Harmonize is a card that people certainly love playing in EDH. Glad to see it here. Heidegger, Shinra Executive. Again, this is one of the guys who's probably about as evil as Elon Musk. 3 and a white, 3/3 at the beginning of combat on your turn. Target creature you control gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. So he's the head of security at Shinra, and so it's just like him recruiting soldiers to do things. Excuse me. What he does. I don't know that the rest of this has all that much to do with like getting large numbers of soldiers out, but sure. Helitrooper. This is a card that I think already existed, right? No, what am I thinking? I'm thinking of the one from Apocalypse. It was like Helio something, Helio Knot or something. 1 and a white, 1/2 flying. Whenever this creature attacks, another target attacking creature gains flying until end of turn. Equip abilities you activate the target this creature costs 2 less to activate. This is one of those completely insane creature designs from the original game where when they brought it into Remake, you're like, how are they going to make this look remotely realistic? And then they made it actually look kind of okay in Remake. But it's still a completely insane design where it's just... Final Fantasy VII was this mix of like really cool designs of really just like mind-bendingly awful horrors from Genova, or just great 3D realizations of 2D things from other Final Fantasy games, and then Helitrooper. It's just like, I don't know, some of it's kind of crazy. Hellkite Tyrant, this is a reprint. This I play in my Sign of the Ur-Dragon deck. This is the art I would prefer to use on it. This is the red dragon that you fight in the Temple of the Ancients, where you get the black materia. You can even see the meteor, um, the hieroglyphs in the background. They're sort of telling the story of meteor. You can see those behind it. Really great, wonderful detail. You can tell the guy doing the art played and loved the game. Hero's Blade, representing Cloud's Buster Sword. This is a reprint. Obviously, very solid, very great inclusion, although it's kind of redundant with Cloud. When you play this with the face version of Cloud, it already gets attached to Cloud automatically when he comes into play. So his ability to attach an equipment to it when he comes into play doesn't actually matter, but it does get him to 7, which is the important part to trigger his treasure ability. So that's pretty nice. Hero's Heirloom. Is this a reprint? Yeah, Dominaria United. I was gonna say it seemed familiar. Um, two mana. A equipped creature gets +2/+1 as long as the equipped creature is legendary as trample and haste. And the concept for this one is that it's the feathers that Red 13 uses to fight. I don't remember if any of those feathers were from his father, um, but he's got a very somber look on his face, and you see the moon in the background. So I get the suspicion this is meant to be a shot that takes place when he learns the truth about his father, um, which makes it a very sad, very emotional moment. Inspiring Statuary. This is a reprint, and this is straight out of remake. I don't think the statue of President Shinra was something you came across in the original. I don't think it existed, but it's in remake, and it looks like this, and it's in the sort of Shinra corporate museum thing that you go through, which was pretty nice. Um, Jungle Shrine. This is you getting to the Temple of the Ancients. Reprint. So when we move over here, is it going to keep? Okay, good. It kept the alternate art things up. Livestream's Blessing. This is, of course, new because Livestream is not a thing that's been in Magic before. The shot here seems to represent where Cloud is going through all of his memories. Yep, the flavor text in the other version confirms that. 4 and 2 green, instant draw X card. X is the greatest power among creatures you controlled as you cast the spell. If the spell is cast from exile, you gain twice X life. So if you have Cloud at 7 power, which you probably do because that's kind of the theme of the deck, you can play this, draw 7 cards, gain 14 life. That seems pretty good. It's also got Foretell of 4 and a green, which means you can just have this ready to go. Although I don't know why this has Foretell. You save 1 mana, which means you're net spending 1 more than that, and because it's draw X cards where X is the power as you cast the spell, it's not like you really need to sneak it in at one particular moment. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm a little so over here. Lightning Greaves. Lightning Greaves is better than Swiftfoot Boots, generally speaking. Except Lightning Greaves is worse if you're trying to equip your creature. So I have to say, I find it a little bizarre that Lightning Greaves ended up here and Swiftfoot Boots ended up in Final Fantasy VI, because a lot of people are going to play this and then try to put other equipment on a creature that they control, because this is the equipment-themed deck, and they're going to have to be told, no, you can't do that because you can't target your own creature if it has Shroud. But their Tifa's Greaves kind of works in the art, sure. Mask of Memory. This is a reprint, but this is perfect art for it. Just the mask that's in front of Genova when Sephiroth tears it off in one of the most famous CG things in the game. Card itself is, sure, fine, whatever, but I really like that they worked this art in for it. Sometimes it's not about the playability exactly. Mossfire Valley. This is Rocket Town. Not a whole bunch to say there, just your land reprint. Nature's Lore. This is another one of those reprints where they just happen to have the perfect concept for what it should represent, and this is just you seeing Bugenhagen's displays of how the live stream works. Nature's Lore is a good card, belongs in a lot of commander decks, and now it's here. Path of Ancestry. Oh, I don't think I've. So for a lot of the commander deck stuff, if I already knew the card, I didn't tend to necessarily look at the art unless it was for Final Fantasy VI. So this might be the first time I'm seeing this Path of Ancestry art. I mentioned before that it was Nanaki learning his father's true history. And here we go, Path of Ancestry. This is the path you take to get there and find out about your ancestry. And here he is standing next to his father, looking incredibly glum and sad. And this is it's an emotional moment. It's perfect reprint, perfect art for it. A+. Professional Facebreaker. This is a reprint. This is from, I want to say this is from New Capenna, I think. But they put one of the thugs you run into on there, and yeah, that works. Professor Hojo. Now, Hojo being green, like, Hojo should be green, blue, black, probably, but this deck can only be green, red, white. So to make him mono green makes maybe the most sense, although you could add a little bit of red to him just because he's kind of like crazily chaotic. Professor Hojo is probably more evil than Elon Musk. I don't know that he'd press a button that said kill children to produce a few pennies, but um, he wouldn't not do it because he'd care about the children. It's just a question of whether he would go out of his way to do it. It's maybe comparable. Anyway, Professor Hojo, 1 and a green, 2/2. First activated ability, you. Oh, and it's got Scientist as a type, which I assume originally came from the Doctor Who decks. I think this is the first time I've seen Scientist on a card, but probably was in either those or Fallout or something. First activated ability you activate during your turn. The target's a creature you control costs 2 less to activate. That's basically a way of saying your equipment is cheaper. Whenever one, which doesn't really make a ton of sense for Hojo, but whatever. He performs weird experiments on other things. Whenever one or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Oh, that's really good. So every time you equip a thing, you draw a card. This is basically him testing things, I guess, because he's always doing these weird experiments. Pure Steel Paladin. This is a fantastic reprint. I don't know. I think it's very good for the deck. This appears to be taking place in Junon on the lower level. I'm not really sure why this random Shinra soldier. I guess maybe he's a soldier, but yeah, I don't know why it's his particular art, but it doesn't really matter. It's a good inclusion in the deck. Rampant Growth. This is just. Is this a specific part? I can see Nanaki down there. This isn't Cosmo Canyon because this should be a desert. It's not Junon. I don't know what building this is supposed to be. Is this Gungaga? No. The flavor text doesn't help. Anyway. But Rampant Growth is a reprint. Red 13, Proud Warrior. He looks so happy. He looks so happy, although he's running almost like a bunny. 1 red, 1 a red, a green. 3/3, Vigilance, Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. Cosmo Memory, which is the name of one of his limit breaks. When Red 13 enters, return a card or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. Red 13 himself is not that associated with equipment stuff in the game. But I like to picture this. That he's playing fetch. You're like throwing the equipment and then he's just running and he's picking it up and he's bringing it back to you. That is how I choose to interpret this ability. Rootbound Crag. So this is where you come across where Sephiroth has killed the Midgard Swarmer snake after you've just seen that another one of those was like way too powerful for you to fight at that point. And it's supposed to be like out of your league. And so you can see from seeing this that Sephiroth is powerful enough to kill one of these things and you are not. So it tells you Sephiroth is more powerful. The flavor text of Did Sephiroth Do This is an actual line from the game, and it gets used a lot in memes these days, particularly of late. It's been just like any disastrous thing, and people are like, did DEI do this? Rugged Prairie, this is Mount Coral, I assume. Yep, there we go. This is another reprint. Here are the multiple secret rendezvous arts. This is when you get Yuffie, and she's just like jumping around on the thing, looking at the fireworks, being excited, and you're just like, nah. This is when you get Aerith, and she's just talking about things being beautiful, and you're like, eh. This is when you get Barrett, and you're both just sort of like, why are we here? and when you get Tifa, and Tifa's like clearly super into you, whereas Aerith is like excited in the other stuff, and Tifa's like, hey, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. But it's the same Cloud in all of them, so he's just like got the same reaction. Absolutely brilliant that they did this. I'm not actually sure how you get these, like, because you can only play one of each card in an EDH deck, and there's no exception for this. So does the deck just have the 2 other ones in it? Are the other ones found in packs somewhere? I don't actually know how you're going to get them. Maybe it has all 3 in it, and it just tells you to like only play 1. Maybe they're double spaced or something. I don't know. But interestingly enough, this one's 217, this one's 218, this one's 219, and this is 253. So I don't know what to make of that. I kind of view the Tifa one as sort of the real one because that's the one I got when I played Rebirth, even though I was trying desperately to get the Aerith one. Sephiroth, Fallen Hero, 3 red, white, 7/5, Genova cells. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature. Until end of turn, each modified creature you control has power and toughness 7/5. The Reunion. 3, sacrifice a modified creature. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this is a really kind of a perfect, flavorful design. It's a little weird that he's Boros colored, but there you go. Um, the making a modified thing 7/5 with him being sort of a shapeshifter with the Genova stuff. That makes sense in that there was a Volrath card from a few years back that was 7/5 and like shapeshifted into being a 7/5 with copying other things. That's just 7/5 seems to be the stats they use for that. And then the reunion, yeah, you've infected other things with Genova cells, and now you can sacrifice a Genova cell thing to like become Sephiroth again. That's very flavorful, and that's what happens in the game. Skull Clamp. Skull Clamp is one of the most. It's probably, I mean, it's the most broken equipment that's ever been made in the history of Magic, and it looks like the clamp that they've got on Genova. So sure, here's Skull Clamp. It's great art. It works. I'm happy about it. Slayer's Stronghold. This is the Avalanche base. It's a reprint. It works. Okay, Soldier Military Programs. Of course, is a new card. At the beginning of combat on 2 and a white. Enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one. If you control a commander, you may choose both instead. Create a 1/1 white soldier creature token. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 soldiers you control. So it just sort of makes soldiers, and it makes the soldiers better. Okay. This one didn't resonate with me. When I saw this one, I was just sort of like, sure, it exists. It's fine. I'm sure mechanically it plays out well. It doesn't. It's not. It's like it's not a huge miss that makes me upset or anything. It just doesn't feel particularly amazing. Soul Ring, and this is. It's interesting. The art seems to be showing as though it's like some sort of planet out in the distance with rings around it, but Sephiroth is referring to the naturally formed materia, and it looks kind of like the naturally formed materia you find in the flashback to the game. But I do want to call out how great this art is, because if you look really close at it, it's kind of like you're seeing a gas, like you're looking into the clouds of a gas giant planet. Like, it's just really good art. Like, it's really pretty. Whatever else is going on, and as a Soul Ring, yeah, that's fantastic. I like it a lot. Spire of Industry. This is a reprint, and the reprint is Shinra headquarters. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. A lot of artifacts in here. Makes sense to have Spire of Industry as a card in here, and Spire of Industry for a big thing of industry. Perfect. Absolutely fantastic. No notes. Summoning Materia. This is a new card. 2 and a green artifact equipment. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as this equipment is attached to a creature, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Equipped creature has +2/+2 and has vigilance and tap. Add 2. Equip 2. So this is not a huge hit for me. You are summoning them by casting spells off the top of your library, but summoning, as this set has shown, summoning in Final Fantasy is generally a temporary thing. It's here for a few turns and it goes away. This just full-on summons them, so sure. Obviously, they can't all work out perfectly. It's fine. Summon Kujata. So here's an example of another one of our summons. This one also has haste like the Valagramonda. 5 and a red, 7/5, Saga Ox, Trample Haste, Lightning. On chapter 1, this creature deals 3 damage each up to 2 target creatures. So basically, you're like killing 2 creatures, which is pretty great. When again, this is not in the main set. You won't see this in limited unless you can open the alt art in a play booster. I'm not actually sure if maybe you can. If you can open the alt art in a play booster, this is probably an extremely powerful card because you get to kill 2 creatures when it comes into play. Ice, up to 3 target creatures can't block, so this is you get to get in for 7. And then fire, discard a card on the third thing. Discard a card, then draw 2 cards. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to that card's mana value to each opponent. This is going to hit your opponents really hard. It's going to kill 2 of their creatures. It's going to make them unable to block. So you can just jump in and bash a bunch of things, and you can discard a card and deal a ton of damage. This would be really great in limited, but I don't know if you can open this in limited. I don't know. The art on the main version is good, but I really like the art on the extended version. It's just a neat style. It almost looks like something from Wind Waker. How a lot of the background stuff, especially, looks like cell shading. Sungrass Prairie. This is a reprint. It's just the chocobo place where you raise chocobos, and this looks like this is the art for that from Final Fantasy VII Original more so than Rebirth. And I think almost all of the art from this. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, Rebirth came out about a year and a couple months ago. I'm not sure how much time they would have had to have much of the art here come from Rebirth. There's definitely a lot from Remake. The stuff that was on the date and the Secret Rendezvous, I mean, that's out of Rebirth, but you could have just guessed what it was going to look like from the original, I think. I don't know. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that some Rebirth was included here without thinking too much about it. Sword of the Animist. This one is a reprint. I'm a little... I love the flavor of text. Don't fight here, you'll ruin the flowers. It works with Aerith. It's like it's the Animist. It gets out your basic land cards. Yeah, it works. My only real qualm about it is that it's not a sword. Like, Aerith doesn't use a sword. She uses staves, but again, you're under certain constraints from using reprints. It's pretty much perfect otherwise. I can't really complain. Tifa, martial artist. Now, some of you will get this reference. I don't necessarily know that I think it's a good idea for you to Google it, but it has been pointed out that this version of Tifa has the colors of the Italian flag. That will mean something to some of you, and it will not mean anything to others of you. And if it does not mean anything to you, don't worry about it. Tifa, martial artist. 1, and a red, and a green, and a white. 4/4, melee. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each opponent you attack to this combat, which means it's always getting at least +1/+1. Yeah, well, you know, this is no, this reference is not for you specifically. Let me just say you're happier not knowing. Yeah, you specifically are happier not knowing this one. But anyway, whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If this, it's the first combat phase of the turn. There's an additional combat phase after this phase. So she's already 5/5 just from everything else. If you have three total opponents in EDH and you attack each of them with something, she gets to the 7 power. So yeah, seems pretty good. She's going to get you that extra combat. I don't know what else to say to this. It's not gonna. I can't imagine this seeing play in Vintage or Legacy, but it seems like a pretty good card for EDH. Her alt art here is kind of funny because it's sort of a style almost like the older, like it would go for like the original sort of, even though it's not quite the concept art there in the style. But it's weird because it's her remake design, and I don't know. Whereas her remake design is the most different. You could show just any art of Aerith and be like, yeah, that's Aerith from whichever version. This Tifa is specifically the like remake design Tifa. It doesn't look like the original Tifa. So it's always a little interesting. You can kind of tell the difference between these two. Trailblazers boots. This is Vincent. This appears to be Vincent in front of the weird crystal thing where he sees Sephiroth's mother's ghost. It's a whole long story there. You do have to get quite a ways out there to access that part, so having it be non-basic land walk is kind of funny. But then again, that's a reprint. Ultimate Magic Holy. 2 and a white. Permanents you control gain indestructible until end of turn. If this spell was cast from exile, prevent all combat damage, all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. Foretell, 2 and a white. So this is basically Teferi's Protection, but with Foretell. I'm not entirely sure why you would want to foretell this if it costs the same and it's an instant anyway. Unless you're really worried people are going to discard cards or you want to bluff something else. Oh no, I'm sorry. You want to do that because if it was cast from exile, you prevent all damage would be dealt to you this one. That's why you'd want to do it. There's a little extra value out of casting it that way. This is, of course, Aerith at the end, stopping Meteor with Holy, sort of, because the Holy Magic doesn't quite do it, but then it sort of does. All right, Ultimate Magic Meteor. This is the same thing. It's 5 and a red for Foretell, 5 and a red, so it's the same cost. Ultimate Magic. Why does it say Ultimate Magic? Okay, Ultimate Magic Meteor deals 7 damage to each creature. If this spell was cast from exile, for each opponent, choose an artifact or land that player controls, destroy the chosen permanents. It's kind of weird that it only destroys 1 artifact or land, but deals 7 to each creature. So it's like the Star of Extinction thing, but smaller. I don't know. It doesn't. This one. My biggest problem with this is that you can't hit the ultimate on the Tella in the main set using Ultimate Magic Meteor, which would, if you've played the game, would be very flavorful. You can't do that because this only ever ends up being 6 mana to play at a given time because the Foretell cost doesn't get added into that. But yeah, this is the Meteor Sephiroth is trying to use to destroy the world and become a god. Unfinished Business, 3 and 2 white. This is, again, a new one. It depicts the Turks. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield and return up to 2 target aura and or equipment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to the creature. So it's like bringing back a Turk after something has happened. And actually, is this? I'm going to make sure this is not something that's been printed before. Oh, no, it was in Wilds of Eldraine Commander. Okay, it's not a new card. Never mind then. It works so well, I thought it was new just for this one because you're attaching auras and equipment to it. So, yeah. Vandal Blast, this is a reprint, but it works perfectly because Cloud is blowing up the reactor. It works really well in here, and in Vandal Blast is a solid card in EDH. Vanquish the Horde, this is a reprint. It's this is Diamond Weapon, right? Diamond Weapon destroying, basically shooting everything at Midgar. You can see the High Wind in the background there. Scale airship flying away as it destroys everything. Vincent, Vengeful Atoner, 2 in a red, 3/3 Menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control do combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. So the turn you play him, if you have something else to combat damage for a player, he gets bigger as well. Chaos, whenever Vincent deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. So you get him up to 7th power, and then he's just hitting all of your opponents for 7 all the time. And the fact that he has Menace means if one opponent has only one blocker, you can just attack that player with Vincent, and the other players get hit too. Wooded Ridgeline, I assume this is part of Gungaga. Having it say Earth Teased almost takes part of the joke away. I'm a little sad in the flavor text here, but yeah, this is a reprint. It's fine. Wrecking Ball Arm. This, again, should be a new one. Equip 2 colorless equipment. Equip 7. Equip legendary creature 3. Equip creature's base toughness, power, and toughness 7. And can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. This is the Wrecking Ball Arm that Barrett gets. It's the equipment everybody hates being stuck with for a while when it's the most powerful one because it just prevents a lot of things. Hi, Moira. But it works. The design makes a lot of sense. And this is the one Yuffie we do get. Yuffie, Materia Hunter, 2 in a red, 3/3 Ninjutsu, 1 in a red, which is a pre-existing ability in Magic. When Yuffie enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. Then you may attach an equipment you control to Yuffie. So basically, you ninja her in, she steals something, just like she steals everybody's materia. Then you get to attach some equipment to her. But it's an equipment you control. So because you could steal a non-creature equipment, and then once you control it, you can attach it to Yuffie. So you could steal an item of theirs and attach it to Yuffie. All right, so that was the 7 deck. Nothing. I was excited by most of the things that we saw in there. I didn't hate any of them. Yeah, just good, solid deck. I look forward to playing games against them because I'll be playing the Terra deck. Now let's jump to Final Fantasy X. Before we do that, I'm going to take a sip of soda. My throat is really feeling the fact that I've been talking almost nonstop for 3 hours and 11 minutes at this point. And we are still not even up to the main set. All right, so we're on Final Fantasy X now. Altered Ego. This is a reprint. It's showing Ifrit getting destroyed or something. I don't remember Ifrit ever getting copied or anything in the game, which is what this card does. I'm not sure if this is just because when you put in a summon, it takes your place, maybe. I'm not really sure what they're intending to convey here. It looks like he's on the deck of the airship as well. I don't quite know. But it's a powerful reprint. It works synergistically with what's in the set. I don't really care. An Offer You Can't Refuse. This is a reprint. It's the moment where Riku is sort of beating up Tidus and forcing him to do stuff for the Albed after they've rescued him from the ruins of Zanarkand. Arcane Signet. Again, there's an Arcane Signet in each of these things. It represents some item from all of them. And then this is just Tidus's necklace. It's, yeah, sure, it's there. Oron. Venerated Oron. Did I say Oron as opposed to Orin? I don't know how it came out that way. I will say, for anybody who saw me play this, I was unaware that he was going to make an appearance in Kingdom Hearts 2. And when he was revealed in Kingdom Hearts 2, that was my favorite moment of maybe the entire Kingdom Hearts series. I was so happy when he showed up. I was not expecting it at all. It was a total surprise, and I was very happy. 3 and a white, 2/5, Vigilance, Shooting Star. Whenever Orin attacks, put a +1 counter on it. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Orin's power until Orin leaves the battlefield. This seems great. I mean, if this were in limited, this would be pretty nuts. But as it is, it's like, yeah, every turn he's going to keep attacking and eating larger and larger things. It does mean you are going to be vulnerable to him getting removed, and as soon as he gets removed, like all kinds of crazy stuff is going to happen. If you attack with a whole bunch of stuff and then they remove Orin, and then all the other creatures can come back and block your other creatures, that's not great for you. Orin, who's the old grizzled veteran with all this white in his hair, is supposed to be like 35 or something like that, which I would say makes me feel old, but I have very little gray in my certainly on the hair on the top of my head, and so I as opposed to yeah, um, and so I don't know. I don't feel nearly so old as all of that. But yeah, so I think it's a neat design. I like it. I don't know that it has all that much to do with orange specifically, but I like it. Bane of Progress. This is a repeat. Yep, Sin Spawn destroying Machina makes sense. Blitzball Stadium, as you might guess. This is a new. This is an entirely new card. Um, X in a blue artifact when it enters support X, which means you put a plus and plus one counters each of up to X target creatures. That's not really what you care about with this one. It's just a way to get counters on things. Go for the goal. 3, tap. Until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card for each kind of counter on it, and it can't be blocked this turn. So this deck involves putting a lot of counters on things. So yes, this lets you sneak a creature in and draw cards. 3 mana is a lot to do for that ability, though. So I don't know. I don't know how good that'll end up being. We'll have to see when we actually play with the decks. Bread for the Hunt. This is a reprint. Reprint. Boy, you can tell after a certain number of hours my ability to speak coherently has decreased considerably. Bread for the Hunt. 1 and a green and a blue enchantment. Whenever a creature you control with a plus one counter is a combat damage to a player, you can draw a card. This is Kamari fighting the other Ronso, who are like just real jerks to him. I don't know that the art here necessarily has a ton to do with it, but with what the card is describing, but it kind of matches the flavor, the title of. Oh boy, I'm tired. The title of the card. So sure, it's fine. Brushland. This is of course a reprint. This is showing that big open field that you run into at that one point when the world it's like the one part where the world looks like it's opened up a little bit, but the world map is never really that opened in 10. Yeah, and then Chasm Skulker. This is the thing where it was like stealing members out of your party, right? Like it was kidnapping them. They're getting stuck inside. Yeah, it's a reprint. It involves counters. It is neat. It works. Chocobo Knights. This one is new. 3 and a white for a 3/3. Whenever you attack creatures you control with counters on them, gain double strike until end of turn. That seems really good. I'm just, yeah, that would probably go in my. Would that go in my Rafik deck? No, probably not because it doesn't really put counters on things. But I imagine this is going to kill a lot of opponents very quickly. Collective Effort. This is a reprint. I like this art. It's not the normal art style for a lot of cards in this set, but I do like it. Kind of gives me some vibes of like a lot of the background art stuff for Whisper of the Heart. If anybody's seen that movie, this is the moment when they're all trying to rescue Yuna from Seymour, coming in off the airship on these cables that they're like skating down. Command Tower. This is the start of Xanarkand, right? Yeah, the start of the game when you're in Xanarkand at night. This is again your reprint. Damning Verdict. Is this a reprint? No, this is from New Capenna. Okay. Yeah, this is when they try to, they unjustly convict Yuna of things, and I kind of like the back-to-backness here of Yuna being sort of treated unfairly by them, and then her just like kicking Seymour's ass afterwards. Yeah, Destroy Evil. It's funny because this card was actually at one point, and it's like nothing now. There was a point when what's this version? What the heck? It's supposed to be Elspeth? Huh. When wait, what is this from? That can't be the more recent Elspeth art, and the promo is from 2023. Okay, maybe it could be. I guess. No, Elspeth only became an Archangel last year. I don't know. Anyway, so the point is, Destroy Evil. It was like a $4 common or something like that at one point because it was heavily used as a sideboard card in Standard. I should have unloaded my foils at the time. Duskshell Crawler. I think this is not new. This is not new. Again, there's all these random cards that were printed in various commander decks or in some Modern Horizons things I just never really noticed. But yeah, this is one of the monsters you fight a lot in the game, and it's the kind that has a shell that Orin wants to use his like armor break stuff on. And sure enough, it's got a high toughness and it puts counters on things. Endless Detour. This is a card from New Capenna, but it's a perfect thing here because Riku is afraid of lightning, and you're going through the lightning plains, and she's getting constantly scared by everything, and she just really wants to take an alternate route, and you really can't. And it's actually kind of a great scene. I mean, there's a lot of Final Fantasy. So I said in my thing of of all the Final Fantasy games that Final Fantasy X is the most correctly rated game. A lot of them are overrated or underrated, but 10 is like exactly properly rated because everybody says it's great and it is great. It's like nobody goes over the top on their praise for 10. It's like just as good as everybody says. Um, Neither worse nor better. Okay, Everflowing Chalice. This is also a reprint. What you're doing with this thing isn't really a chalice part, but yes, that's a comment. It's like a chalice. It looks like it's flowing for a thing, and actually, it kind of like visually works for me, even though I don't know that that's really what the thing itself in the game is doing. I actually like this one. I like that as a choice. Evolving Wilds. I guess this is where you are when the Crusaders are attacking Sin. I think, but yeah, it's a reprint. Exotic Orchard, another reprint. This is showing the that's showing the Guado village place. Makes sense for what it is. It looks like an orchard and it looks exotic. Farewell. So this is big spoilers for anybody who hasn't played Final Fantasy X or watched me play Final Fantasy X. This is a reprint. It is hard for me to even look at this card and not get sad because a lot of every Final Fantasy game has some moment that it's going to like be moving for somebody and make you feel things. And I think the hardest I see anybody cry is the end of Final Fantasy X. It's just hard not to cry at the end of Final Fantasy X. I see people get to the verge of tears in the middle, let's say, of Final Fantasy VI. People who cared about Aerith obviously had strong reactions to things with Aerith and with other various parts, but I think the hardest I see everybody cry is Farewell. I don't remember if I cried when I actually did it the first time. I have the stream somewhere. I can actually just take a look, but I certainly felt things. Let's put it that way. Farseek, we saw this in a previous deck. This is a reprint. It's just a merchant going around selling things across the world. It works. It makes sense. Fathom Mage, this is one of those people doing something at some point in the game. I don't really remember exactly where. Is this the lightning place? No. I don't remember who this is, but it's a person. Let's just assume it's fine. It's on theme for the deck because it involves counters and doing things. You're going to draw a lot of cards using Fathom Mage. Fathom Mage, this card was originally printed in Gate Crash, and it was the pre-release promo thing if you chose Simic, which I did, and boy, it's one of those cards that's just like, it gives you a dream, It gives you a dream. Cards that give you dreams are the best. And when we get to Jumbo Cactuar, that's where we show you the dream. Fight Rigging, this is a reprint from New Capenna, but I find it really funny because I don't remember anybody actually rigging any of the fights here except when the Albed try to capture Yuna, which I guess is what they're doing in the art here. They're trying to rig the fight, but they're doing it badly. Anyway, for that reason, it's a good include. Plus, the ability actually works very well with everything that is going on in this deck. So, solid inclusion. I really like this. Every part of this comes together very nicely. Flooded Grove. This is from the famous scene with Yuna and Tidus. Gorgeous place. Like it. Not much more to say. Forge of Heroes. This is another reprint. I believe. Yeah. Another reprint. This is the place where you like fight. I think they have the save point in there. This is the place where you fight a bunch of things. Or you get a bunch of this. I didn't do this. This was part of the side quests. I just didn't want to, because it was a lot of stuff you had to do to get along on it, and I just didn't feel like it. But yeah, it's here. Forgotten Ancient. This is a reprint. This was the first ever you make the card where the community voted on elements of a card and designs to create a card. And it ended up being a card that was really not actually very good. But, it's good enough to get... It's fun enough in multiplayer that it keeps getting reprinted. Let's put it... In fact, if we look at how many times has this been reprinted? Yeah, lots and lots of times. We're not even close to all of them in the one page, and I don't care to keep digging around. What the heck? Anyway. Can't see who this is. Is this... What is... I don't remember which fight this is. It seems vaguely familiar, but I don't really remember. Gata and Luzu, just some people from the game. 2 in white, 1/1 flash. When they enter, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Sure. Jumps in and saves the thing. And puts a lot of counters on it, which is what you do here. I will add that there's an amusing grammatical note. It's not when Gata and Luzu enter, it's when Gata and Luzu enters, because no matter how many things are depicted in the card or in its name, it's still just one card. Generous Patron. This, this is a reprint because there aren't really like, I believe so, right? There aren't really elves in, Babylon. There aren't really elves in. I think they made Guado elves for this version just because they kind of had to. But yeah, it's a reprint and it puts counters on things. It's fine. I didn't know you could put support on creatures you didn't control. Oh, that's actually pretty cool with the Generous Patron. That's neat. Grateful Apparition. This is a reprint from War of the Spark. This is the spirit of the faith that keeps talking to Titus and that kind of communicates to you what's been going on at the end. Gyre Sage. This is another reprint from the same thing as the Fathom Sage. And see, they made it an elf. It's an elf druid, and so it works with the Guado. Hardened Scales. This is actually is Hardened Scales still worth anything? No. It's been various amounts of money at various points, but it keeps getting reprinted. It's part of it. There's actually an infinite combo in this deck with Hardened Scales. I think it's Yuna and Walking Ballista. You could kill your opponent on like turn 3 or 4 or something, but you'd have to draw exactly the right cards. But it seems to be Braska's Final Eon attacking Titus. I'm not. Yeah, the scales are hardening, right? I'm sure. Hinterland Harbor. This is Rides the Shoepuff. The Shoepuff part, we're going to get to. There's a Shoepuff card later, but the Shoepuff guy, the whole time playing it, I'm like, I feel like this has to be a racial stereotype of something, but I'm not sure who. Like it's like it has to be offensive in some way, stereotyping somebody, but nobody I can think of. Idyllic Beachfront. Yeah, this is just Waka's home area with a Blitzball. It's a reprint. Incubation Druid. This is another reprint, another Guado person. They all seem to have the evolve or adapt abilities of Simic people. Inexorable Tide. I assume this is the Sin from the beginning of the game, right? Yeah, Sin attacking Xanarkins. That's a reprint. Inspiring Call. So this is an inspired choice because there's a big meme moment from Final Fantasy X where Tidus is like practicing laughing and he's so bad at it that Yuna's like, maybe you shouldn't laugh anymore. And they're just it's funny because it's like some people call it out as like bad voice acting, but it's not bad voice acting. It's supposed to sound like that. Like it's actually a very well done moment. The fact that it's become a meme that people still talk about 25 years later indicates that there's something like good going on there. So it's absolutely delightful. I'm really glad it got a card. Then they even had Inspiring Call as the name, and it fit the theme of the set. Is all just very perfect. Kimare, Valiant Guardian, 2 and a blue and a green. Vigilance. Ronso Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kimari and tap target creature an opponent controls. Then you may have Kimari become a copy of that creature, except his name is Kimari Valiant Guardian. Has Vigilance and this ability. So he's basically tapping down one of your opponent's creatures, becoming that creature to attack them. The Ronso have an ability that's sort of like the lore of a blue mage. It, steals things from them and then goes in sort of as that person. So it does what you'd think Kimari would do. And seems like a good version of it, and you put a +1/+1 counter on him, so it fits all the stuff. This deck is probably, I would guess, maybe the most powerful of the EDH decks, just because you're putting counters on everything all the time. I don't know. Maybe the Final Fantasy VI one is quite powerful with all the recursion, but I'm not really sure. Lord Jiskel Guado. He's not an elf spirit, he's just a spirit cleric. 1 and a white, 2/1, flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, investigate. So the investigate part of this is because this is Seymour's father, whom Seymour killed to become the Meister. And so that's why you're investigating his death. Lulu, Stern Guardian. Now I'm a little sad that Lulu only gets this one card in the set. It is amusing to me that you can almost sort of see with the art, they like really extended the sort of like fur lining of her coat to not show off her boobs, which the game does quite prominently and which would probably be inappropriate for Magic in this day and age, even though if you go back to stuff like Elvish Ranger, that was not always the case for Magic. But she's got her Moogle doll as the thing she's got with her there, and the Moogle doll is great, so I'm glad it's the Moogle doll that they have. As a design, the idea of putting stun counter on creatures that attack you sort of dissuades your opponents from attacking you. You can keep things tapped for a very long time with the proliferate. And the proliferate also helps your other stuff. So yeah, it's a solid design, but it's a little sad that Lulu just isn't getting that much coverage in the game, generally speaking. Luminous Broodmoth. This is a reprint from Ikoria, and it's the Sin spawn that come out and just like are getting everywhere, and yeah, it works. Meister Seymour, 2 and a green for a 1/3 human elf cleric. He's also a human? Okay. At the beginning of, was he like half Guado, half human? At the beginning of combat on your turn, but a number of ++1 counters equal to Meister Seymour's power on another target creature you control. 3 and 2 green monstrosity. X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. So, I guess the monstrous ability is him like becoming that warped thing at the end of the game. But yeah, it moves counters around, it does things. Seymour, is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? I'm going to say, I can't really remember what his motives were at the end, because he certainly does some bad things, but I don't really remember why, which is kind of relevant for how evil they are. I just sort of remember that he did team up with the bad guys and do bad things, and he was like kind of nasty, but I don't really remember why. And the why is kind of important, so I'd have to like remind myself why he was doing all of that. It has been several years since I played. It's been, at this point, it's been almost 3 years since I played 10. Nesting Grounds. This is a reprint. It moves counters around. It works. This is the forest you go through at that point early in the game. Butterfly will lead the way to secret things. There's that part we've got like all the butterflies you got to follow and the little timer and there's little butterflies in the art. Owaka, Traveling Merchant. 1 in a blue for a 1/2 human citizen. Tap, remove a counter from an online permanent control, draw a card. Say, lad, you wouldn't have a bit of guild to lend. So this merchant, I really like this design because you're putting counters on tons of things, and maybe not all those counters are doing anything, and maybe you just need to draw a card. And so getting to do that, to draw a card, is great. This design is kind of like the what was the guy? The blue and a black 2/3 eternal thing from War of the Spark that was like tap, remove a counter from something you control, draw a card. It was something like that. Anyway, the reason this is particularly noteworthy is with sagas. If you remove a counter from a saga, you can keep re-triggering the same part of the saga over and over again, and you can keep a summon around indefinitely that way. Like, the facial thing that it does is to just, like, you're paying it with, like, counters to get to draw cards. You're buying cards with counters. But if you have a saga, you can do some really crazy stuff. Overflowing Basin, this is another reprint. This is with all the Pyroflies. Really pretty scene, really pretty moment, really pretty art. They got lotuses in, it's great. Path of Discovery, another reprint. And this is just that part early in the game where you're just kind of like wandering around, right? We get the Chocobo? I don't really remember. Path to Exile. This is at the beginning of the game, Tidus being sucked out of Xanarkand. Yeah, people don't play enough targeted removal in EDH, and here you go. It's actually making me realize they didn't put a Swords to Plowshares in the... they didn't put Swords to Plowshares in the Final Fantasy VII one. Port Town. This is, again, just a reprint land thing. Promise of Loyalty. This feels like it's a reprint. Yeah, it's a reprint. But this is the opening if you buy Final Fantasy X today on Steam and you open it up, you're gonna see the like do 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 do. It's gonna play the Xanarkand theme. It's gonna show you all of their weapons stuck into the part when they go to take the like camp before they go into the ruins of Xanarkand. And yeah, so this is a very famous image of like the title bit for Final Fantasy X that everybody will basically know. Protection Magic, I believe this is a new card. 1 in a blue instant, 1 in a white instant. But a shield counter needs up to 3 target creatures. Yeah, it's new. Sure. It's great art. Makes sense. Protects things. Pull from Tomorrow. This is a reprint. With what's going on with Jekt and Tidus being pulled forward into the... Actually, they're being pulled from yesterday into the present, but... he's like listening to these things from his father that he's left for them on these spheres that he can look at, and you can see a sort of glowing expression there. He did not get along with his father. Radiant Grove, reprint land. Rampant Rejuvenators. This is a reprint. A lot of these random commander things I just do not remember. Yeah, it's a plant thing. It does things. It puts counters on them. That's what you do here. I feel like I'm going to have more to say when we get to some of the main set cards because they're... there you can talk about whether they're good in limited or standard or whatever. Anything that's here is either to talk about EDH, and if it's a reprint, that doesn't matter at all. It's like only the new cards have any play value to discuss. So there's like a lot less to say about cards from this particular period, but there's also a lot more of them in this particular period when you add up the fact that there's 4 of these decks. Resourceful Defense. Is this a reprint? It is. Yeah. So I assume this is just them discussing Blitzball strategy. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Riku, Resourceful Guardian. This, of course, is a new one. The art here is kind of funny. I just like her expression. 2 and a blue. 2/3. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. Wait, so they can be blocked by creatures your opponents don't control? Like, why doesn't it just say that creatures can't be blocked this turn? Why would it say that? Anyway, Steel. 1, tap. Move a counter from target creature an opponent controls to target creature you control. Activate as a sorcery. I like this ability. Stealing counters from opponents' things is really great. The fact that you can do it as a sorcery, yeah, sure, that restricts it, but I like the ability to steal counters. It's just great. Skull of New Horizons. This is a reprint, and it's just like the guy pointing at the maps for things for Spira. Seaside Citadel reprint. It's Seaside. It's a Citadel. There you go. Shalinda, Yevon Acolyte. This is a new one. Green and white, 2/2, lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's power. Otherwise, put the +1/+1 counter on Shalinda. All right, sure. She goes around, she evangelizes about Yevon and makes your creatures bigger. Sin, Unending Cataclysm. This is the part of the villain of the set, of the game. 5, blue, green, 5/5 flying, trample. Leviathan avatar. As Sin enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sin enters with X, +1/+1 counters on, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. Shuffling it into your library is because when you kill Sin, it comes back after about 10 years. So it makes perfect sense, perfectly flavorful. The flying may seem weird on this, but it does actually fly later in the game. Yeah, it gobbles things up and gets bigger because it's gobbled them all up and taken their counters. I like it. Is it more or less evil than Elon Musk? I'd say it's less evil because it's basically at an animal level of intelligence and doesn't really know what it's doing or have control over its actions, so less evil. Soul Ring, it's just the save points in the game. But the flavor text is Riku talking about the Pyrofly memory things you get, which doesn't really have anything to do with the save point. Although a save point is kind of like memories. Sphere Grid. Yeah, so I think one of the only clips of me on my YouTube, on my Twitch that goes back to the oldest one that's there is when I, other than a like weird Mario thing, was me learning the Sphere Grid for the first time and just being like, ugh, and just thinking I knew it was going to be rough when I before going into the game, and the explanation sure made it seem like it was going to be absolutely miserable, but in practice it wasn't actually that bad. 1 and a green, enchantment. Whenever a creature you control does combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. Unlock ability. Creatures you control +1/+1 counters on them have reach and trample. To activate nodes, you must use spheres. It's kind of that's one of a wonderful parody of a tutorial. Like you hear those words and you're just like, oh my god, what am I in for now? It's funny because I think this might be one of the only things in the set that's doing like an abstract mechanical element of a game rather than something that exists within the game. But like a diegetic sort of thing. But I like it. It's an amusing design. You hit your opponent, so they're like leveling up with +1/+1 counters, and those give them extra abilities. I like it. Summoner Sending, 1 and a white. At the enchantment, at the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature card from a graveyard. If you do, make a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying with a +1/+1 counter on it. If the exiled creature's mana value is 4 or greater. This is Yuna doing her sending spell to let people's souls go to rest. So yeah, taking people things that are in graveyard, exiling them, making them white spirits that are presumably at some amount of rest. Yuna dies and people dance. When will Yuna stop dancing? Summon Ixion. And so here, when I mentioned before, if you could just remove counters and things, you can remove the lore counters to keep it around forever and keep getting the ability again. So like with this one, Summon Ixion, 2 and a white, 3/3, first strike, Saga Unicorn. Step 1 is Arrow Spark. Exile target creature and opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield. If you keep removing the counter from it, you keep getting to go back, putting that first counter on it, and then exiling more and more creatures. You could exile a creature every turn with it if you kept using this ability on it. The drawback to that is they do still get all the creatures back if they can just kill off your creature. And then 2 and 3 are put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures you control, you gain 2 life. Sure. This one doesn't actually seem that exciting to me since the creature is going to come back and you're in commander, so it's not like things are getting finished so quickly. I don't know. Summon Mega Sisters. I kind of find it funny that the normal art and the alt art look like it's the same people doing sort of like the same poses, particularly. It's just funny. So 4 and a green, 5/5 haste, choose one at random, combine powers, put 3++1 counters on target creature, defense, put a shield counter on a creature, you gain 3 life, or fight. This creature fights up to one target creature an opponent controls. Now you can't control any of these, which makes the card probably pretty bad. And all 3 steps are the same. Wait, you sacrifice after 3, wouldn't you... Doesn't it get sacrificed before the 3 resolves? You wouldn't be able to defend? Or to fight? I must be wrong about that. I know that they changed the Saga rules so that they interact differently with Blood Moon now for Urza Saga, but I have to assume that it works the way it looks like it would work and that they wouldn't make it not make any sense with the fight ability. But the fact that you can't control what's happening means this card is probably not good. Every time people are like, oh, but all 3 of the options are good. No. No. If you can't control which one you're getting, then they're not all good. Summon Valifor, 4 and a blue, 5/4 flying, Sonic Wings. Each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among creatures they control, return the creature to their hand. So the first step bounces their most expensive creature for each opponent, which is pretty good. And then 2, 3, and 4 are tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. That actually seems pretty solid. I mean, this would be really good in draft, but we're in commander, so I don't know if that's any good. Wow, the alternate art here is amazing. The main art is like, yeah, okay, sure, that's good. It looks like the creature from the game. This almost looks like the style. Almost looks like it would come from some of the like certain storybooks I had as a kid. Like I grew up in the '80s. I like that style. Summon Yojimbo, 3 and a white, 5/5 vigilance. Step 1, exile or lore 1. Exile target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature an opponent controls. Sure, so get rid of something. 2 and 3 are both. Until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays an additional 2 for each of those creatures. So that's just a propaganda effect for 2 turns. Yojimbo, you like had to pay money to get to do things, and so I assume that's what's going on there. Except that that's for him to attack, not for other things to attack him. 4, create X treasure tokens, or X is the number of opponents who control a creature with power 4 or greater. So he's like extorting money out of them, I guess. It's not quite what he did in the game, but that's fine. I really like the alt art as well. All right, he's a little bear dog guy. Sun Petal Grove, another reprint. Sun Scorch Regent, also a reprint. Just being a dragon. Tangled Islet, another reprint. Temple of Enlightenment, another reprint. This is where you go in and like when Yuna gets taken by the people to see more. Temple of Mystery. This is the place where you have to raid to get Yuna back, right? Temple of Plenty. Yep, this is just another one of the temples you go to. Again, reprint. Temple of False God. Again, reprint. But having it be this and where Unalesque is. Temple of False God used to be in every EDH precon because it used to be one of the like top cards, but now games have just sped up so much that it's not a card people really like to play that much. But it works perfectly here. 3 visits. This is originally from Portal 3 Kingdoms, and it's the people visiting Kongming. I don't remember them visiting 3 times at the tree here, but that's fine. It's a card people want, and it's here. It's a reprint. It's good. It's useful for ramping things out. Tidus, Yuna's Guardian. This is the face card for the deck. 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue, 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from target creature you control onto a second target creature you control. Cheer. Cheer being one of Tidus' abilities in the game. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. So I think this is a great design, flavorfully. So moving a counter from a creature you control into a second counter creature you control, that's him passing the blitz ball. He's got the ball, he's tossing it to somebody else to make the attack. And then the cheer, the other person, he tosses the ball to somebody, they grab the ball, they hit the opponent, i.e. they score with it, and then they get to draw a card and proliferate because he's cheering them on when they get the goal. Fantastic. Brilliant design. Love it. And he's priced to move. At being only 3 mana, he's a commander, you're actually going to be able to get out there, and it's going to be great. And I think his normal art is like pretty great. His other art, which again, it's not quite concept-y art. I don't know what we call this version of the art. It's not necessarily anymore. In fact, it's slightly less anime art than the main art, I think, for this particular one. But sure, they're all great. Tyler's Tracker. This is a reprint. This is just somebody punting you down in the game. Together Forever. This, I believe, is in fact an original one. Oh, no, it's not. What was it originally? Oh, it's from Battle Bond. Okay. I did one draft of Battle Bond. Battle Bond sold out everywhere. Like, it's funny. Battle Bond was one of those things that like didn't sell well enough for them to keep making it, but at the same time, it sold out everywhere. It's like I don't know what to make of that. I was never able to buy more when I wanted to go and buy more, so I only got to do one draft. But Together Forever. This is the Tidus and Yuna kiss that's so iconic in the game. Spoiler alert: they're not together forever. Trommel, Seymour's Butler. 2 and a green. 2/3. Elf Advisor. Each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Proliferate. 1 tap. Proliferate X times, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that entered this turn. So you cast 2 creatures, you get to do a whole bunch of proliferating, and they all enter with a counter on them. Okay. That seems pretty good. Yeah, everything you play is just going to get whole bunches of counters on them, and this whole deck is about that. Seems solid. I don't know how often you're proliferating more than once, but if you are proliferating more than once, that's great. Vine Glimmer Snarl reprint. I never got to this point because I never found Seymour's Mother. I never got Anima. I was trying not to look too much up about the game when I was playing it, and it wasn't like obviously there. And I was trying to finish it to move on to some other games, so I didn't like want to just sit there and spend forever on it. I wouldn't mind going back and playing it again to do some of those things. Not maybe not from the beginning, but part of my problem with 10 was I got to the final fight and I didn't realize it was the final fight, and I just sort of like beat the game. So, yeah, it was. By the time I was actually doing the fight, I had a feeling there was no coming back, but I had not intended to do that. Waka Devoted Guardian. 2 green, white, 4/4. Reach, trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target artifact they control and put a +1/+1 counter on it. He hates Machina because he's kind of racist against the Albed. So that's what that ability is. Blitzball Captain. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. So yeah, he breaks artifacts and he gets so happy about that it makes other people play Blitzball better, I guess. I mean, not really. Whatever. Walking Ballista is a reprint. This is just one of the Albed things that shoots stuff at you, and it's shooting Blitzballs at you? Is that what's happening? Sure. Anyway. Yuna, Grand Summoner. 1 green, white, blue. 1/5 Grand Summon. Tap. Add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that many +1/+1 counters on target creature. Okay, so this is not the one I was thinking of that comboed with the Walking Ballista, because there's something that's like prevents damage to a creature you control and it puts extra counters on it. Have we just not seen that card yet? But it's Walking Ballista, Hardened Scales, and then something that's like when it's dealt damage, you instead put counters on it, and you just do that infinitely. Yuna is an infinite combo with I think with Walking Ballista and some other card. There's some way to keep... Oh, you put her on like Freed from the Real, and you just keep tapping her and then untapping her with the mana from Freed from the Real, and then you stack up that Grand Summon ability a bunch of times, and so then when you cast a Walking Ballista, it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each time you did that, and you just kill the opponent. Her alt art is very cute. I think I prefer her normal art, particularly in the extended frame. Hers is one where the extended frame is really important because you kind of lose the whole spirally circle of the summoning there. Yuna's Decision. 3 and a green. Sorcery. Choose 1. Continue the pilgrimage. Sacrifice a creature. If you do, draw a card. Then you put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So that's, if she continues the pilgrimage, somebody's going to die. Find another way. Return 1 or 2 target permanent cards to your graveyard to the hand. Trying to find another way and not have somebody die. Well, yeah. As I said, the art on Farewell makes it clear that the game does not have an entirely happy ending. Yuna's Whistle. 1 and a green, but not necessarily for that reason. Instant. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you reveal a creature card this way, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature control, where X is the mana value of that card. Yeah, this is the counterpart to the Inspiring Call thing, where he's like teaching her how to whistle, and they're whistling back and forth to each other. Yeah. I don't have a huge thought about this one. I don't think I saw anything in this deck that made me think, yeah, this is going to be a busted card in Legacy or Vintage. The combo with Yuna is not one that I see going off in Legacy and Vintage, and they're just not legal in other formats. So, I don't know that they're going to be doing that much. I'm trying to remember. Now I'm trying to figure out what was the card that you comboed with to get infinite stuff on turn 3. No. Oh, it must be. It's Gata and Luzu. Yeah, you do that on the walking ballista, and so then you start with 2 counters on the ballista. So you go hardened scales, walking ballista on 1, which really gets 2 because of the hardened scales. Then on turn 3 you play Gata and Luzu. So you remove a counter from the walking ballista, so it's got 1 counter left. Targets itself, prevents that damage, then gets 2 counters put on it because of the hardened scales. Then you do that again and gets 2 counters put on it, and you keep doing that. And it keeps going up in counters until you can kill all your opponents. Whew. All right, we're on to the last commander deck now. And boy, I am feeling it. I am feeling it. It only took us 3 hours and 50 minutes to get to this point. All right. Alice Levier, 2 and a white, 3/2 elf wizard, partner with Alpha Node Levier. Okay, I mentioned before that like partner with was something they'd want to use for a lot of these things. I forgot that they did in fact use it for exactly these two. Partner with just means that when this creature enters the battlefield, you can have a player put Alpha Node into play from their into their hand from their library and then shuffle. So if this is your command, well, you couldn't have just this. I think can you also because partner with is not the same as partner, so you don't get to have both of them as your commander, do you? I don't know commander rules all that well. Commander specific rules at least. But it's got first strike and dual cast. Second spell you cast each turn cost you less cast. So if you have them in this deck and you draw one of them, you get the other one, which is kind of funny because for the first 2 expansions you actually don't have both of them together all that much. And then Alpha Node himself is 3 and a blue, 2/4. Partners with Alice, Vigilance. Eucrasia, whenever you cast your second spell each turn, draw a card. So they both want you casting 2 spells. Alice's got the dual cast ability of a red mage. Alpha Node's is, I don't actually know what class he is because I've only really played as a red mage and a summoner. Yeah. So together they want you to cast 2 spells a turn. Arcane Sanctum, this is a reprint. I don't know what this is from. I have not been to whatever part of the game this is from. Arcane Signet, it's funny that this art looks like the Selesnya stuff from Ravnica, but it's not. It's something about Hydaelyn talking to you. I don't know. I haven't done all the expansions and all the side quests. I'm up, as I said, through Stormblood, which means I've seen the base Realm Reborn. I've seen Heaven's Ward. I've seen Stormblood. I've seen people play Endwalker. So I've got a whole gap for Shadowbringers, and I also haven't done all the side quests. I haven't seen I haven't done the Manderville stuff, but I have seen people do much of the Manderville stuff. So when I saw the Manderville card, I got the references. Archaeomancer's map, this is a reprint. I don't know what it's referenced to. Archmage Emeritus, sure. This is somebody who's an Archmage in some area teaching somebody something. It's a reprint. Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness. So I've met the Warrior of Darkness, but he didn't have a name when I saw him. So this is kind of a spoiler for me that he's going to come back at some point, and we're going to learn his name. And it's going to be Ardbert, and we're never going to stop making fun of him. 1 and a white and a black, 2/2. Spirit Warrior. So I guess he's dead, and we're playing with him as a spirit. Whenever you cast a white spell, put a +1 counter on each legendary creature you control, they gain vigilance until. Wow, okay. If you cast a black spell, put a +1 counter on each legendary creature you control, they gain menace. Okay, well, every time you cast white-black spells, yeah, that seems pretty good. All right. Yeah, go off with a whole bunch of. What are the It's the card from Eventide that's like a hybrid black-white and exiles a card from a graveyard, makes a 1/1 spirit token with flying. Just like keep casting that and give them all +2/+2 and menace and vigilance until end of turn. Authority of the Consuls. When they were, this is a reprint. When they were, and I think it was worth something a couple days ago, just because it used to be worth something. Then it got reprinted. Then it was worth something again because it was because it was like highly in demand as a sideboard thing for a lot of things, and people have been playing it main deck. But when they revealed this card, I had just like the night before come across this scene in the game because this is the scene where you find Yotsu and how she's just like oppressing the citizens there. I'm not really sure what this effect is meant to be doing with the structure of the rest of the deck, but there it is. Baleful Strix, this is a reprint. I don't know what specific Evil Owl this is supposed to be because I haven't seen it. Bastion of Remembrance. Is this supposed to be the wall that you fight at the end of Heaven's Ward before you get into Stormblood? Where Shinryu pops out, I think. That's not that wall you attack. Blue Mage's Cane. I did make my character get the Blue Mage ability stuff, but I did not level him much because it's kind of weird to level a Blue Mage. You can't do a lot of stuff with it. 2 and a blue. Artifact Equipment, Job Select. This is the first Job Select card we have seen today. The way this works is it creates a generic colorless 1/1 hero token, and then when this gets equipped to them, this is part of their job. And so we'll see later that this makes sense because it's like you get the Blue Mage's Cane, makes a generic hero, puts this on it. They're now a Blue Mage. Equipped creature gets +0+. That's kind of how it works in 14, because your weapon is sort of what determines your class at a given moment. Equipped creature gets +0/+2, is a wizard in addition to its other types, and has whenever this creature attacks, exile up to one target instant or sorcery card from the defending player's graveyard. If you do copy it, you may cast the copy by paying 3 rather than paying its mana cost. Spirit of the Waki, equip 2. So Blue Mages they have to have an ability used against them, and then they learn it and they can use it. That's what the Blue Mage is doing here. Your opponent has this instant or sorcery in their graveyard. Presumably that means they cast it, and so now you've seen it, so now you get to cast it. Quistis' card will do this in the main set when we get there. Champions from Beyond. X, white enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create X 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens. Light Party. Whenever you attack with 4 or more creatures, scry 2, then draw a card. Full Party. Whenever you attack with 8 or more creatures, those creatures get +4/+4 until end turn. So in Final Fantasy XIV, when you have a party that's just 4 people, it's called a light party. When you have a party that is 8 people, it's called a full party. And we'll say this, everyone will say full party, and there's like different bonuses and things associated with that. And so this card is a reference to that, and I got the reference, but apparently, just if you know the full mechanics, it's an even better reference than that, because my brother, who kind of understands Magic, but really understands Final Fantasy XIV, was like really pleased when he saw this card. Choked Estuary. This is just another reprint. And I guess this is also that wall towery place you attack with all the lightning and stuff, because it's got an Alamegan resistance fighter talking about it. Cleansing Nova. This is a reprint. I don't actually know what specific moment this is supposed to be for. Command Tower. I assume this is the Crystal Tower, right? But it sounds like it's almost a reference to something else more specific. But the Crystal Tower from that is really a reference to the Crystal Tower from Final Fantasy III anyway. It's even got a lot of the same music, and when you go inside, it's a lot of the monsters from Final Fantasy III. When I did that raid, which I did about a month or so ago, I was very pleased because I actually did really like hearing the Final Fantasy III music and fighting random Final Fantasy III things and thinking, boy, most of the other people in this group probably don't even know those are Final Fantasy III references because nobody cares about Final Fantasy III. Contaminated Aquifer, another reprint. Of some part of the game. Coveted Jewel, this is a reprint. It looks like it's, I don't know if that's supposed to be an Ascian or not, but it's some jewel that somebody's stealing. I don't think I know which part that is. Crux of Fate, this is a reprint. It's 2 dragons fighting each other in the original art. It's 2 dragons fighting each other here. This I do know. This is from Heaven's Ward. This is Nidhogg versus Hrelvsvilgar. Although it's not like all dragons die one way and all non-dragons die the other way, although you could argue that all non-dragons die if Nidhogg wins, but whatever, it works. It's a nice match. Cut a Deal, I believe this is a reprint. Yes. Wait, why would Cut a Deal be Elish Norn stuff? Doesn't seem like much of a deal. Interesting. Anyway. But yeah, this is a moment. I assume this is supposed to be towards the end of Realm Reborn. I don't remember when Connie Senna was there with the others, but anyway, it's those leaders having stuff together. Dancers, Chakrams. Now, the art on this one is a little strange. It looks like it's almost a colorless background, but it's a white thing. I assume this is the weapon for the Dancer Select job class, which I have not played. 3 and a white, job select, equipped creature gets +2/+2, has lifelink, and other commanders you control get +2/+2 and have lifelink and is a performer. Krishna, equip 3. Yeah. So I guess that's what the dancer stuff does. They make it a performer instead of a bard, which, sure. I don't know whether you would consider a dancer, performer, or bard. I don't remember where performer first came about as a class in this. Darkwater Catacombs. I have to assume this is where you fight Tonberries because I see a bunch of little Tonberries and a big Tonberry. And I know that Tonberries in 14 are like particularly scary because then people come from 14 and I see them stream other Final Fantasy games are really, really scared of Tonberries when they see them. Demolition Field, that looks like it's Imeric and Heian in there, right? So this is probably a reference to something I have not seen yet. It seems like it's probably something from like late Shadowbringers, right? Because it's probably them versus a bunch of Imperials. Dig Through Time. This is a reprint. I don't know what's referenced in the art here. Drowned Catacomb. Labyrinth of the Ancients, Gratia. I think this is an area I haven't seen yet because I don't know who Gratia is yet. Emmett Selk of the Third Seat. So I do know, as I said earlier, that Emmett Selk is supposed to be one of the greatest antagonists, not villains, of like anything ever. I don't really know anything about him. He's an elder wizard. He's a Garlean of some sort because he's got the Garlean stone in his forehead. I know that he turns into Hades from his other form of this, and I don't know much more beyond that. Two blue, black, 3/4. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. Whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. That spell will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Do this only once each turn. So you could flash back a bunch of stuff more cheaply in like Legacy or Vintage with this if you can keep poking your opponent, but it's 4 mana and you have to untap to really do anything with it, so it's probably not really worth it. But in Commander, you can build around it, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Estinian Varlinu. 2 white, black, 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a ++1 counter on Estinian Villeneuve. It gains flying until end of phase. He's a Dragoon, so of course he jumps. At the beginning of your second main phase, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of your opponents who were dealt combat damage by Estinian Villeneuve or a dragon this turn. Sure. He's a Dragoon, he jumps up, he does things. It happens. He steals the Eyes of Nidhogg, and then he becomes everybody else's problem. Exsanguinate, this is a reprint. The flavor text is cited to an Asgardian citizen, which means it's Heaven's Ward, but I don't remember this. This might have been a side quest I didn't do. I have Nidhogg. This is where Estinian grabs at least one of the Eyes of Nidhogg. It looks like, it's kind of funny. This is a legendary enchantment aura, but there are 2 Eyes of Nidhogg. And it's only when you grab both that it like turns you into a dragon. Enchanted creature, 2 and a black. Enchanted creature is a black dragon with base power and toughness 4/2, flying, death touch is goaded. And when it's put into a graveyard, return it to its owner's hand because they just keep coming back. But, which I yelled at when they did that. I was like, why are you just tossing them into the river? Obviously, they're going to come back. Just destroy them. And then later, it's like, oh, we could have just poked it and it would have died. I guess that's after its power was drained, but whatever. Anyway, it's kind of a flavor fail that it's 1 Eye of Nidhogg and it's legendary, and so you can't have 2, but here's what I'm trying to write, like I just said. Fan Daniel. Teleforoi Asian. So I have not, I've seen him in stuff from Endwalker. I have not interacted with him myself. 4 and a black, 4/5. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Sure. I don't know the character well enough to have an opinion on that. Final Judgment. I don't know what moment this is supposed to be from. And I'm not going to, the ones I don't know, I'm not going to try to figure out too closely because it might turn out to be a spoiler for something I haven't done. Glacial Fortress, this is part in Dravinia where you're like fighting against Shiva's allies, I think. Yeah, but it's there. Gratia, Scion Reborn. I'm told that it is a spoiler to know that it is Scion Reborn, but I have not even met this character yet. White, blue, black, Cat Wizard, 2/3 lifelink. Throw wide the gates. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay X life for X is that spell's mana value. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token and put X ++1 counters on it. Do this only once each turn. Sure. So you're just paying life to make hero tokens that get bigger. And then the flavor text is, I guess, the anime art. Flavor text. Then there's alternately the sort of anime art version, which does look more anime-ish than the main art on this particular one. Herald's Horn. This art is amazing. A Moogle. Herald's Horn is a reprint. It's a card that I think, is it still worth anything? Because it keeps getting reprinted. Yeah, it's like $5 now. It keeps getting reprinted and it still keeps being worth something because it's just high demand. People really like this. But adorable Moogle playing music. What more could you possibly want? Hermes, Overseer of Elpis. I remember this scene from what I saw people do Endwalker. That was 4 years ago. I didn't understand the plot around it, but I do remember some particular elements of it. So I vaguely know that part of the area that exists. 3 and a blue, 2/4. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue bird token with flying and vigilance. Whenever you attack with one or more birds, scry 2. Sure. He's the guy, as I recall, that like sends out the bird people to see things, and then one of them thinks the world is crazy. Hildebrand Manderville. I have seen a number of parts of this quest. This is one of those ones where I'm told the more you look at the art, the more there's like other references to other things. 1 and a white, 2/2. Creature tokens you control get +2, +1/+1. When he dies, you can cast him from your graveyard as an adventure until the end of your next turn. Gentleman's Rise, 2 and a black, instant adventure, create a 2/2 zombie. Of course, he's doing the pose. He's got the thing being thrown at him. Yep. He's a detective. It's a really silly plot line. Rasvilgur of the First Brood, 4 and a blue for a 5/5 legendary creature, Elder Dragon. Flying Vigilance, Ward 2, Shiva's Aid. When Rasvilgur enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end turn and can't be blocked this turn. So, yeah, Rasvilgur and Shiva show up to help you towards the end of Heaven's Ward. They're a couple, except it's not really Shiva, but whatever. Yeah, he's a dragon who's a little bit more friendly than the other dragons, even though they all hate you. Hypnotic Sprite, it's a reprint. I don't know exactly what moment this is meant to capture. Into the Story, this again is a reprint. My brother, again, told me that this was like even better of a match. This is the Eidolon Crystal, I assume. By having it cost less if there's 7 or more cards in your graveyard, an opponent's graveyard, and drawing 4 cards, that this is like just really perfectly lines up super well if you know all the lore super well. Kryl Baldelzian, a white and a blue for a 2/1 lifelink. Kryl, of course, as a character existed in Final Fantasy V, and this Kryl looks like the white mage art for that Kryl, but there are different characters. And Lalafels are dwarves for some reason. Lifelink, Trace Ether. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may return target creature card with mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to your hand. Do this once each turn. Sure. I know her as somebody who investigates and does like historical looking things and gets captured and has some of her ether stolen. I'm also told that in the expanded art, the like, somebody says like the grape stone or something that was here. I don't know. There's some reference in there. Lethal Scheme. Is this a reprint? It is. Yeah, it seemed familiar. 2 and 2 black. This appears to be all the Asians together, so this is something I haven't quite seen yet. So it's a reprint, and it's got a bunch of Asians doing some kind of evil scheme, or looking like they're from Organization 13. Lingering Souls. I don't know what these souls are supposed to be. This is a reprint, but those are very adorable souls. Not poor, unfortunate souls. Adorable souls. Lise Hexed. 1 and a white and a blue for a 2/2 human rebel monk. Being a rebel means you can search her out using Lin Civi. She's got prowess, and non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and as long as you cast 2 or more non-creature spells this turn, she has double strike. So yeah, she fits in with all the Jeskai stuff as a monk, as monks are wont to do. And that's the outfit she gets into in Stormblood. Murderous Rider, this is a reprint. I don't know what Headless Rider spectral ghost thing you have, but it's there. Observe Stasis, is this a reprint? This is not a reprint. 3 and a blue, I don't recognize what's going on in the art. Flash, enchant creature an opponent controls. When it enters, remove that creature from combat. Draw a card for each tapped creature its controller controls. And then enchanted creature loses all abilities and can't attack or block. So your opponent is presumably attacking you with a lot of things, and then you put this on this. It now can't do anything, and then you draw a bunch of cards for all the other creatures that are attacking. Sure. Why not? Papalimo Totolimo. White and a black for a 1/2. When you cast a non-creature spell, Papalimo Totolimo deals 1 damage to each opponent. You gain 1 life. 4 tap, sacrifice Papalimo Totolimo. Each opponent who lost life this turn sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. So he, of course, is doing a noble sacrifice in this scene, and this was spoiled again right after I saw this in the actual game. Like, the timing was perfect. It's funny that his staff almost looks like the horns of Bolus on the other side. It just kind of amuses me. But yeah, this is all built around casting on creature spells and draining your opponents out, and then he can make a noble sacrifice. Prairie Stream. It's from Eureka. Oh, there's a Eureka in this. Eureka's in Final Fantasy III. But I assume there's a Eureka here then too. Propaganda. The original Propaganda. But it's basically the coup at the end of Realm Reborn, where they're trying to lie and say that you're all doing evil stuff. And so, look, it's propaganda against you. Reaper's Scythe. Job select 2 and black equipment. At the beginning of your end step, put a soul counter on this equipment for each player who lost life this turn. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each soul counter on this equipment is an assassin in addition to its other types. Death Sickle equipped 2. I have not done assassin class or whatever this is supposed to be, so I can't really comment too strongly on it. I can definitely tell you that I don't think that it's something that's going to see. I don't think it's going to see play in really anything except for this deck. Relic of Legends. This is a reprint. The original Relic of Legends has some of my favorite flavor text in Magic. If the worst parts of history can repeat themselves, it stands to reason that the best parts can as well. This is when the Phyrexians were invading again, and people were forming a new coalition to try to defeat them just like they did the last time. Certainly no historical parallels in the present world. Relic of Legends. Then this time, this is, if you see this, this is not a spoiler unless you, it's not a spoiler to see this card. But if you know what it means, you know what it means. And I saw this moment in the game just before this card. I saw this card, and so it was very like, oh, very weepy, as a beloved character is dying in that moment. Rite of Replication. This is your fight against Gaius von Belzar when he like duplicates himself and does a bunch of things. This is mostly funny because somebody did a Photoshop version of this where his entire gigantic long speech that used to be a meme is copied out. That speech was already gotten rid of before I did that moment. Scavenger Grounds. This appears to be the burn. Yeah, this is the place I actually just got to like last night, if anybody saw that stream. Yeah, interesting. Shine, Shadow, Snarl. It's a reprint of someplace that I haven't been yet. Skycloud Expanse. I think this is something I haven't seen yet, unless it's meant to be that place in Ishgard where you find Bismarck, but I don't think it is. Snuff Out is a card that always needs to be reprinted because there's, I don't know if it's actually worth that much in paper these days. Yeah, it's still a couple bucks in print. But it was originally a common in Mercadian Masks. It just keeps not getting reprinted. Not in like enough quantities, particularly in Magic Online. It's just always phenomenally expensive because it's like a $10, $20 card for Pauper in that one because it just hasn't been reprinted in a set that has been opened in sizable quantities on Magic Online in a very long time because the Commander decks tend not to get opened on Magic Online. But anyway, this is apparently a reference to something I haven't seen yet. Soul Ring, this is the crystals, because the Soul Rings are all important crystals for their games, and here Soul Ring is the crystal for the crystals in each town that you go and sync yourself up to. Sublime Epiphany, this is a reprint. I don't know what the reference is here, why there are two people having fun at a table while somebody's looming behind them. I could not tell you. Summon Good King Mog the 12th. Adorable art. I love the little like axe the one is holding off of the picture here. It just like it looks phenomenal. And of course the alt art, also absolutely adorable. Of course I do know this fight. I did this fight. The song that goes with this one always makes me think they're about to be doing This Is Halloween, but anyway. So it's 4 and a white for a 4/4 flying lifelink. Step 1 is create 2 1/2 white Moogle creatures with lifelink. Whenever you cast it on and the next 2 and 3 are whenever you cast it on creature spell, create a token that's a copy of a non-saga token you control, so you're making more Moogles. And then 4 is put 2 +1 counters on each other Moogle you control. So you're just making a giant army of Moogles, which what could anyone in life possibly want to do any more than that? And I will tell you what that is, which is me going to the bathroom right now. All right, Sunken Hollow. Once again, we have a reprint. Um, this is the. I think I just did this the other day. It's like a little dungeony thing where you find all the like treasures that are underneath. Yeah. Sunken Ruins. This is something Silk related that I'm not going to read the full flavor text on, lest I get additional spoilers. Sunlit Marsh. I don't know what area this is either. It's a reprint. Swords to Plowshares. Reprint. I don't know who specifically is like going off and doing this. I don't know if this is this Gratia person. I don't really know. It's kind of funny that the 14 deck gets Swords to Plowshares, but they only get Path Exile, which is a much lesser card in FF10. Now, obviously, the FF10 one is like it flavorfully worked. Okay. Siphon Mind, once again, reprint. Don't really know what exactly that is referencing. Talisman of Dominance, that's an Ascian mask, and it's Gaius von Belzar being like, yep, I got used by an Ascian. Talisman of Hierarchy seems to be a red mage thing, although I'm not really sure how that involves hierarchy, except for the fact that it is white and black, like it's white and black magic. Sure, why not? Talisman of Progress, this is that broken staff that does all those things to trap ether that you have in Minfilia's office. Tataru Taru, who again, Alalafel, the expanded art doesn't necessarily show too much more, but there's a fat cat in the background, which all of my friends who are really obsessed with 14 inform me is a big deal, and they were very happy about it. Tataru Taru, my favorite part about Tataru Taru, and some people will get to experience this for the first time just now, because 4 years ago, before I played anything in Final Fantasy XIV, before I thought I would play anything in Final Fantasy XIV, I watched Jesse Cox's streams while he was getting through things to prepare for Endwalker, because he just not played 14 months before, but he was told he should start. And for a very long time in Realm Reborn, it's not until the very last moment of Realm Reborn that Tataru has a voiced line. And so he decided at one point that he was going to just give her this line that's sort of like, I've been in I've been chain smoking for a lot of years. How you doing, buddy? Not quite like that. I can't do the voice he was doing, but it's sort of like a very, very old chain smoker voice. And then, of course, when she did finally speak, he was laughing very hard because it's not that at all. But he kept doing that voice because it became a meme. So she's one in a white for 0/3. When she enters, you draw a card, and target opponent may draw a card. Scion's Secretary. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tapped treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So when your opponents are drawing cards, you get to get treasure tokens. And when she comes into play, they get to draw a card as well. So they're drawing a card and you're getting a treasure for it. Sure. Okay, now. Thancred Water. So Thancred is one of those like super hated characters that I guess got less hated. It's strange to me because I know that he was hated and then redeemed, as in people thought that they did a lot of character work to really make him decent again. I don't know that I can vouch as much for that because I didn't find him. So he's voiced by Taliesin Jaffe in Realm Reborn, and it's Taliesin Jaffe doing the like stereotypical Taliesin Jaffe character that's sort of like Percy from Critical Role, but more obnoxious. Just a sort of like superior attitude, wry, whatever sort of person. Thinks he's so cool. I guess it's not quite Percy, but there's elements of it in there. And then they talk about how he goes through this long redemption arc to become somebody that people like. I don't know that I ever hated him as much as everybody else said, and I don't know that I felt like he's been on a redemption arc. I don't think he's changed much for me. I feel like I'm missing something, but everybody always says, like, oh, wow, Thancred really had to do a lot of work to make him likable. Okay, sure. I still don't like him, but I never hated him, so I don't know what to make of that. I feel like I might have just missed some number of side quests or something that would have expanded on him further, or maybe I wasn't paying that much attention because I was just trying to get through it because I didn't care for Realm Reborn that much. Thancred Waters, 4 and a white, 3/5, Flash, Royal Guard. When he enters, another target legendary permanent you control gains indestructible for as long as you control him. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, he gains indestructible until end of turn. I don't remember him doing a ton of like guard stuff, except when he's jumping into like try to save Minfilia at the end of Realm Reborn. And since he doesn't have an eye patch in this particular art, maybe that's what this is intended to be referencing. Although I think that's not Minfilia, is it? Her outfit was like a slightly different color. Like that's not her outfit, unless she was in a different outfit for the peace conference. I don't know. In any event, that's what he does. Thought Vessel. This is a reprint. I don't necessarily know what this is. This is either the part where you're getting to like the Omega controls or the thing near the end of. Oh, this is the part in Heaven's Ward, right? Where you're going on the like floating continent that really gave me big vibes from the Mana Fortress and Secret of Mana. I think. Tome of Legends. This is a reprint. This is like your book of all your adventures, and so this is kind of like a perfect reference. I like it. Um, this is a reprint, right? I'm not confusing this with something else. Yeah. Torrential Gear Hulk, this is a reprint. It looks like Alexander, right? Except I don't think that's exactly where you fight Alexander. I don't know. Transpose, is this a reprint? This is not a reprint. 2 and a black, instant. Draw a card, then discard a card. You lose 1 life. If this spell was cast from your hand, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token, which is really more of the theme from the FF9 stuff in the main set. With whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent and it has rebound. So I only get to make the wizard once, but then the wizard triggers off of the rebound cast. This doesn't seem great. So you're drawing a card, then you discard a card. So you have to discard the card. And since you're drawing the card first, you're going to have a card in hand to do it. It's not discard a card, then draw a card. You're basically looting twice, losing a life, and then making a wizard. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm severely underwhelmed for this to cost 3 mana. Am I missing something? Underground River. This art is phenomenal. I love it. This is a reprint. Love the art. Urianger Orgerelt. I don't think I've ever seen his last name before. Yeah, he's one of the main scions. White and blue. 1/3. Whenever you play a land from exile or draw a card from exile, you gain 2, or cast a card from exile, you gain 2 life. Draw Arcanum, tap, look at the top card of your library, you can exile it face down. Play Arcanum until end of turn, you may play cards exiled with him, spells cast as way cost 2 less cast. So I like the fact that this basically lets you, it activates itself, right? Like you are putting the card aside, then you're playing that card, so you are getting the benefit of when you play things from exile without having to have any other enablers. Other enablers can make it faster and do other, and like, let you do it more times. But fundamentally, he does everything you need to do by himself, and he's effectively drawing you cards very slowly. And it's all cards exiled. So you can draw cards 5 turns in a row, then tap and play 5 spells that turn, and they'd all be cheaper, and they would gain you life. So that's a neat design. It feels a little slow, but there you go. Vindicate, this is a reprint. This appears to be Emmett Selk on it. This flavor text is somehow associated with Emmett Selk. I know this is somehow what he must say when he's dying or something. I don't really know. I know that you're going to beat him, but maybe he's an Ascian gear here, so I'm assuming he's an Ascian. He's also an Elder, whatever. Again, I don't really know. I feel like I don't know enough to be spoiled by it at this point, if that makes sense. Void Rend, this shows somebody destroying an Araman. Oh, Ishtola destroying an Araman. This is a reprint. I guess there are things called Void Scent. I don't think I've seen those before. But having it be called Void Rend makes a lot of sense. Then we get Ishtola, Knights Blessed, 1, white, blue, black, 2/4, Vigilance. Beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 more life this turn, you draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, she deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life. This has caused a spike in the value of Helm of the Ghast Lord, a common from Shadowmoor that I must have 1,000,000 copies of back in Ohio. I really need to find out about that. Because if you put Helm of the Ghast Lord on her, whenever she deals damage to people, you draw a card, and they discard a card, and also gives her +2/+2 because she's black and blue, and so and it itself is a non-creature spell mana value 3 or greater. So she's going to hit all of them, and it's not combat damage. So when she hits them at the end of the turn for the 2 damage, they all have to discard a card, and you draw a card for each opponent. So basically, you draw 3 cards, and each opponent discards a card at the end of every turn where you've been able to trigger this, which seems pretty good. And that's why Helm of the Ghast Lord has spiked. She's called a Warlock here. She's a Druid on her other form in here. She's dressed in all like dark stuff, and so I'm assuming she takes some kind of turn after where I am, because right now she's dressed in white and seems nicer than that. But yeah, she's caused a run on Helm of the Ghast Lord, and that's pretty neat. This takes us to the end of the Commander decks. So now, a mere 4 hours and 24 minutes into the stream, we are going to get to the main set. FF1, and then let's make sure we're displaying all prints. Good. Okay, let's all pause, take a little break, just regain our vocal cords for the final stretch, which is going to be something like another 300 cards to go through. Okay, so now this is the main set. We're doing what I did with the other things, where it's with everything. It's each game at a time. So I've set the search filter to be FF1 cards. Um, I've set the search filter to be FF1 cards. Um, let's start. Adventurer's Airship. This is obviously the airship you get in Final Fantasy 1. 3 colorless, 3/2 flying. Whenever it attacks, draw a card, then discard a card, crew 2. So you will note that this is a vastly inferior version of the Smuggler's Copter that is one of the Final Fantasy Through the Ages things. At some point, someone will open a Smuggler's Copter and an Adventurer's Airship in the same pack. Let's hope they're paying enough attention to take the one that is better along every axis. I never say a card is strictly better than another card because it is technically possible for your opponent to have the card Booby Trap set to the name of the card that is better, and so you would rather draw the card that is worse. You might say that is incredibly unlikely, that is never going to come up, that doesn't really matter. You might as well say strictly better, and I am going to tell you that strictly better has a defined term in game theory, and I guess strictly dominant is the proper term in game theory, but strictly better to me means better in every case, not better in every plausible case. That said, we can just say it's better. Anyway, would I play this in limited? Probably not. Crew 2 is just too much. It's a little rickety. It's only a 3/2, so you're going to like put a fair amount into this. You're going to get your loot, and then it's just going to get blocked and die, I would guess. There's a lot of artifact, equipment, vehicle support in this set, so maybe this is actually useful. I mean, I don't want to get misled by the fact that Smuggler's Copter was so good into thinking that the Smuggler's Copter was so good that this must be good, because I don't actually think that that's true. I think this is not actually going to be good. Now that we're into the main set, we can actually talk about what's good in limited. Yeah, I don't. This is obviously not going to make it into standard. Black Mage's Rod, 1 and a black. Artifact equipment. Job select. Enchanted creature is +1/+0. As whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard and is other types. Equip 3. The equip 3 is pretty prohibitive. The general rule is that if the equip cost is more than like 2, it's probably not particularly good for equipment. But this starts off equipping to a thing. So at the bottom basement value of this card is a 2 mana 2/1 with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent because the equipment gets equipped automatically when you play it. This, of course, is the rod that the Black Mages have in Final Fantasy I, and Black Mages in this set have basically been conceived of from Final Fantasy IX as 0/1 wizards that deal 1 damage whenever you cast to each opponent whenever you cast a non-creature spell. So I think this is a really cool flavor design. They've worked in the iconic Black Mage design here. They've got the rod. It does the thing. Yeah, it's great. I like it. Not a lot more to add to that. Garland, Knight of... And I think this is going to be a staple card for the decks that want to do this in Limited. If you want to do this, you probably know that. You probably want to build this. You want to build a non-creature spell. I'm assuming it'll be like Grix's colors, probably black, blue primarily, maybe. I don't know. And it's probably going to be a pretty important card in that deck. Garland, Knight of Cornelia. 1 black, 1 red, 3/2. Legendary creature, human knight. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, surveil 1. 3 black, black, red, red. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed. Activate only as a sorcery. I, Garland, will knock you all down. I, Garland, will knock you all down is what he says when you fight him in the original NES translation of the game. I believe they have kept that in every later translation because it's so iconic. It's obviously a very silly way to have... It obviously sounds very silly. As such, it became a meme and it's kind of iconic. The stance he's in there, where he's like on one... He's like ready to pounce. He's like kind of on one knee. That's his stance of his sprite in the game. You fight him at the very beginning of the game to rescue Princess Sarah. And then at the end of the game, you see him again when you go back in time to the Temple of the Four Fiends, because when he's transformed, he is Chaos the Endless. 5/5 flying. When he dies, put him on the bottom of his owner's library. Even as you die again and again, I shall return. there's a time loop he sets up with the elementals so that you kill him, he goes back in time, he's pulled back in time, becomes chaos, and then like becomes Garland again or whatever. Um, yeah, it's and this of course is what chaos looks like in Final Fantasy One. He's the final boss. So the first boss is also the last boss when he transforms into that. So flavor wise, this works out perfectly. He dies and then he comes back as chaos, just like he does in the game. He's got the great flavor text. He's posed exactly correctly. As a design, this is top notch. When it comes to whether it is good for standard, whether anything is good for standard here, I don't no, I don't know. It's so hard to guess what's going to be good for standard because yeah, it depends so much on environmental things. People can get wrong all of the time. That I'm saying this more as the thing for later things. I don't know. I don't know the 3/2 with a 7 mana activated ability is going to like break through that much in standard. I just don't think there's a whole lot of demand for a red black deck to be spending 7 mana to get chaos out. But maybe. I mean, it's not inconceivable. It's a cool design. It's going to be great in limited because you're going to play this. It's above rate as a 3/2 for 2. Not an amazing deal, but you're happy with it. And then later in the game, you get a 5/5. And then if they kill that, you just keep getting it back over and over and over again. Like, um, it seems like it's going to be pretty good in limited, and it's only an uncommon. So, sure, it's a really great done reference, and it's going to be fun in draft. So now, Monk's Fist. This is interesting to me because it is an equipment that is completely colorless, and it's one of the job select cards. I don't think there are any other equipments with job select that are completely colorless. Um, so Job's Fist 2, job select, equipped creature gets +1/+7 as a monk in addition to its other types, equipped 2. So it's 2 mana for a 2/1 that dies into an equipment that makes the creature do other things. Sure, it's kind of funny. The art almost feels out of place because the monk design with the bandana and everything, it just feels almost a little out of place compared to a lot of the rest of stuff in the set. Just because he looks like he's an '80s movie action hero doing a ninja monk thing because that's kind of what the art is like for the character. But I don't know, I like it. It's charming. So the basic lands here are all from one of the Final Fantasy games, and in this case, Mountain is there's like basically one from each of those, like a mountain from this one, a mountain from Final Fantasy IV, a mountain from Final Fantasy VI. Um, I think there's 3 for each of them, and then there's a wastes, yeah, because that comes out to 16 games. So this is Mount Gulag. Here's just the party going through. Red Mage's Rapier. Yeah, Red Mages use rapiers. They're from Final Fantasy I originally. They can cast white and black magic, and so that's 1 and a red. For job select, equipped 3. Equipped creature has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn as a wizard. So it's sort of interesting because in a lot of ways this feels like it's a Final Fantasy XIV Red Mage design because Final Fantasy XIV Red Mages, you cast one spell and you get to cast another one with a dual cast immediately. And this is basically saying you're casting the non-creature spell and then it does something else when you cast one spell, which is not really what they do in Final Fantasy I. It's basically just they have access to worse spells, but they have them from both black and white, and they can wear slightly better gear. But sure, you cast lots of spells, it gets bigger, it attacks. Why not? Slash of Light. This shows the generic Warrior of Light from the concept art, who's not actually any of the characters in the game, because this is not what the knight outfit looks like. And he's just dealing the final blow on Chaos. 1 and a white instant deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control, plus the number of equipment you control to target creature. This isn't a reprint, was it? There's a card with a similar effect at some point. The endless struggle that raged over 2,000 years had ended, and peace prevailed once more. But of course, when did it ever happen? The end of Final Fantasy I is a little weird. But it's him killing Chaos, which you don't necessarily do with a Slash of Light, and I'm not sure what weapon is supposed to be a Slash of Light, because the Masamune is the most powerful one, and it doesn't quite look like that. But anyway, this is your common white removal spell that's based on the number of creatures and equipment you have. There you go. Starting Town. This is a great reference. This is basically like Corneria. It's supposed to be Cornelia in this one, okay? Because it's Corneria in the NES version just because of the way the translation is, but I guess Cornelia is what it's supposed to be because when you transliterate it out of Japanese, it's kind of the same either way. It's kind of a judgment call. So Starting Town, this is the first town we see. There's a town subtype for lands, which is basically the equivalent of what gates were in previous Ravnica sets, where they just want to have a signifier that lets it matter that you have all of these different non-basic lands. And it is a rare land, so I will be complaining when I open this in Limited. This land enters tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn of the game. Tap to add 1 colorless, or tap, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. So it's basically a mana confluence that's painless if you're making colorless, but it's tapped unless it's the first 3 turns. Sure. This is not going to be like people will probably end up having to play this in constructed because in standard because mana bases can sometimes be really bad. Maybe aggressive decks are really going to want this conceivably. I don't know, but yeah, it's. I would not want to be playing this in any older format where I think the game's going to go beyond 3 turns. Let's put it that way. Thief's Knife. You can, of course, also play Thieves there. It's funny that this guy kind of looks like, what's his name? Is it Lindsay? What's the name of the guy from Final Fantasy VII Remake who's one of Don Corneo's guys who, like, Corneo stole his girlfriend and he's trying to find her? I can't remember his name, but unless it was Lindsay. It kind of looks like him as opposed to what the thief really looked like in that game. But anyway, 2 and a blue. Job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and is a rogue in addition to which other types. Equip 4. So you're giving somebody the. So basically, I mean, at its lowest level, this is a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So this is basically Thief of Scrolls or whatever it was called, at its absolute base level that then can equip to other things. So that's a pretty solid card in many sets. If you really care about the equipment, that probably makes this considerably better. Equip 4 is a lot, which is why you're getting all of the value on the front side. And if you ever have to equip it to a creature later, you're going to feel like you just got obliterated on how much mana you're spending. Town Greeter, 1 and a green, 1/1. When this creature enters, mill 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town card into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. This is Cornelia, the City of Dreams. So this is a reference to the fact that in especially the first game, but also many of the first 6 games, the Pixel games, and I think this is probably a little bit of it in 7 as well. They'll be the first person you went into in any town. You talk to them, and they'll say, "Welcome to Cornelia," and they'll basically just tell you like, "This is Jador, the westernmost town on the world map." They're always just the first person will introduce you to the name of the place. So they've made a card for that. It's the Town Greeter. These days in Limited, almost every set has this card, which is a 1 and a green 1/1 that mills some amount of cards and then puts a land card from among them or from your graveyard into your hand and then has some other effect. This one, a lot of the recent ones that have been good get a ++1 counter if you don't get a land. There is absolutely no safety valve on this version if you don't hit a land in those 4 cards, and it has to be from among them. It can't just be a land that was in your graveyard. So you are always taking a risk with this. Now, with 4 cards instead of 3, a lot of the ones that let you grab any land, it's out of 3 cards, so you're like that much likelier to miss. In this particular case, you're pretty likely to hit a land with 4 cards, but if you whiff, you get nothing. You don't get a ++1 counter on it. You don't get any of the life. Whatever. This is one of the weakest forms of this card I think I've seen in a while, unless 4 cards is enough, because it's very similar to Satyr Wayfinder, which is you look at the top 4 cards, choose a land to put in your hand, the rest go into your graveyard. Like, it's basically the same effect. It's basically Satyr Wayfinder, plus if the card you choose is a town, you gain 2 life. And Satyr Wayfinder, I mean, has been pretty playable. I don't know. I will point out that in the art in the background here, we've got a black mage and a white mage, and so these people are like coming into town next point. Although it's funny, it looks like the black mage is like holding the hand of some other mage here, like it's a little kid, like it's a little Vivi or something. Anyway, Warrior's Sword, which is, of course, for the warrior class in Final Fantasy. 3 and a red. Job select. Equipped creature is a +3/+2 and is a warrior in addition to which other types. Equip 5. So like the Thief's Knife, you never want to have to spend the mana to equip this on anybody else. But it's a 4 mana 4/3 that then dies into an equipment that's basically useless. There will be games where you spend the 5 mana and you're happy to do that. That will happen. There will be games where you will find ways to equip it to other creatures relatively cheaply. And yeah, and that's kind of what the warrior looks like in Final Fantasy I. White Mage's Staff. This is the iconic White Mage outfit. They use staves. 1 and a white. Job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life and is a cleric in addition to its other types. So this is, at minimum, a 2 mana 2/2 with whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life, and then when it dies, you can basically just spend 3 to move it around. You don't even have to wait for it to die to do that, but who wants to spend 3 mana? Like 3 mana is when you're in the you hope to never have to spend mana to You hope to never have to spend mana to equip this on anything. You're hoping that Cloud attaches it to, I guess the Cloud that equips things isn't in this set, but you're hoping that something equips it for you, or that it's just a bonus if this creature dies later. But at a 2-mana 2/2 that attacks to gain 1 life, that's not really a playable thing on its own. So I don't know, but maybe you just really need the equipment with a non-creature spell. World map. This, of course, is the world map from FF1. It's funny that it's got the names of the places on them, which the actual map in the game did not. It's a 1-mana artifact, 1 tap, sacrifice this artifact, search your library for basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Or 3 tap, sacrifice it, search your library for a land of any kind, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. A lot of sets these days have the 1-mana, 1 tap or tap, sacrifice, just find any basic land. This is a cross between that, where you have to spend more to get the normal basic land, and Expedition Map, which is a 1-mana artifact that's 2 tap, get any land. So it's between the two of those things. I think it's just worse than... Well, in Limited, you probably don't care about it being a non-basic land all that much, although there's a lot of towns and stuff. Who knows what you'll want in this game. I don't think this is going to be good enough for Constructed, because I don't think 3 tap is like ever what you want to be doing. Expedition Map is like exactly the level that you keep playing for that, I think. Everybody's a little sad that there's no backwards push B select thing in this, because in the original game, the brooms in Matoya's place that talk to you would say in backwards text, push B select, and if you pushed B select, they say, is it a magic spell? If you pushed B select, that's how you brought up the map, because the game didn't actually tell you that's how you brought up the map. You had to like figure it out from just trying what they were doing by talking backwards. Okay, that concludes FF1. You will note there are only 14 cards for this, and one of them is just generic mountain. And there was only 1 legendary creature for all of FF1. So there's not like a ton. You'll see when we get to the next ones, like it really does jump up how much is depicted. Oops, that is FF3. I cannot type. All right, now FF2. So we start off with Cid, Timeless Artificer, and the thing that's worth pointing out about this is every Final Fantasy game, except one, notoriously has a Cid, and they're usually associated with an airship or at least some level of technology. The one who has no association with an airship would be the one from 6, and there is actually a hidden scene you can find in a very narrow window of the game that where he's like working on the airship. Well, he's sort of like backseat airship fixing with Setzer. It's a funny scene that I don't think I had seen or even known about until after I'd been playing the game for 25 years or something like that, because it was 2020 when I was playing it in quarantine. And I just randomly stumbled into it, and I was like, wait, I've never seen this scene before. 26 years? Jeez, I don't know. But anyway, the point is, because of this, there's almost always a Cid. The first Cid is in 2. Cid is retconned into the original game when later releases have people make reference to a Cid from the past who built the airship. In Final Fantasy II, that's the first Cid you get, and then every game after that has a Cid. So, rather than decide that some games get Cids and others don't for cards here, because they're not going to spend 15 cards on Cids, they decided to make 1 Cid card and give it 15 different arts and have it say, what we see here, 2 white, blue, 4/4. Artifact, creatures, and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer. Cid is an artificer. You control and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Cid, Timeless Artificer, and a cycling white and a blue. Because it says artificers in your graveyard, if you cycle 1 Cid, so if you have this Cid in play, it is legendary, so you can't play the other Cids, even if they're from different games. And the fact that you can have any numbers so that you can use all the different arts. So if you have cycling, white, and a blue means you can ditch 1 Cid when you already have a Cid out, and then the fact that it cares about buffing for each artifact, creature, each artificer in your graveyard means that when you just discard it, it's going to make the other one bigger. So anyway, I'm assuming this will be solid because there's going to be a lot of artifacts in this set. Not too many artifacts, because it doesn't care about artifacts you have, but it's artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for that. You'll have a lot of heroes because of the equipment that you'll have. So basically, your job select equipment is going to give all those creatures +1/+1 for the Cids you have in play and in your graveyard, I think. I don't think there are too many other artificers in this set, but if there are, let's make a note of them when we see them. This is the Cid from FF2 who looks like that, which is kind of like John Slattery with a mustache is basically what he looks like. Okay, Colosseum Behemoth. So they chose to make the Behemoth representative of this game, the Behemoth from Final Fantasy II, which means, sadly, that it can't have like a meteor death counter, which is something that Behemoths are known for in later games. But they didn't have a meteor death counter in Final Fantasy II, so this is what we get. 5 green, green, 7/7 trample. When it enters, choose one, destroy card, artifact, or enchantment, draw a card. The one in Final Fantasy II, as I recall, is just sort of like a big dumb thing that hits you hard. And you fight it in a Coliseum when the Emperor tries to like throw you into a pit with it. And that's basically the extent of this behemoth's relevance. Now, the best card we've seen from the main set so far in terms of making me laugh, Commune with Beavers. 1 green, sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. The joke, of course, is that this is the green Ponder because you're looking at the top 3 cards and you're choosing one of them. It's not as good as Ponder because you can't choose to shuffle. Well, I mean, you wouldn't be shuffling. If you whiff, you just get nothing. Now, it's kind of hard to whiff on artifact, creature, or land. It could happen. It's kind of hard to do that, but you could. So it's not as good as Ponder, but also it's like it's kind of here for the meme, and it will find you something almost always. And the others go on the bottom instead of the graveyard. I think you'd rather put them in the graveyard. The flavor text is Guy Speak Beaver. Now this is funny because Guy is a character that you have in Final Fantasy II who's in your party who always is translated to speak in sort of like, oh, me think we should do whatever. Like he's supposed to sound like an idiot. And you get to a point where there are these beavers and you're like, well, how could we communicate with them? And Guy goes, oh, Guy Speak Beaver. And then he just walks over and he talks to the beavers and he finds out what you're supposed to do. It's a very silly moment in the game. And they have perfectly represented it on the card here. If you're going to pick one moment from Final Fantasy II to reference, this is the correct one to do. Here we go. And I always want to point out, there's a little beaver down here that's like gnawing on this ice with these 2 little teeth coming out, and it is adorable. And they're not really what you think of as beaver teeth, though. They're like fangs. It's kind of funny. And the beaver design is just absolutely perfect, absolutely wonderful. Everything about this card is perfect. I love it. It is precious to me. Okay. How good will it be? It's not going to break into standard. It's going to be fine and limited. Crossroads Village, land, town. This land enters tapped. As it enters, choose a color. Tap, add one of the chosen color. And this is supposed to represent Bosk, the place where the Dreadnought is, and everybody's like, you got to go destroy the Dreadnought, and you try to destroy the Dreadnought, and you fail, and you destroy it later. This is a card that usually exists in sets these days. It'll be like a desert, or it'll be, there's always, they frequently make a common land where it comes into play tapped, and you choose a color, and it can just tap for that color. And this is it, and it's a town, and there's nothing about it that specifically speaks to Final Fantasy II, which is a little unfortunate since Final Fantasy II, we had 14 cards for 1, and then this one says 16, but that's because there's like a million different arts for some of these things. So 2 does not get a lot of representation. I'm just glad, I guess I'm just glad it gets anything. It's not like this slot would have been used for some other cool Final Fantasy II card. So we have Furion Wild Rose Warrior, 2 and a red, 3/3, Rebel Warrior, so he can be searched up with Lin Civi. Equipped creatures you control have haste. Whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equip abilities cost 2 less to activate, sacrifices at the beginning of the next upkeep. There's nothing in Final Fantasy II that is especially equipment related, and certainly not for Furion himself. But you can give anybody any type of weapon, and then they have to just keep spending forever using that weapon to get good at it because they use a Skyrim-style skill system. The art back here indicates to me that this is, I think, in Pandemonium at the end. Furion is, of the 3 characters you have who are in the game the whole time, they chose for some reason that Furion would be the main one, even though he is pretty generic and uninteresting, and I think Maria would have been a much better choice. I don't blame Wizards for choosing him as the representative from this game because he is always chosen as a protagonist and everything else like Dissidia. I blame the fact that people chose him over somebody more interesting, especially when that Warrior of Light concept art thing that I showed from Final Fantasy III also looks like a similar design to Furion. Maria's just a much better design. That said, as a card on its own, I'm not entirely sure what this card is like trying. Like obviously, it's trying to make you do equipment stuff, but you're creating a copy of the equipment that only sticks around for 1 turn and only costs 2 less to activate. So you have to have the mana to play and equip the equipment with a cost reduced by 2. Maybe when you actually play with this, it's really good. Like maybe that's what happens. When you read it, it just reads disappointing. Like you get halfway through the text, like okay, and then it's like sacrifice at the beginning of the next upkeep. Oh, okay then. I mean, it's almost like it gives the equipment haste because it makes it more likely you can equip the equipment the turn that you play the equipment. But sure, I guess. I don't know. But he's a 3-mana 3/3 creature that has equipment synergies in a set that's all about equipment. So maybe. And here's his alt art. The little 2 in the background is kind of hard to see. It almost looks like a giant, like a thicker 1 because that's just how it is. Excuse me. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's all solid art for both parts of him. Whenever I see anything from Pandemonium and I hear the da 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 da, the music in Pandemonium, I really always quite liked. Uh, I can't replicate it, but I quite liked it. When I did my long video on all the Final Fantasy games, I wanted to keep replaying that part of the music over and over again, um, and then just didn't because it turned out that editing a video that long was a lot of work, and the thing kept collapsing under its own weight, and I did not want to do that. But I wanted to. I thought about it. Heck dies. So 1 and a black for a 1/1 ooze horror. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. Most sets have a card like this these days. A 2-mana 1/1 that makes them discard a card when it comes to play. And in recent years, and this goes all the way back to Ravenous Rats and Urza's Destiny, these cards have almost always been good. How good they've been has varied, but they've almost always been good. I love how that one eye is like glaring at you. Not all the eyes are glaring at you. Some of them are just looking. Some are a little curious. Some of them are glaring at you. Some of them are just like, whatever. Yeah, and Hilda's the name of the princess there. She gets quoted here because who you absolutely wouldn't want to acknowledge the existence of in this game, Maria. Minwu, White Mage. I mentioned before, nobody remembers or cares about Minwu, and yet Minwu got a Through the Ages card. Well, now Minwu gets a main set card. 3, white, 3/3, Vigilance, Lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter each cleric you control. Yeah, Minwu's a White Mage, and so I'm sure they're like, yep, Minwu's a White Mage. What would a White Mage thing be? And they did this. Minwu's like the good part about Minwu in the game is that you get Minwu right at the beginning, and Minwu will be a little more powerful than a lot of your characters are because they'll already know a lot of stronger white magic spells, and so Minwu will have a positive association from that at the beginning. But then beyond that point, sure, it's Minwu. It's a character. Minwu existed. Random Encounter. Here's another card that made me. So how good is this going to be in limited? I don't know how. I mean, you're getting life every time this attacks, so it's getting a +1/+1 counter every time it attacks, which means it's probably pretty good unless your opponent can kill it. And there's other ways to gain life as well. So I'm sure there could be a life gain deck where this ends up being quite good. I don't know that this is a card where I'm like, wow, I opened a Minwu. I'm really off to a great start. I don't think I've got that feeling from any rare we have seen so far. Random Encounter. 4, red, sorcery. Shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. Put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste. At the beginning of the next end step, return those creatures to their owner's hand. Flashback 6 and 2 red. So, if you're really lucky, for 6 mana, you can mill 4 giant creatures, attack with all of those creatures, and then get them in your hand. That's not going to happen. More realistically, you're going to get maybe 2 creatures, and then some number of them will not be able to attack because they'll just get blocked and die. The flashback means you can certainly mill yourself for a total of 8 and see how many things you get, which you would do if you got to 8 mana. This is one of those cards that's people are gonna want to play it because it's going to look cool. Because you're going to see the upside of, wow, I'm going to hit like 3 giant creatures, I'm going to tackle all of them, and then I'm going to get them in my hand. It's going to effectively have drawn me 3 cards. And if it does that, it's really great. But you can't really afford to spend 6 mana and hit 3 lands in an instant. Like, if that happens, you're in a lot of trouble. You can't spend that much mana to do nothing. And even if you spend that mana and you hit 4 good creatures, if you're behind, maybe you can attack and your opponent just doesn't care because you're behind, and then they get bounced to your hand, so they're not back to block. So you've done nothing to advance your board for 6 mana, and then later 8 mana. Like, that's a great way to lose a game of Magic. So this is like the Jumbo Cactuar that we sort of come across later, which is that it is a brilliant design to make you dream. You see this card and it gives you a dream, it gives you a goal, it gives you a thing you want to do. The fact that you shuffle your library means you don't get to stack your library, so that prevents it from being too abused, but it's not like you were going to stack your library too much in limited anyway. So anyway, my recommendation is not to play this card, but every now and again you will lose to it when your opponent gets incredibly lucky for no reason. The art, of course, here shows you getting a random encounter with a Curl, a Marlborough, and an Iron Giant. And if you're up against that group, you probably are losing. But anyway, this is a really cute card. I really love it, referencing the random encounters of the game. And there are very frequent random encounters in Final Fantasy II. Again, really cute card, really great design. I love it, but I do not recommend that you play it. No, I do not. Swallowed by Leviathan. 2 and a blue. Instant, choose target spell, surveil 2, then counter the chosen spell, and this controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. Note that it does not count itself because it is the final step of the resolution of a spell that puts it in your graveyard. So when they have to pay the 1 or more, this is not in your graveyard yet. So if you surveil 2 and you like both cards and you have no cards in your graveyard, your opponent just laughs at you and resolves their spell. This represents the part when you're on a ship that gets swallowed by Leviathan, as the title implies, and then you find a Dragoon inside, and you guys have to fight your way out. And there's like a whole like little town of people living inside Leviathan, which was kind of funny. Realistically speaking, because you can surveil 2, you're probably going to just mill, like even if you see 2 good cards, if you need to put both in there to counter the spell, you're probably going to do that because it's just too punishing to lose the 3 mana and the card to have done nothing. This is a crystal cave that you see in Final Fantasy II. That's the art. It's really pretty. No, it's in there. Oh, would I play Swallowed by Leviathan? I don't know. There are decks where I'd play it and decks where I wouldn't play it. 3 mana is a lot for a counter, is kind of the thing to bear in mind. We've been spoiled lately with stuff like Dispelling Exhale, which have achieved what you wanted for 2 mana, and when they achieve what you want for 2 mana, they're really good. When it's 3 mana, maybe not so good. It kind of depends also on how big the bombs are. Like if you know that in every game you're going to have a way to just counter your opponent's 6 mana bomb legend, then maybe you are going to want this, and that's one of the reasons Dispelling Exhale has been so good. But generally speaking, I look at this and I'm not impressed. I'm prepared to be wrong, but I look at this and I'm not impressed. Okay. The Emperor of Palamecia. Let's just look at his expanded art. White, blue and a red for a 2/2 human noble wizard at uncommon. Tap, add blue or red. Spend this only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it with a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamecia, then if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. So a couple notes here. The Emperor of Palamecia was just sort of called like the Emperor in the game, but Palamecia is the place, and so he's called the Emperor of Palamecia now to differentiate him from every other Emperor that's anywhere else in the Final Fantasy series. This was Final Fantasy II. There only was one Emperor at the time. Everything on fire at the beginning. This is kind of from the cutscene at the beginning, where there's people like invading and burning down a town, which they added an opening intro cutscene in the, I want to say it was the Wonder Swan color version, whichever version later got ported into the iOS version before the Pixel Remaster. And I think the Pixel Remaster has one of them now. So you can see from this is kind of your build around uncommon for the Is-It colors. That you want you want to be building a cast non-creature spells, which is very often what Blue-Red wants to be doing in these sets. Now he both enables you to cast them by giving you the mana, and then gives you bonuses for casting it. So if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, this is kind of relevant to note because you're going to see the other side, and it's going to say 3/3 here. You have to remember that in order for it to flip at all, it has to have 3 counters on it, which means it's going to be a 6/6, not a 3/3. But anyway, in Final Fantasy II, you fight the Emperor of Palamecia and you kill him. And then later in the game, you find out he's back, because when you killed him, he becomes the Lord Master of Hell. Basically, you kill him, his spirit goes to hell, and then his spirit is so evil and so powerful that he is able to dominate hell and become the new Lord Master of Hell, which is, I think, a really baller and really awesome story to have. And so he's got Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard, which is presumably at least 3, because that's what you probably did to get the 3 or more +1/+1 counters on him. It's kind of funny that he has this thing that like looks like a scarf. It's just like he's just got this like snake scarf that kind of reminds me of the snake thing from Beetlejuice, but it's like also horns. I don't know. He kind of has it a little bit in the original version up here, but anyway. So the Lord Master of Hell, he's somebody who dies and comes back as a demon noble wizard who wants to conquer the world. He's evil enough to just die and then conquer hell. So is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? I think it's kind of a judgment call, because you don't really see the Emperor kill children for no reason in Final Fantasy II. Like, he's actually, everything he's doing is kind of for a purpose. Even conquering hell is for a purpose. But he says, all the world shall fall by my hand. Does he want to just rule the pile of ashes, or does he want to be the king? We don't really get into his motivations as much. He doesn't actively display a level of evil on par with Elon Musk, so I don't know that I can say that he is more evil than Elon Musk. But, because there's no part in the game where he has a machine that's like, kill children to produce pennies, and then presses that button. But he also is never given that machine, so I don't know what he would do with it. Anyway, how good is this going to be in Limited? If you put together the cast a non-creature spell, if you're able to have the non-creature spell deck, and you cast a lot of them, and you flip them over into a 6/6 that attacks to deal 3 every time it attacks, that seems pretty good. Because he sort of passively produces, like if you have lots of instants, you can do this on your opponent's turn and have like at least a 3/3 the first turn to block, well, a 2/2 the first turn, then after it doesn't have summoning sickness, a 3/3, and then a 4/4, and so on to block people, and then eventually you've just got your, so it kind of ramps, you've got your 6/6, and it kind of ramps people and deals a lot of damage. This is one of those ones where I really would have to play it and see the play pattern. I'm prepared to be convinced that it could be like truly fantastic or terrible. That's kind of how all the blue red things end up being at some point. Um, yeah. So I'm not sure that's gonna be. It's not gonna make. I don't think it's gonna make it into constructed. I just can't imagine a thing that needs to like a thing that's this vulnerable that needs you to untap to get the mana out of it, and then yeah, it just doesn't really do it in constructed. All right. On to Final Fantasy III. Final Fantasy III starts us off with Adventurers Inn. I love how it just says Inn at the top, as it so often does. I don't recognize which specific town this is supposed to be. Are we maybe still on the floating continent here, I think? I'd have to actually look up. The flavor text says, welcome, we have rooms for 200 gil a night. I'd have to figure out which town has 200 gil a night inns in order to know where this is. But it's part of a town. When it enters, you gain 2 life. Inns and all of these things. This is your Radiant Fountain equivalent here. A colorless land is a pretty big cost, so unless you're really doing the town thing, I don't think you want this, or you've got a lot of life gain synergies. You could maybe do it with a lot of life gain synergies. I mean, we saw with Minwu, maybe you do want to do that. But I don't see this breaking into constructed. Radiant Fountain got into constructed when there were lots of things that searched your land for any types of lands, and sometimes you just needed the 2 life. Like I think even in Modern, did they sometimes play it in Amulet Titan up to a point? I think the slots are too tight now, but it might have been a point when they did that. I don't really recall. Ahriman, 2 and a black, 2/2 horror at common, flying death touch 3, sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. I think Ahriman was like a boss in the end, in the final area, right? Where you're in the starry place after you've gone through Eureka. But anyway, yeah, it's an Ahriman. It is flying and death touch. Sacrificing another creature artifact, it's 3 mana to do that. So there are games where that ability is going to like make your opponent's removal just seem terrible. And then there are games where you're never going to have 3 up and it's not going to matter. Flying and death touch, sure, I guess. There's probably a lot of big scary things in this set, so maybe this is going to be good. I'm not prepared to say this is going to be great because I don't think Windrake things have been great in a while, but it could be that the way this shakes out is good. It's one of those things where there are a lot of times you just have to play the set. And obviously, I think it can be assumed that anything that is under rare is not even worth discussing. Anything that's under rare, if it's common, it's almost certainly not worth discussing for constructed. I will bring it up if I think it is. If it's uncommon, it's almost assuredly not good enough for constructed. I'll bring it up if it is. If it's rare and mythic rare, it's also probably still not good enough for constructed, but we'll see. Here we have our different Cid art. I always kind of liked the Santa Claus looking Cid from Final Fantasy III. He's always a lot of fun. Cloud of Darkness. This is the actual final boss of... Actually, I'm going to quickly scroll down to make sure that Zandy is here. Okay, because Zandy is in the starter kit thing, and I wanted to make sure that the searches I was doing were finding that. So Cloud of Darkness, 2 and a black and 2 green. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who see this and are like, why is Cloud in these other cards? And then also there's a Cloud of Darkness. It's not related. 3/3, flying, particle beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until the turn where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So Cloud of Darkness is the first time you have a Final Fantasy boss that really feels like it comes from nowhere, because at least Chaos comes out of Garland, and the Emperor of Palamisia is somebody you've had established full time. This is the first time you're like, Zandy's the big boss. And you fight Zandy, and then it's like, well, now I have to fight this other thing. They do pretty much the same thing with Zeromus in Final Fantasy IV in the next game. This is a pretty fine design. Yeah, it kind of works for what's going on here. Particle Beam is its signature weapon. The only sort of flaw here is that Particle Beam hits everything. And part of the problem in Final Fantasy III is that you... because there's no active time battle system there, so everybody just takes 1 action per round. And but who goes when is somewhat random. So if it particle beams at the end of 1 round and then particle beams at the start of the next round, you can just get eliminated from full. Like it can be pretty rough. And this is on the NES. The Famicom, because it never came to the NES. They don't have save points within dungeons. So if you die in that final fight, you have to go all the way back through one of the longest final dungeons in the history of Final Fantasy. I'm just glad that I played it on versions that had autosaves, although it never actually came up because I never actually died in that whole long part. But my hands were sweaty the whole time. It was definitely nerve-wracking. So particle beam hitting only one thing is kind of a flavor fail, except for the fact that it would be way too powerful. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly do it another way. It's a little funny that it's like the big final boss of the game. It's a legendary avatar, and it's like a 5-mana 3/3 flyer. Like that feels a little weak, but realistically speaking, Magic cards operate under constraints for what the designs can do, and I think this is a pretty good design of the Cloud of Darkness. It gets the particle beam in there. It's fine. Forest. It's got a bunch of chocobos, and there's a forest. There you go. Oh, I forgot to mention, speaking of chocobos, in the Commune with Beavers card, my understanding is that originally the beavers were supposed to be Moogles, which is why they look like that. And here, I'll quickly remind you what they look like. These were originally going to be Moogles, but the Moogle design was like not quite done yet or something like that, and so they ended up being beavers, and then Moogles made their premiere appearance in Final Fantasy III. Okay, so item shopkeep. 1 in a red for a 2/2. Whenever you attack, attacking equipped creature gets menace until end of turn. So again, big equipment theme for red-white. Equipment themes almost never work in limited. I think this might be the one time they do, just because there's so much job select stuff. Like there's so many ways to play a thing that technically involves an equipment but isn't real, like is really just a 2-mana 2/2. So who knows? Obviously not good enough for constructed, but it'll definitely, you'll lose some games to this in limited, and you'll be really. You notice I just said this is the first game with Moogles. There's a little Moogle in the background. It looks like a Moogle doll, whereas the Moogles in uh, Final Fantasy III were with Doga, and they were like running. They were running his shops rather than like really what they should. So I don't blame them for designing it the way they did, but I would have preferred it if the item shop keep had been a Moogle and it had been the ones at Doga's place. Like that just would have been cool. The crystals chosen. So this is interesting. This is the Onion Knights that are your generic characters in Final Fantasy III. Um, but something about the art style just gives me vibes of the 3D remake of Final Fantasy III, although it doesn't necessarily look like the specific named characters from that one. In the original version of the game for the Famicom, they didn't have unique identities. They were just like you named them Onion Knights. You gave them jobs and equipment. In the 3D remake, they each got names and very thin personalities. The 3D remake is the version I guess I would always recommend the Pixel remaster for any of the first 6 games because it's both the most accessible and it's the most like closest to the original experience. But the 3D remake is pretty good. It's also pretty good for Final Fantasy IV as well. The crystals chosen 5 and 2 white sorcery. Create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. A +1/+1 counter on each creature you control is no small thing. 4 creatures and then a +1/+1 counter. If you have nothing on your board, this is 7 mana for 8/8 worth of power and toughness. In Neon Dynasty, Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, there was a 5 and a white sorcery that made 3 2/2s, and then you scryed 3. And that was like the best common in the set. Like it actually just was the best common in the set. At first, nobody thought it would be, and it just turned out to be amazing. One of the things I love in Magic sets is when what you think would be good is not like something that you think isn't going to. I like it when things are not what you think they'd be. If everything just is what you immediately think it's going to be, that's a little boring because it means that there's like no discovery. There's like no work to be done. You just look at it and you immediately know what it is, and then you just what else are you doing for the rest of this time? So I love it when you've got a card like that where you wouldn't think it would be good and it turns out it's actually amazing. But by this point, I think you can look at this and you're seeing that 7 mana and you're like, if you have a board that's not completely empty, if you have 3 other creatures and you play this, you've just added 11 power and toughness to the board because you've put the 3 +1/+1 counters plus the 8 from the 4 tokens. So this could get you back out of a couple of jams. Like this, the problem is getting to 7 mana, and once you've gotten to 7 mana, it doesn't necessarily guarantee a win. But it certainly could do lots of great things. So, okay, the darkness crystal. So in this game, there's a whole bunch of different crystals that you deal with because it starts off as do so many of the early Final Fantasy games. There's crystals of various elements. You're supposed to find those crystals and do things with them. The darkness crystal is actually the one at the very end of the game, and there's like 4 of those. This is after you found the other ones, but alphabetically it starts first. So here we are. 2 black legendary artifact. Black spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. All the crystals do this. They make your associated color spells cost less. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile it and you gain 2 life. 4 black, black, tap. Put target creature card exiled with the darkness crystal onto the battlefield tapped under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Now, generally speaking, 4 mana to make spells you cast cost 1 less to cast is not worth it in limited. The text that if a non-token creature opponent controls would die, exile it and you gain 2 life, probably not that great. Not a whole lot of ways to get creatures back from graveyards most of the time. Sometimes there are, sometimes that is an effect you'd want, but not always. And so the 6 mana ability to then so it's 6 mana tap. It's not tap sacrifice. So you can keep putting creature cards exiled with it under your control with 2 additional counters on it. Basically, once this is in play, any creature of your opponent's that dies, you can then play with 2 additional +1/+1 counters for 6 mana. That seems a little too clunky for me. I'm just foreseeing that you cast this, it does nothing to affect the board, and then you're just really behind. And if they destroy this, you're super far behind. Maybe the gaining 2 life is enough to get back. We could be coming back a month from now and I'll be like, wow, Darkness Crystal, this is one of the top performing cards in the set. But my immediate impulse is that it is not actually that good, and I don't think I would want to play it in Standard either. It's just very slow. But really cool alt art. I mean, look at this. They even make it look kind of like the square tiles you walk around on when you're in that area at the end. The Earth Crystal, 2 and 2 green. These are all 2 and then 2 of their color. Green spells cost 1 less to cast. If 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, twice that many +1/+1 counters are put on that creature instead. 4 green, green, tap, distribute 2 +1/+1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. Note that because of the first ability, unless they destroy this artifact in response to the activation of the ability, in which case it's not there for the second part, instead of putting 2 +1/+1 counters on, you're really putting 4 on because they're all doubled. And so this is going to make your creatures. This works with itself. You know, you don't have to have another way to put counters on. You just have to be able to activate it, and then you're just putting these counters on. If you get this going, you're going to win because you're going to, unless you just don't draw creatures, because your creatures are going to be getting +4/+4 like all the time. But this is really slow, and as I just pointed out, if you can spend 6 mana to get your 4 counters and then they destroy this in response, I mean, they probably would have just destroyed it before you untapped. But note that you distribute the counters. It's not the Darkness Crystal and the Earth Crystal. Note that none of these have said play as a sorcery. You can pull these out at your opponent's end step. That is worth bearing in mind. This just seems really, really slow to me. But if it gets going, you're probably going to win. So is it really great or is it not? I mean, I'm definitely going to play with it the first couple times I see it because I'm going to want to test it myself. But I'm just inclined to think that's really slow. The alt art for it here is absolutely gorgeous, just truly brilliant. Yeah, I love this art. It's great. The Fire Crystal, 2, red, red. Red spells cost 1 less. Creatures you control have haste. 4, red, red, tap. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control, sacrifice beginning of the next end step. I mean, no. Like, if you get to a very late game and you need a mana sink, and that mana sink is to, like, create a giant copy of a creature. Note also that it doesn't give the creature haste. So, again, if they somehow destroy this in response to you spending the 6 mana, then it doesn't have haste and it just goes away and does nothing. I think this is the worst of the 3 we've seen so far. Even the alt art, which is very good, it's still good, is the weakest of the alt art we've seen so far. You just can't spend this mana doing nothing. I mean, you've spent 10 mana before the very first time you've made a single copy of a creature. That's a lot. The red, like the black one, at least creatures will die incidentally and you'll gain life, and that's something. With the green one, you're also spending 10 mana before it does anything. I mean, that's just so much mana to be doing nothing. The Water Crystal, 2, blue, blue. Blue spells cost 1 less. If an opponent would mill 1 or more cards, they mill that many +4 instead. Note that because that's anything, if they play like a town greeter, instead of milling 4 cards, they would mill 8 cards. And you might not want them to do that, but also if they do that, they're in limited. They're running out of cards very quickly. But that's just a thing to bear in mind. 4 blue, blue, tap. Each opponent mills cards equal to the number of cards in your hand. At that point in the game, you probably only have 3 cards in your hand, if that. So your opponent is going to be milling 3 + 4 cards. They're going to be milling 7 cards. This will end the game very quickly. Do not forget in Ether Drift we had that, what was the name of it? It was the blue thing that was like 1 tap, milled 2, and then it was like exhaust to mill cards equal to the cards in the graveyard. This is probably going to end, like if you do untap with this, if you untap with this and you are in a stalemate, you're going to win. If you untap with this in your head, we probably didn't need this, but because this doesn't do anything until it wins the game. There will be games that you will win with this. I just don't think it does enough. Now, of course, I've been talking about it's 10 mana before it does the very first thing. Um, it makes your spells cost less to cast. The fact that it's making your spells cost less to cast, I don't think matters because let's say you play this on turn 4. Turn 5, maybe you can play a 6, like it lets you play a 6-drop. I mean, how much mana are you saving? You're casting 2 3-drops and you're getting a total save of 2 mana. Then the next turn you're spending 6, and because you have to spend, probably all you have is the 6 mana at that point. Once you've spent that 6 mana, you're not getting any benefit off of the 1 less to cast because you can't cast anything else. You're all tapped out. Even if you had a 2-drop in your hand, you wouldn't be able to play it for 1 because you're not going to have that. I just don't think it works. The alt art, on the other hand, this art just looks great. It feels like something from an 80s cartoon type thing that, the era when this game came out in 1990, I think, is when Final Fantasy III came out. So it's not technically the 80s, but I really like it. The Wind Crystal, 2 white white. White spells cost 1 less to cast. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much life. 4 white white tap. Creatures you control gain flying and lifelink until next turn. Okay, so if you have a reasonable number of creatures in play, this final ability is probably going to win you the game. You're going to give all of your creatures flying, and then they're going to gain you a bajillion life. But, again, this card does nothing until you've put 10 mana into it. That is a lot of mana. I really don't think any of these crystals are going to be good enough in Limited. The Water Crystal is the one I think is most likely to get played in Constructed because people just love mill decks. I don't know that it's going to be good in Constructed, but I know people are going to want to try. And then this the alt art for it is kind of funny because it's green. So the Darkness Crystal is like purple in both of its arts. The Earth Crystal is like orange here and then yellow here. The Fire Crystal is red and then yellow. The blue is like blue and then blue. The Wind Crystal is blue and then green. I don't remember there being different crystals with different colors in the game. I could be wrong here. It's been a while since I played Final Fantasy III. It's probably been 2 years at this point since I last played it, and I did not make a mental note of the colors of everything. So now we're going to get to Xandi Dark Mage. So Xandi is from the starter deck, so you won't actually see him in Limited unless I think you might be able to open this extended art version. I don't know which. Which is why it's actually funny that the extended art version is number 516 and the one with the normal border is 561. That's because you open this in packs and you can only open this in the starter deck thing. So I don't know if you can open him. I think this can be in play boosters, but I could be wrong. I think the extended art stuff might only be available in collector boosters, and if that's the case, you cannot possibly have him in limited. So I think that is the case because I don't think I've seen extended art things in. I've seen alt art things in play boosters, but I don't think I've seen an extended art thing, which is probably for the best because I like the extended art on its own. I hate it when it's next to a card that is not extended art. But anyway, he is 2 blue, black, 3/3 menace. He gets +1/+1 for each non-creature, non-land card in your graveyard. Again, if this doesn't look super competitive, that's because it's from the starter deck and it's not really meant to be. He certainly could get huge. You mill yourself out, he could get pretty big. Some people were like, is this worth considering in older formats? Not really. So Xandi as a character is basically this disciple of this sage who is given the gift of mortality, which, I mean, I thought that was dumb when I first heard about it, that anybody could possibly be like, what, you didn't like your gift? Because mortality is supposed to be able to give some perspective and have some value to him, but instead it just makes him mad and he tries to destroy the world by opening up the entrance to the void and having the cloud of darkness kill us all. So is that more or less evil than Elon Musk? I want to say less evil. Like somebody did something really bad to him and he's just like bitter about it. So he's sort of acting out emotionally. It's not a like cold, calculated decision to just kill children for no reason. So I'm going to say less evil than Elon Musk. Okay. Final Fantasy IV. Here we go. Baron Airship Kingdom. It is a town that enters tapped and is it colors. I like the art here. The style of it, if you look sort of closely, it's like it is that sort of like some of the concept art stuff that's similar to like the 12 concept art, where it's like a little lighter in tone, like not. I don't know my art terms well enough to exactly explain what that style is. It's slightly different, but yep. I mean, this is the place that made the airships and is sort of the origin of the evil empire in Final Fantasy IV. Cecil, Dark Knight. 1 black for a 2/3 death touch. Darkness. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life, and if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it. Something I find very bizarre is that people are always going, is it Cecil or Cecil? Cecil is an actual name, and I've never in my life met a person with the name Cecil. Well, I don't meet that many people with the name Cecil, but I've never heard of a person with the name Cecil who pronounced it Cecil. I'm always very I'm not really sure what to think of that. And I think I said Cecil when I first played the game, because when I first played the game, I was 8. And then there was a Simpsons episode where you meet Sideshow Bob's brother, Cecil, and ever since then I've said Cecil. But I still see everybody say, is it Cecil or Cecil? I don't know if I'm missing something, but as far as I understand, it could only really be Cecil. This was the first of many times that a Final Fantasy game would have a protagonist with a name that probably sounds exotic and neat in Japanese, and then is like, what? When you hear it in English. Cecil, your Dark Knight is named Cecil? Cecil Harvey is the name of your evil Dark Knight. He's not really evil, but anyway, yeah, and we'll see that again in Final Fantasy VI because Terra's original name was Tina. Obviously, Bart's name was Butts. Yeah. So, and then of course this would continue on with like Clive and all of that sort of stuff. Anyway, so this I think is the likeliest of, I think, the cards we've seen so far to really make it in Constructed, because it's just 1 mana for a 2/3, and it's not hard to get your less than half your life total. I mean, that's what like Death's Shadow decks do, stuff like that. It also kind of reminds me of that Vampire Knight that was like 1 mana for a 1/2 that you could like pay 3 mana to give +3/+3, and then it like did something if you had, I don't remember which card it was. You know what I'm talking about. The one that did the thing. I think it was from a core set. And that was like pretty highly played. It's not hard to get below your starting life total. A quick note about the art here. He's clearly using his sword with his left hand, despite the fact that in Final Fantasy IV it mattered, like characters either were left or right-handed, and Cecil was right-handed. As somebody who's left-handed, I pay a lot of attention to this, as we'll see when we get a little later down. Anyway, so then he flips into Cecil Redeemed Paladin. I really love the art here. Like, this is just gorgeous, like, appearance of, like, clouds. It looks sort of starry and spacey, which makes sense because they go to the moon later. But it looks very much like 80s fantasy cover art, sort of, right? Like, all of the shading and all of that just looks like that. This part doesn't so much. This part looks more recent, but this looks like it really belongs out of the 80s. And it is the same artist, right? Yeah, it's the same artist. There's actually one card in here where the front side is a different artist than the back side. I'll mention it when we get there. I think, if I remember. And then once he's flipped, he's a 4/4 with lifelink, and he's got Protect. Whenever he attacks other attacking creatures, all of them, gain indestructible in turn. Now, he doesn't give himself indestructible. And this makes sense because his ability, once he becomes a paladin, he can protect and jump in front and protect other people. And that's, of course, him holding the Sword of Legend, again, with his left hand. So, again, I think Cecil might be one that I would expect to break through into Constructed. I don't know for sure, but I think that he will. 1 second, I'm checking something. Yeah. So I think that I think he'll probably break into it. In limited, how good is he? Well, it's any damage that he deals makes you lose that much life. So if you get down to like 11 life, and then somebody kills Cecil, that's kind of bad for you. You just lost 9 life for no reason. But he does have Death Touch. Maybe he only ever deals 2 damage and the creature dies. Like 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch creatures have generally been pretty good, and if that's all he is, it's probably not that bad, right? And if you do flip him and start gaining back all of that life while making all of your other creatures like indestructible, that's probably pretty good. So we get to Cecil Dark Knight. Now, of course, note that in Final Fantasy 1 and 2, I think we just didn't get anybody with the number in the background because there weren't legendary creatures to give that to. Here's the art here. It looks pretty sweet. It looks similar to the Amano-ish concept art stuff. And then over here, he looks like chief anime of the chief of the anime arts. I remember when I played Final Fantasy IV as a small child, when I saw Cecil take off his helmet and have the like long white hair, I sort of had this awareness that I'd seen some Japanese animation that would have that kind of like white-haired young person look, because I think he's supposed to be like 20 or something. And I remember seeing that, being like, okay, I guess I see what they're doing there. All right, so then there's just like his extended art, which just shows you even more how cool some of that is. This is the same basic art. Chocobo Kick, 1 and a green sorcery. Kicker, of course it has kicker. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. If this spell was kicked, the creature you control deals twice that much damage instead. So, this is your bite effect. It is dealing its damage to the creature. It's not a fight, which is good. So this is your standard rabid bite. Rabid bite itself is usually pretty playable in any of these limited sets. What's happening here is this is Rydia's summoned Chocobo kicking the antlion in the face, which is probably something you did quite a lot during that fight, because Edward was certainly not helping you a ton. The relevance of returning the land is the Chocobos in this set want you to get bonuses when you play lands. And so you're bouncing lands, you can replay the land, now you can hit for more. Yeah, so you can bounce a land. If you don't have a creature that's big enough to kill their best creature, you return a land. You probably do. If your best creature is less than half the size of their creature, you're probably in trouble. And I don't know that this card was going to get you out of it anyway. Sid, Timeless Artificer. This is when Sid is blowing up the tunnel behind him to give you an escape route and block off the path. And then you have to go get a drill and make the whole thing open after you just broke it down, but whatever. Dwarven Castle Guard, I love this because it's like the art looks so silly because they have the Black Mage thing of like the yellow glowing eyes out of the darkness. And he's just like, Lally ho is the Dwarven greeting. It's just, I don't know. It feels almost a little out of place, even though it's completely correct to the game, but I love it. I absolutely love it. 1 and a white, 2/1. When this creature dies, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Generally speaking, 2-mana 2/1s that die into a 1/1 are usually decent. I would imagine that to be the case here, especially with so much equipment. Like, let's say you do have equipment that's worth equipping on a creature. You equip it on this. The creature trades off for something bigger. You put it on. Now you've left a creature behind that you can equip all that equipment to. That could certainly be good. Elixir, which again, the art style here is like very different from the art style of like this whole row here is all things that look very different from each other. But I like it. I still like it. This is something I would have thought would come from like Final Fantasy XII, the way that it's drawn. But anyway. 1, artifact, enters tapped. 5, tap, exile this artifact, shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. Flavor text is fully recovers HP and MP. So this obviously doesn't fully recover your life, although it's going to recover a fair amount of life unless you just have nothing in your graveyard. This is kind of a riff on Elixir of Immortality, which was basically a better version of this. It was only, I think, 2 mana to sacrifice. It didn't exile the artifact, it shuffled itself in 2, but it only gained you 5 life. But it was at least 5 life all of the time. How good this is going to be, I don't expect this to be good. There's always the dream of, oh, we'll have this long grindy game and I'll have to shuffle all of my cards back into my deck and it's going to keep me alive forever. Well, first off, you're not alive forever. You probably won't need to get to the point where you wish you could have redrawn this and played it again because a game's probably not going to go that long. Your opponent will deck out by then. But this card is just not doing very much on its own. I do kind of love that it's tapped because it's like you always have to save your elixir for when you really need it, right? So this is kind of a brilliant design. This is one of the Loperates on the moon, which is the only place that they sell elixirs in Final Fantasy IV. So that actually is kind of a great reference. Yeah, you might wish that it would automatically set you to 20, but I mean, come on, all the other references here are completely on point. The being tapped, the Loperate is the one place you can get it. Like it's fantastic. Giot, King of the Dwarves, white and a red, 1/1, double strike. Whenever Giot or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an opponent you control enters, you may discard a card. An opponent you control, an equipment you control enters. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So you get to do a lot of rummaging. Note that you have to discard the card in order to draw the card. It's not discard a card, then draw a card regardless. Yeah, so it's basically a 2-mana 2/1 because of having double strike. And then you just also get to loot quickly with dwarves. And remember that not only do we just see the dwarf soldier, but all of the Lalafels from Final Fantasy XIV are considered dwarves. So there are a fair number of dwarves in this set. I don't know the exact count for it, though. Is this actually any good? I mean, double strike with equipment is really good. So if you're the equipment deck, this is probably giving you a gigantic thing once you put all the equipment on it. Otherwise, I don't really know. It depends on if the equipment deck is good. So often, they almost always try to make a red-white equipment deck, and it's basically always bad. So the question is it good this time? And the answer is, I don't know. Golbez, Crystal Collector, white, I'm sorry, I always want to say all of them are white. I don't know why I always start off with white mana. Blue and black, 1/4. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil 1. Note that he's a human wizard, whereas he was a human knight on his Through the Ages thing. But again, that's a reskin thing. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. So in the game, Golbez is collecting the 4 crystals of elements, and then you find out that he actually needs another 4 after that because he needs 8 total in order to get to the moon. So, yeah, he just like wants you to have lots of artifacts. It's kind of funny that Golbez is like this big, powerful, evil guy, and he's a 1/4. The question is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? The answer is he's considerably less evil. He's fueled initially. He's got this like vulnerability through his like envy and envy, his jealousy, just his general anger at a lot at like Cecil sort of taking his place a bit from his parents' attention. It's just there's a lot of stuff that's going on with him that makes him vulnerable to mind control from Zemus. But the reality is he's mind controlled, and then once the mind control is broken, he goes off and does the heroic thing. So he's by far less evil than Elon Musk. So as for the actual ability and how much you're going to do this, I don't know how likely you are to have 4 or more artifacts. If you're playing a long game and you have 4 more artifacts and you're just constantly getting a creature back from your graveyard every single turn, I mean, it seems like it's going to be hard to beat that. For some reason, I thought this card was only an uncommon, but he is in fact a rare, which makes sense. I mean, if you can get the 4 artifacts out, that's pretty great. If you ever get your way up to 8, like let's say that the creature you're constantly returning creates some number of artifacts when it comes into play, yeah, I mean, you just every turn your opponent's going to get losing a whole bunch of life, and while you're going to be building up to the number of artifacts you need to be getting it back and making them lose life. And you don't even have to do all that much to win the game from there, I would guess. Oh, I have not seen this alt art before. This is great. Yeah, that's his dragon. Which did they call it Shinryu? It was just like Shadow Dragon, I think, in the SNES release. Yeah, he summons a Shadow Dragon at one point, and it's like curled around the 4, sort of. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. That's fantastic. I don't know that I see this card doing anything in Constructed because getting 4 artifacts out, like in Commander, sure, you can get a lot of treasures out. It's going to happen. But in Constructed, they're just going to kill Golbez, and so it won't matter. Like, are you going to loop Golbez's? Is that the idea? I don't know. Kane, Traitorous Dragoon. I mentioned earlier with Cecil being left-handed that this was going to come up again. Well, here's where it comes up again. Kane is the character who is canonically left-handed. In the game, because you have to equip things to like their appropriate dominant hand, and it's always the left or right hand for certain characters. Kane is left-handed, but in this art he is right-handed. He's also right-handed in the alt art. So Kane is 2 and a black, 2/4. During your turn, he has flying. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, then create that many tap treasure tokens, then lose that much life. So basically, the stock version of this is going to be, during your turn, he's a 3 mana, 2/4 flyer. You hit them, you draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life, you make 2 treasures. Then your opponent gains control of Kane. So if you don't have a way to kill or sacrifice Kane with the combat trigger on the stack, you're kind of at a risk. You're just both like losing a bunch of life and drawing a bunch of cards and making a bunch of treasures back and forth. You're doing it first, though, so you might just have a way to stop him. If you just have another flyer that can stop Kane, then yeah, you've just drawn a bunch of cards, and that's probably pretty great. And I'm assuming this art here is him in the Mist Cave at the beginning of the game. The art for this other one here, which this is just gorgeous art, which I don't think I'd seen before. I assume that's supposed to be the Tower of Zot or something? I don't really know. Tower of Zot is the only place I can think of that would be in the clouds. And I don't know why there's like so many dragons flying around him, but there you go. In any event, is this going to be good in Constructed? I mean, this is the kind of card I don't think I can resist playing in Constructed. You'd have to, again, have a way to deal with it to break the symmetry, sort of like the Wishclaw Talisman. But this doesn't like just win you the game if you hit with it in the way that Wishclaw Talisman can. So I don't know. Like, this is one of those, you're going to have to prove to me that it's good in Constructed. In Limited, I have no trouble believing this will be really good in some games and really terrible in other games. And it seems like it's a really big feast or famine card. But I'm going to have to see it before I can reach a firm conclusion. The mountain art here is, this is Mount Ordeals. This is where you will have just fought Scarmiglione. Come over here. Cecil does his thing where he stops becoming a Dark Knight and becomes a Paladin. The save point is right over here. Note that this art is like so on point that it's like, this is where you come out. This is where you get the save point. This is where you go over. You fight Scarmiglione, and then you go in and do the thing. After you fight him the first time, go back and save. That's all I'm going to say. Yes, so Mysidian Elder. 2 and a red for a 1/3. When this creature enters, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, the token deals 1 damage to each opponent. The Mysidian Elder is a legendary creature in the game, but they decided to make him generic here, which makes sense. I mean, it's a generic role of a Mysidian Elder. There just happened to be a specific Mysidian Elder in the game. He sends you on the quest to redeem yourself from being a Dark Knight and become a Paladin. It's funny to me that the Black Mage behind him is like doing the same gesture that he's doing. Is this going to be good? I mean, if you're in the blue-red deck where you want to be casting lots of non-creature spells to poke people with your Black Wizard tokens, probably. It's probably the common enabler for that, but I don't know. It's a creature that makes the other token instead of like a non-creature way to make the Wizard token is probably what you really want, but I don't know. I'll have to play with it. It's not going to see any play in Constructed. Rosa, Resolute White Mage. So this is not going to be in the limited stuff because this is, you'll notice from the number 555, it's from the starter deck. Rosa is, of course, Cecil's love, later wife. 3 and a white for a 2/3 reach. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of turn. So yeah, you're always making a creature bigger, and it's always gaining lifelink. So you're gaining a lot of life, and I mean, if this were in the limited set, I would say this is probably pretty good. You're just constantly gaining life and making things bigger. Although I like the idea that you just need the life, so you're like throwing it on a creature who's not prepared, throwing them in front. Like, you're gonna do great, champ, and just throwing them out there and gaining the life, and they die. And next turn you just grab a different creature and you put the counter on them, you throw them in front of them, and they die. I think this is a really gorgeous artwork. I mean, here's the extended art form of it. Yeah. It's just really, really pretty art. I think this is meant to take place. Is this supposed to be taking place on the moon? But yeah, it looks great. I like it. It's a really cool design, but I don't think it'll come up in really any context because you're not playing this in Constructed, and it's not something I think you can open in Limited. Rydia's Return. 3 green sorcery. Choose one. Creatures you control gain +3/+3 until end of turn, or return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. So this, of course, represents the scene where Rydia shows up with her Mist Dragon to stop Golbez's Shadow Dragon before it kills everybody, and then she unparalyzes Cecil so that you two can resurrect the rest of the party and defeat Golbez. A battle that I struggled with immensely when I played it as a person who is younger than 10 years old, and have found kind of comically easy every time since. It's almost like getting older makes you better at these sorts of things. Is this any good? The problem is it's an overrun. It's easier to cast because it's not triple green, but it doesn't give trample. And not giving trample is just like, you lose so much of an overrun when you do that. I'm trying to think what versions of overrun have ever actually been good in Limited that did not give trample, and I'm not sure how many there are. And I don't think 2 permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand are where you really want to be either for 5 mana. Like, was Restock really all that great? I don't know. I don't see it. I will lose a game to this. Like, there's going to be a time when I just don't have enough blockers and my opponent casts this and just runs over me. But overruns are kind of finicky enough as it is. They're only good when you have the ability to win. They're not very good when you're on the defensive. And this card is not good on the defensive. You just can't spend 5 mana to do nothing, even if it's just to pick up 2. Like, what are you going to do? If you're on the defensive, are you like blocking with 2 creatures, then spending 5 mana to get them back and then replaying them over the course of the next couple of turns? I just don't see it. That said, I'm prepared to lose to this on many occasions. Rydia, Summoner of Mist. Red and a green. 1/2. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Summon X. Tap. Return target Saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's going to give you basically summon sagas is what you're trying to do with this. They're going to have haste. So they will hit that turn. It doesn't go away at the end of the turn. It goes away when it's out of counters, and when it does, you can't bring it back. This seems pretty powerful to me. I mean, if the red-green thing is a lot of summons that you... Because you use her landfall thing to get the summon in the graveyard, and then you're effectively drawing that card by doing X tap to bring it into play. Yeah, I mean, it's cheap. It's priced to move. You get a lot of rummaging in until you get to the point where you can use the ability. So maybe this might have been literally the last card that was spoiled, by the way, when I was still like trying to hope that there would be a Celis card somewhere. So yeah, and then there's the extended art. The art is gorgeous, by the way. Not going to see any play in Constructed. If you have lots of summons, this is going to be great in Limited, I would think. Just being able to, knowing whether it was in the graveyard from her, like you reanimated originally. There's a lot of mill in this set, so maybe you do just do it effectively as drawing cards. But if you just cast the Saga, have it run its natural course, then you do the ability to bring it back. That seems pretty good to me. And it's not even like X2 tap. Like you're paying exactly the price for it. You're not paying any extra. There's no fee attached, which is great. So now we get Tella, Great Sage. Here he is in the art. He's clearly casting Meteor, which is going to be referenced in the art in a second. 3 red, blue, 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. I don't know what that exactly represents in the game because it's not like you kept adding members to your party when he cast spells, but whatever. If 4 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, draw 2 cards. If 8 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, sacrifice Tella and it deals that much damage to each opponent. In the flavor of the game, what basically happens is Tella is an old man who's forgotten a lot of his spells, and then he has an ability to like randomly remember them, which is not that useful because it's random. Then later, you have him remember all of his spells, but his mana pool is intentionally constrained by the game to, I think it's like 90, it's either 90 or 95 mana, something like that. Basically, so that he can never have the 99 mana needed to cast Meteor, which is the most powerful spell in the game, which he's told he is too old to cast. If he ever cast it, it would kill him. And because it's just so expensive and so powerful and draws so much out of him. And so, sure enough, what happens here is he casts a powerful spell, you draw 2 cards. Great. If he casts anything that's powerful enough, well, he explodes and deals damage to each opponent just like he does when he casts Meteor. So, yeah, that's what the card does. It's perfect. It's a perfect flavor. I like wept a little bit when I saw it because of his story and shared it with a friend who loves Final Fantasy IV more than most of the other games and also was like, oh, it's my boy. The one irony here is the Ultimate Magic Meteor spell, as I noted earlier, can never be cast for 8 because it's how much money you spent to cast it, not its mana value. Of course, that Meteor wasn't 8 anyway, but even spending 2 to foretell and then 6 to cast is not spending 8 mana to cast it. So actually casting Meteor doesn't set it off. I mean, what are you going to do though? I don't care. You can't have everything line up perfectly. They're not going to make Meteor cost 8 mana just to make me happy. But no, you do have to spend that mana. So if there are, like, you can't be like, oh, I'm going to cast an 8 mana spell that really I'm delving to do what. No, you have to actually spend the mana. And then over on the alternate art here, which I very much love, this is Blizzaga that he's casting, because that's where like big icicles fall down in the art for the game. The Lunar Whale. This is how you get to the moon at the end of the game. 3 and a blue, 3/5 vehicle flying. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as Lunar Whale attacked this turn, you may play the top card of your library, crew 1. So the crew on this is incredibly easy. It's basically going to allow you to do Future Sight, unless your opponent can kill a 3/5 blocker. I'm sorry, a 3/5. If your opponent can kill a 3/5 flying attacker, you basically just have Future Sight, but you do have to waste time crewing on it. Is that any good? I don't know. Future Sight's pretty busted, and Future Sight cost 3 blue. This only costs 1 blue. So if you can spare the creature that's crewing it, this is quite probably very good, I would think, right? It's a little slow, but if it's slow and you need it on the defensive, you've got a 3/5 flyer for 4, assuming you have just like anybody anywhere to crew it. So I don't know, and you get to look at the top card, which can inform your decisions for a lot of things. So, because you can look at the top card any time, it's not just once it's attacked. I'm going to speculatively say that this is going to be really good in limited. I could be wrong. It's not going to see. I don't think this is going to see me play in constructed, but this could be quite good in limited. All right, moving on to FF5. How far in are we? 5 hours, 42 minutes. So we have Bartz and Boko. Now a little bit of trivia for you. Bartz is often called Butts because that was the game. Final Fantasy V was not originally localized into English, and as a result, fan translations were the ones that were used for quite some time. It first came over with the Final Fantasy anthology that I want to say was 1999 on the PlayStation 1. And the fan translations in the meantime called him Butz, B-U-T-Z, because that was how they basically translated what the Japanese appeared to be. Square itself is like, when it came out, it was like, no, it's Butts and Boko. Boko is the chocobo that he's on. It's pretty funny to me that they made it Bartz and Boko. You don't actually have Boko with you for that much of the game, but Boko's his chocobo that he starts the game off with. His art's kind of funny because, again, it almost feels like it belongs to a slightly different style. Like it goes for a slightly, like in much the same way that Celis's combat sprite or whichever was the earlier one that I called out for feeling like it was just a little, like it just felt like it was from a slightly different style. But anyway, I can't help but notice that he doesn't get the treatment with the like 5 in the background. That's kind of funny to me. Yeah, so it's 3 green, 4/3 affinity for birds, which means it costs 1 less to cast for each bird you control. When Bartz and Boko enters, each other bird you control deals damage with its power to target creature and opponent controls. So you're only killing 1 creature with it, but you are If you have any other birds, you're probably killing an opponent's creature when you play this. There are a fair number of birds in this set because of all the chocobos. The affinity for birds is probably going to matter. Uh, the downside is, as a commander, this would be a great bird commander, but it kind of isn't because you don't want to be mono green. Most of the birds are in like blue and white. So I don't know. But there is a chocobo we'll get to later that is in fact meant to be the commander for those decks. The Cid for this one is the Cid from Final Fantasy V, obviously, with his grandson Mid in the background there, with a whole bunch of books helping him out. He looks kind of like befuddled and incompetent here, which is interesting because I felt like the Final Fantasy V Cid was like pretty energetic and kind of on the ball, I thought, for the most part. Coral Sword. So they're actually, this is Ferris is depicted on this card. Ferris is not in this set anywhere. This is the only depiction of Ferris, which I find rather strange because they are a really interesting character that I know a lot of the Final Fantasy community would be pretty fond of, and on top of just being an interesting character. So I don't really know why they chose not to. I'm assuming they just couldn't fit in anywhere for Ferris, but Ferris would have been a pirate, which would have had synergies with a bunch of other cards. So I assume it was a design that just got scrapped at some point. I mean, look, there's a lot of cards you absolutely love and really want to put in the set, and you just can't. It happens. But anyway, Coral Sword, 1 red. Flash, equipment. Equip cost is only 1. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control and it gains first strike until end of turn. Equip creature gets +1/+0. So 1 mana for +1/+0 is like, you would not bother to put a 1 mana equip 1 +1/+0 into your deck. It just wouldn't be worth the card. You probably wouldn't put it into play even if it were a free flash equip. But a free flash equip that also gives it first strike until end of turn means that this is basically an equipment for all of your equipment synergies that also is a combat trick to kill an opponent using the first strike at some point. That said, all those things together, I think you probably are playing this. If you've got like any equipment synergies, this is probably killing an opponent something. In the game, the Coral Sword was lightning damage, which is why you see it doing lightning stuff here. That's probably why it's got flash and first strike because it's like lightning quick or whatever. Anyway, sad not to have more Ferris, but I'm glad we have this. Unlike Lena, who I think is just not even depicted or referenced anywhere. Evil Reawakened, 4 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. This is XIII basically coming back to life. Is this from when this is not from the Splinter part later? No, because that's later. He wouldn't be talking to Galuf there. This is when he is released. A creature card. It's only your graveyard. 2 +1/+1 counters is nice, but you have to have a creature that's worth reanimating in your graveyard that's worth 5 mana, even if you put +2/+2 +1/+1 counters on it, which you might not have anything worth that. This feels too conditional to me. Unless there's a really good reanimate thing that I'm not aware of off the top of my head, I just don't think this is good and limited, and it's definitely not getting anywhere in constructed. XIII, Void Warlock. So XIII is the villain of Final Fantasy V. He's 1 green, black, 3/3. When he enters, you gain 3 life. He's a Spirit Warlock. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, you transform him. And of course, it's like, Mwahaha. Notice that he says, Galuf, it's good to see you again. Mwahaha. Mwahaha. Witness what befalls those who stand against me. So basically, XIII likes to say Mwahaha quite a lot, which is, cartoonish levels of super villainy. His story is that he is basically a tree that they bound a bunch of evil spirits into, and binding that many evil spirits into that tree basically corrupted the tree and turned him into an evil spirit called XIII. So once you've got the 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, you flip him, and then this is Neo XIII, Dimensions End. This is the final form of him you fight after you defeat him, and then he just bursts out over, and he's kind of a tree, and then kind of also there. Star 3, Trample. Neo XII's power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So his this is kind of the first time you get a final form of the bad guy in a Final Fantasy game that's suddenly really triply different. Like Zemus to Zeromus. Zeromus changes form slightly. It's not quite like this. It's not like you fight Zeromus in another form and he becomes this. There's really only one form for that. So this is kind of the progenitor of all of the, it's a giant weird amalgamation of things. Final Fantasy things. You'll see this a bit in Final Fantasy VI as well. With going up the thing of statues for Kafka. So then, of course, the remaining question is, XIII is a tree with a bunch of evil spirits just sort of bound into him. Is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? There isn't a part in the game where he kills children for pennies. That doesn't actually happen. he's like very comically laugh out loud evil, but what evil things do you actually see him do? I guess is kind of the problem that you have there. Does he ever do something completely out of his way and needlessly evil to children? I don't think I don't think you see him do that. Um, and he certainly wouldn't lie about it. He'd be very obvious about like, yes, I did this thing, and I think this was correct. He wouldn't say no, I didn't cut that funding. He would own it. And there's a certain purity to that, I think. Plus, if you look at like what his origin is, he starts off he's just this perfectly innocent tree. It's not his fault. People bound a bunch of evil spirits into him and made him go a little crazy. Like I don't know, is he capable of deciding right from wrong? He's also like basically a tree. He's not. I don't know. It's kind of a judgment call, but I'm prepared to say less evil. And then here's our slightly expanded art. I think the art on this is really great, by the way. I really love the style for this. They have a lot of eclectic art styles for this final. Oh wow, the backside looks much better where you can actually see like the background of space there. Um, I think that there's a very eclectic series of art styles in the Final Fantasy set, and I actually really like it. I like that they do that. I think that's pretty cool. The Gala Cat. This is an enemy that you fight in a couple of places. 2 and a white for 1/3 flying vigilance. As long as you control 3 or more artifacts, this creature gets +2/+0. So um, a 3 mana 3/3 flying vigilance would in fact be extremely good and limited. How often are you controlling 2 or more artifacts? I don't know. I just don't know. If you're in the red-white aggro deck, you probably are controlling them quite a lot. And if those are equipments and you put the equipments on this means it's probably going to be like a 5/5. So if you've got a 5/5 flying vigilance that you originally cast for 3, I mean, it's going to be hard for your opponent to beat that. But that's a lot of setup cost, as LR would say. So I'm prepared to lose to a lot of these things. I mean, 1/3 flying and vigilance means it also is going to stop a lot of like 2-power ground attackers. There's a lot of 2/1s in this set. There's a lot of those things where the job select results in a 2/1, and so it's entirely possible that this ends up matching up so well against those that it basically holds the fort until you've got enough equipment out that you're just bashing your opponent for quite a lot of damage. Gallif's Final Act. 1 and a green instant until end of turn. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains when this creature dies. Put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power up to 1 target creature. This, of course, represents, as you might imagine, Gallif's Final Act, where he throws all of his life energy into defeating X-Death to save everyone else's life. And, of course, all of his abilities then get transferred to Kryl so that you don't feel like you got ripped off for putting all that work into preparing Gallif, with the slight caveat that Kryl's stats are different from Gallif's, so you'd be taking a sort of physical character you had and moving all of those abilities onto somebody who's primarily magical. But it's fine. It's basically just a full transfer. You don't really need to worry about it. How good is this in limited? The effects that are like when this creature dies, return it to play are usually actually playable. You know, how much varies depending on the set, but they usually are playable. But you have to have another creature in play, and it just gets the power of that creature, not the abilities of that creature. So, and it's giving the creature +1/+1, so it is going to put like an extra +1/+1 counter over what you had. So you will be netting up a power and toughness. I'm sorry, netting up a toughness. I don't know. There are going to be games where this absolutely blows you out and makes something gigantic and like unstoppable, and there's going to be games where you can't cast this at all because you only have one creature. You can target any creature, so if they have something with an effect that like doesn't want them to get targeted, of which there are none in this set, there you go. All right, Genji Glove, 5. Equipment. Equipped creature has double strike. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, untap it. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. Equip 3. So this is Gilgamesh, who's always going around collecting items. We'll see him again in a second. And 5 mana and equip 3 is just... So you're spending 8 mana before the first time you can attack with this. 8, that is just too much. I don't know how you're doing that. 8 mana. It's even though you get to it. So since it gets to attack a second time, it's basically like quadruple strike, right? So if you have Gilgamesh that we'll see over here in a second, and he's a 6/6, and you play and equip this on him, you're attacking, and then you could deal 12, and then you attack again for another 12. You deal 24 damage in one combat, except you won't, because in the first combat, your opponent will block it with a 1/1. It doesn't have trample. They're going to take 0 of the first 12 damage, and then like a 2/1 will block the second time, and they're not going to take any damage. And you spent 8 mana to do that. There are games where if things line up properly, this will annihilate your opponent. They will be chump blocking twice a turn, and you're going to win easily. Then there are going to be games where you spend 8 mana to equip this, and your opponent kills the creature, And that's just going to be awful. Now, you could argue, well, it's 5 mana initially, you'll have 6 mana the next turn. You spend 3 to equip it, they kill the creature in response, you move it to another creature. Not really what's going to happen because they're going to wait until it's the start of your combat step. So I just don't think this is. Unless your deck is filled with ways to equip equipment for free and to cast it for cheaper, even if you could equip this for free, you're still spending 5 mana to do nothing. So let's take a look at Gilgamesh, aka Greg, Master at Arms. 4 red, 6/6 human samurai. Whenever Gilgamesh enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield, but the rest on the bottom in the library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment on the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. So here's where. So you get all of the equipment onto the battlefield for free. This is like relevant. If you're playing the red-white deck, you could play Gilgamesh, hit Genji Glove. Genji Glove goes into play and gets equipped to Gilgamesh. You got an 8 mana value in addition to any other artifact you had. 6 cards means it's not implausible to hit to equipment, even though you're probably, depending on your deck, you wouldn't bank on hitting. You certainly wouldn't bank on hitting 3 equipment. I wouldn't bank on hitting 2, but you probably would hit 2 depending on how many you have. Genji Glove still doesn't give him haste. They can still just kill Gilgamesh with any number of cards. I mean, when this goes off, and you just win, and that's phenomenal. But, right, you have to actually hit something. Otherwise, you spent 6 mana to do nothing. Look, there are decks where this is the thing that kind of has to be the refrain. There are times this is going to win you the game. There are times this will probably be great. It could be that equipment is so common in this, when you actually sit down and play it, the as fan is so high that this is actually worth playing. But I'm not willing to bank. I can't commit to it either way now. I will play with this the first time I see it because I am going to want to try it, and then I will make a decision once I've done that. And then his alternate art is like obviously pretty great as well. It's just an interesting style, and I like it. And it's Gilgamesh, and everybody loves Gilgamesh. Gone, Town of Ruin. This is just one of your towns that produces 2 colors of mana. Magic Pot. This is, I think, 5 is the first time you see the Magic Pots. They're 3 mana for a 1/4. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. 2 tap, exile target card from a graveyard, and they want elixirs in the game. They basically sit there and don't really do anything to you, but if you give them, they're goblin constructs. If you give them an elixir, they'll do nice things for you. They're worth like a bajillion experience in AP. I think it's like 100 AP or something like that, but that's kind of expensive because elixirs you usually cannot buy, and even if you can, they're phenomenally expensive. And if it gets cracked open, you get a treasure token from it, which is what you get for beating them sometimes. So, I don't know how much exiling a card from a graveyard is going to be worth in this set, and I don't know that a 3 mana 1/4 that dies into a treasure token is where you want to be. So I'm prepared to say this is not going to be good. But with every card, I understand there could be a use for it. Restoration Magic, we've got Kryl in the White Mage outfit. 1 white mana. I think this is the first tiered we've seen in the main set. As described with the limit breaks, you choose the amount of mana you're going to pour into it. Step 1 is Cure. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. 2 is Cura. When you add 1 more mana, target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 3 life. Curaga, 4 mana, meaning you've spent 5 mana total. Permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 6 life. So for 2 mana, let's just say you have, if you have only 1 mana open, the fact that you can use this for just 1 mana is huge because that means you don't get caught without the ability to use it at a critical moment. Most of the time, you'll probably be able to. It's so much easier to keep 1 mana up than to keep 2 mana up. It's just so much more than even that difference sounds like it would be. And if you do have more mana up, congratulations, you gain 3 life. And if you can save all of your permanents, if you cast Curaga, you're probably winning that game, assuming it's like a giant combat. That's one of those things where people are like, but if there's a giant combat, then I end up winning the game. It's like, well, if you get into that situation, which you might not. But this one gives you the outs to the other useful. You will have a use for Cure at some point in a normal game of Magic. You won't necessarily come to the point where Curaga is good. One of the things that's worth pointing out about all of these things is that the tiered Magic allows you to hit the instant or sorcery of mana value, non-creature spell of mana value 4 or greater stuff. This isn't going to get you to the 8 for Tella, but I don't think most of them care about getting to 8. Most of them are just like 4, and you can get to the 4 on this one if you want to. Sandworm, 4 and a red, 5/4 haste. When this creature enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search the library for a basic land card, put it in the battlefield, tap, and then shuffle. Note that it is not optional. You have to destroy the land. um, that is not going to be a problem because you will undoubtedly have some tapped land when you play this. You'll just destroy one of your own lands and you can search out the same type of land. It is highly unlikely that there are no lands in your deck that are equivalent to the one that you destroyed because if you, like, let's say you have, if you've spent 5 mana on this, you probably have like a forest or a mountain. You destroy your own mountain, you go into your deck, you get another mountain, you put it into play tapped. The land was already tapped. It's it's the same thing, but you thinned out your deck a little bit. It seems unlikely that there would be a point where you don't want to thin your deck and your opponent only has lands that you don't want to destroy and you're really upset that you have to destroy something. Could it come up? Sure. I don't know that I find that likely. But a 5/4 haste for 5 seems like it's going to be pretty good. If they have the town synergies or anything weird, you can do that too. I just think that you're going to be able to, like the worst case scenario is you thin your own deck. I mean, the worst case scenario is you're forced to destroy a land, thinning your deck of lands when you want more lands. Like, let's say you've got a 6-drop in hand and you just really want to get to that. And then your opponent has a land that you don't want to destroy, you don't want to thin their deck. I mean, that's a lot of work to get to be unhappy with this card. I think this is going to be a pretty good limited one, but I don't think it's going to be an incredibly high pick. I don't think destroying the lands is going to be important enough that you really care about it. And I don't know that a 5 mana 5/4 haste without also having trample like some of the dinosaurs of the past, it just doesn't strike me as something that's like really going to. It's not something that I think you'd take over like a strong removal spell or something like that. I don't think you're going to open the pack like, wow, we got a sandworm in here. Like you're going to be like, okay, this is a fine pick. You're not going to be like over the moon. Self-destruct. 1 in a red instant. Target creature controlled does X damage to any other target and X damage to itself where X is its power. And so this is from the end of when you're seeing with Gilgamesh where he blows himself up to save you. And Gilgamesh actually turns out to be like a really nice guy at the end who like thinks he's just like, you're like all kind of buddies and friends and stuff. And it's great. And this is part of why people love Gilgamesh so much, even before his appearances in 14, where he becomes quite beloved as well, as a whole new generation is introduced to him as Greg. Worth noting on this one, so it says any other target, so you can kill your opponent using the Jumbo Cactuar this way. And also because it deals the damage to itself, it doesn't kill itself. It's not like Fling. So if you use a 4/5, like let's say you have a 4/5 creature and you use self-destruct, your creature will actually live. So you're not actually going to lose your creature; it'll just deal damage equal to that creature's power. Now, red normally green normally gets the just creature deals damage equal to its power. So the idea that it would kill itself is like not normally something you would think you would have to deal with for it. But this can also hit players, which is a level of flexibility that's really relevant because, as I said, the Jumbo Cactuar, that we'll get to later. Swamp, this is, as soon as I saw this, I said, oh, is that the graveyard from Final Fantasy V? The ship graveyard from the beginning of Final Fantasy V where you find the world map? Yes, it is. Because when you look down there, I was like, oh, Final Fantasy V. Sure enough, it is that. Tonberry. So, of course, 5 was the first game to have Tonberries. Tonberries, as I noted from that one land where you could see them there, that they scare 14 players. Tonberries in Final Fantasy games will start on one side of the screen and they will slowly move towards your characters. And once they get close enough, they will hit them for an absurd amount of damage. It's a little different in some of the later games, like you'll when you see them in like 8, for example, they sort of wander around almost randomly and eventually poke you for large amounts. It's not just going straight up to you. There's like a Tonberry knife you can get in Final Fantasy 16 that's really funny. But anyway, basically their whole thing is they're really slow and then they hit you for a phenomenal amount of damage, which is why this is 1 black, 2/1. Salamander Horror enters with a stun, capped with a stun counter on it, which means you're going to have to, if you play it on turn 1, you can't attack with it on turn 2 or turn 3. You have to wait until turn 4 to attack. Chef's Knife, which is the name of its ability. During your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. That means once you attack with it, your opponent, unless your opponent blocks it with 3 creatures, they can't kill it because you're just going to have first strike, kill the creature. First strike and death touch is a combination, and 2 power means it's going to kill 2 creatures to try to block it. And then it doesn't get a stun counter every other turn, so it's just attacking for that 2 damage every turn. Now, in reality, your opponent is just going to sit there and take 2 damage, and if you draw this late in the game, it's tapped with a stun counter on it. I mean, that's not great for you. And it's only first strike and death touch during your turn, so this is going to be pretty bad later. It's going to be good when you play it on turn 1, but I don't actually know that it's busted if you play it on turn 1. Is that good enough to be worth how incredibly slow it is if you play it later? I don't know. This is one of those cards I'm going to have to play with, but And I will play with it. Like a lot of these cards, where it's like, yeah, I'm playing a Tonberry if I get one. I don't care if it's good or not. Like at least for the first time. Travel the Overworld. 5 blue blue. This is of course Bartz and Boko just wandering the world. Just two free people wandering around the world. With the flavor text, of course, my dad always wanted me to go out and travel the world, but it also feels like the wind is calling me. That's the situation you find Bartz in when you meet him. He's got affinity for towns, so it costs 1 less to cast for each town you control, and you draw 4 cards. 7 mana to draw 4 cards is too much. I don't know how common it will be to have at least 2 towns. If you have at least 2 towns, if this is Tidings where you draw 4 cards for 5 mana, that's pretty good. If you can draw 4 cards for 4 mana, that's really good. But you'd have to have 3 towns to draw it for 4 mana. I don't know how common that's going to be. Got a message from my brother saying you've been streaming for 6 hours. Go to bed. But we are not done yet, my friend. We are not done. We are just getting to Final Fantasy VI. In fact, that's what I'm going to text him back. Okay. Final Fantasy VI. All right. I have a bone to pick with the art on this card. It's battle menu. 1 and a white. Instant. Choose 1. Attack. Create a 2/2 white knight creature token. Ability. Target creature gets +0/+4 until end of turn. Magic. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Item. You gain 4 life. Brilliant design. Brilliant, brilliant design. They're making an actual meme off of the combat menu in Final Fantasy games, where you usually have attack, whatever the creature's character's ability is, which will be like tools, trance, whatever. Magic, and we are casting the spells, often to just deal damage to the thing, destroy them, death spell, whatever. Item, you gain 4 life, you're taking a potion or whatnot. Brilliant design, no qualms at all about what that's doing. So what is wrong with the art? Now I will point out, earlier in the stream I mentioned that for a very long time I thought Realm's paintbrushes, I thought of them as just like normal sized paintbrushes, and she was drawing things that were like hitting the whatever. Note the giant, it's like a giant Q-tip that she's got here that she's attacking people with. I don't have an objection to that. That's not the problem. What is the problem? The problem is Terra, Cyan, Gao, and Realm are attacking Humbaba. Why is that wrong? Because when you do the fight against Humbaba, Terra only joins you. First off, she only joins you after she goes into Esper mode, if you're at this later point, because when you fight Humbaba the first time, she gets beat up not in trance mode, but it's alone. Then you guys fight her without her. You guys fight Humbaba without her there. Then the second time you fight her. Humbaba blows away 2 people, and then Terra joins you in Esper mode. Terra is not in Esper mode, and you've got all 4 people there when you should only have 3 total people there. So clearly, this art is a 0 out of 10. This card is terrible. No one who worked on this set has ever played a Final Fantasy game before. I am obviously joking. This is all actually brilliant. I will say that I actually really like the art, and I think that it's nice to get, like, the Realm thing looks hilarious with the giant thing. Cyan going in, demonstrating the attack thing is really great. I like that they're even kind of in formation, although White Gao would be in the back. I guess depends on the rage he's using. And this art for Terra looks phenomenal. Like, Terra looks great in this art. I've noted before that her tights always can sometimes look like a little off depending on the artwork. They don't bother it here. She just looks fantastic in this shot. Really great art. My one qualm is completely irrelevant in the broader context of things, but I'm going to bring that up all the time. When I go to the pre-release, I have a shirt that I got at least, I want to say 20-ish years ago. I think I had it in college, which is the Final Fantasy attack menu, although it's not any specific one games, because it has like summon as a thing in there, but it shouldn't have that if it also, anyway. It's, I don't think you could create the exact menu that's on that in Final Fantasy III using certain classes, although it might be possible. In any event, I'm going to try to dig that shirt out. I don't know where it is because it's like from when I was 60 pounds heavier. And I'm going to try to wear that to the pre-release. Cactuar, 1 green, 3/3, trample. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. So basically, the didn't enter the battlefield this turn means that it's giving you the out so that when you play it, it doesn't get bounced back without you ever being able to attack with it. So basically, the way this is going to play out, you are going to the way this plays out, you're going to play this. It's going to not get bounced. And then you're going to attack with it the next turn, and then it's going to get bounced back to your hand. And then you will replay it Go play it the turn after that. It won't get bounced. Come back. This is not, in my opinion, a particularly good card. 1 mana for a 3/3 sounds really good, but you're never actually. I do like the art here. Right? It's clearly been like bouncing down the thing, and it's in the proper cactuar pose. 1 mana for a 3/3 that is it's so slow. You just keep having to like recast it and waiting a bunch of turns, and I don't know, maybe a 1 mana 3/3 blocker every. It bounces at the end of your end step, so like when it gets bounced, you can't even replay it as a blocker. Like I don't know, man. That just doesn't seem good. Sid, Timeless Artificer. This is our version of Sid here. Banana Sid, as people often call him based on the artwork. This is the Sid that is basically a war criminal. This is one of the many Sids who is basically a war criminal, even if he is trying not to be quite so evil. I don't know which Esper in the tank this is supposed to be. It's not clear to me here. I can't quite make it out. Looks like a jellyfish. All right, Edgar, King of Figaro, because we needed 2 Edgars and 0 Celuses, even though there's a rare slot where you could have had a rune version of Celis with her ice magic that's doing a mana drain ability. Anyway, I digress. Edgar, King of Figaro, 4, blue, 4/5. Human Artificer Noble. When he enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. 2-headed coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. So, this is, of course, the second card referencing the coin flip. When we couldn't get a second Celis card, we have to have 2 cards about that 1 coin flip. That said, this is actually a really great design. I mean, if you make him your commander, you're just drawing infinity cards off of all of the random treasures and artifacts you have. And the only kind of slight qualm with this is because he's mono blue, you can't make him the commander of a coin flip deck because almost all the coin flip cards are red. So he has to be a supporting card in that deck. You can't do that. But yeah, he uses a 2-headed coin. And the way this is worded, I really like it because it's the first time you flip a coin, which means if you've got those cards that are like flip a coin until you lose a flip. This doesn't work with that. But there are some other cards. There's at least one. I can't remember off the top of my head which one it is. There's at least one where there's that legend from, I guess, one of the Baldur's Gate sets where it's like you flip like 5 coins at once and the effects are whatever. And so that because that's 1 or more for the first times, that one actually you just win all 5 flips and you like get an extra turn or something. But again, that is a blue-red card because you wouldn't agree your commander. Esper Origins 1 and how good is this in limited? I don't know how likely you are to have an artifact. If you have even a single artifact, it's probably okay. I don't think there are any. There might be 0 coin flip cards in the set. We'll see if we get to the end and never notice another one. But a 6 mana 4/5 is not playable. A 6 mana 4/5 that draws you 2 cards when it comes into play is probably playable, but it's not guaranteed, so I don't know. That said, I'm probably going to play with it because it's Edgar. Esper Origins, 1 and a green. Sorcery, Surveil 2, you gain 2 life. If the spell is cast from a graveyard, exile it. Put it on the battlefield, transformed under its owner's control, the finality counter on it. Flashback, 3 and a green. Summon, it flips into Esper. Summon, Esper Maduin. 4/4. 1, reveal the top card of your library if it's a permanent card, put it into your hand. So it's very likely drawing your card. 2, add 2 green. I don't know what you're exactly putting that into. 3, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain trample until end of turn. So it's funny that it's other creatures, even though he's just like, you're going to lose him after the 3rd goes off anyway. So it's not like it would possibly be too powerful. I'm kind of blocking the 4/4. Is this good? You're gaining 2 life. So you're just surveilling 2 and gaining 2 life on the first thing. You're basically spending 6 mana to gain 4 life, surveil 4, and then get this. That seems a little slow to me, but because it's broken up over multiple turns and it does refund you some of the mana, and then it will also refund you a card most of the time, and then it ends with a genuine overrun because you get trample even if it's only +2/+2. I mean, this is probably fine, but it's rare. Like for a rare, I feel like this is not that exciting. You know what is exciting? This alternate art where you've got Madeline and Maduin forming Terra, and then her just like looking. Is that her looking into the Magicite? It's like Esper Terra looking into the Magicite of her father to. No, that's like sad. Anyway, so here's a strange bit that I'm just noticing here. There's Edgar with extended art. There's Gogo. Gogo gets the extended art. He gets the thing with a 6 in the background. Is the stuff with a 6 in the background? Is that only for mythics? Is that the idea? Have we seen it with a? No, Golbez was not a mythic. I don't know what the rationale is for why Gogo is not as big a character as Edgar, and there's like they found two rare or mythic rare slot Final Fantasy VI characters to put in who are not Celes. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Gogo, Master of Mimicry, 2 in a blue, 2/4, XX, tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied and X can't be 0. So Gogo was a character I absolutely love from this. The artwork here for Gogo is phenomenal. There's always been lots of theories as to who Gogo might be. The reality is Gogo was not intended to be any character. A lot of people have the theory that it's Daryl, Setzer's lost love, whose airship crashed on that island and got consumed by the sandworm. I don't think that is the case. I think Gogo would say hi Setzer if that were the case. Um, I'm just going to say that it's just a character that they made up as a side bonus character and is not intended to have a deeper meaning to anything. Is this card any good? Most of the activated abilities in this set are probably equip abilities, which means it's probably not actually helpful. It has to be an ability you control, so you can't steal an opponent's equip thing. Um, Not that that would help anyway, because then theirs would resolve. Triggered abilities, I mean, you could copy triggered abilities on sagas, which is probably what this is meant to do. But I don't know, that's a lot of mana. Um, well, I guess you're copying it X times, right? So it's basically 2 tap to copy it once. If there's a saga that's got a really strong ability, like let's say we're on the Maduin thing, um, you I mean, copying the final ability, giving all your creatures +4/+4 and trample until end of turn would be nice, except you've already lost this as a creature and you've lost this as a creature by tapping it, so I don't know. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's it's one of those times where when it wins, it's going to look amazing and unbeatable, and then most of the time, it's just not going to do anything. Hilgigas, 4 and 2 red, 5/4, trample haste mountain cycling. This is the first we've seen of the mountain cycling cards. This is one of the giants that you see in Mount Zozo, in Zozo, and then up on Mount Zozo. Um, it's. Do I think the single prices for the mythics are fair? No, because they're currently pre-order prices, and pre-order prices are just pre-order prices are funny money. Um, I don't think there has ever been a time that the pre-order prices have made any particular sense um, relative to where they'll be in like a week. Um, in fact, let's see if I have the thing open right here. As of this moment, the pre-order prices show, like just looking at MTG Goldfish, they're showing VV as $95. Um, $95 for a standard legal mythic, even in a popular set that is priced higher than other sets, is ridiculous. That is because the thing is, even though this set is extremely popular, because the set is popular, there's like 2 different effects going on there. One is the more popular the set is, yes, more people are going to want copies of VV, so the demand for VV is going to be higher than the demand for normal mythic would be. But on the other hand, because it's so popular, people are going to be opening a lot of the set. They've said this is already the best-selling Magic set ever, and it's not even out yet. As a result, if by the time the life cycle of this set is done and they're not printing anymore and people are not opening it anymore, they will have opened so many more packs of this set than they would have for a normal set that the supply of VVs is going to be really high. Because it's like with the Lord of the Rings set, yeah, they're premium priced things, and like the packs are premium priced, and it was pretty popular, but it was fundamentally like a modern level power set thing that like the most powerful, I guess. So the most expensive thing from the Lord of the Rings set was the One Ring, which ended up with. I don't actually think VV breaks any formats. Is kind of my thing. I could be wrong about that, but I think one of my thoughts is stuff always seems better before it's out and we're actually playing with it than it is once you play with it, right? Like, the fundamentally pre-order prices are always broken because a lot of places have pre-order price guarantees where they say that if the price drops before the set releases, then they'll like let you go to the lower price, which gives them a strong. I don't know how many places still do this, but this is what they've at least. Last time I cared about pre-order prices, which was many years ago, that is what they did. Whereas, so as a result, if you have that policy, then basically just never lower a pre-order price. Like pre-order prices can only go one direction because they lose a bunch of. I mean, they could go lower if they wanted to refund people's prices, but they usually just don't. And so what you normally see is pre-order prices get to this like crazy level, and then the day they get released and they no longer have that pre-order pledge, a lot of the prices just collapse. Like the day to if you open a sweet thing at your pre-release, the day to get rid of it is at the pre-release. The number of times the price has gone up after the pre-release, that only happens for cards that people just sort of missed, has been my experience. And this is my experience after like playing Magic since 1997. The number of times that, aside from hidden gems, like aside from a card that people didn't know was like a Corey Steel Cutter for a recent example. Corey Steel Cutter was a card that people just didn't realize how busted it was, and so then once they realized how busted it was, yeah, it shoots up. But you look at anything else from Dragons of Tarkir, and okay, so let's take a look. Let's see what Dragons of Tarkir is currently doing. Because when Dragons of Tarkir came out, I opened an Ugin pre-release day and tragically did not immediately sell it. And I knew it was going to go down. But what's the name of Ugin in the most recent set? It's Ugin the what is it? No, let's go with Stock Up. That's just a card I can think of. No, Mox Jasper. All right. Oops. Yeah. So okay. So as I know that the day of release, Ugin was a $65 card. Like when I opened it in the pre-release. Right now, Ugin is a $35 card. Corey Steel Cutter is currently a $12 card. After having started at, let's take a look at the menu here. Tabletop price, Corey Steel Cutter. Corey Steel Cutter started, I guess, okay, I can't remember what day release was, but it was hovering around like $3 for a while, and then people found out it was good and it jumped to 16, then it jumped to 20, and then it's been slowly leveling off. So, which is why Corey Steel Cutter, which had a high of $19.98, a low of $2.47, is currently $12. By comparison, the Mox, it's like, so Elspeth, I don't remember what Elspeth was when it came out, but it's currently 36, something like that. Mox Jasper was like 30 something, now it's 14. You look at the prices for Tarkir Dragonstorm, and Corey Steelcutter and Elspeth Stormslayer are maybe the only two like good investments you could have made early on. From what I'm seeing here, it looks like every other price is just like massively down from where it was when the set came out. If you look at I have to actually have this open in a different computer, so I can't just pull it over. But you look at a chart of what the prices were, the tabletop prices were for Dragons of Tarkir. It spikes at this incredibly high amount, like right when the set comes out, and then it's just like precipitous drop off, and then it just like starts slowly leveling off. So the question is, and this is the thing that I can't actually quite answer, because if you look at the Lord of the Rings set, it's like Orcish Bowmasters was kind of the like sort of hidden gem. Like people knew it was going to be pretty good, but I think how good sort of surprised people. Same, and the One Ring also, of course, turned out to be more busted than people expected. So the One Ring, like Lord of the Rings, the packs were priced about what they're priced for Final Fantasy, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And the One Ring was something like $100 card. So it's conceivable that if there's anything in this set that is as good as the One Ring was, and also has the cultural cachet of the One Ring, that maybe that card does end up being around a $90, $100 card. I have trouble believing VV is really going to break a ton of formats just because so few cards do break formats. Like, I see that the upside is definitely there for him. I haven't listened to enough Storm experts explaining whether or not that's actually going to be particularly playable. VV himself might end up being very high. But I look below VV, I look at the next most expensive card in the set, and it's Sephiroth. Sephiroth is $62 right now. I think Sephiroth's card actually is probably going to be pretty good. It's certainly priced to move, it being a 3 mana, 3/3. So I think Sephiroth actually could get played in Standard. I don't think he's not going to be $60 played in Standard, is the thing though. I think Sephiroth is currently what he's worth because he's Sephiroth. And of all the versions of Sephiroth that I think are going to be like expensive, I would think that the one that's Atraxa is going to be the really expensive one because that's like 3 times as rare and it's a card that's already used in tons of different formats and already played in standard. And um, yeah, I would think that the Atraxa version of Sephiroth is the one that's really going to be super expensive. Um, Whereas the Fabled Soldier one, I don't know. I don't. It's not going to take over any formats, right? Like I think it actually has the ability to be playable, but I don't think it's going to be taking over any formats. Like I think the correct, if we're taking away that it's Sephiroth and Sephiroth is just a beloved character, if we take away that it's Sephiroth, the proper price for Sephiroth Fabled Soldier is probably like $7 to $10. Should you wait? You should definitely wait. And of course, this is not financial advice, but my experience with Magic is that in the way that the cycle of these things goes is that um, the price is going to be at its lowest about 2 months after the set comes out. If you look at like a chart of Tarkir's prices right now, if you look at a chart of, I mean, Tarkir's the only one I've looked at the chart of recently, but certainly with most sets, what you find is 2 months from a release is when the hype has died down and then they've opened a lot of the set. Because what happens is at this day and age, a set is actively drafted for about 2 months before the next set comes out because they're doing 6 months. So the way that it ends up working is the set comes out, you've got all this pre-order prices, all this crazy pre-order hype. The set gets released, all the pre-order things go away, so that the prices immediately drop on release day. And one of the reasons prices are so high at the start is actually not just hype, but also the fact that people who want to go to major tournaments the first weekend of the legality of the set have to jump. They have to pre-order. Like they have to pre-order it. If you are going to, I don't know how often they do regional qualifiers the day after a set gets released, but certainly it used to be that the SCG tour would do a big standard tournament the day a set releases, or the day after, technically, because it's Friday to Saturday. But they would do that, and so if like the day it's legal, you have to do that. So, and it's a little different now because pre-release weekend you can buy boxes, so people are getting the cards on pre-release weekend, and then the actual legality is a week later. But um, uh, because of that, you had to pre-order things just to be able to have access to be guaranteed to get them for that first tournament. Once that dies down, it's going to be replaced by okay, how many of these are out there? How many do people have? Um, and so let's see, taking a look at what people are charging for the current versions of Sephiroth. Let's see. Oh, the red version. The red version looks sick. The red version does look sick. I don't know. Let's see. It depends, I guess, a little bit on whether it's foil or not. Obviously, that affects the price. Nobody seems to be doing pre-orders that I see for that one right now, so I don't know what the price would be. Currently, yeah, I don't see that version on sale anywhere. Let me check Card Kingdom. They usually tell you for a thing they don't actually have in stock. Oh, I don't like foils ever. They're just so bendy. I mean, so when I started playing, there weren't any foils, and then when they introduced foils, the first foils were actually not that bendy because the old frame didn't bend that much. When they added the treatment in 8th edition, they started getting really bendy. So old foils tend to be a lot better, but I will actually actively avoid foils for exactly that reason these days, unless I want a really special version of a thing. Like I'll probably go for a super foil, Amino Art Terra when I get to that point. So let's see, Sephiroth. What are they currently saying for Sephiroth? They're currently putting okay. Card Kingdom is currently putting the red bordered Sephiroth for $130. That's a lot of money. And they're out of stock. So it's probably still going to be about that for the first week or two of release. But my historical familiarity with how these things play out in Magic is that you have that first wave of hype, and everybody who desperately, absolutely has to have it spends a ton of money and gets it the first couple weeks, and then the hype dies down a little bit, and then people keep drafting it, and the more we're drafting it every week, more and more of it is just getting opened all over the place, and then it gets down to a lull, and then at the 2 month mark, that's when we rotate to the next set, and so once we go to the next set, people aren't drafting this one anymore, and once they're not drafting this one, fewer packs are getting opened, it's not the thing people are focused on, and then all of a sudden, the prices will start to edge up because the supply isn't continuing to increase, and then people go, oh wait, now I need a cloud for this deck, but people aren't still opening clouds, so it's the price will start rising back up again, and then of course they'll go back down once it's no longer legal in standard. But I wouldn't, now that things are in standard for so long, I don't know that I'd bank on that. just because by that point it'll be 3 years since they opened it. And I think a lot of this set is not going to be tied to standard legality for any of its value because this is really just a big EDH set, and people really want these cards because they're uh, people really want these cards because they're Final Fantasy cards, right? Like I want to want a copy of every card in the set because I'm a huge Final Fantasy guy. Um, you know, outside of any actual use they're going to have. So this set is going to. I do predict that this set's like prices will be different from a lot of what we've historically seen for that reason. I think that there will be demand elements to this that are not related to their actual playability in a way that wasn't true with Lord of the Rings. I'm still going strong. We're only 6.5 hours in, and we're only up to Final Fantasy VI. So we are. I'm going to be tired. The best part about all of this is I have a date tomorrow, and if I've talked for so long that I lose my voice, that is only going to improve the date because whenever I don't talk, obviously that makes me seem more charming. So oh yeah, no, we are finishing. No, here's the thing: we're not as far from the end as it might look because we did all of the promo things and all of the commander decks first. So we basically already went through 400 cards for the commander decks, and then the base set is only about 300-ish cards. So so realistically speaking, we're actually like 3/4 of the way done. Yeah, yeah. That's this is I'm very I've been trying to make a Tom Bombadil Sagas deck, and then they printed Terra, and now I'm like, well, now that's just a Terra deck. Oh, we're gonna finish. We're finishing all of these. It's only midnight. I was about to say it's only 11 o'clock, and I looked over and it was midnight. But am I going to start going a little crazy? Who knows? Um, the timing for all of this is very funny for me, by the way, because my birthday is like a week after the set comes out. Um, and well, you weren't here for you weren't on the day that I wanted to beat the Neo Chews in Final Fantasy 13. That was where I just like fell asleep at I don't know like 6 o'clock in the evening, and then I woke up at like 11 p.m. and I couldn't fall back asleep. And so I was just like, let's just do the Neo Chews until death works. And we just did it, and it took like 2 hours, and I was up at like it was the Neo Chews from Final Fantasy 13. There are these little like monster things where there's a they like dealt insane amounts of damage, and so the idea of the fight was on you just cast instant death on the large one until you just get lucky and it works, and every time you do that and it doesn't, they just kill you. Like, it was a really dumb fight. But we just kept doing it until we won, and I was pretty delirious by the end. So that was a lot of fun. So anyway, my basic assessment on prices for this is I think people whose price is coming from not its utility in the game but from its cultural cachet are probably going to remain high, which means it is true that Sephiroth and Vivi are probably going to be some of the two most expensive cards in the set. Certainly the ones that I care the most about, which are Terra, Kefka, stuff like that, their prices are going to go way, like their prices are already down pretty low relative to where they started. The red background Sephiroth probably will remain expensive, but I don't think it's going to be $130, which is what it currently is. That said, I don't know. A week from now, I'll open my collector box on stream, and we'll see what happens. We'll see how I do. Um, but yeah, yours ask for a better card. I mean, I really think FF12 got a little bit of the short end of the stick on this because I really liked FF12, and yeah, there's not much FF12. I'm glad she got a card. She was one of the last cards they revealed, and I really thought she might just not get a card. Um, yeah, it was actually kind of funny because I had a friend who actually works at Wizards and did a joke when I was like, I made a comment about the Vaughn card, and they're like, "Wait, who's Vaughn?" And he's like, I just go along with you for a minute. He's like, "Who's Vaughn?" I'm like, "I know you know who Vaughn is." He's like, "He's the guy from Final Fantasy 12." And I was like, describing Vaughn. He's like, "Do you have a picture of Vaughn? Can you show me Vaughn?" And I go, "Fine." I put up the picture of Vaughn. He goes, "No, we seem to have a misconception. That's Captain Bosch." And I was just like, "I hate you. I hate you so much." But anyway, um, speaking of nightmarishly long things we had to do on streams late at night, that was. Oh, yeah, maybe I am getting a little loopy. But we can get there. We can get there. We've only got 10 more games to go. Anyway, what do I think about Hill Gigas? It's got the mountain cycling, which means people are going to play it. The mountain cycling things, the land cycling things were worse than usual the last time they appeared in a draft set. This one's not. Oh, actually, no. They were pretty good in Duskborn. They were pretty bad in whatever the other recent one was. But they were pretty good in Duskborn, or at least some of them was. Um, well, it was just. I mean, he was just doing a bit on the part where like, I'm Captain Bosch. I'm Captain Bosch. And it was just like, I'm Captain Bosch of Dalmasca. And it was the unboxing stream is going to be Saturday, and it'll have to be late because I've got two pre-releases that day, so I'll probably be coming home at like 7 p.m. or something like that, and then I'll probably need like an hour to get things set up, and then the stream itself won't take that long because collector boxes are only like only like 12 packs. It's like almost a semi-sad story. I was able to lock in two collector boxes from my local store at MSRP, but I felt guilty like just immediately grabbing what I could because they sold out like instantly. And then one of my friends was very sad not to be able to get one, so I told them, okay, she can buy she can buy mine off me at MSRP, but if she can't find another one, and I don't think she did, so I at least get the one. Okay, so Hill Gigas, we're probably going to play it in limited, but it's not going to be a high pick. It's just like, sure, I don't know how much mana fixing is going to matter. All right, J'adore, Aristocratic Capital. It's the first of the towns with an adventure. For people not as familiar with the way this works, you can cast the adventure, it goes into exile, then you can play it from exile. So all of these towns are the first lands to have adventure. Yeah, what door? J'adore. And where it's like which member, dismember. And so for this one, Overture is 4 blue blue, which of course is a reference to the opera. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down. I like the idea, since a lot of milling is from like loud noises and driving people crazy. This is essentially saying the overture is like way too loud and it's driving people crazy who are in the audience. And amusingly, Traumatized, the card that this is doing here, was only 1 mana less than this. Traumatized was never a good card, but it's on a land now. So instead of doing absolutely nothing, it just does very little nothing. By the way, I really love. It's funny that I love the art for all of these, except the buildings don't look that fancy. I know they didn't look that fancy in the game, like they didn't look that different from the other towns. But it's just kind of funny to me that it's the big aristocratic capital and they're just not there. There's that. There's the actual disenchanting creature mold double faced card from Zendikar Rising was actually called Witch Enchanter, which I thought was like that was like almost mean of them to do that as the name. How do I care about this as a design? Would I play this in limited? I mean, it's just a come into play, tapped, add blue, maybe. Important side note about this, the flavor text, of course, points out you're the spitting image of Maria. When I was 10 and this game came out, I played it, and then my sister played it. She's 2 years older than me. So she was 12 and she was playing it, and she had randomly, by complete coincidence, she had named Celes Maria. I don't know why. She just looked at the character and said, I think this is a Maria. And so she named the character Maria, and as she gets to the opera scene, everyone says, you're the spitting image of Maria. And she's like, why does everyone keep saying that? And then they're like, Maria will be our Maria. And she's like, Charles, what is happening? So, yeah, that was great. The number of things that had to happen for that to work out just made me very happy. Okay, Kefka Court Mage. So Kefka is, of course, my favorite. He's long been my favorite Final Fantasy villain, but that was before I like played so many more of the games. I kind of really like Arden. I don't know if I'm alone in that category, but I really liked Arden. I don't know that I'd say he's my favorite, but anyway, Kefka Court Mage 2, and then a Grixis for a 4/5 when he enters or attacks. I didn't notice it was or attacks. Each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card among cards discarded this way, which means in an EDH game, which is how this is intended to be played, it's each player, not just your opponents, which I don't think I noticed either when I first read this. Yeah, well, so because I feel I'm primarily going to be in limited. I think this is still really great because you play it and then you and your opponent discard a card. If you discard a card, you're immediately drawing a card, so it's no worse than a rummage. If your opponent's not going to know what card type you're discarding, so there's a chance you draw 2 cards off of that, which is a huge like benefit. This is bad if your opponent has no cards in hand and you have to discard something you really want. But I mean, if you discard like a Saga, you're getting it's an enchantment creature, so you're drawing 2 cards off of that. Like that seems pretty great to me. Um, so I think like that front half alone and the fact that it's also whenever he attacks, I mean, I kind of like that it's when it attacks and it hits you too. Like there's a certain recklessness to it. Um, so in limited, I'm definitely playing this. The 8 mana part I think is just sort of gravy. Each opponent sacrifices a opponent of their choice, transform Kefka, and then he becomes 5/7 flying, and each opponent loses life during your turn. You draw that many cards. So you're drawing like 5 cards if he ever gets through with an attack. I think Kefka is going to be like if you can swing Grixis, Kefka is going to be pretty close to a bomb. I mean, his ETB is likely to draw you 2 cards, while also nuking one of your opponent's cards. That just seems pretty powerful to me. Plus, he's a pretty big body, and then if he ever flips, like it's so much card for your card, as Good Luck High Five would say. So I'm really happy with this. I'm going to make an EDH deck out of Kefka because I love Kefka so much. Um, and then we've also got the Amino art version. It's kind of funny. I like the normal art version so much. Like with both the Amino art things for Terra and Kefka, it's obviously great art because it's Amino art. But I still feel like I almost like the normal art more just because the normal art is just so good, even though there's nothing wrong with the Amino art. Um, Although I certainly prefer his, I think I prefer his flip side of it. But I think I like this. I think I like the style of this art more, even though again it's all great. And I'm going to make sure that I have a copy of this. Um, and then the one with the blue background, he's just so happy here, right? He's just so happy. And then he's kind of creepy, but he's so happy. Anyway, Kefka's currently only worth $12 on the pre-orders, so I shouldn't have any trouble getting them, and I'll be nice and happy about that. Laughing Mad. I like that. I think this wasn't this also in the Commander. This is also I think in the Commander deck for it. Although I don't remember seeing it when we looked at those. Did I go? Did I? Am I completely forgetting this? I am actually going to like. Was that not listed on the? Is that why it's on the other print? I actually have to know this now, and not just because it's so late that I've gone insane. I don't remember talking about it. Yeah, yeah, it didn't show up on the thing. Interesting, but I think it's in the deck. I think I saw somebody play it on the Good Luck High Five thing. Huh. All right. Well, in any event, it's here. Um, Laughing Mad, 2 and a red, instant, as additional cost cast a spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards, flashback, 3 and a red. So, Tormenting Voice cards are usually like borderline playability, making it cost in limited playing it, making it cost 3 is going to put it out of the realm of playability. The only question is whether having flashback is enough to make that actually worth doing. It might because you're actually up cards instead of just neutral on cards. You have to spend 7 mana to be up 1 card though, which is I don't know, man. But it is an instant, so you can have fun with it. The really important part of this is the art, which is we've got Terra on her Magitech armor, crushing all those Imperial soldiers at the point we're like, oh, she killed 50 of our soldiers in 5 minutes or whatever it was. What I really love here is like the image of Kefka, like seeing sort of all this with his head like in the flames. I also only just noticed looking at on this size, his hand, for whatever reason, his hand is like really funny to me. The fact he's like ha 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 with his hand out in the background. I think that's kind of great. Am I going to play this in limited? Probably. Just because it's got Kefka on it. Like, how could I not? I don't think it's actually going to be particularly good as a common in limited, but I don't know. I don't think we've seen enough synergies of wanting to discard cards for this to be super exciting. But I'm prepared to be wrong about that. Light of Judgment for and a red. Instant Light of Judgment deals 6 damage to target creature. Disrupt 1 equipment attached to that creature. I find this funny because it's like it's Kefka's Light of Judgment that he uses to destroy whole towns, and it only destroys one of the pieces of equipment attached to them. It feels like it should exile the creature. In any event, I mean it's your clunky common removal spell. It's a clunky common removal spell. It deals 6. It destroys an equipment. You're going to want to destroy equipment in this set, I believe. Is this a set where the clunky common removal spell is good? I don't know yet. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. There are times the clunky common removal spell is good, and there are times it is utterly unplayable. I don't think this set is fast enough for it to be utterly unplayable, but I don't think that I'm not ready to say that it's good. Although I do love that he's got that little triangle he's randomly in and the 3 little orbs that you see from the end. Although I thought they're orbs, but like in the game's graphics on the SNES, I thought they were coins. They just like had coins flipping around him for some reason. Because I was also 10. All right, Lock Cole, because of course we get another Lock card, but not another Celis card. Anyway, not that I've been ranting about that for 7 hours. Lock Cole, 1, blue, black, 2/3, lifelink and death touch, a combination Mark Rosewater absolutely loves, even though I'm not entirely sure I see the connection the way he does. He just really loves the mirroring there. It makes sense on certain vampires. It doesn't really make sense on Lock. Whenever Lock Cole deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. So he loots whenever he hits things. He's a treasure hunter, but he's really just stealing things. It's absolutely a perfect. It's an absolutely perfect design, like sort of joke that like, oh, it's like he's a treasure hunter, but really, he's actually just he's actually just a thief. Um, I think this is incredibly powerful. I think a 2/3 lifelink death touch for 3 is really great. I mean, Vampire Nighthawk has historically been one of the better uncommons in any set that it's in, and he's basically trading being a single color for being two colors and being, which in some cases, if you're playing black blue, is an improvement over two black because you're more likely to play him on 3 than you would if it were just two of either of those colors. Um, and so it's trading the flying for a looting ability when you hit. I think flying is probably better, so I don't think he's as good as a Vampire Nighthawk, but I think he's probably going to be a decently high pick, especially if you really do want to be looting a lot, which, I don't know, is that the black blue theme? I don't think we've seen enough of a strong black blue theme, but there we go. Magitech armor, sadly, they're using the in-game sprite version of the armor, which, I don't like nearly as much as the concept art one, which you can see on Laughing Mad, which is, of course, obviously a wonderful reference to Dancing Mad is his song. Magitech Armor, 3 and a white, 4/4. When it enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero token, crew 1. This is very similar to the 5 mana, 5/4 vehicle from Ether Drift that made a 1/1 that could crew it. That card was really good in that format, which makes me inclined to think that Magitech Armor is going to be decently playable here because it's basically a 4 mana, 4/4. You can pretend it's always crewed most of the time, at least initially. And then if it dies, you still get left with the hero that can crew it and wear equipment. So notice that it's uncommon here, whereas it was common in Ether Drift. So I don't know. I think it's going to be good, but I don't know how good. But being an uncommon, it's kind of competing. It's not like uncommons necessarily compete against other commons and commons don't. But you're not going to be getting these really late in the pack and being like, haha, I really did it because nobody else knew this card was good and there were a ton of copies of it. I don't think people are going to sleep on this one the way they slept on that one. But I don't know. I don't know how many vehicle synergies we really have in this format. Although I think that leaving behind a 1/1 hero that can wear equipment is probably going to be worth something. Moogle's Valor. This is. I mean, I don't know how this could possibly not be the pick for cutest card and for cutest art in the set, unless they're like, well, they're trying too hard, which has occasionally been what Good Luck High Five will say. 3 and 2 white instant. For each creature you control, create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token with a lifelink. The creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. So obviously this represents when the Moogles jump in and help Locke save Terra. You can even see an unconscious Terra behind these 3 Moogles in the background of the art. Now that I'm seeing it a slightly larger size than I saw on my phone when I was waiting for updates to come in all day. The alt art. You know what this alt art makes me think of? This alt art makes me think of Calvin and Hobbes. This makes me think of the Calvin and Hobbes where like it's sort of like outside of frames and Calvin and Hobbes are like dancing. You know, that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting out of this one. And they've all got their like different weapons because one is a spear and one is a boomerang, and I assume that has to be Mog because he's like dancing and got the little spirit stuff going on. This is absolutely phenomenal art. I want millions of copies of both of these. I love them. They are dear and precious to me. Are they any good? 5 mana to make creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn is not good. Is putting a 1/2 into play for each creature you control with lifelink good? I don't know. This card does nothing if your board is empty. This is one of those cards. It's very feast or famine. There are games you are going to win when you play this card that you would not win with any other card, and there are games you are going to lose because this is in your hand and you don't have any and you can't get any value out of it, or you can and the value you get is like 1 Moogle, or like I don't know. If you have one creature and they're attacking for lethal, you cast this, you get a second creature. The other creature has lifelink. Both of your creatures are indestructible. You can jump block without losing the creatures. I mean, 5 mana is a lot, is all I'm going to say here. I'm just going to say I don't think this is going to be a particularly high win rate card, um, but it will win you games. Is basically what I'm going to get. Like I will probably win at least one game with this card in this format. Like that is very likely to happen, and I'm definitely going to be getting this art and this art. I love it. It's precious to me. Mountain. This is our Mount Colts where we run into Sabin. Um, Opera Love Song. This was not spoiled until like just a couple days ago. And I was so upset because in addition to all of the ranting I've done about not having a Celis in the main set, I was like number crunching whether you could fit in the name Celis for like white, for blue, for gold, whether it would be general Celis once we couldn't fit it in the C's anymore. And I was like, not only that they don't mention, they like barely have anything for Celis, who's the main character of the second half of the game, and there were no references to the opera other than the invitation on Key to the City, which had me very upset. And then they revealed this, and it's like, okay, they actually do have the opera love song. I'm a little sad that like what this does kind of makes sense for the song, maybe. Um, I just because it's two things each time, right? It's one in a red instant. Choose one, exile the top two cards of your library. You can play those cards until your next end step, or one or two target creatures each get +2/+0. The fact that it's two creatures, it's a duet. They're coming to. I mean, the song she's singing is not a duet, but it's about two people coming together. Um, Either two cards or two creatures. The fact that this is until your next end step means because so many things have been the end of your next turn and this is your next end step, a lot of people, and I'm probably going to be one of them on the day this comes out, are going to make the same mistakes we made with that one from the Wilds of Eldraine, the one that had the adventure and then became the Quirion Dryad, um, where you just assume that it's going to be until the end of your next turn because that's what they all do these days. And then you're going to accidentally cheat in paper because neither your opponent doesn't know that either, and you don't know that, and neither of you catches it, and there's no arena to catch it. That said, look, they finally did give us one for the opera. Um, I thought Celis looked a little odd when I first saw this art in it, but then when I zoomed in closer, it was just sort of, I don't know. I was reading it a little bit wrong. It's got the star falling in the background. She's singing her whole thing. It's happening. Is this going to be good? The fact that you basically have to do the instant speed, like you don't want to do what you wanted to do with Reckless Impulse. You don't want to cast this on your third turn and then hoping to hit your third land drop, and then playing the other card you hit on your fourth turn. You can't do that here because you have to play them both before your next end step. So you have to play this at your opponent's end step, which means you're not going to be getting that land when you need that land, which is really rough. And if you have the land drop, you miss the land drop, you wait until their end step, you cast this, you hit two lands, you only get to play one of those lands. Um, or if you hit a land and then you also draw another land, like it just leaves you behind. It's all really a question of whether or not giving those two creatures +2/+0 is going to be good. They made this uncommon, which indicates that they seem to have some faith that it is decent. That said, and again, I'm just glad there is an opera card. I'm a little annoyed it took them till the last. I think I would have been happier if they just revealed this earlier in the season. I hadn't spent the whole season being like, "Where's the opera card?" Phantom Train. 3 and a black, 4/4 trample. Sacrifice another artifact or creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it, becomes a spirit until end of turn. The art here is great. It shows them. What's really great about the art here is they're running away from the train, but they're running on the tracks. And because it's a train on tracks and we're seeing it from this angle, the question you have to ask yourself is, why don't they just step off the tracks? Like, why do they keep trying to outrun a train in a single direction on the tracks when they could just step off? The way it looks in the video game doesn't quite make it quite as obvious that they could just do that. But, oh well. In any event, the key thing to note on this card is that it does not say there's no crew cost. You can only animate this by sacrificing another artifact or creature, which makes me think it's going to be pretty bad. I don't know that you're throwing around enough random treasures or things to keep activating this. And I mean, I guess it gets a +1/+1 counter whenever you do that, but I don't know. And it's only animated until end of turn. I just don't think this is going to be very good. Phoenix Down. Now, I'm assuming the reason there's two copies of this here is that one is in the commander deck, and I'm going to assume that that's why we didn't see Laughing Mad there either. I assume anything that's also in the commander deck is just showing up as being in the main set with a 500 series number. Phoenix Down. 1 white. Artifact. 1 and a white. Tap. Exile this artifact. Choose 1. Return target creature card with mana value 4 less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Or exile target skeleton, zombie, spirit, or zombie. So this is the reference to the famous Final Fantasy thing that in most of the early games there is a boss who is undead, and if you put a Phoenix down on them, they will instantly die. Because most undead things will instantly die if you use elixirs or Phoenix Downs on them, or they will be damaged by cure spells. So I think it's an absolutely great reference that there's the main use of getting a creature into play, or you get to just instantly kill one of those things. I think that's phenomenal. I'm very happy with that. Great reference. No notes. Poison the Waters. This is the first key art that was shown for this set once they started revealing actual art from the set, which made me very happy because originally we didn't know exactly what a lot of it was going to be, and just it felt great to me that it made it apparent that it was not a set worked on just by people who loved VII, because if they would choose to make the first thing they show be something from Final Fantasy VI, well, then that tells me that, like, yes, the game that is my favorite is the one that they're going to include here. This is, of course, is Kefka poisoning Doma from a very fascinating shot looking up from the water as the poison starts to spread. 1 and a black sorcery. Choose 1. All creatures, not just your opponents, all creatures, get -1/-1 until end of turn. Or target player reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or creature card from it. They discard that card. It's got a lot of utility in the sense that, if you need the -1/-1, it's there. Artifact or creature are most of the things you want to hit when you duress them, but the fact that you can't hit the instants or sorceries if you need to is a little rough. So I don't know how good this is going to end up being. I guess it depends on whether all of these job select cards result in so many 2/1 creatures that casting this just wipes them all out. But the ability to pull equipment out of their hand is great and all of that. So maybe it's going to be good. It's one of those effects like this. It really depends on the format. You can't just look at it and be like, well, this effect is always bad. Realms Sketching. I love the art on this one. It's got, there's the T-Rex that she is copying. Of course, everybody knows that she never succeeds on actually sketching a T-Rex. One of the great jokes somebody had was, when you cast this card, you should have to flip a coin to see if you simply lose the game and delete your deck based on the bug that was in the SNES version. I like that the T-Rex over there looks a little confused. It's not all attacking her. Note that there are 2 T-Rexes, just like when you get attacked by 2 T-Rexes in the game. This is also, again, where it's like, it just looks so weird to me that Realms brushes are actually person-sized. I just keep thinking they're going to be normal brushes, and it's just so funny to me. But 2 and 2 blue. Sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land, and then the flavor text is Realms character description from the game. What I want to point out about this one, I think this is actually very good because it's a clone effect that can copy your opponent's stuff, which always makes a clone effect better. And then on top of that, it doesn't just hit creatures, it also hits artifact lands. If you need to ramp, if you're just you really need that 5th land, or you need to get to 6 a turn earlier, you can do that. You can also copy artifacts. It's anybody's anything. I predict this is actually going to be a really good card. Not super amazing, but I predict it is going to be good. And I love the art. Retrieve the Esper. 3 and a blue. Sorcery. Create a 3/3 blue robot warrior artifact creature token. So your Magitech armor is a robot that is apparently self-animated. I don't know. It's weird, but... Then if this spell was cast from your graveyard, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it again, flashback 5 and a blue. So it is either a 4 mana 3/3 or later a 6 mana 5/5, but it gets the 2 for 1 right in there. This is probably going to be fine. It'll depend a bit on how much, because it's a creature that is also a non-creature, which is sort of relevant to put out. You get a creature on the board while triggering all of your non-creature spell things, and it costs 4 mana, so it will trigger all of the 4 mana things. The flashback is only 6, which is not going to trigger the 8 mana stuff for Tella, but I think Tella might be the only one who cares about it being 8. Yeah, so I think this is going to have a lot of synergies, and I predict this will actually end up being fairly decent as a result, but it's not going to be a high pick. I'm going to have decks where I'm in the blue-red non-creature spells artifact deck, and I'm going to be in pack 2 passing one of these and thinking, well, that's fine, I'll get one later, and I'm never going to get one. That's what's going to happen. And then the rest of the time, I'll be flooded with these in decks that don't want them. Stolen Uniform, where Locke is stealing clothes from the soldier or the merchant. It's interesting that you have 2 arts for this, and he's stealing soldier clothes both times. But I do love that the flavor text is his correct line from there. It's a little tight, but the price was right. 1 blue mana, choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of the equipment until end of turn. Attach it to the chosen creature. When you lose control of the equipment, if it's attached to your creature, unattach it. So you only steal their stuff for 1 turn. I don't think this is worth the card in your deck is going to be the problem. This might be a sideboard card if your opponent's playing red, white equipment. you definitely want to bring this in. If they're not playing red-white equipment, you probably don't really want this because, sure, you can get a great combat where you suddenly make your creature giant, like they attack with their creature, you steal all the equipment from it, and then you block one of their other large creatures. And one of like you can get a 2-for-1 here by having like 2/3/3s. Your opponent attacks with a 2/2 that's got a big piece of equipment on it, and then like a slightly larger creature. And then when they do that, you steal the equipment from the smaller creature with equipment on it, put that on one of your creatures. Now one of your 3/3s blocks their 2/2, and then your other creature is now giant and blocks their other and is now big enough to block and kill their giant creature. It can happen. I don't know how often that's going to happen. Most of the time, I just don't. I mean, it's look. The flavor text kind of says it all. It's a little tight, but the price was right. It's 1 mana. There will be games where for 1 mana you completely blow out your opponent and do something crazy. There will also be games where you just cannot cast this card at all, or it does nothing. So all of that together, I'm not picking this card highly unless this format turns out to be much more equipment based than I think. I'm not picking this card highly. The ability to steal it off of job select cards, though, could be pretty relevant. Like, you steal the warrior's armor thing, and then you block their 1/1 with your 3/3. And it only unattaches, like, doesn't reattach the equipment. So if it's the warrior thing, we have to, like, pay 5 to get it equipped again. Okay, I mean, I'm starting to sell myself on it, but I still don't think it's great. I'm just selling myself on it being okay. Like, being worth a slot in the deck. Summon Esperamu, 2, red, 3/3. Judgment Bolt on step 1. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. 2. Wizards you control get +1/+0 until end of turn, and then also that same effect on 3. So what is this really doing here? It's coming into play for 4 mana, and it's for your non-creature spells deck. It comes into play, it kills one of your opponent's cards. Then the next turn, it counts itself for wizards, so it becomes a 4/3, and it attacks. And then the next turn it buffs your wizards. I don't know how many wizards you actually end up with in that deck, but the point of the matter is the value here is that it kills the thing when it comes into play. That's basically it. And then it also does a few other things, but it's primarily about that. Summon Esperamu. This is the same card, but with the different art, and I think this art is pretty cool. I don't have too much to say about it. The art on both of them is great. He's in kind of the same position on both, which makes sense because that's the position he's in when he casts a spell. Suplex. I was so happy when I saw this because, we didn't know which memes would necessarily get in. This was spoiled probably about in the middle of the spoiler season. And so, we didn't know which memes would make it. And it's like, man, what if they put in a Suplex the Train reference? And they do. And what I love is that people who don't even really seem to know Final Fantasy are like, they see this art, they immediately get the story. He is going to suplex that train. He's running out. He is ready. He's going to do that. They get that joke. And then, of course, the flavor text is from a different part of the game. He says, the times could put my training to use. So, of course, I've created a pun there. I actually missed that pun initially simply because I was so familiar with that line from the game that I wasn't thinking about it in the context of the specific card. 1 colorless and a red. Sorcery. Choose 1. Deals 3 damage to target creature. If it would die this turn, exile it instead, or exile target artifact. So this is just a braid, but it's sorcery speed instead of instant speed, and it has exile for both of the things. I don't think we're in an era right now where the exile is like super relevant for any of that. So I just have to think of this as being worse than a braid. It still might see play in standard. I don't think a braid is currently legal in standard, is it? What was the last time a braid was in? I think it was Crimson Vow. Is that correct? And it was like a common there. Bloomborough Commander. Oh, it's in Foundations. Oh, never mind. No, a braid is legal right now. Well, in that context, it's probably... I have to think... Unless there is something that has Indestructible as an artifact, and there's no One Ring in Standard, I don't think this is going to see play over a braid. I think being an instant is just too valuable. That said, I don't play enough Standard. If people aren't playing a braid right now to kill Quarry Steel Cutter, then I don't know what Suplex is going to end up doing. But maybe. The fact that it's here, it's the meme, it's great, it made me smile. That's the only part that truly matters. In Limited, this is going to be one of the top commons. That is my prediction. Because it'll kill most of the creatures, it kills them at a cheap and affordable price, and then it can also get rid of any equipment that is particularly problematic. So I believe this will be a high pick in Limited among commons. I think the highest picks are all going to be like Bomb Rares or something. But after that tier, this is going to be one of the higher picks. Terra Magical Adept. I was super happy to see this because a whole bunch of things. By this point, by the way, the games did not make characters left or right-handed. And so she's clearly left-handed in this art. You could put the sword in either hand if you wanted in the game. But she's got a sword in one hand and she's casting a spell with the other, which does represent she's in fact a wizard warrior. She's quite adept at both fighting and casting spells in the game. I think this art is phenomenal. I love it. Something about the style of it is just absolutely tremendous. I looked up the artist for Magic. She's only done one other card, and it was one that I had largely forgotten about. But boy, did she do a just absolutely tremendous job on this. Terra is 1 and a red and a green for 2. When she enters, mill 5 cards. Put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. This is going to be my new commander that's going to take the place of the Tom Bombadil thing I was thinking of making but never got around to. Trance, 4, green, red, exile, tap, exile Terra, return to the battlefield and returns control, activate as a sorcery. She flips into Esper Terra, and the joke that was pointed out that it's kind of amazing, she starts out with just the Gruul colors. When she flips over, you see that she has, in fact, in her color identity, blue, white, and black, which in Magic are called Esper. So she adds Esper to her colors once she flips into an Esper, which is just perfect. 6/6 flying, 1, 2, and 3 are all the same. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. Basically, this is meant to be a saga. It gains haste. If it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. So it's up to 3. So if it only has 3 chapters, you don't have to kill it before it can attack. If it has more, like Bahamut, you can immediately trigger its first 3 abilities, attack, get its... I mean, you could basically copy Bahamut for like 2 turns in a row, just doing insane, crazy stuff. Yeah. And then the final ability is to add basically double Wooburg to your pool. Then you exile Esper Terra, return her to the battlefield. Note that you are exiling her and returning to the battlefield. You're not flipping her. Because there's a lot of cards in here that only flip when they do things, but for the sagas, they get exiled and then flipped for various rules reasons. Again, this art is so phenomenal. I'm going to make the deck out of this. I think it's quite potent. And the fact that it adds Wooburg on the other side means that it is a 5-color card for all of Commander, which means that you can do the full Tom Bombadil all 5-color stuff. And then this is one of the 2 cards they got Yoshitaka Amano to do fully new art for, which is obviously gorgeous. The text box kind of blocks some of it, but I even like the stuff the checkerboard stuff she's standing on. She's right-handed in this art. Yeah, I mean, it's gorgeous. I don't like it quite as much as a lot of the original Terra art for it. It doesn't feel. I really liked the way there's a certain look the Final Fantasy VI concept art for, like, particularly Terra and like Mogs, that is not quite how it feels here, but it's really great. I mean, it's phenomenal. Like, I don't want anything I say that is saying that it's not as good as it theoretically could be. It's still phenomenal. Then there's the art on the other back. I think Yoshitaka Amano said in the interview that Wizards did with him that this was the first time he'd like drawn Esper Terra since the original, and he really enjoyed drawing it, or something like that. But yeah, so this is great. This is great, but this is also great. I'm going to want like all these versions and all of these things, and I'm going to spend infinity billion dollars on this one. Ultros, Obnoxious Octopus. 1 and a blue, 2/1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, that's your making your Magitech armor thing. Tap target creature and opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultros. So this is prior to when they did the opera song part, because this is clearly during the opera, although it's amusingly Edgar who's only optional there and not Locke, who has to be there, who's in the art. I'm really glad Ultros got a card. I think this is a good version of it because he's an octopus and he gets the 8 mana, all that sort of stuff. How often are we casting a non-creature spell that costs at least 8? I don't know. Probably not that often. As I pointed out multiple times with the Tella stuff, almost everything caps out at 6. It's going to be pretty rare to cast one that costs 8, so you're probably never doing this. But I think this is a perfectly good card with just the 2 mana thing. And this is extended art. So I will play this in limited. I don't think it's going to be a high pick, but I think it's going to be. I think when I'm playing that deck, I'm going to be really happy to have it. And then Vector Imperial Capital. This is just the town for red black and its Vector. Okay, I need to get another drink because I am starting to lose some of my voice. But we'll just do it before we get into any of the Final Fantasy VIIs. We're 7 hours in. Oh, okay. Oh boy, how long can we go? Let's breathe. Let's get ready to go. Aerith Gainsborough. Now, I had talked with a friend of mine. We were guessing what abilities some people might have. For Aerith, one of them said, "Oh, I'll probably have a Dies trigger." And I was like, "Well, it could be a sacrifice trigger because she has a noble sacrifice ability as well in Rebirth." And I almost can't believe I said that. Obviously, it was going to be a Dies trigger, and obviously, it was a Dies trigger. Aerith Gainsborough. It's kind of funny that the art here of her handing the flower to Cloud at the beginning of the game, which again, it very much is remake art and not like the original version. Um, One thing I find funny about this is the particular, just like the exact look of the art, the pose, the way that it looks here. It really looks like she's in a dating sim. Like this is her icon that keeps popping up when she has something to say to you. That's just how I feel. Like that's just the vibe I get from it. 2 and a white, 2/2 lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith Gainsborough. Whenever she dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature. Each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith Gainsborough. So let's say she attacks and dies in combat. If she dies in combat, she doesn't get the +1/+1 counter because there's a triggered ability. She's already dead before that happens. Um, so that's not how you want it to go. But if you do gain a bunch of life, and you've got the Minwoo stuff going on, there actually is potentially a life gain deck out there. But she's rare, and so is Minwoo, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that a lifelink deck is necessarily coming together. The but yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's really any good if you don't have other ways to gain life, because she's probably dying when her lifelink goes off. Your opponent is very incentivized to block and trade for Aerith. I really like her alt art here, although it's funny, kind of funny. I don't know if this is just my eyes getting blurry because I've been doing this for 7 hours, but it almost looks like it's got the like soft focus going on. I don't know. I like her extended art seems to be, is it like shifted on the frame? Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'm just going crazy because of sleep deprivation. But anyway, it's all good art. Her card is great. I will probably not make. It will probably not be a high pick in limited, is my guess, unless there really is a life gain deck. Aerith Rescue Mission. This made me so happy when I saw it because it is perfectly designed. 3 and a white sorcery. Choose one. Take the elevator. Create 3/1/1 colorless hero tokens. Sure, you get in the elevator. You just have your 3 colorless heroes. There they are. The art is showing them going up all the darn stairs. And the other option is take 59 flights of stairs. Tap up to 3 target creatures. Put a stun counter on each of them. The stun counter, perfect. Absolutely perfect. You're just like making your opponents do forever. They're exhausted, and then they have to just take a turn off. Brilliant. I love it. Barrett Wallace, 3 and a red legendary creature, human rebel. Reach. Whenever Barrett Wallace attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. So if you're in the red-white deck, this is going to deal a heck of a lot of damage. The 4-mana 4/4 reach is like already fine. We saw that with these Segu Mauler in the most recent set. Like not amazing, like not great. He doesn't have the renewability, but fine. And his other ability could, I mean, that I don't know how many equipped creatures we expect to have. It's probably going to be at least one. I don't know. He's probably worse than Segu Mauler. I don't know if Segu Mauler's ability is where we want to be in this set, though. So Buster Sword. This is a mythic, which tells you a little something. It is statted like a sword of X and Y. Someone joked that it was sword of sword and sword. It is 3 mana for an artifact equipment. Equip 2. Equipped creature gets +3/+2, not +2/+2, +3/+2, but it doesn't give protection from anything. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then you may cast a spell from your hand with mana value less than or equal to that damage without paying its mana cost. The creature is almost always going to have at least 1 power. Probably going to have at least 2. So this is probably 5. So you're probably drawing a card and then playing almost anything out of your hand for free, which seems pretty busted, as a Buster Sword would be. The alt art on this, by the way, also pretty spectacular. So I can't help but notice that this one doesn't have any materia in it, but this one has 2 materia in it. It looks like that's a spell materia, and what is that's a like an ability materia? Is that what the yellow one was? The support materia or something? Like that's how you get like Death Blow or whatever. Cloud looks kind of crazy on this one, but yeah, I think this is going to be really powerful. I mean, if this is probably going to be the best equipment in the set, right? Or at least of equipment that doesn't have job select, this is probably going to be the best one, right? It's priced to move. It makes the creature gigantic. If it ever hits, you are up cards and do crazy things. Like I think this is going to be a very good card. Probably going to be a top pick. I would guess. It's probably going to be one of those like top pack one pick ones because it goes in any deck. Call the Mountain Chocobo, 3 and a red. Sorcery. Search your library for a mountain card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle. Create a 2/2 bird token with whenever a land you control enters this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Chocobos in this set, most of them will have there'll be 2/2s with whenever a land you control enters, this gets +2/+1/+0 until end of turn. This also has flashback 5 and a red. So you're able to do your non-creature spell of 4, and then your non-creature spell of 6, which again, I don't know how many things care about 6. Have we even seen any? So yep, this makes your Chocobo. It does the thing. The Mountain Chocobo is the green one. It can run up mountains. It does the thing. Is this a high pick and limited? Probably not. 4 mana for a 2/2 is just not good enough. You're not playing lands in your opponent's turn. I guess it's also giving you the mountain itself, but it's still a lot of like the problem with this one is too slow and clunky. It's a 2-for-1, but it's a 2-for-1 that's really slow and clunky, and I don't know if this is a slow enough format for that to happen. Chocobo Racetrack, 3 and 2 green. Artifact. This is just the point of this card is to give PTSD to all of us who ever got Knights of the Round. Artifact, Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So this is Zendikar's Royal from Magic Origins, which was Landfall, make a 2/2 creature. But instead of being an enchantment, it's an artifact, and the token is slightly better. Zendikar's Royal was fine, as I recall. But there's a lot more landfall support here because Zendikar's Royal didn't even have landfall. It just like said whenever you play a land, um, because landfall was not otherwise supported in that set. But in this set, landfall is supported. It's supported with a lot of Chocobo things and a lot of ways to like bounce lands. So I am going to predict that this is going to be much better here than Zendikar's Royal was in Zendikar in Origins, except that Magic has evolved enough in the last decade that it might be too slow. I don't know. It depends on the speed of the format. But boy, nightmares, nightmares. Sid, Timeless Artificer. It's Sid. We've seen Sid before. We even saw another version of this Sid. Cloud, Midgar Mercenary. Currently, I think the third most expensive card in the set at like $35 or something like that. 2 white mana, 2/1 Human Soldier Mercenary. Whenever Cloud enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. The Stoneforge, first half of the Stoneforge Mystic. As long as Cloud is equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So, it's not giving you anything free with the equipment like Stoneforge Mystic did, but it's finding the equipment and it's a 2 on a 2 on its own. In limited, 2 white is basically like a 3 or 4 mana card. You're not going to have your 2 white, like when you do get it on turn 2, your opponent's going to be so mad. But yeah. So I have to assume this is good in limited because you're going to get your 2 for it's a 2 mana 2 one that draws you, not just draws you a card, but draws you like a good card. I don't know how much the doubling ability is going to matter. I don't know how many things, like a lot of the triggers on equipment in the set are on job select, which by definition is not happening when it's equipped to Cloud. So I don't know. I do think this is going to be one of the ones that's, if equipment is like really playable and constructed, if you give this guy a Quarry Steel Cutter, then you're going to make 2 monks with it. You can just choose not to unattach the equipment. The monks won't get to attack that turn, but you do get 2 monks. And that would also make Cloud, because it gives +1/+1 and haste and whatever. So Cloud would be a 3/2 that is just constantly pumping out more mercenaries. I'm sorry, more monks. Is that good enough? I don't know. I think blue-red is still the right colors for that deck, and I don't think you want to try to work in a double white card. But, I mean, certainly in Commander, this is going to be, like, people will make the mono-white Cloud decks, and they're going to love it. Like, people are going to make decks for these things based on how much they love the card. They're not going to be making them based on, like, absolute... Like, for EDH stuff, they're not going to be basing it off of whether this is exactly the correct play. They're going to be basing it off of this is what I want to do, and people are going to want to do this with Cloud, and Cloud is actually, I believe Cloud is actually good. His I Don't Care art, I kind of love too. Yeah, I think they all look good. Cloud Planets Champion. This is from the starter deck thing, so this is not something I believe you can open in a pack. So I'll scroll this up a little bit here. I think it is irrelevant. I think it's irrelevant to the limited discussion. This appears to be him from the end of Remake, where they've got all that destroyed stuff when he's fighting Sephiroth. It's part of a double thing. This is by Magali Villeneuve, who's of course one of the most beloved, probably the most beloved Magic artist at the moment. This is part of a full panorama thing with Sephiroth. He's 3 red and a white, 4/4 during your turn. As long as Cloud is equipped, he has double strike and indestructible. And then equipped abilities, you activate the target Cloud, cost 2 less to activate. Yeah. It's for the starter deck, so it only exists in that context. It is not priced to be played in constructed, although people will probably make EDH decks around it. Because because double striking indestructible is pretty good, especially if it's making your equipment cost you less. Note that that means the Buster Sword would cost 0 to equip. So on your turn, Cloud for 0 mana gets the Buster Sword equipped. He becomes a 7/6 indestructible double strike, which means that his sword is going to hit twice unless they jump block and it dies in the first hit. If it hits them twice, you're going to be drawing 2 cards and then playing 2 cards that cost 7 or less for free. That seems pretty good. Was the Buster Sword is in the main set, right? Yeah, 255. Okay. I was just making sure it wasn't in the starter thing. So in that context, it's probably fine, but I don't know. I think you're probably playing the other Cloud as your commander, the one that's actually in the EDH deck, not this one. And then you might just be putting this in the deck as well. Diamond Weapon. It's funny to me that Diamond Weapon and Omega Weapon are both uncommons, but whatever. 7, green, 8/8, artifact creature elemental. This costs 1 less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. Reach, immune. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. You can see the high wind in the background. This, of course, is from that big moment in Final Fantasy VII where this like comes out and is slowly marching towards Midgar, and you have to stop it so it doesn't kill all the innocent people in Midgar. How do I feel about this card? You probably have at least 2 permanents in your graveyard by the time you get to turn. This is 9 mana, so a reasonable price for this would be 6, let's say, which means you have to have 3 cards in your graveyard. You get 3 permanents in your graveyard. It's not going to be hard to do. I imagine by turn 6 you do have 3 cards in your graveyard if that's what you want, and if you have this in your hand, you know to like work for it. If you can cast this any cheaper than that, if you can somehow cast this for 4 or 5, then you feel like you got away with something. And how is your opponent going to remove this? There's a lot of destroy target artifact stuff. They're going to have to do. It's going to have to be non-damage based removal. Or well, actually no. I mean, look, you're not dealing 8 damage to this with a red. You're not. Light of Judgment is not killing your 8/8, especially when all the combat damage gets removed, so you can't like double it up. This is only dying. This is not. This basically has like protection from red removal spells. Is kind of what this says, and they're not beating it in combat. So it's probably really hard to stop. It depends on how much just destroy target artifact stuff there is. And even then, if you're casting this cheap enough, I mean, it's probably worth it then. Eject. 3 and a blue. The spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card. The can't be countered is probably not going to come up very often. I don't know why it can't be countered. I don't know why that's on this. It's not like there's a ton of ward in this set. But this is, I mean, Aerith being knocked away by Midgard Zormer while Cloud jumps in to attack it, and Yuffie also is jumping in to attack it. 4 mana bounce spells, bouncing any non-land permanent and drawing a card is usually fine. 4 mana is usually like the upper end of where this is kind of okay. Recently, they've tended to put them on top or bottom of the opponent's deck, but then not drawn a card. So this draws the card, but only bounces it to their hand. Is that worth it? Is that good? I don't know. But I'm going to play it. Like they made it uncommon, which presumably they did for a reason. Sometimes when a card that is sometimes common, sometimes uncommon is uncommon, you're like, well, they played with it and they knew there was a reason and they knew that it's better than it looks. So I predict that this will be a very solid playable. I don't think it's going to be a super high pick though. I could be wrong. Ether, 3 and a blue. Restores 20 MP. Tap. Exile this artifact. Add blue. When you cast your next instant or sorcery of the spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Not exactly what Ether does. It should be giving you mana, but not necessarily doubling spells. That's sort of the red mage thing. But again, that's entirely nitpicking. It's a cool spell. I'm not playing this. The blue-red deck is going to be casting lots of instants or sorceries, and so if you do this, look, you have spent 4 mana to then add 1 mana. So let's say you've net spent 3 mana to copy one of your instants or sorcery spells, and you've done it on the installment plan, which is good. There are games you'll win because you copied a big spell with this. There are also a lot of games you'll lose because this doesn't do anything. So, yeah. Fight on! Exclamation mark. 2 and a black. Instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards to your graveyard to your hand. Instant speed. Return 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand is generally good. Poor Aerith doesn't get to look back on these hard times and laugh. But is this going to be good enough? Things that return 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand have been fine in recent sets. I don't know, but they usually have some other thing tacked onto them. I don't know about how that's going to be in this particular set. Again, this is it feels like a cop-out, but that's the reality of it. Until you've played a game with a set, you don't know if this is one of the ones where this type of card is good or where that type of card is good. You don't know if this is a set where the 1-drops are all terrible or the 1-drops are all really good. You just kind of have to play the set. Gungaga, Reactor Town. This is just your town for Gungaga. Haste Magic. 1 and a red. Instant. Target creature is +3/+0 and gains haste until end of turn, of course. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step. I'm not really sure what Haste Magic has to do with exiling the top card of your library, unless the idea is that you're like getting it early. That said, these effects are sometimes good, sometimes bad. I don't know. It's not one where I can look at it and just say, like, these effects are always good. These effects are sometimes good and sometimes bad. If they kill the creature in response, it's really bad. There'll be games that you win because you attack them for 7 out of nowhere with this and then have a card to play at your next turn. But I don't really know. Genova, Ancient Calamity, 2, green, black, 1/5, creature, alien. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of ++1 counters equal to Genova's power and up to one other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant. This is Genova's infecting them with Genova's cells, which she will use to sort of control them. Note that unlike in the game, they have given her modesty hair stylings. Whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, so only if it dies presumably while you're attacking your opponent, you draw cards equal to its power. You can also sacrifice it to some other effect. How good is this? You're basically putting a +1/+1 counter on another creature every turn, and then when that creature, if that creature dies while you're attacking with it, you draw a bunch of cards. That seems pretty good, and it's a 1/5, so it blocks things pretty well. Genova's the villain in this game, so the question is Genova more or less evil than Elon Musk? I mean, Genova's the calamity from the skies. She's an ancient alien being with her own completely different set of morality. Her level of sentience is not entirely clear, but the fact that she can pretend to be people in a convincing way leads me to suspect that she has some level of sentience. But she's just kind of a natural creature doing its natural thing is kind of how I view it. So I would say less evil. It's just like, and it's not clear that Genova has ever done anything like, and then delighted in the evil that she's done. So I don't really know. Here's our alt art for Genova, also giving us the modesty hair, which I guess is this supposed to be? I'm not quite sure what's going on here. There's a lot of like, were these sea things always on Genova while she was in the tank? I don't remember seeing them. In any event, Midgar, City of Mako, land, town, reactor raid is your adventure for this. 2 and a black. Sorcery, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. There you go, right with Genova. If you do, draw 2 cards. So if you have a 1 power creature, you put a counter on her with Genova, and then you cast Reactor Raid, you sacrifice it and draw 4 cards, and then you have a land you can play that comes in tapped. I mean, that seems pretty good to me. As a combo, I don't know how good this card is. By itself, that's so much mana to pay for that effect, and it's a sorcery, which gets rid of like all the value those cards usually have, and it doesn't like make a treasure or anything. But you can sacrifice an artifact if there's some other minor thing that you don't care about, like an equipment with a high equip cost that had drop select. And then it comes into play tapped. Coming into play tapped is a real drawback. And then the alt art is like really cool remake looking art. Nibelheim Aflame for when Sephiroth goes crazy and destroys Nibelheim. 2 and 2 red. Sorcery, choose target creature you control, deals damage equal to its power to each other creature. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, discard your hand and draw 4 cards. And you can cast it from your graveyard for 7 mana with flashback. This does not seem great to me. It's kind of a wrath, but if your opponent kills your creature in response, it does nothing, and you spent 4 mana and got 2 for 1. Which presumably you're also doing in an environment where you wanted to wrath the board, which means you're behind. So, no, would be my take on this card. There will be games you will win with it, and I will lose games to my opponent doing this, but there will also be a lot of games that you lose because your opponent just kills the creature in response. Note also, Sephiroth is almost always depicted as left-handed. He's basically depicted as right-handed in some early stuff for the original 7, and like his out-of-combat polygon thing I think is usually left-handed, but in the cutscenes he's usually right-handed, but in the cutscenes he's always left-handed. He's left-handed here. This is, of course, the famous image of him looking back from the flames in Nibelheim, and then here it is in a different style looking pretty cool. Plains is your 7th heaven under Midgar. Again, looking just like the remake one. Reach the Horizon. Again, this is absolutely the remake version of it. 3 and a green. Search your library for up to 2 basic land and or town cards with different names. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. The fact that you get to put them into the battlefield tapped and you can grab towns helps with your town-based stuff, but it doesn't help. What this does not help is it doesn't help with Midgar, which is, like the Midgar type stuff, the towns that have adventure on them, doesn't help because you're putting it into play, you're not getting the adventure first. So are we going to want to play this? I don't know. Do you have a reason to ramp and fix your colors? Reno and Rude, 1 and a black, 2/1 menace. Whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library, then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. So you're basically, it's Menace and it's a 2-1 for 2, which means it's probably getting in reasonably often, at least the first turn. But how often do you have the creature artifact to sacrifice? And then you have to be able to. Okay, so you see the top card before you have to choose, which is good. It's not like you have to lose the thing and then you might just not be able to play it. So is this card good? I mean, a 2-mana 2-1 Menace, probably. Every now and then you'll sacrifice something you don't care about to play something of your opponent's that's pretty good. But I don't think it's going to be a high pick. Resentful Revelation. This is basically just strategic planning with flashback. 1 and a black. Sorcery. Look at the top of the cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Flashback. 6 and a black. The flashback is insanely high, but it does trigger your mana value 4 or more. Mana spent 4 or more. This is mana spent, not mana value. Cards. This is the moment when Sephiroth goes crazy because he learns about the Genova project and his own origins. Is this card good? Strategic planning is usually fine and limited. Usually you just don't have time. You don't have space for those. Adding flashback to it makes it look substantially better. You might want to have things put into your graveyard, although he's not really in the colors that care about wanting to spend 4 or more mana on the instant or sorcery. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be your 23rd card a lot of the time, or 24th other times. Rufus Shinra. 1 and a white and a black. 2/4. Whenever Rufus Shinra attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. Makes sense. He attacks, he gets his dog out to join him. So you're basically paying 3 mana for what would come out to being a 2/2 and a 4/4. Okay, so but the Darkstar is not attacking when it's created. That's worth noting. So it's sort of back to block. And he's a 2/4, so he's probably going to survive. So what you can keep doing is to keep blocking or chump attacking with Darkstar and then hope to get it back later if Rufus can get in safely. Is that good? I don't know. I haven't seen enough desire to sacrifice things here. We saw that with the Midgar thing, but maybe? I don't know. I don't have a solid sense of whether that deck is going to come together. It doesn't always come together. Scorpion Sentinel. 1 and a blue for a 1/4 robot scorpion. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. So it starts out as like a whatever blocker, and then late in the game it's a 4/4 that you spent 2 mana on, and you can attack, which seems fine. I think this is like not a card you're gonna be like, wow, I got the Scorpion Sentinel, I'm in great shape. But when every now and then it's gonna work. What I do love, the flavor text here, better be careful, attack while its tail's up, it's going to counterattack with its laser. This is the infamous text from the PlayStation version where Cloud says, attack while its tail's up, and you go, great, and you attack. And then there's like 5 seconds later it says, and it will counterattack, and then it counterattacks you. Which is kind of funny because there's a moment in the show Gravity Falls where they do something like that, and you think, who would ever fall for that? And then you remember Final Fantasy VII, you're like, yep, that happened to me. It's a little funny that they couldn't do a thing where they like attack what's tails up dot 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 and like way down and it'll counterattack. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. So I'm just kind of noting here that I think so. Is it only the mythics that get this? Is that with the no? But didn't Golbez wasn't a mythic and he got one? Maybe I don't know because Terra didn't get one. Well, Terra's a mythic. No, Terra did get one of these. It's just that she got it for the Commander deck version. Right. And Sephiroth wouldn't be for that one. Right. Okay. Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier, 2 and a black, 3/3. Human Avatar Soldier. When he enters or attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability is resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. Sephiroth, 1-winged angel, flying, supernova. As this creature transforms into Sephiroth, 1-winged angel, you get an emblem with whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever Sephiroth attacks, you can sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. So this card is again currently the second most expensive card in the set, off of the cultural cachet of being Sephiroth. Note that he is correctly left-handed in all of his art here, except ironically, well, yeah, no, he's holding with both hands. How good is this card? It's a 3-mana 3/3, so the floor is pretty high. You can sacrifice a creature to draw a card, which also sets off this trigger. I don't know how often he's ever flipping. In order for it to resolve, and it does have to resolve, if they somehow I don't know, trick bind the 4th one, then you don't get to flip it. But you'd have to play him and then have a giant combat where lots of things trade off, which your opponent would know you're trying to do in order for him to flip over. If he flips over, you are, probably winning the game. But I don't know. It's interesting when I first saw this, I was almost a little underwhelmed because it's Sephiroth and he was only a 3/3 for 3. Now, the power of a card in Magic is not determined by how big it is. It's determined by just, I would have thought, culturally, you'd think Sephiroth would be gigantic. Um, but by the fact that, like, it's priced to move. Is this going to see play in Constructed? People are going to try. It might even be fine. I don't think it's going to be amazing, but I think it will see play in Standard. In part because people are going to want to make it see play. I mean, getting it to trigger 4 times in a single turn seems like a lot. It just seems like it's just so much. But look, it lets you get rid of something else you don't care about when it comes into play. Drain them for 1, draw that card. And so whenever he enters or attacks, you can just keep throwing away things you don't care about. And if you flip it, you're probably winning. It just seems really hard to flip. What's noteworthy here, so this is by Tetsuya Nomura himself. It's original art, like new art. And people have noted that on the other side, he's got 2 arms. He doesn't just have the one wing. He's not the one-winged angel that is missing an arm. He's got that, and obviously over here you'll notice too. He shouldn't have 2 arms, but he does have 2 arms. Why does he have 2 arms? Is he telling us something for the 3rd in the remake trilogy that we shouldn't know, but he is putting in as a little hint because he's Tetsuya Nomura and he can? Maybe, I don't know, but the art looks great. And then here's that red bordered version we were talking about before that's currently going for like 130 or something, but I don't think we'll ultimately end up going for that much. The art's pretty sweet. I really like the way it looks. It's kind of funny that he does still have it, but it goes from red. I wonder how they choose the background. It goes from red to not red. Interesting. Sephiroth Planet's Air. This is from the starter deck, so it doesn't really matter. Note that he is correctly left-handed because Magali Villeneuve knows what she's doing. 4 blue, black, 4/4 vigilance. When he enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn, so you can like board wipe small things. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Sephiroth. So he could come into play and be gigantic because he wipes out a whole bunch of the board. Like he's like a massacre worm that makes himself bigger instead of making the opponent lose life directly. This is not priced to be in a constructed format. It was not intended for. It's not in the limited format. It doesn't matter. Like it's not going to come up. So Sephiroth's Intervention. 3 and a black. Instant destroy target creature, you gain 2 life. It's kind of an important moment. Can anybody guess what moment this is? I think you know what moment this is. This is going to be your common removal spell. It'll probably be a decently high pick because this is a set where people have invested a lot of mana into equipping their creatures, and they'll be playing nice big bomb legends. Shinra Reinforcements, 2 and a black, 2/3. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life. If you want to mill 3 cards, this does that for you. If you just need a 2/3 to block something early, it's there. It's not particularly exciting, but it exists as a card in the game of Magic. Side quest, Raise a Chocobo. This is one of the last cards they revealed, and it amused me, although it also brought back PTSD from getting Knights of the Round. 1 and a green enchantment. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 green bird token. With whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment. Now note that it only makes one on its own. So on its own, it's perfectly fine though. On its own, it is a 2-mana 2/2 that gets +1/+0 when the land comes into play, which is a perfectly fine card. It's not an amazing card, it's not an exciting card, you wouldn't be happy to put in your deck, but if that's the floor for the card, you're not that miserable. If you do get to that many, it flips over to Black Chocobo, which is still a 2/2 with the same landfall ability. So it's basically, but it's a new one because you made a token. So it gives you a second 2/2, and when it transforms into Black Chocobo, you search your library for any land card, put it into the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. I mean, look, I don't know how often you're getting 4 birds into play, but it makes one of those birds on its own, and it... I don't know. Is this the combination that like blue and green? Is it the combination that produces the black chocobo? I don't. So I try to forget about all of that. Last time I did that was in 2020 during the height of quarantine. So yeah, I think this is going to be a fine card. I think once you have this, you will try to get other birds, and it might not be that hard to get 4 birds. The reward for getting 4 birds is not super high, but again, you spent 2 mana for a 2/2. Like, what do you want? Summon Chocobo and Mog. 2 and a white for a 3/3, going Wark and Kupo. So you got both the Wark from the Chocobo and the Kupo from the Moogle. And all 4 chapters are the same. Stampede, other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is because the Chocobo and Moogle does a little Stampede thing. Is this any good? For 3, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that attacks only twice, but it attacks as a 4/3 both times. Probably dies on one of those attacks though. But it bumps all of your creatures on 2 occasions when it itself is not in the fray, so maybe it's fine. I do like the alt art here. It's very cute. And this Chocobo looks so like here he looks happy and fun. Here he is. He's on a mission. The Moogle is still having just like the greatest time. The Chocobo is out for blood in this particular picture. And the other ones over here are like not particularly committed one way or the other, but they're following along. Summon Fat Chocobo, 4 and a green, 4/4. This, of course, looks like the remake version. Was Fat Chocobo in the original Final Fantasy VII? I don't recall off the top of my head, and also it's very late at night. Work for Chapter 1. Create a 2/2 green bird token whenever a land enters the battlefield you control. You get +1/+0 until end of turn. And then 2, 3, and 4 are all Kerplunk. Creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. So this is basically letting you attack twice with a 4/4 that will have trample when it attacks. And it's leaving behind a 2/1 and 2/2. So it's, I don't know. This feels like it's on the edge for me because it's 5 mana for 6/6 worth of stats, which would be good, but then one of them just goes away after a couple turns. But the question is, if the saga is going to last this many turns, how much longer was the game going to go? Or are you just being more aggressive with it? Your opponent is never going to want to use a removal spell on a card that's going to die in a few turns anyway. I don't know. I really will have to play with these saga things before I know. What I can tell you is that the alt art of having all the Moogles try to lift up this Fat Chocobo is phenomenal. Like, nobody can dispute that. That's just the way that it goes. I summon Knights of the Round, 6 white for a 3/3 indestructible enchantment creature saga knight. It's got 4 steps that are all create 3/3/2/2 white knight tokens. And then the 5 is ultimate end. Other creatures you control get +2/+2 in some turn, put an indestructible counter on each of them. So, on its own, this is going to create 13 creatures for all 13 parts of Knights of the Round. It's going to do it slowly, but it will do them, and you will get all of them as long as you stay alive, because this is indestructible, so unless they're using an Oblivion Ring style effect, it's going to stick around, it's going to do it. If you make it all the way to ultimate end, you end up with a whole bunch of, I guess there are only 4/4s for that turn. They don't have vigilance. But you'll have a whole, but you'll have 12 4/4s that are indestructible, which I'm just hoping you can. If you can't win the game with that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you weren't winning that game anyway, right? Like, I don't know what other card was going to win you the game. And you can keep attacking with your saga itself as much as you want. I like the idea that because it's indestructible, you can't skip it. Your opponent can't skip it. You play it, they have to sit there, they have to watch the whole 90-second cutscene, or what is it, 70 seconds? I just remember that when I beat Emerald Weapon in 2020, I was like, my God, I spent 15 minutes out of that 17-minute fight just watching the Knights of the Round summon. But it costs 8 mana. So you have to, if you open this, you build your deck around this. You build your deck around the fact that you intend to cast this and then live 5 more turns. Or you have to live for 4 more. You have to live the turn you play it. So you have to survive that in between 1, 2, 3, 4. You're surviving 4 more turns, and then you're winning. But when you create so many 2/2s, again, like Imperial Oath, it's going to be pretty good for you. Okay. This is the alternate art for it. Shows all the individual Knights of the Round that jump up and do their thing. And then it's also got the Great Wave off of whatever in there, just because why not? I'm not really sure why that's in there. I don't remember them being associated with the water at all, but sure. The Gold Saucer, land town, tap, add 1 colorless mana, 2 tap, flip a coin. If you win the flip, create a treasure token. This, of course, you gambling at Gold Saucer. You're basically putting in 2 mana to try to get 1 mana, right? But the fact that it moves over to another turn is conceivably useful. 3 tap, sacrifice 2 artifacts, draw a card. That's you cashing in all of your chips, I assume. Is that any good? I don't know. On average, you would expect to have to activate this 4 times to get 2 artifacts to sacrifice to it. So you would be putting in 8 mana and then another 3, so 11 mana to draw 1 card. On average. It seems pretty bad. Actually, wait, no, that's not right. I didn't do that right. No, because you have to win 2 flips on something that's 50-50 each time. So it's probably more often going to be about 6, just because you would stop. You don't have to do it the extra time if you've already got what you needed. But yeah, I don't know. I don't expect to ever play this. It's kind of a big drawback to. I need to remember to keep scrolling up more so my head is not blocking all of this stuff. I've blocked a lot of power toughnesses that way. Every time I ever got annoyed with a streamer for sitting like that, I now understand. Because I'm looking at a different thing. The Masamune. 3 colorless, equip 2. So again, it's like your sword of sword and sword. As long as equipped creature is attacking it, its first strike and must be blocked if able. Which means if the creature you have is of any decent size, and especially if it has death touch, your opponent is just like losing a creature every turn unless they like throw everything in front of it. Equipped creature also has, if a creature dying causes a triggered ability of this trigger and emblem you own to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. This creature or an emblem. So the emblem being Sephiroth's own emblem that he creates. Although it's funny, I don't think he ever uses the Masamune while he is the one-winged angel. It's kind of funny to picture him even trying to do that with the one hand there. But anyway. So yeah, is this any good in limited? I mean, it might be. Sometimes it'll take out a creature. Other times it'll just double block, and it's just going to be a one-for-one trade. And you're gonna. It's only 2 mana to keep putting it on though. So like eventually, I feel like your opponent's going to run out of the ability to keep double blocking. But you might also run out of creatures that are of decent size. I really don't know. Alternate on it is absolutely tremendous, and it's covered with blood. I assume this is him pulling the sword out of Aerith. That would be my guess for what's happening here. Very sad. Tifa Lockhart, 1 and a green. 1/2. Trample. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, double her power until end of turn. Which means most of the time she's a 2/2 on your turn. If you have any way to also pump her first before you play a land, that's great. Now, it will really only double it on, like, you have to double it, unless you've got an Evolving Wilds, which your opponent can see. You can't really get tricky with this, because you're going to have to play a land during your main phase. There's not a lot of instant speed ways to get a land into play that your opponent won't already see coming. If you can ever, I mean, if you can just get 2 lands into play on the same turn, that automatically makes her a 4/2 for 2 mana, which is pretty good. It's also been pointed out that the reason she has landfall doubles her power is that when the plate falls and crushes everybody, she gets super angry and goes extra hard on everybody. And then this design is, again, these all are the remake designs, not the original designs, but this also looks very much like remake version of her. Because she's got the like larger eyes from the remake thing that are also more that color, whereas this one is more like normal human-sized eyes. Okay, Tifa's Limit Break. This one will again not. This one actually will get you to 8. This one will get you to 8 because it's 7 for the final ability plus the green here, and of course they show her just beating up on. This is the creature that Don Corneo throws at you. Tiered Somersault for 0. So for 1 mana, target creature goes +2/+2 until end of turn. You play that on Tifa, then you play her land. Now all of a sudden Tifa is a 6 power creature. And if you can double it again, she's got 12. And she's got Trample natively. Meteor Strikes, 2. Double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. So note that if you do this again on Tifa, you do the first. Oh, but it's not cumulative. So you would only Meteor Strikes if she was already bigger than +2/+2. And then Final Heaven is for 7 mana, so you're paying a total of 8. Triple target creature's power and toughness in the end of turn. So if you somehow played something that pumped her, like an equipment that gave her just +1/+0, then you played a land. Now she's got 4. Now you're tripling it. She's got 13. There are things you could do, but look, what you're playing this for 1 mana +2/+2. That's what you're playing it for. The other abilities, if they come up, might win you the game. But you're playing this for 1 mana +2/+2. If 1 mana +2/+2 is good, then this card is good. And I'm going to guess that as a floor, that's probably fine. Traveling Chocobo. Yeah, it's like it's kind of weird. You really wish you could get the +2/+2 and then double the things, but but Tifa at least already has the trample. Tripling the 1/2 is not that great. But if you've already played a land, now it's 2. Now you're tripling it now that it is now that it's 6. I mean, it's not. Yeah, you definitely want it to be spree, but alas, it is not. Traveling Chocobo, 2 and a green for a 3/2. Mythic Rare, Bird. You can look at the top card of your library at any time. You can play lands and cast bird spells on top of your library. If a land or bird you control entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, it triggers an additional time. So this is your just like build around land birds thing. This goes okay with Tifa. You play your land, and now Tifa gets doubled twice, so she'd go from a 1/2 to a 4/2 just off of a single land. And you can also play extra lands off the top of your library. You can't play more than 1 land a turn with it. It doesn't have Oracle of Moldia's ability, but it's a 3 mana 3/2 that will probably over the course of the game draw you at least 1 card effectively. So I'm inclined to think this would be a reasonably high pick in limited. It's also going to be a high pick because it is a mythic rare that is worth a decent amount of money, and it's got all these different art treatments that are rare to varying degrees that will be worth various amounts, and then only available in collector boosters, so you're not going to have to choose for this in limited. Is the gold one that's like limited to only 77 copies. And of course, these are different like colors of Chocobo you can get, but they don't have different abilities for being different colors. Ultima Weapon. This is from the starter deck. 7 mana, equip 7. Equip creature gets +7/+7 with equip creature attacks, destroy target creature and opponent controls. It's Argentum Armor, which was a 6 mana, 6/6 version of this. This is never going to come up in limited because it's for the starter decks. It's not. It's too much mana. It's too much mana. It's too much mana. It's just like it's not. It's cute, right? It's cute. What are you gonna do? Although I would have preferred the lightsaber Ultima weapon from Final Fantasy VI, but the starter decks are what they are. It's cute. It's cute. A lot of stuff in the set is cute. Maybe that's the one that deserves cutest card. Valkyrie Air Unit, 5 blue, 5/4 affinity for artifacts, flying when enters Surveil 2. There's already an affinity for artifacts flyer in standard right now that sees some play in the crazy artifact deck that uses the Simulacrum Synthesizer. This would slot right into that deck. It's bigger and gives you the Surveil 2 on top of everything else. This absolutely triggers the crazy stuff that deck is trying to do. So if that deck continues to be a thing in standard, or if it's a thing that's like better enough to be worth doing in standard, then this will see play. This will see play in that deck. That deck already exists. There you go. How is this in limited? I mean, you've probably got a lot of artifacts. Yeah, it's a 5/4, so this is hitting pretty hard. Because I remember the version that was like just this without the Surveil 2 was a 3/2 in the original Mirrodin, if I recall correctly. So yeah, if I have this, am I playing it? Probably. Like how many artifacts? What cost does this have to be before you are like happy with it? 6 mana for a 5/4 flying Surveil 2. ETB Surveil 2 is actually fine. Oh, and it's definitely not Thought Monitor, but Thought Monitor is also just like Thought Monitor is Thought Monitor, right? It's also in a master set and a rare, not an uncommon. So if you spend the full 7 for this, yeah, you're a little unhappy. But if you spend 5 on this, I think you're pretty happy. If you spend 4 on this, I think you're thrilled. So I don't know. Depends on how the format breaks out. Vincent's Limit Break. So here we can see in the background his various limit breaks. Galleon Beast, Hellmasker, and Death Gigas. Is that one, right? I mean, it has to be because this is what it's got labeled. It could have been a master set if we only believed. It can still be a master set if Mike Pence has the courage. So Vincent's Limit Break is 1 in a black, instant, tiered. No matter what your tier is, it says until end of turn, target creature control gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and has a chosen base power and toughness. For 0, it's a 3/2. So any creature you can turn into a 3/2, which might be a downgrade. I actually think it's worth pointing out that if you only have 2 mana open and you have a 4/4, you have to turn it into a 3/2. That is an important thing to bear in mind. Death Gigas, 1, becomes a 5/2. So for 3 mana, anything becomes a 5/2. It's going to trade off with almost anything your opponent has, and then it's going to come back. Hellmasker is for 3, so you spent 5 total mana on this, and you make it a 7/2. No, it is definitely not good versus Elesh Norn. Thankfully, I don't think Elesh Norn is in this set. But it's a very big set. She's not one of the Through the Ages cards. So how do I think about this? It's a combat trick that like sometimes does exactly what you want, sometimes doesn't. In a lot of sets these days, the until end of turn, this creature, it's got that ability, but the fact that it sometimes downgrades the creature just seems like a huge price to pay. Now, it's probably only downgrading the creature if you can't spend the 1. Because, the 2 toughness is irrelevant except for Elesh Norn type effects. The 2 toughness is irrelevant once it's going to come back if it's killed anyway. Who knows? I'm certainly going to play with this as if it is decent but not amazing. And then after playing with it a few times, we'll see how good it is. Vincent Valentine, 2, black, 2/2 assassin. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent equal to that creature's power. Oh, wow. Whenever it attacks, you may transform it. So bear in mind the counters will stay when you transform it. So it's got to be an opponent's creature, so it's going to be kind of slow to get those counters up. It's probably only get like 1 or 2. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's equal to that creature's power. So your opponent loses 1 2/2 creature, and this is already a 4/4. And then when you choose to flip it, it's basically a 5/4. Trample, lifelink. When it dies, return to the battlefield tapped. So you're basically like you lose all the counters. You lose all the counters when he dies and does that, and then you have to like start all over again with your opponent's stuff. But if you put equipment on him, Like, just say you put any equipment on him, maybe one. Like let's ignore the +1/+1 counter thing. Put any equipment on him that's even like +1/+1. You're dealing with a like 4/3 that just keeps dying and coming back to the battlefield tap, and you just re-equip it. Like, assuming the equipment is reasonably cheap, and there is some equipment that is like that. Um, I don't know. This seems pretty good. Seems pretty hard to kill. They have to kill it while it's Vincent, and they can't really do that when it attacks because you're like they can't do it in combat when it attacks because you're flipping it over when you do that. And if you even just want to gain 3 life, you can just keep doing that. He comes back to the battlefield tap. You don't have to spend any mana or anything. What is coming? Why is a snowflake coming out of his gun? Is that? I didn't play Dirge of Cerberus. Can anybody explain to me why his gun drops snowflakes? But like very large snowflakes. And then the alternative part is like, well, okay, I'm gonna say I jumped back a second here, not like physically, but mentally, because when I flipped it over, I was not expecting the beast to be like that big and in my face. No, that was what was happening in Final Fantasy VI when they made Terra in the art there. Okay, weapons vendor, and I like that. Of course, they're selling the like second or whatever sword that Cloud gets 3 and a white for a 2/2 and enters draw a card. Okay. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you can pay 1. When you do attach target equipment, you control the target creature you control. So this is the you're paying an overpriced amount for this. This ability of a 2/2 that draws a card when it comes into play should be no more than 3 mana, and usually they have an extra ability on top of that. But what is it worth to make one of your equipment each turn have an equip cost of 1, which is basically what this does. I wouldn't want to play more than 1 copy of this card is the problem. Oh, Keyblade? Sure. Yeah, it's a Keyblade. I wouldn't want to play more than 1 copy of this because that's just, yeah, for a common. But like even like once you're deciding what to put in your deck in limited, um, once you're deciding what to put in your deck in limited, I mean, it's so clunky though. It's 4 mana. It's 4 mana. Like how many times are you gonna get stuck with like 2 of these in your hand and you can't hit your 4th land drop, and you're like, boy, I really wish I could draw a card. Or just, I don't know, man. Um, I can certainly imagine the time. Never. Well, you never would. You never would. You're always drawing your stuff perfect. I understand. Um, but uh, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are games this is going to win you, and games where this is just not going to do what you want it to do, right? Um, if your equipment thing is strong enough, then it'll be good. It's another one of those you'll just have to play the game. That's why we play the games. Zach Fair, 1 white mana, 0/1, enters with a +1/+1 counter. It's funny because Zach is a 0/1, even if he gets a counter on him, like even just him being a 1/2 is just like kind of silly because it's like, it's Zach, he should be stronger than that. 1, sacrifice Zach Fair, target creature you control gains indestructible until the end of turn. Put Zach Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached on Zach Fair to that creature. This is perfect flavor fleet. I mean, this is Zach giving up his life to save Cloud, and now Cloud gets his sword and his strength and becomes a soldier. It tells a story all in 1 card. It's basically perfect. Okay, it is now 1:20 in the morning. I've been doing this for 8 hours, and we are up to Final Fantasy VIII. But worth noting, there were 84 cards for 7. There's only 39 for 8. This is going to go a little bit faster. Zach should have heroic. I agree. Balam Garden Seed Academy. Land town. Enters tapped. Taps for 2 different colors. I don't think there are any other rare towns that tap for 2 colors. But here you go. I really like the alt art on this one. Seed Academy. 5 blue, green, tap. Transform this land. Cost 1 less to cast for each other town. Each other town you control. And then it becomes, Balam Garden Airborne. 5/4 flying. Whenever it attacks, draw a card. Crew 1. So once you flipped it, there's no way to flip it back. Like, you're just down a land forever, but you probably don't care because at that point you spent a bajillion mana. And this, of course, is it dodging all the missiles that come out of it when they realize that it can be activated. How do we feel about this? That's so, like the fact that its fail case is a tapped dual land that is also a town, which is also just like a card in this set already. So I'm inclined to think this is a pretty good card for that reason. If you ever do flip it, having a 5/4 with a crew 1, which is like the minimum crew, and it's got flying, and you draw a card. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I don't know how many other lands you're having. Probably no more than 1. Like, you're probably spending 6 on this. But at that point, you've gotten your use out of the land. It's already done its thing. And yeah, now you can... and don't forget, when you flip it, you're only flipping it. You're not like exiling it and bringing it back. So, and it's only crew 1. So if you play this on like turn 8, and then you untap it, immediately activate it. Oh, I guess it's tapped. It doesn't untap when you do that. Yeah, never mind. I was going to say you can still play at that turn because it doesn't have summoning sickness, but you had to tap it to do that. And then I really like the alt art as well. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. Yeah, but it won't come in tapped. It'll just stay tapped. But yeah, you would presumably. But I'm just saying you can't like play it tapped on one turn and then immediately the next turn use its ability and attack with it. You're always going to have to wait at least like a couple turn cycles because you're going to have to wait for it to untap the first time, then tap it, and then wait again. Balam T-Rexor, the 4 and then 2 green, 6/6. And then trample when this creature enters, you gain 3 life, 4 cycling 2. They've really been pushing these things. Like now your giant green 6 mana 4 cycler is also your 6 mana 6/6 gain life card. And I love that, of course, Christus is telling you it's better to run because at this point you can't put, exactly. At this point you can't put sleep on your gunblade to keep it constantly out, which I don't think I could do either when I got there because I accidentally didn't get something I didn't get Siren because I didn't draw it properly because it didn't say question mark, question mark, question mark, so I assumed it was something I already had. That was the very first time I played the game. I learned my lesson. This is our like creepy uncle, not creepy uncle Sid, but he's like our he's like Patch Adams, not Patch Adams. Who's the Robin Williams character that this is kind of like? I don't know. It's somebody. But yeah, different art for Sid. He's showing you, yes, you should control everything and run everything because even though you're just a student, you don't want to do any of this. I'm making you do it. Dreams of Laguna, 1 and a blue, instant. Surveil 1, then draw a card. Flashback 3 and a black. So it's think twice, but with a Surveil 1 on each of them. And because it's 4 on the flashback, it triggers your mana value, spending 4 or more mana on a non-creature spell. This is really the only, I think this is the only Laguna reference, maybe that's it. This is the only Laguna reference in the whole set, I believe, right? Unless I'm missing something. But I'm just glad Laguna's in here anywhere, and it's kind of funny to do this. They've even got her on the piano there. And then we have our island, which is basically the orphanage. Well, that's just for the Final Fantasy Secret Lair memes we missed set that they will inevitably be doing. Okay, so now we get to the memest of the meme cards for this set, Jumbo Cactuar. With its delightful giant mustache. You can see Kineas and Renoa in the art there. 5 and 2 green, 1/7, 10,000 needles. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets plus 9,999 plus 0 until end of turn. I think this is a brilliant and perfect design. The reason I say that is because this card achieves so many things without actually being good. And I think that is kind of important. Let's see, what is it currently worth? When they first spoiled this, it was like a $50 card because people were like, oh my god, it gets plus 9,999. Now it's down to 25. It's going to be down to like 5 in a couple weeks, I predict, once people have actually played with it. It's not a mythic rare. It's not actually good. But it's a brilliant design because it gives you a dream. Like, the thing to bear in mind is, let's assume it was 7 mana and it just said, if this deals combat damage to your opponent, they lose the game. There's already a 7 mana card that does that. It's called Phage the Untouchable. It's existed for 20 years at this point, and it never saw a reasonable play. Now, this one you can reanimate, but whatever. If you're reanimating a 7-drop, it's going to be a Traxa. Like, the problem is, there are 7-drops that already say you win the game, and they're Atraxa, there's pretty much whenever you'd want to do any of those things, there's another card that does anything you're hoping to do with this, but it's better. The area where this card is so great, and why I think it's a great design, is it gives them a dream. It gives them the Timmy dream. Hitting somebody with Phage the Untouchable to kill them, killing somebody with an Atraxa that you reanimated into play, these are commonplace. Well, I guess the Phage thing isn't commonplace because just nobody bothered. But killing somebody with an Atraxa that you reanimated on turn 1, like, that happens all the time in Legacy. That's not exciting. People are bored of that. People want that not to happen. They want it to happen less. How often do you deal 10,000 damage to your opponent? How often does that happen? It's just like, it's not. So it gives you this dream, players who aren't like let's just say they're not competitive with Magic. If you're not competitive with Magic, you don't necessarily understand that this is not a particularly good card. Um, but it looks good because it's plus 9,999. It's plus 9. It's 10,000 damage. One could quibble a bit with a flavor that it should be dealing 1,000 damage 10 times, or like it's playing with the 9,999 is the damage cap, which we'll see more, which we'll see one other reference to in Final Fantasy X. It's playing with that notion, although like it's kind of silly to like use that as the joke when the card is dealing more than that damage cap in it. Yeah. So anyway, I think it's a brilliant design for that reason because it is a card that it's a card that gives you a dream. Like you want to fling this, you want to use the self destruct to deal. Yeah, plus 9,998 is not clean. Plus, it also wouldn't be 10,000. What I think it's, I mean, because like what you would have done is to make this a 0/7 that attacks to get plus 10,000 to make it line up with the ability, but then it's like still not referencing the damage cap. It's like, I don't know. The way it is done is exactly what people chuckle at. It gives you the 9,999 and it's a reference to 10,000 needles by being 10,000 full damage, and it makes people excited. When this came out, and whenever I see this card to people who aren't like competitive Magic players, they'll be like, "Wow, are they going to have to ban that? It's 10,000 damage." No, they're not going to have to ban it. They're not going to have to ban it because it's a 7-drop that doesn't win the game just for coming into play. We already have a 7-drop that wins you the game just by coming into play in Standard right now, and they just have a reskin of it for Sephiroth. So, you know, that's the exciting one. Yeah, there are no Doomblades. But anyway, a 7-drop is the case where dies to Doomblade is a legitimate response. In Limited, will you lose to this at some point? Probably. Like, yeah, like if my opponent plays this, there'll be a game where they can just get a clear shot in with it and I'm going to die. And congrats to my opponent. We'll both remember this day for a long time and have fun with it. Am I ever going to try to cast a Jumbo Kakarot myself? You're damn right I am. There's I don't know if there's a 2-drop one. There is the Sephiroth stabbing Aerith one that's 4 mana. But I don't know if there's a literal Doomblade. I think it's more likely to get like bounced or something. There is an O-ring, but it's 4 mana. Lionheart. I thought it kind of funny. At first, I wanted to joke that it's just like, okay, Squall's ultimate weapon is is an uncommon, and so it's like that's like kind of insulting to the ultimate weapon. Except that in Final Fantasy VIII, you can get his ultimate weapon on disc 1. And so if you can get it on disc 1, as I have done in the past, then it really should be just uncommon and not rare. As you say, 4 mana makes it a bit much, except it deals 2 damage to a target when it comes into play. That makes it not as bad as any other 4 mana piece of equipment would look to be, but you are still spending 6 mana before you have given a single creature +2/+1. Unless you really... Also, the flavor text is like from an actual line in the game, and it's like kind of a groany pun. Because lions are known for the great strength and pride. But no, I just... There will be games you could win with this. There will be games you will lose against this. But I am inclined to think that 4 mana to cast an equipment is just too much, even if it's dealing 2 damage to a target. By the time you're casting this, you're going to want to be killing their 3 toughness creature, not something else. It doesn't even do the Renzo Kukin, no. You don't even get to like time it with the triggers. You don't get to... Renzo Kukin was just such a fun... I think the limit breaks in 8 were the most fun of any limit breaks. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. They're way too powerful, but the fact that they're too powerful was really fun. Because like leaving your characters right next to the edge of death and with as many status elements as you could throw on them just so you could trigger their limit breaks more often was joyful. Lunatic Pandora. 1 mana. Common legendary artifact. The only common legendary artifact in the game as far as I understand. 1 mana, 2 tap, Surveil 1. 6 tap, destroy target non-land permanent. I mean, look, cards like this frequently exist. They're very infrequently good. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that this is not going to be good. It is not going to be worth the card because you're going to have to spend 7 mana to destroy a non-land permanent. And there are times you need that. No, the Lunatic Pandora was like... Oh, you didn't get that far in the game? It's like the place you go right before the final zone. It's like kind of it's like kind of connected to, because it's Lunatic Pandora because it's like connected to the moon, sort of. Um, it's the place you go right before you go into the, like, it's like how you get into the time warp thing to get to time compression and fight Ultimecia. Um, because like when you get in there, the end of the fight is where you fight the previous sorceress and like free Renoa, and then um, go into the time compression stuff. But I don't remember who. Um, yeah, it calls monsters from the moon, as the flavor text points out. I don't remember who built it. I'm actually going to have to Google that now. I just remember it's like it was just there. It fell on Earth from the moon during the lunar cry that destroyed Centra decades ago and left behind the massive crater that makes up most of the modern Centra continent. So I guess it was from the monsters on the moon. And then it was discovered by Estar during the Sorceress War. So it just sort of came from the moon. And it's not entirely convenient because you didn't like want it to be there. But anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I do not intend to play this. I will not be surprised. I will not be surprised if I spend if I cast this card 0 times over the course of this format, and I'll also not be surprised if I begrudgingly play it on at least a couple of occasions. Memories returning. This, of course, is Squall going to like remembering all the stuff that the memories that were sort of taken away from some of the Guardian forces. 2 and 2 blue. Reveal the top sorcery. Reveal the top 5 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand. Then choose an opponent. They put one on the bottom of your library. Then you put one into your hand, and they put one on the bottom and put the rest in the back of your hand. So basically, this means you will draw 3 cards, of which you will be three. You will draw 3 of the top 5 cards of your library, which will be the best, third best, and fifth best. So, and then as flashback of 7 and 2 blue. So in a very long game, like you have to kind of pretend the flashback isn't there because 9 mana is insane. Unless you're blowing everything up with Tella, 9 mana is it's just too much. So you're basically spending 4 mana for the best single. This is, in my opinion, I think this is probably worse than Stock Up because Stock Up is the top 5 cards and you get the best 2. This is top 5 cards and you get the best, third best, in a land. Like that's basically what happens here, and you can't cast it. It's a mana more than Stock Up. Yeah, in a long game, we ever get to flash it back, it's truly phenomenal. Of course, then again, Stock Up was like absurdly powerful. But I really like the alternate art for it, where they show him waiting in the rain. Like that was a really sad moment of the game. So yeah, it's a rare. I'm not picking it high. Poo Poo UFO. This is a thing you can find in the game that is, well, yeah, it's better than Drawn from Dreams is top 7, isn't it? It's like you choose 2 out of the top 7. I have to feel like the 5th card is probably going to be so bad it's not really worth considering a lot of the time because it's probably just a land. Like it's probably like you get the best card and then the card you need with the best card is taken away. Then you get an okay card. Then the opponent puts a land on the bottom and you get another land. I guess you want the land because you're trying to cast the 9-drop. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But Poo Poo UFO 2 for 0/4 flying alien construct. Tap, you can put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. And 3, until end of turn, the creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. I don't think this is worth it. I mean, unless you need a 0/4 flying blocker, like maybe you do need that. Maybe that is actually what you want. I don't think the acceleration is going to matter all that much. Maybe it does. I don't know. I could imagine a world where there are a lot of games where you constantly want to be putting more lands in, especially if you've got a Tifa or something. You can do them at instant speed. But, I mean, like, its base power is going to become 1 a lot of the time. Yeah, look, I imagine at some point in this format you will beat me with this card. But it definitely goes off with Chocobos and Tifa. So, on to the next one. Quistis Trep. 2 and a blue 2/2 uncommon blue magic. When she enters, you can cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard. A mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If it would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. So the drawback to this is it's when she enters and you already spent 3 mana on her. So it's like a Snapcaster Mage that you have less control over and costs 1 more to start with. But it is uncommon. Flavorfully, this is a perfect design. I should say on the Poo Poo UFO, I see a lot of people see this card go, what the hell is going on? What is Final Fantasy about? And it's like, well, that was a weird part even for Final Fantasy VIII. It's just a weird little Easter eggy thing. So the Quistis design, it's flavorfully perfect because she's a blue mage. Something gets used on her, and then she knows how to use it. And that's exactly what's happening here. Your opponent has cast this spell, so now it's in the graveyard, and now you get to take it and cast it against them. How good is it? Your opponent has to play an instant or sorcery that you care about, and you have to then wait to be able to cast it with this. There are games this will win and games this will lose because it just won't do anything. Yeah, it can't get counter spells. I mean, it can, but you wouldn't really want to since she does not have flash. So I don't think this is going to be particularly good, although I would sideboard this in against the blue-red decks. I can tell you that much. Relentless XIII 092, which is not the name of one of Elon Musk's children, is 6 mana for a 6/5 robot spider. They, of course, show you Zell, Squall, and Selfie running the heck away from it as it is chasing them down at the end of the first mission. This creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. 8, return this to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. You have to fight this a whole bunch of times before it's truly dead. It's too bad they can't give it like a half a finality counter and then eventually it gets a full finality counter. Having it come back only once feels almost a little wasteful, but how often am I spending 6 mana for a 6/5, even if I can spend 8 to bring it back? Not very often. I'm like, my best case scenario here is what? That I like mill this and then get a free 6/5? The fact that it can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures is pretty funny because it is, of course, the 3 of them that has to stop it. Yeah, I'm sure there will be decks where this is a card that you want, but I'm not taking this highly. Like, I'm just not. Yeah, show me the deck, kill me with it. That's true. That's true. Golbez, this would be pretty good with if you can get enough artifacts out, but you're going to have to actually do it. We know a Heart Lily, 3 and a green and a white for a human rebel warlock. Rebel, of course. Why is she a warlock? Because she's a sorceress? I don't know how I feel about that. But the fact that she's a rebel means you can get her with Lin Civi. When Renoa Heart Lily enters, create Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. Angelo cannon, whenever Renoa Heart Lily attacks another target creature controller, +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. There is an Angelo token. I guess we haven't looked at the tokens for this set. We do not have Sorcerer as a card type, no. We can do maybe a brief pause to look at the tokens from Final Fantasy. Copy, this is Cecil looking at the dark version of himself when he's taking out the light one. This is just generic hero, which is basically from all the hero tokens are basically from 14. Yep, hero from 14, hero from 14, hero from 14, being whatever classes. This is the hero from 14 we even saw on other art. Hero from 14, hero from 14. Generic knight, that is for Knights of the Round. This is the absolutely adorable Moogle token. Here's your robot warrior Magitech armor. We don't have witch, so all. Oh well, interesting. Here's a horror token that is from. Which card made? Oh, this is from End of Days in Endwalker, yeah. This is your Black Mage thing that deals 1 damage, whatever. This is a Black Mage that's not the Black Mages from 8, or from 9, rather. You've got your Little Bird, you've got your slightly older bird, you've got your Frog for Quina, you've got your Angelo, you've got your Dark Star, you've got your... What is this for? Is that Garuda and somebody? Have we seen that card yet? This token is all colors. We have not seen that card yet. Your food token that looks adorable. I have discovered a new recipe. You've got your treasure token, which of course is a treasure chest. You've got your Sephiroth One-Winged Angel. This is the art from the Sephiroth One-Winged Angel. It's not a Sephiroth One-Winged Angel token. It is the emblem that he creates. He's the first creature to create an emblem. And then there's more copies of all of these things because they have double faces on some of them. All right, so how do we feel about Renoa? Well, she's 5 mana for 5/5 worth of stats. And then when she attacks, you can make, and it's each creature control. So if you attack with Renoa and Angelo, Angelo is a 3/3 because it gets for each creature, so it's not each other creature. So you're giving +2/+2 at a minimum, assuming neither of the 2 of them died, and it's got to be another target creature. So yeah, you're basically attacking for 7 with this. That seems fine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if they kill part of it, you still get your little 1/1 white dog. Seems fine. Like, I don't know that, like, there will be games you lose from it. games you lose to it, games where like it's just going to kick your ass, and then there's going to be games where it's just like fine. Oh, I had it slightly off thing. Yeah, I like the art. I assume this is it's cool. Cypher Almasi, which I don't think I knew was his last name until this. 3 and a red for 3/4. He's actually worth something right now, more than Squall. Human Knight, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. This is the same ability Squall has, as we'll see in a moment. Fire Cross, whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you can cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So he basically gives you a free flashback on a cheap thing whenever he deals combat damage to a player, which he will do twice in the same turn if he hits because he's got double strike. You got and you attach to attack alone just like Squall because he's kind of a loner just like Squall. You want to beat him with a struggle bat? Yeah, well, you know. I don't know how often you have 2 instants or sorceries of mana value 3 or less that you want to be casting on the same turn. I mean, sometimes it'll happen, I guess. But if you're, it's kind of funny that if you're playing the red blue spells matter theme, that's where you want Cypher, who's like this character. You know, he's like you'd think you want him for more aggressive stuff, but whatever. Sephiroth can kill all the other love interests. Well, you know, that's certainly true. Yes, you can have him. You can put together clips of him killing every other love interest in every single Final Fantasy game, and he will have killed all of them. He looks way too happy and friendly in his alternate thing here. And here's the little when you fight him, the little Link amphitheater place. Okay, Sorceress's Schemes. 3 and a red. Sorcery. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand. Add a red. So if you've got 2 of these, you can never run out, but they're going to cost you a lot of mana because it's got flashback for 4 and a red. She plays with time. That's kind of what this does. It's got 4 mana, so it's going to trigger your things, but then it reimburses you on one of the mana. You probably can end up casting it that turn if it's cheap, and then you flash it back, and yeah, it's if you're in the deck that wants to do this, you probably want to do this, and if you're not, you probably don't. I don't know what else to say at this hour when I've been streaming for 8 hours and 20 minutes. Squall, Seed Mercenary. I'm scrolling down because this way I'm not blocking his power and toughness of like all the versions. I like his alt art. Like I actually kind of like this one. I like his main art, but I like his alt art. Can't get back Ultimecia. I mean, I know. 2 white, black, 3/4. Rough Divide, which is one of his non-Renzo Kuken limit break. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn, just like with Cypher. And of course, like Cypher, he is a loner. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less in your graveyard to the battlefield. So Cypher gets back the instants and sorceries because he works with the sorceress, and you get back other creatures because even though he is a loner, he does ultimately have to learn to work with others. You can loop Strip Mine. Yeah, that seems pretty good. You can do it twice in the same turn. In fact, you hit them once with a double strike with the first hit, bring back the Strip Mine, sacrifice the Strip Mine, second one goes off, Strip Mine comes back. Yeah, seems great. How is this in limited? A 4 mana 3/4 double strike is probably fine in limited, and whenever he hits the player, he just like it snowballs pretty quickly, right? Like unlike Cypher, where you might not have enough hits for it to be relevant, Squall is almost always going to get something back. Like the idea that there are permanent cards of mana value 3, you have no permanent cards of mana value 3 or less in your graveyard. Like I mean, you can trade off. There's all kinds of things. I think Squall is going to be pretty good. I don't think he's going to be like busted, but I think he's going to be amazing. Yeah, exactly. And if you have it in your hand, you know you want to be trading, right? Summon Girlfriend Cerberus. 2 and 2 red. 3/3. Surveil 1 on 1. Then phase 2 is double. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy it. Triple on the third one. When you cast your next instant or sorcery, you copy it twice. Yeah, this is you can draw double and triple out of Cerberus when you fight him, and that's what he does. He copies spells. So if you're in the non-creature spells deck, you're casting your instants or sorceries, sure, he doubles them. You have to like build up for that turn though. He's a rare. I don't know. I actually think the deck that you want this is not all going to come together quite the way you want often enough. Like I don't think you're getting like maybe when you get like let's say you get to double and you're gonna get to double and you're going to be like, oh, I have this card I could cast, but I only have one I can cast, and I want to wait until I can get it on triple, and then your opponent just kills it before you get to triple, or it's like you basically just lose out on the double because you're waiting for the triple. So I don't know. Like, how often are you going to feel like you need to cast your thing on double just because you're worried it might die? Um, that said, like, what's the floor on this? The floor on this is a 4 mana 3/3 that gets to attack once and surveils one, and that's pretty bad. So I don't know. I'm not excited by this. The upside is apparent, but I'm not excited by it. Summon girl. Yeah, exactly. 3/3 vanishing one should cost you 2 mana and deal 1 damage when it's coming and going. Summon GF Ifrit, 2 and a red for a 3/2. I'll scroll down so that we can see the full other version of the card where we talk about it. Step 1, you may discard an end 2. You can discard a card if you do, draw a card, and then 3 and 4 add a red. So basically, you play this, you can rummage, then the next turn you can rummage and attack, and then after that you get some mana, and then you get some mana and he dies. So you're probably getting to attack with this twice unless they trade off with it the first time, but you get to double rummage. Is there anything else about that that's worth noting? He is also common. Triple Triad. 3 red, red, red. Of course, I love that you've got. I like both the arts for it. This one is more of showing the actual triple triad, but with like silly versions of the art. And then this, but I love that it's got the like numbers and everything. And then this one is just like showing you Squall sitting down to play, which is funny because I never really pictured Squall sitting down to play because the game never actually shows it. 3 red, red, red. Enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player exiles a top card of their library. Until turn, you may play the card you own exiled this way, and each other card exiled this way with lesser mana value than it without paying their mana cost. So every turn, it is a minimum of like the impulse draw. And then sometimes it's an impulse double draw. But 6 mana is too much to pay for the impulse draw every turn ability. I'm sorry to tell you. Plus at triple red. I don't think you should be playing this in limited. Although when you get it to work, it'll be great. All right. Ultimecia, Temporal Threat. This is from the starter thing, so we will never have to think about this in limited. 4 blue blue for a 4/4. When it enters, tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Sure, it's for the starter deck. We don't really have to analyze it. It's not going to come up into any other context. Ultimecia, Time Sorceress, who is a 4/5. 3 blue black 4/5 uncommon. Whenever she enters or attacks, surveil 2. Surveilling 2 is quite a lot every time you attack. Like surveil 1 is nice. Surveil 2 is quite a lot. At the beginning of your end step, you may, and she's a 4/5. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 blue blue black black and exile 8 cards from your graveyard, which you probably can do after surveilling this many times and getting to 8 mana. Excuse me. If you do, transform her into the 7/7 Ultimecia Omnipotent. She has Menace and Time Compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. Yeah. The front side is a 5 mana 4/5 that enters or attacks surveil 2. That's not terrible. It's not amazing. I wouldn't put a card in my deck that did just that unless I needed to. So how often are we getting to 8 mana and exiling cards and getting an extra turn? Because if you get an extra turn with your 7/7, that's pretty good. You think you'd play 5 mana 4/5 surveil 2 and enters or attacks? And it just seems so slow and clunky. But it is setting up your draws. That is pretty nice. I don't know. I definitely would like to play this version, but you're building a deck that you think can get to 8 mana. We do, of course, have to get to the perennial question we've been asking with every villain in this set. Is Ultimecia more or less compared to Thunderhead Gunner? Well, Thunderhead Gunner didn't have to attack. And Thunderhead Gunner was in a set that like had massive synergies for being able to discard cards. I don't know. And also Thunderhead Gunner had reach. I feel like this seems much worse than Thunderhead Gunner, in fact. I feel like the comparison is not flattering. Anyway, so the question we've been asking with all of the villains in this is Ultimecia more or less evil than Elon Musk? Um, I think it kind of depends. We don't really know what the point of time compression is, so I can't really answer that question. I don't know if there's like a noble goal behind that. Um, but there isn't any point in the game where she presses a button to murder children for pennies. So I'm inclined to think that she is less evil, but again, I don't really know her motivations all that well. She's just not that well established. Zell Dinkt, who was previewed on his birthday, because most Final Fantasy characters have their birthdays known. 2 and a red for 0-3. You can play an additional land on each of your turns. He gets +1/+0 for each land you control. At the beginning of your end step, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Um, there's lots of stuff that wants you to play lands. There's lots of stuff that rewards you for playing lands. Like when he was first revealed, we didn't know every chocobo was going to want you to constantly be playing lands, and we didn't know that Tifa would want you to do that either. So Zell looks a lot better now than he looked when he was first previewed. Um, so I'm inclined to say that Zell is probably pretty good because so he's basically always going to be he's basically be a 3/3 at minimum, except at the end of the turn he'll get bounced. He'll be a 2/3 for a turn, whatever. But he's going to ramp you. The fact that you have to return a land is relevant if your opponent kills him before you, like if they kill him on your turn, on their turn, and then you after you've bounced the land, you don't get to play 2 lands the next turn. Yeah, that sucks. But if they don't kill him on their turn, yeah, that would be pretty bad. Uh, but if they don't do that, then you're going to kind of run away with the game, assuming you have like lots of lands to play and lots of landfall triggers to do. I don't know if you have lots of if there's like the red green chocobo deck and you're playing it, um, then I imagine Zell is going to be pretty good. So I don't know. I don't know that I'd feel like he's going to be like a top rated rare or anything, but I definitely would take him like reasonably highly. I don't know how many commons I would take over him pack one pick one, but we haven't also like I don't know what the best common is going to be yet. No, no, no. What are we rereading text on Zell? Am I misunderstanding part of it? That's true. You play the 4th land, the turn he comes down, but that's of course assuming that you have that in hand. If you don't have a 4th land in hand, that's pretty bad. But um, but yeah, otherwise I think it's um, aside from that specific scenario where you only have your 3rd land in hand when you cast him, and then your opponent kills him on their turn, it's fine. But if you don't have your 4th land, you shouldn't play him. I don't know that I agree with that because you might want to attack with him the next turn. Like, what if the board is clear? All right, I'm going to set up 9, and then I'm going to pause for a moment. Okay. Got to check up some things. Okay. After all, I have been streaming for 8 hours and 30 minutes, and we're like, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. But I need to quickly finish something. Okay. Just draw my 4th. I mean, I would love to draw my 4th. That would be great. All right, let's get to 9. We begin. Oh boy, how much is left? There's not very much for 11. There's not much for 11, 12, 13, or 15 or 16. But boy, there's going to be a lot of 10 and 14 coming up. Adalbert Steiner, 1 and a white, 2/1 lifelink. He gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. Of course, he's a knight. He likes his gear. He's your uncommon build around equipment thing. Yep, I'm 2/1 2/1 lifelink is already fine, right? Like there's a lot of sets where that's a perfectly acceptable card. You're going to be playing a lot of equipment. He's going to get bigger before you. What I like about his ability is it's not he gets +1/+1 for each equipment equipped to him. He gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control, which means that you don't have to spend the mana equipping him. Like just playing the equipment makes him bigger. You don't have to deal with that. So I think that's a pretty relevant part. Airship Crash, and also Steiner was my favorite character in the game. I think. Is there a 1 mana hero role? You mean like a 1 mana a job select thing? Not to my knowledge. There was the 2 mana one for Monk Fist that was colorless. I mean, there's a lot of 2 mana ones, but one was purely colorless. Airship. Oh, you mean like is there one? There's the Coral Sword does not have job select, but the Coral Sword was just like 2 mana total to like play it, flash it, give him first strike, and then he'd also be like +1/+0, so he'd be like a 4. He'd be a 4/2 with that one. But he'd have first strike that turn, and you'd just be like gaining a bunch of life. So that would allow you on turn Coral Sword Excalibur, sure. Airship Crash, 2 and a green. Instant. Destroy your artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, cycling 2. Moment of an airship crashing in Final Fantasy IX. Makes perfect sense. And you're probably going to want to destroy lots of artifacts because there's all the equipment. You're going to destroy lots of enchantments because there's all the sagas. You're going to destroy lots of flying because there's lots of big creatures with flying. I think the question for this one is, does having cycling and all of the targets move it to a main deck card? Would you be playing this in best of one? I can easily conceive of that being the case, but I don't know for sure. Like if you told me this is a card you want to main deck, I would believe you. If you told me it was one I didn't want to main deck after you'd played a little bit, I would also believe you. And I would like to main deck it because I like playing with cards like this. I'm a little sad that best of one means we don't do it that much. Beatrix Loyal General. Beatrix is from the starter set, so we don't actually have to care about her, but Beatrix is... I mean, Beatrix and Steiner are my 2 favorite characters in the set, and the fact that they end up together just made me very happy. This art is from her in that part where she's fighting with Steiner, like on the same side as him, using her weapon, God Save the Queen. She's 4 and 2 white for 4/4 vigilance. Beginning of your combat on your turn, you can attach any number of equipment you control to target creature control, which is probably going to be Beatrix because she's awesome. Anyway, yeah. So, but she's not in the set, so she's not in the draftable part of the set, so we don't have to think about that. Black Waltz number 3, which I will move my head here, is a 2/2. It is a 2/2 for 2 black and red. Flying Death Touch. When you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. So he's basically better than the common Black Mage soldiers because he deals twice as much damage when you cast non-creature spells. Flying Death Touch, as a card does seem like a must kill. If you can actually cast them, he's a gutter snipe that also flies and has Death Touch. So that seems pretty good. How easily can your opponent remove this? It's got 2 toughness, so you're going to spend 4 mana and they're going to kill it for 2 mana a fair amount of the time, I would guess. But if they don't, then you're probably killing them pretty quickly. That would be my guess. But it's the build around uncommon for Rakdos, so... oh, I need to... I think my stuff got a little... Have I been like just not having the cards get cut off for a while? Because I see that what I was actually displaying is slightly different from what I used to have it set up for the... Because when I was up for Steiner at the top here, yeah, it was cutting this off. I was just like letting this all get cut off. Let's fix this. Oh, that's not going to fix it. Fine. All right, well, whatever. It's late and I'm very tired. I've only been doing this for 8.5 hours. But we're going to finish. We're so close to the... We're so close. You wasn't paying attention. You saw all the cards? Okay. Anyway. So now we're going down to... this black, because I've been like lining it up with the top of my browser window, which is not perfectly aligned with the top of that. That's the Black Waltz number 3 we saw. Blazing Bomb, I really love. This is the Blazing Bomb from the beginning of the game. I love the expression on its face. It's great. 1 red mana. 1. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it with +1/+1 counter on it, these bombs get progressively bigger as the fights go on. Blow up, tap, sacrifice it, deals damage equal to its power to target creature, activate only as a sorcery. Perfectly flavorful for the way bombs work in Final Fantasy. I have no qualms at all with this design. Um, and oh, wait, I need to make a note of something. I have no qualms at all with this design. I think it's pretty great. How good is it? I don't know. I don't know. How often are you going to want to deal one damage to a creature? Because that's the thing it can reliably do. Otherwise, it's a 1 mana 1/1. I don't think it's that great. Cargo ship, 1 and a blue, 2/3, flying vigilance. Tap to add a colorless. Spend it only to cast an artifact spell or activate source. Activate artifact source. Ability, tap, and it crews 1. Yeah, I think the ship is pretty good. The ship is pretty good because this is similar to cards we've seen like this. Like there was one in Lost Caverns of Ixalan that was already a creature that was like a 1/2 for this much mana with this ability. This is not natively a creature, but it has only crew 1, which is pretty low. What's relevant to note about this is because it's a vehicle, if you don't crew it, you can tap it for the colorless mana the turn you play it. So this is uncommon rather than common, like the one in Lost Caverns of Ixalan was. I do believe this is the cargo ship that they flee on from Black Waltz #3. So anyway, I would imagine this is going to get played a lot, and you're probably going to have lots of you're going to cast lots of artifacts off of this. Choco, Seeker of Paradise. This is your bird legend for everything. So it's 1 green, white, blue, 3/5. Whenever one or more birds you control, this is the chocobo that you use to like do all the chocobo hot and cold, which is really the highlight of Final Fantasy IX, in my opinion. Whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You put one of them into your hand. It's just when they attack, not when they deal damage. Then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped and the rest in your graveyard. Okay, so you really need to attack with a lot of birds in order for this to like really do the thing, but then it has landfall whenever land you control enter. Choco gets +1/+1. This is the bird that is enough colors that you can actually play all the birds that you want to. It basically can't cast some like Death's Head Buzzards and Rock of Cur Ridges, but who cares about those? I don't know if Rock of Cur Ridges is even a bird. But yeah, this is the Chocobo Hot and Cold thing. He looks very proud of himself. He probably just found a Chocograph. I think in Limited, the fact that it's... I think in Limited, you can... So you put any one of them into your... So you get to... You're always drawing a card for each... You're always drawing a card when you attack with a bird. And then in the best case scenario, you are also putting it onto a land onto the battlefield tapped, which also makes this creature bigger. So yeah, this seems if Bant is a thing you can do, then this seems great in it. It's always drawing you a card when you attack, and you can always attack with other birds if this would die, assuming you have other birds. This Sid happens to be later in the game when he's like with the pirate guys, because there's the pirate guys, the co-pilot, and also he's back in his human form. It's not Frog Sid. Cornered by black mages, 1 black sorcery common. Each target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. Create a 0/1 black wizard token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell deals 1 each opponent. I guess in the Rakdos black wizard deck, maybe you do really want this, but 3 mana to sacrifice a creature of their choice is horrible, especially with so many tokens going around. I don't know, man. What do you think? What do you think the wizard is worth? Like, how much mana would you spend for the wizard? Because there's the red land does it for 3, but that's like overpriced. It's fine because it's because it's on the land. Yeah, if you're both playing this, that seems pretty bad. I don't know. This is one of those cards where my first look at this makes me think this is pretty bad. I don't think this is going to be a set where a target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice is going to be an amazing thing. Yeah, Thermo Alchemist at least blocks. Exactly. So, my inclination is that this is not a good card. We'll see how the format plays out, but I don't think it's going to be a great card. Crystal Fragments. 1 white mana for an uncommon artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equip is 1. So, this is not... On its own, in a format that is not about equipment, that is not playable. Like, you shouldn't play that. Like, obviously there are games where it's fine, but you shouldn't do that. However... this is a set that cares about equipment. So even if it didn't have its other ability, how good would this be? Probably in this set, maybe fine. I don't know. like if you have Steiner and you play this, Steiner's getting +2/+2 off of this if you equip it on him. So you're attacking the next turn, and all of a sudden he's attacking as a 4/3 lifelink. I mean, that's not bad. Not amazing, it's fine. And so 5 white, exile this equipment, then return it to the battlefield, transform to its owner's control, activate it as a sorcery. As summon Alexander becomes a 4/3 flying. The first two things prevent all damage would be dealt to. You do exile it, yes. So it will have summoning sickness. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn, and then 3 tap all creatures your opponents control. So, given that it has that activated ability, I mean, it seems fine, right? Like you would play a decent number of these. It's got equipment synergies. You got to make sure you have creatures that can wear the equipment, but yeah. And then there's the alt art. It's pretty. I like that you see the Bahamut there. Yeah. If it flips, you're in pretty good shape. Excalibur 2, 1 mana for a rare. Equip is 3. Whenever you gain life, put a charge counter on Excalibur 2. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each charge counter on Excalibur 2. The joke with this card is that they couldn't find a way to template it such that you could only play it if you were really ahead of the game, because in the game you have to. How many hours can you be in before? Can you be in before you can't get this? Because the idea is that you have to. You can. This item is only there if you get to a certain point at the very end of the game, when you've played for like what 12 hours or something. Like you have to speed run the game in order to even get this, which I think is dumb because I never want to speed run a game like this. It just doesn't seem like, I don't know. You're just getting this to box tick and be like, yeah, I got the Excalibur 2, but I also wasted like a bunch of hours that I could have been having fun. It doesn't gain any life on its own. Its equip cost is an absurd 3. So, and it's only a charge counter whenever you gain any amount of life. So if you gain 5 life, it gets 1 counter. I mean, this seems good on Steiner, but like, sure. Um, yeah, I'm not here for this. I don't like it. Um, Fire magic. We've got 1 red mana for an instant that is tiered, and we get the tiers of Fire, Fyra, and Fyraga. The fire is 0. Fire magic deals 1 damage to each creature. So this kills all of the black wizards that are the black mages that are in play. The little 01 wizard tokens. They all die. VV just kills all of them. Fyra for 2 more, so for 3 mana total deals 2 damage to each creature. Fyraga for 5, so 6 mana total deals 3 damage to each creature. I mean, I think that this is definitely playable because 1 mana is he saves some of them and he also kills others. I don't know how often you're casting this for 6, but if you do, you did it because you needed to. Yes, that is, well, more it's more that some of the black mages try to kill him. Anyway, so I think this will end up being good because you control how it happens and how much it happens. And my biggest qualm with this one is that the lower levels don't set off any of your when you cast a thing of mana value 4 or greater. So I don't know. Kind of depends on the format. Depends what your opponent's doing. Definitely bringing this in and out of the sideboard for a lot of things. The forest. I think this is the forest where you like crash land, right? Is that a Moogle pom-pom sticking out of there? No. I don't know. Freya Crescent, 1 red mana for a 1/1. She's a Dragoon, so she has jump during her turn. She has flying. Tapped, add 1 red, spend only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability. So yeah, she goes in the equipment deck. She's pretty terrible on her own, but she has flying during your turn. So she attacks as an equipped creature with flying, which she helps you to speed out those equipments. But if you're tapping her for a red to equip an equipment, she's tapped and can't attack. I don't know. I don't know how much you want to be turbo ramping out your equipment with the equipment deck. Like I just don't know what the math is. But so I feel like she's either going to be pretty bad or pretty good, and it'll kind of vary a bit from deck to deck. Like if you have enough equipment, she seems pretty good. If it's like cheap, if you have equipment that makes a 1/1 into something good, she also has flying. She helps you speed things out. But again, I'm gonna have to see. Garnet, Princess of Alexandria, for a green and a white for a 2/2. Is she in the Chocobo's paradise here with a bunch of birds? What's going on? Lifelink. Whenever she attacks, you can remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1 counter on her for each lore counter removed this way. This is like a really busted ability. If as long as Garnet survives, um, this is pretty ridiculous. It works really well with the summons because if she attacks, she just takes one lore counter off of all of them, which means they're going to stay around for another turn because they're going to hit the end much later. So, yeah, like if she attacks and survives, you just get your summons every turn. They just don't die, and you get to repeat whatever your favorite effect was. While she's also getting bigger and having lifelink, which works with a bunch of the other stuff we've already mentioned. So Garnet seems really great. Take all the summons you can, I guess, and try to find ways to keep her alive. Yep. Kuja Genome Sorcerer. You can, of course, see, this is him when he's at that part where you first fight him and it's raining and he beats you up. And he's got his Black Mage Assistance here, which you'll notice he's going to be creating. 2 and a black and a red for a 3/4 Human Mutant Wizard. At the beginning of your... And it's funny he's not an alien. At the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell does 1 damage. Then if you control 4 or more wizards, transform Kuja. Kuja, Fate Defied, Avatar Wizard, 4/6. Flame Star, if a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage instead. So at that point, you have 4 or more wizards, which is really like 3 of the tokens and then himself. And so then when you cast a non-creature spell, you're dealing 2 damage per wizard, and you've got at least 3, so you're dealing 6 damage to them. And then he himself does not have flying, despite the art making you think he would. But if he attacks, he deals 8 damage. And then, of course, we have down here the alt art for him, where he's wearing substantially more clothing on the lower half of his body than he is in the game, just as he is on his extended normal art. And then he's ready to just have a great night with this one, right? Like he's dressed, he got all dolled up, he's ready to party, we're all gonna have a great time. He's getting ready to dance, like it's fantastic. Kuja is the villain from the game. Is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? I'm gonna say less. He didn't really choose his fate. Yeah, he didn't choose his fate. He was designed to be discarded. He's got reasons to be mad at everybody. It was like always told he had this like built-in flaw that he only sort of discovers towards the very end of the game that he can actually get around. Yeah, I mean he was kind of being used by everybody. He is a little too callous with people, but I don't think he's ever gone out of his way to do anything particularly evil in the game. Yeah, so less. Okay. Lindblom Industrial Regency, Land Town, Mage Siege. This is the one I mentioned earlier. 2 and a red, instant adventure. That's true. I mean, so, yeah, it's true that like Zidane tries to be nice to him and he keeps getting treated poorly, but he's still less evil than Musk because that's also kind of what Musk has done to like all of humanity, which did very great nice things to him, and then he chose to just have thousands of kids die for no reason. So anyway, Lindblom for 2 and a red just creates one of the 0/1 black wizard creature tokens. So again, you wouldn't pay 3 mana for that, but this is attached to a free land. So you get to make your if you need a land, you play the land. If you need, it also is itself an instant, so it triggers a lot of those things for your other wizards. Yeah. So I mean, this is a solid card. I wouldn't pack one pick one this most of the time. I don't think it's like pack one pick oneable, but I'm definitely like happily playing this. I'm playing every copy of this I have in my red decks is basically how I'd put it. But I don't think I'm pack one pick oneing this unless it's like not a great pack. Maybe it turns out this is much better, but I think it's just like a card you just don't ever cut if you're in red. I love the art on the. I love the art on both of them. This is just like an impressive, great bit of art. But I really just like there's a playfulness to this. There's a playfulness to the art on this one that I particularly like. Queen Brawn, 2 and a red, 2/1 prowess, human noble. Whenever Queen Brawn attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This deals 1 damage to each opponent. So she basically makes your tokens every time she attacks. She also has prowess. When you cast those things, she gets bigger, which probably helps her to survive. Works with the fact that in the story, she's basically buying them from Kuja as an arms dealer to, she's 2/1. to make her evil black mage army. Um, she just feels. I feel like she doesn't. I feel like she doesn't survive combat very often. Like that's kind of my takeaway here. I feel like this is basically a 3 mana 2/1 that's going to attack as a 3/2 and then die, and leave behind a wizard. Like I think that's what happens most of the time, and that's just not amazing. Like I think you're still playing this in your make 0/1 black wizard token stacks, but I don't think it's. I don't think I'm ever like, wow, a Queen Brawn this late in the pack. I don't know how often I'm thinking that, but maybe I'm wrong. Queena Chew Gourmet. I assume it's pronounced Chew, both because that's how you would pronounce those letters in Chinese, which is not necessarily connected to why that would be pronounced that way in this game, but mostly because if you pronounce it Chew, it's like he's chewing things because he's a gourmet. Why would I pronounce it Quina or quinoa and then pronounce it Chew? I don't know. I've been doing this for 8 hours. 2 and a green, 2/3, legendary creature Chew. If one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. This is because there's a whole mini game where you constantly have him running around eating frogs. 2, sacrifice a frog. Put a ++1 counter on Quina. Yep, card exists. You're making a lot of tokens in this set, so yeah, you made a lot of tokens in this set, and so now you're just also making a frog along with him, and then they're eating the frog and getting bigger. But the one thing I would point out as a caution on this card is it does nothing on its own. Like, I mean, it just other than just being a Hurloon Minotaur, you have to have a way to make tokens before this does anything. And this card itself does not have any ability that makes tokens. I do love that they worked the gold frog in there. As a result, I think it's probably like this is probably one of those cards where you're really happy to have it once you've already got a million ways to make tokens, and you're probably just like not that excited to take it early if you don't. Sleep Magic. This is Aiko's like one appearance in the set with her little guardian Moogle, whose name I can't remember when it turns out it can like trance. Sleep Magic. One. This is like really a summon or something. Sleep Magic. 1 blue. Enchant creature aura uncommon. When enters tap enchanted creature does not untap. When the creature is dealt damage, sacrifice the aura. There was like a 3 mana version of this that was like frozen in ice back in like Magic 2010 or something. I think this is the best version of a claustrophobia effect we've ever seen insofar as it's 1 mana and it taps the creature on ETB. The creature being dealt damage, I don't think is particular. Like it's going, there'll be games where it comes up. Yeah, fire magic is one example. There are ways to deal damage to a creature, but like how often is your opponent's creature being dealt damage, surviving the damage, and they're not down a card doing that? I don't know. How is that happening if it's tapped and never getting into combat, right? I just don't know. I feel like this is probably just going to do exactly what you want almost all of the time. Uh, I'm prepared to lose a game to my opponent casting fire magic, but we just accept that. Stiltskin Moogle Merchant. This is a 1 white mana 1/2 lifelink Moogle at rare. 2, tap, target opponent gains control of another target opponent you control. If they do, you draw a card. So you can basically give them excess lands in the late game and keep drawing cards. The important part about this card is really just how adorably happy he is in the art and how adorably happy he is in the alternate art, both of which are absolutely amazing and tremendous, and I just love this card. How good is it? As I said, you can give your opponent excess lands. It's got lifelink built in as a 1/2, so it can like block 1/1s, gain life, and survive. I don't think I'm super stoked to be playing 1 mana 1/2s to give my opponent's lands in the late game and then draw cards, but yeah, I'm not thrilled by it. Like I'm not taking this. I'm not like pack one, pick one. I got a Stiltskin, awesome. But you can give them control of the sleep magics. It's true. Yeah, I mean, there's useless things you can give them, and you do draw the cards and so forth. But I don't know. This is just not a like. This is just not a thing where you get there and you're just like, wow, we really got there. We got a Stiltskin. I'm putting this in my Zadru decks and EDH and getting on with my life, right? Like that's basically how I feel about that. The Prima Vista. Uncommon vehicle 5/3 for 4 and a blue flying whenever you cast a non-creature spell if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it. So there you go. It becomes an artifact creature until end of turn and it is crew 2. Crew 2 is not an offensive crew cost, but it's also not crew 1, notably. Yeah, I mean, this goes in the deck where you want to cast non-creature spells. It is itself a non-creature spell of it, where you're spending at least 4 mana to cast it. So that's there, I guess. Yeah, but it's a legendary. Well, I mean, what do you say? If it wasn't legendary, I don't know. It's uncommon. You're probably not having more than one copy of this in your deck, right? Um, so I don't know that it being legendary like really matters particularly. I just don't think this is going to come up that much because, well, there have been sets where the free animation of a vehicle like this has been really valuable, but the vehicle usually costs less than 5. This helps trigger your other things that want you to cast more mana. Um, it does. That does like is a way to activate it, but I don't know. I'm still not. I don't know. I don't think in the world where this is not legendary, the number of times I'm casting my second Prima Vista to animate the first, I'm like, yeah, we really did it. We really got there. I don't think that's happening. But it's a flying 5/3, and crew 2 is not like the most onerous thing in the world. It's not crew 1, but it's not crew 3. So like most of your job select stuff is going to be able to crew this. I don't know. I've been impressed with cards like this in the past, like more than I thought I would be. But we don't know for sure at this point. The fact that it's 5 mana is just so much though. A lot of the cards like this that have been more impressive have been like 3 mana or 4 mana. 2 is less than 3 and more than 1. It's true, but I mean, but it's like it doesn't scale linearly, right? Like crew 1 is like more than twice as easy to crew as crew 2, just because it just is. And then 3 is more than 50% harder to use than crew 2 because you're losing a better creature to do it, and fewer of your creatures will do it. Like it's not just the amount of effort you're putting in, like straight up, right? Anyway, Trino, Dark City. This is some of my favorite art in the set. Absolutely gorgeous. Even though I hated this city because navigating it always annoyed me, and I hated that they forced us to play Tetramaster after I'd been dutifully avoiding it all game. Um, but it's absolutely gorgeous art here, and this is just our town that is blue and black. Unexpected Request. 2 and a red, sorcery, uncommon, gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it, it gains haste. You may attach an equipment you control to it. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. It's good that you unattach it because otherwise it would stay on your opponent's creature, and that would be until you spent the mana to move it, which would be bad for you. Um, yeah, this is Zidane. After he's trying to kidnap Garnet, and then he finds out Garnet's the one who hired him to kidnap Garnet, and this is why he's like confused that she wants him to be kidnapping her. You have beef with this card. What is your beef with this card? Please, dear sir, tell me. It can't take their equipment and trigger Zidane twice. Because that's not how the rules work. I mean, I don't know what. Well, you don't give the equipment back. So note that this never takes their equipment. If you're going to do anything with, because you can only attach an equipment you control to the creature. So their creature has to have an equipment already on it in order for you to be used. Oh, it should take their equipment. Sure, I guess. Like you control their gain control of untap their creature, gain control of target creature and all equipment attached to it until end of turn. Like, but I guess, but that's almost. I don't know. That's like a lot of extra words. That's a lot of extra words. VV or Netier. 1 and a blue and a red. 0/3 legendary creature wizard. I will note that it has no type other than wizard because that's just how black mages are, where it's like, what exactly is going on under that hat? Nobody knows. Um, this is the card that is currently the most expensive card in the set. It is $95 on pre order. People are wondering whether this is going to drive things crazy. So let's take a look at what it should do. 0. Add X mana in any combination of blue and or red, where X is VV or Netier's power, which is activate only during your turn, only once each turn. So this is 0 when the turn you play him. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on VV or Netier, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this has the standard Black Mage text in addition to making him bigger himself, and then also you just keep making more and more mana, allowing you to cast more and more spells. Um, People are excited for this because it's a free way to make mana, and it also grows when you're doing like storm stuff. It's not going to be that like because if you're playing storm in legacy and you get your storm count up to like 4 things off of rituals, VV is now got 4 power, and then after you cast those, you can add 4 mana in any combination of colors. So can do some pretty crazy stuff. But it's also a 3 mana creature that has to probably has to survive the turn before you really go off. Um, I don't know. I'm not I'm not as convinced as everybody else that this card is busted, but I also do not pay enough attention to the formats where people are saying this card is busted. I do not believe this is going to be a $90 card in a couple of months. The One Ring remained a $100 card for quite some time because it was busted in every format where it was legal, and it was also colorless, or it could go into every deck, and people just put it into every deck. Um, you're claiming you think it'll be $18. I think that's reasonable. I wouldn't be surprised if it stays at about 30 just because people love VV the character and that they're still buying into the hype. But I think its correct placement is probably, much lower. Its correct placement is probably lower than $18, but um, I don't know. I could be wrong. It's not necessarily my place to weigh in on some of those older formats. I'm still going to. That's why we're doing this for 9 hours, but I acknowledge that it's not the smartest thing for me to do. I really love his alt art. It's really great. I love his main art more. One of the things they've been doing in the set that's kind of amazing to me is they've been having really amazing standard art and then having alt art that's also really good, but it's just not as good as the truly amazing standard art stuff. Yeah, commander player is going to commander player, right? You are not alone. One of the key moments of the game. This was I actually bought this particular piece of music for on iTunes as soon as I got past this part in the game because that music was so catchy. And of course, they show everybody fighting off the other things you have to fight when he's in his heroic blue screen of death mode. 1 white mana, instant target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 until end of turn. I think that's a pretty nice flavor for it. The creature is much more powerful the more allies, if you have the certain number of allies, which is, say, 3 or more creatures. There's a 3 or more creatures total, so that counts itself, right? I was about to say that it's the full 4-person party, but no, because 3 creatures exactly, and you're pumping it. Anyway, this is your combat trick for the set. Is this good? Depends, right? Like sometimes a card like this is really good. Sometimes it's not so good. This is not a Murders at Karlov manner. I'm so tired. Manner situation. Yeah. All right. Zidane, Tantalus. So it's probably fine. It'll depend on the deck. Zidane, Tantalus, Thief, 3 and a red and a white 3/3 human mutant scout. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature and opponent controls until end of turn, untap it. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. Do you call it Zidane? Because like Zinedine Zidane always made me think it would be because Zinedine Zidane I knew before I had played this game, so I thought Zidane probably was correct. The problem is when you look at it, you just want to say Zidane, and everybody else says Zidane, so I end up saying Zidane. Um, and I've never heard his name spoken in any media that would be able to correct me. If they said it in Dissidia, then I'll believe you that it's Zidane. I've said like if you watch my like 3 hour video on all of this, I think I even start that one off by saying I consciously have an opinion for how I should pronounce this, and I'm going to pronounce it both ways without paying attention during the course of this video anyway, and that's exactly what happens. Um, Anyway, how is this card? I hate him. He's the worst character. He's the worst protagonist in a Final Fantasy game because he's just really obnoxious and miserable and reminds me of a lot of people who made me feel uncomfortable throughout my life. And he is extremely inappropriate to all the women around him. So yeah, he's just an awful person. Um, Not worse than Elon Musk, but an awful person. As for his actual ability, when I first read this, I wasn't impressed, but then I realized, oh no, the creature that he steals, you're getting the treasure at least that turn. Um, uh, yeah. Um, and you're gaining a bunch of life. It's like a bad Zealous conscript because it doesn't have haste itself and it can't steal anything. The problem is this is so much worse than a card I already knew that it made me not like this card. But yeah, he himself should have haste. But it's probably fine. You're going to get a treasure from it at the end. You're probably gaining a bunch of life because they're not going to block their own creature, so it's going to get through and deal some amount of lifelink and damage to them and all of that. He doesn't get a trans flip version, no, because trans was a terrible mechanic. That's all I have to say about that. His alt art is actually kind of entertaining. I actually kind of like his alt art, even though I hate the card. All right, now let's go on to Final Fantasy X, where we're going to have a spike in number of cards to look at. Oh, only 38? After 48? Oh, probably just fewer alt art things, right? How strange. We already did so many ones in the commander deck. Okay. Yeah, no, trans was terrible. It was the worst limit break they've ever done. Albed Scavengers, two and a black, 2/3. Whenever does he have monkey? He doesn't have monkey as one of his creature types, right? Because they do have him as the Ragavan on the bonus sheet. Yeah, he's not a monkey. Albed Salvagers, 2 and a black for 2/3. It's an artificer, which is relevant for all the SIDS, but it's not in the same colors as all of the SIDS. Whenever this creature or another creature artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So it's only for you. It's a blood artist, but only for you, which I guess is like what, Zulaport Cutthroat. And historically, that ability has been pretty good. So it's tacked onto a Herloon Minotaur. Worst case scenario, probably not that bad, because whenever it itself dies, they also lose the life. There's a little bit of a theme of draining people here. I don't know how well that's going. If that theme is well supported and it ends up being a thing that's like something you do a lot, then this card's probably going to be pretty good. Otherwise, it's probably not. You think you see a problem with the Albed Salvagers? Orin's Inspiration. Are the Albed? Oh, with Waka, what? Oh yeah, well maybe. Orin's Inspiration, 2 and a white instant. Attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn. So this is your Trumpet Blast of the set, but it is uncommon and it is white, not red. It has flashback for 2 white, white. So it's basically Rally the Peasants, but for mono white. Yeah, I mean, if you're attacking with lots of things. The problem is, normally, white-red would be the place where you want a Trumpet Blast. But in this set, white-red is your equipment thing. So, I don't know, how often are we making enough tokens that what we want is Trumpet Blast? This is original art? As in, like, this is from the original, this is not a scene in the game. Well, yeah, I don't think, none of the art on non-Through the Ages cards should be a direct, like, image from the game. Unless you're just saying that, like, this is not a thing that takes place in the game. In any event, if you're making lots of, like, the funniest thing about this is the deck where this is, going to be like actually playing out super well is the Rakdos make all the black mages thing, right? You're going to have all your 0/1s become 2/1s, and then they're also going to take a bunch of damage based on you casting the Orin's Inspiration. But are you doing that in white? Like, I don't know. And are you doing that where you want to be flashing back double white? Yes. Well, this is true. I definitely look to you for more of the. This is not how this would technically go for Final Fantasy X. Which I have at this point. It's been 3 years since I played it, so my memory is a little hazy on certain parts of it. Blitzball, 3 mana artifact, common. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Goal. Tap, sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards, activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by legendary creature this turn. Because you see, you got a goal, and now you get to draw 2 cards. This card was really good when it was the Start Your Engines 1 in Ether Drift. This time, instead of dealing damage to get them up to max speed, you have to deal damage on a particular turn. Dealing damage to them only once. Oh, but it's got to be by a legendary creature. Well, many of the creatures are legendary, right? And this is also going to ramp you up to the expensive legendary things. Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's fine. I'm never going to be like, man, I got a Blitzball in my deck. Like, it's. I predict this is not going to be Dragon Storm Globe, but it's probably going to be better than a lot of other mono rocks, right? But maybe it ends up being pretty good. Like, maybe that actually is relevant. Blitzball shot, 1 and a green instant. Target creature is +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. Standard effect. But the fact that it gives you trample as a Blitzball shot means they can block you and your goal still goes in, so you can hit them with the You can hit them with you can use the Blitzball's ability. This does seem to be a set where they're like trying to make size matter with all the equipment and stuff. Like imagine your opponent spends a ton of mana to equip up a creature, and then they attack thinking they're really safe, and then you just play this and you Blitzball shot it, and now all their equipment has fallen off and they have to re-equip it on something. Yeah, that actually seems like that's not great for your opponent. This Sid is, well, he's that Sid. I didn't really care for him in the game, but I didn't really hate him either. He's not like Brother, who was absolutely obnoxious. Combat tutorial, 2 and a blue. He appears to be trying to get his sword out of an ice flawn, while Lulu makes fun of him for being an idiot. Target player draws 2 cards, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. She absolutely is. I'm really sad there's not more Lulu, but also it's like there's so much good Final Fantasy stuff, you can only do so much. The relevant thing to bear in mind here, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. You target the creature, they kill the creature, you don't draw the cards. That is a liability. I wonder how many times people are going to choose not to put a +1/+1 counter on anything when their opponent has mana up, just because they can't, because they're afraid about having it die and not drawing the cards. That said, having a card for the combat tutorial is pretty funny, and it even works mechanically, because it's like, oh, target player draws 2 cards. Oh, you're right. Oh, see, this is. It's only been 9 hours and 14 minutes. I don't know how I made that mistake. But no, target player draws 2 cards. Excellent. That is never an error. That is never a thing you'll have to worry about. They thought ahead. As a card flavorfully, it works perfectly. You're like drawing cards, so you're learning, and you're putting a +1/+1 counter on, so it's better in combat, and also it's Tidus, so he's an idiot. He's got his thing stuck in a thing. I don't think baseline divination is that good these days. Divination plus a +1 counter. I mean, the very last set had coercion plus a +1 counter, and that was actually pretty good. So I'm inclined to think that combat tutorial being divination plus +1 counter is going to be decent, but not amazing, is my guess. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think this is going to be the fastest set in the world, so divination probably is fine. Guadasalam, Far Plain Gateway, and then it's just the land. This is so much worse than Balam Garden. Ice Flawn, 4 and 2 blue for a 5/4. When it enters, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. Island cycling of 2. This is your land cycler for blue. Yeah, it's. I kind of would rather it bounce and you make them waste all of their mana replaying it, but. Tapping down a creature is never the worst. Tapping down a creature and putting a stun counter on it, it's not terrible. I don't hate it. I mean, I'm probably... Again, I think the land cyclers in this set are better than some of the bad ones recently, but not as good as the like really good ones recently, if that makes sense. But we'll see. I think they're probably slightly better on average than the Duskmourn ones, because not all the Duskmourn ones were particularly good. Ice Magic. Here we do get a little bit more Lulu content. We get her Moogle just looking like upset that she decided to cast a spell instead of attacking with a Moogle doll. 1 and a blue. Instant. Blizzard at 0. Return target creature to its owner's hand. So that's a 2 mana unsummon, but you love the flexibility you're getting out of Ice Magic. Blizzara, 2 target creature's owner puts on their choice the top or bottom of their library. We can sort of stop right there on Blizzara and point out that in recent sets, that effect of 4 mana to put it on the top or bottom of their library of their choice has been good. That effect right there by itself has been good. That plus the ability to return the creature for their hand more cheaply if you need it to be cheaper works. Blizzara also gets you to the 4 mana threshold. And then finally we have Blizzaga, which is 5 and a blue, so it's a total of 8 mana. Target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. So this actually hits the full 8 for Ultros. The full 8 for Ultros, the full 8 for Tella. I in the entire course of the format, you are probably casting this primarily for the 4 mana version. You're probably almost never casting it for the 8 mana version. But the 1 or 2 times you do, it'll be epic because you'll be triggering something giant. I think this card's going to be good. These cards are usually pretty good. I think this is a more flexible version of a card that's usually pretty good. It's kind of like good cards stapled together, and I think it'll get there. Island, this is just a really pretty image. I really like this. It's kind of funny, though. You know, I always joke about islands and art not really being islands. Spear is nothing but islands, and yet this does not look like an island, even though it's just very pretty. It is an island, but it's zoomed in enough. Jekt Reluctant Guardian, 4/3 for a 3 and a black rare human warrior. Menace, whenever he deals combat damage to a player, um, you exile it, then return it to the battle. Of course, every continent is an island if you're zoomed in enough. I'm sorry, every continent is an island if you zoomed out enough. Um, Whenever Jax deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed into its owner's control. It flips into 7/7 Vraska's Final Eon, 7/7 Menace, Jekt Beam for 1 and 2. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card, and then 3 Ultimate Jekt Shot. Each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. And here's the other art for it. The other art is pretty baller. I mean, that looks absolutely fantastic. This is just really great art. Well, they also have the nipple erasure for Genova, so there you go. As well as the putting pants on Kuja madness. But anyway, so how good is this card? I mean, a 4 mana 4/3 Menace is probably going to hit them if you wanted to. And then if he ever actually flips, I mean, 7/7 Menace that immediately makes him discard a card and you draw a card, and then the next turn that'll also happen, and then we attack, and if it survives, then they're just going to have to. This seems pretty good, right? It seems very strong. It seems like one of those not like A tier amazing rares, but it seems like an A- would be my guess for. I would think that this is like an A- as a rare. Like it's not digging you out when you're super far behind, but if you just sort of play it and attack with it, you're probably having a lot of fun. Like you're probably going to be able to flip him if you really want to. You can lure them into blocks they're not necessarily going to want when you play things like Overkill, because they're like double block and then you can kill one of them. Although if one of them's a 3/3, maybe we'll see. Overkill, 2 and a black. Instant. Target creature gets -0, -9,999 until end of turn. The funny thing about this, so of course this is playing on the damage cap. They're doing this in a game that has the 9,999 damage cap, but you can break it with the right gear. The part about this that's a little funny is you're not dealing damage to it, you're just shrinking it, which is very similar to dealing damage to it. It'll die all the same. But they couldn't make it deals 9,999 to 9,999 damage, because then you just cast it on the already in play, already in standard Howling thing, the red 3/3, and it would just have a 2-card win the game combo that would be easily castable on turn 4. Yeah, well, do you have a Joseph defeat combo? That's not standard legal though, right? Also, would like to point out that Vraska's Final Eon, something I like about this is, unlike a lot of the other ones that flip into their summons, this one does not flip back. It actually does just die after it does the final round for Ultimate Jekt Shot, which makes sense. That's how it goes in the game. He doesn't come back anymore after that. Anyway, Overkill is uncommon, so it's not our like really great common removal. We still haven't seen a like pure Doomblade. Like 2 mana kill almost anything. But this is 3 mana. This is just murder for 2 and a black. If your opponent has a creature that survives this, screenshot it. Like that's all I can say. They'd have to like attack with Jumbo Cactuar and then switch the power and toughness until end of turn. Yeah, right, whatever. Ride the Shoe Puff. 1 and a green for enchantment landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, put a ++1 counter on target creature you control. I mean, that right there, that was a card in one of the core sets, wasn't it? There was a card that did that. In something. Maybe it wasn't a core set. I don't remember what it was. But it was an effect, and it wasn't as good as it looked. I remember that. But then you can pay 7 mana to turn it into a 7/7 beast, in addition to its other types, and it doesn't lose the landfall ability. So I wouldn't pay a total of 9 mana for a 7/7 with this ability on it, but you've put a lot of +1/+1 counters on a lot of creatures by the time you make this into 5, in fact, before the time you make this into a 7/7 beast, right? There's a lot of counter synergies in this set. So maybe you do want this effect. But I don't know. This is one of those ones that's so context dependent, I just can't I just can't imagine off the top of my head. It's not like gaining your life or doing other things to keep you alive to get to the 7/7 part. It's not interact. It's not adding to the board the turn you play it unless you immediately play a land and have a creature to put the thing on. I don't know. I'm not feeling it, but I will lose to one of these at some point. I'm going to lose to basically every card in the set at some point. The format is basically the takeaway. Seymour Flux. Now note that this is from the starter set because it's got the number 0558, which means we do not have to think about it for limited. 4 and a black for a 5/5 Spirit Avatar. Beginning of your upkeep, you can pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on Seymour Flux. Yes, well, as we said, it's not doing anything. Wasn't the fight with Seymour where he was this warped form, wasn't this in a different spot? This isn't the one where you're like in the mountain after you pass by the Ronso place, right? Because he was like flying in that one. But anyway, I agree that an optional Phyrexian Arena stapled to a 5/5 for 5 would be. You think so? Because it looks like that sky, but it doesn't look like he was flying in this one, was he? Didn't he have wings, or am I just imagining that? Maybe I'm imagining that. But yeah, this would be really powerful and limited, but it's not in limited, so we don't have to worry about it. Side quest: play Blitzball. 2 and a red. This is the. I think this is the second side quest we've seen. Enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. At the end of combat on your turn, if a player has dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment and attach it to a creature you control. So basically, what this is telling us is you have to, if you have a creature of 4 power, this puts it up to 6 power, and then that has to hit the opponent, and then you can flip this ability. So it's not, this is not super easy to flip. I will actually say one of the earliest cards they spoiled for this set was Side Quest Catch a Fish. And as a result, I really thought there'd be more side quest cards, and then they just didn't show any other side quests until like the last week. Yes, Jecht is going to become 6 power menace. He's going to get that point scored. He's going to flip it, and then it'll flip into World Champion Celestial Weapon, which will immediately get, because it gets equipped to the creature as part of this, right? Yeah. So then you're Jecht, but then you're Jecht. Okay, so hold on. What happens when you have Jecht with this? Attach it to a creature. So you hit it with Jecht. Jecht flips into the Saga during combat. Then at the end of combat, this gets flipped and attached to him. So this would end up on Jecht. Why would this put us too short? Because, oh, does he kill them? Well, so he would have dealt 6 to them here, and then he gets +2/+0 and double strike, so he would end up being, yeah, so he'd be too short. The equip cost is 3, which is pretty prohibitive, but +2/+0 and double strike is basically +4/+0. The fact that it auto-equips to the creature is key. There have been cards in the past where 4 mana for +2/+0 on a creature every turn at the start of combat was like fine. So you do want to do the Jecht shot for that. That is correct. But you still have to hit it just to flip the thing over. Anyway. Yeah, so is this good? I feel like flipping it is not going to happen as often as you might think, but because they'll just block that creature to prevent you from doing that. But I feel like just giving all of your like random 1/1 hero tokens after you've like moved the equipment off, just giving them +2/+0 and becoming things that they just have to block or lose 3 life. I think like that's going to come up. Yeah, +2/+2 in heroes and VVs, yes. You just don't attack with a VV and then you make 2 mana afterwards. Yeah, I think this card is actually pretty good. If you ever flip it, that's great, but I don't know how often you even need to flip it for it to be fine. Sin, Spira's Punishment. 4 black, green, and a blue for a 7/7 flyer. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random, then create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. If this card is a land, repeat this process. Yeah, I mean it's a 7 mana 7/7 flyer that when it enters is basically giving you a card for free. And if it's land, you get a bunch of them. So yeah, I feel like Sin is pretty great. If you cast this, you're going to get at least one other card for free, and then they have to kill your 7/7 flyer, which is probably not the easiest thing in the world for them to do. So yeah, and I really like the alt art. I like the main art. I like the alt art. It's pretty great. It is still 7 mana, so bear that in mind, but when it hits them, it's going to be pretty good. Stuck in the Summoner's Sanctum, 2 and a blue for an enchantment or a flash. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent does not untap, and its activated abilities can't be activated. It's funny to have this and Sleep Magic in the same set. Like, that's just kind of funny. But, yeah, it's here. This effect is usually fine. You can give the Summoner's Sanctum to your Moogle. Yeah, you can do that. Yep, it also shuts down activated abilities. It does whatever. This effect is usually, can you give our opponents Dying Sagas with a Moogle? Stiltskin says if you do, so you actually have to transfer control. If what you're suggesting is trigger on the stack to put the counter on and then you give it to the opponent, I think the way sagas work, if you give it to your opponent with the trigger to move the trigger to put the final lore counter on, and then you give it to your opponent and the lore counter goes on it once your opponent controls it, I think your opponent gets the benefit of the saga. But I don't know. I think there are two triggers though, right? So there's putting the counter on, and then there's the counter. Then there's the counter's ability starts to take an effect, and is the creature dead there? There's a summon in here where I think if it doesn't stay alive through the resolution of that, there's like an ability that doesn't do anything. If you look at the Mega Sisters, yeah, I mean sagas are so weird. Like I'd have to, and they just changed the rules too. Because with Urza's Saga, it's already out of play by the time you have put the thing on. So, anyway, stuck in Summoner's Sanctum, you can hand it with the Moogle. This is your common blue removal. It's probably fine. I mean, the best part about this, because this has flash, your opponent will put a whole bunch of expensive equipment on a creature, and you'll go, great, now you can't attack with it. So, yeah, I think stuck in Summoner's Sanctum is probably going to be better than it looks for that reason, because you're going to they're going to have their big equipmented up creature, and you're going to be like ha ha ha, and then they're going to be sad. Summon Anima, which is a 4/4, which feels a little small given that it is 4 black, so it's 4/4 menace for 6 mana, which seems not great, but it's got 4 chapters. 1, 2, and 3 are all pain. You draw a card and you lose 1 life. Which means if this survives to the end of its lifespan, you are going to lose 3 life and draw 3 cards, and conceivably also be attacking with a 4/4 menace in that time. Final step is Oblivion. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. So if this survives all the way to the end, you have drawn 3 cards and your opponent has lost a creature. You both lose the same amount of life because you lost 3 life to the chapters, they lost 3 life all at the end. So if this survives to the end, it is a 4/4/1 for 6 mana. That possibly also hit them for, let's say it hits them, if it hits them twice with Menace and then the final ability resolves, they are down 11 life. So, yeah, that seems pretty good. But it is 6 mana, so it's a little clunky on that side. But the very first chapter draws you a card to replace itself and lose a life. Sure. One thing I think you'll note, I don't think there have we seen any disenchants that are just like 1 mana destroy an enchantment? I don't think we've seen anything like Erase. Probably makes sense because of these. Like I don't think they want these. Yeah, that's true. We play the Phyrexian Gargantuan, and this is an even better Phyrexian Gargantuan. And here's the other art for it, which is also great. It looks almost more like a sort of a metal poster, like the metal poster ones that they do. Summon Bahamut. This is 9 mana for a Saga Dragon. It is a 9/9 flyer. It is completely colorless. Even though the border looks a little white, it is actually completely colorless. That's just the starring of the enchantment. Yes, 9 mana is too much. Okay, I want to actually point out, so I'll read the abilities here, and then I'm going to, my one complaint to the design here. The first 2 chapters are destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. Third chapter is draw 2 cards. Fourth chapter is Mega Flare. This creature deals damage equal to the total mana value of other permanents you control to each opponent. So, if this survives to the end of its time, it has attacked your opponent in the air as a non-trampling 9/9 flyer twice, so conceivably 18 damage. It has destroyed 2 of their target permanents, which is why it's probably getting in for full damage. It has drawn you 2 cards, and then it is probably killing them off because you dealt 18 to them, and now if you have just 2 mana's worth of other permanents, they die. So, yeah. If you cast this, you are probably winning the game. If you cast this and they kill it, you have spent 9 mana to destroy an on-land permanent, which is not great. My qualm with this card, my thing that's like a little annoyed by, is that in Final Fantasy X specifically, it's basically the weakest Bahamut. Because that's the one where you get Bahamut, and he's like not even, he's like your third or fourth summon you get. It's like early on the line. He's not like, because in like Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy III, Final Fantasy six, not quite as much, but in a lot of the other Final Fantasy games, he's this ultimate big end game summon thing, and then in 10, you just randomly get him as like the third or fourth one, and he's like not that much better than the other summons. You think I'm insane? I'm just saying that of all of the versions of Bahamut, the least, oh, I spent most time getting to this as a late game thing was 10. This does not mean that he's not good in 10. I'm just saying that of the versions you expect to be the giant 9 mana, blow up everything, craziness, awesome version, you get it pretty early in Final Fantasy X. And except for his overdrive, um, he isn't like all that special. No, he is very good. Like I think he was still like my favorite of all of the summons. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, compared to Final Fantasy IV or Final Fantasy III, it's just this is not the most epic Bahamut we've ever had. That said, the art is really sweet. Summon Shiva, 3 and 2 blue. She's a 4/5. 1 and 2 are Heavenly Strike, tap target creature and opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. And then the final mode, which means it's probably going to be easier to get her in for the one turn she can actually attack. This was the first summon they previewed, by the way. And of course, a lot of people had to like then pause and remember that it only gets to attack one of those times. And then the third one is Diamond Dust, draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. So the turn you play this, you tap a creature, put a stun counter on it. So that creature is still tapped when you get to the second mode, but it's not tapped for the third mode. So you're actually only, the Diamond Dust is only going to give you one creature that's tapped with a stun counter on it. No, only one creature that is still tapped. You're not drawing 2 cards off the Diamond Dust. You're drawing 1 card off the Diamond Dust, unless they just also attack you, which they probably won't be doing because you have a 4/5 that's about to go away. Yeah, it does fog them for a bit. I mean, all the big summons kind of do that, right? Because you don't want to use a removal spell on a summon that's going away in a few seconds anyway. And yeah, you don't want to do that that's going away in a few turns anyway, and also she's a 4/5, so it does also stop flyers. It's true. All right, I have to run to the restroom, so I'm going to do that as soon as I point out that the alt art on Shiva is phenomenal. So how good is this actually in limited? I think it's probably fine, right? Like I think I'm happy to play with Shiva, but I don't think that I'm like, oh wow, I got a Shiva. Okay, let's keep going. We've 9.5 hours in, and we're not that far from the end because there are barely any cards for 11, 12, 13, or 15 or 16. It's basically 14 after this. Okay. Syncopate. X and a blue instant counter target spell unless its controller pays X if that spell is countered. This is a reprint. Exile it instead. So there's a lot of stuff with flashback. There's a lot of graveyard recursion, so that extra clause matters. Syncopate is one of those cards that's sometimes good and sometimes bad. I don't know what it'll be in this set yet. I imagine there's going to be a lot of times where like your opponent's plan was to play an equipment and then equip it, and so they cast it and you're like, Syncopate won't do it because they kept up all that mana to equip it, and you could cast the Syncopate to try to force them to not equip it that turn, but like, what are you doing at that point, right? But yes, if you counter big bombs with it, that'll be great. If you counter Bahamut, they'll be very sad. And now your favorite card in the set, which is perfectly designed and has no flaws of any kind whatsoever, and you can just tell me how wonderful and happy you are with this. Tidus, Blitzball Star, 1 white and a blue, 2/1. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Tidus. Whenever Tidus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. Perfectly designed, no flaws whatsoever, totally the character, nothing wrong. There's a lot of artifacts here, so basically when you're playing equipment, he's getting stronger. The one on the left, the one on the right. Okay. Like actually in the format, I'm sure you're going to be like he's not an artificer, so he's like not getting the Sid boosted stuff, but he probably is actually pretty good. It has nothing to do with the character. When he attacks, he's tapping a creature opponent controls. I don't know, is he kicking them in the face with a ball, which is really kind of Waka's thing? Yeah, I don't know. But him loving artifacts, I mean, yeah, if you think about Tidus, the thing you number one think is he's really great with machinery. The Jack shot removes a blocker in Blitzball. Nice. I never played more than I played the one Blitzball game you were forced to play. I won that game and I never touched it again. But I think this card is going to be pretty good. Like you're probably playing this with a fair number of artifacts. There probably are a fair number of artifacts. He's probably getting pretty big, and the fact that he taps a thing whenever is pretty nice. The fact that he's legendary, though, there was that back in like original Ixalan, there was that 3-mana 2/3 Batterskull thing that not Batterskull, like Horns, whatever it was smashing. It was the the thing. It tapped and it attacked and tapped a creature when it attacked. And that was very powerful, but that was in part because it was a common and you could play multiples because it wasn't legendary, and so you could attack with both of them and remove 2 blockers. He can't do that, but because he's a legend. Anyway, here's Yuna, Hope of Spira. I'm actually going to cycle down so we can see more of the arts at once. Yeah, if only. Yuna, Hope of Spira. It's great. You can see that they have gotten. It's kind of silly because the almost like over the top, the more anime-ish art here really shows off her eye colors, which you can't quite see. You can see if you look like really closely on the other card. It's funny that the summon she's like stroking in the normal art just looks like it's a horrible tentacle monster at this particular angle, which just makes it seem kind of funny. 3 green, white, 3/5. During your turn, Yuna and enchantment creatures you control, which is to say your sagas, have trample, lifelink, and ward 2, which is pretty powerful. At the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. So you're getting double duty out of all of your summons, and they have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. Seems pretty good. I would take this card very highly in this format. Yeah. And is it one of the expensive cards at this point? Let's take a look. It is not currently one of the expensive cards. Wow, she's only $5. That feels wrong. Like she's actually, I don't know that she's going to do anything in Constructed. She's going to do a lot in Commander, I think, but Um, Xanarkand, Ancient Metropolis, Losing Faith. I'm groaning at the pun. 4 green green sorcery adventure. Create a 1/1 colorless hero token and put a +1 counter on it for each land you control, which at this point is presumably at least 6. So it is basically making a 7/7 thing for 7 mana, and then for 6 mana, and then you're playing this land. I love that we've got the like before and after arts here, and then of course here is just the destroyed part of it. Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. I think that this is basically a 6 mana 7/7 that is a modal double face card of a 6 mana 7/7 or an ETB tapped land, and obviously it can be both. But looked at just that way, great. It's kind of what you need. I think. Is this the best of the lands? Do you think? What did the white one do? I can't remember. That was the Ishgard one. Oh, we haven't gotten to that one yet. That's why I don't remember it. Oh yeah, unlimited. I entirely mean unlimited. All right, up to 11. Absolute Virtue. 6 and a white and a blue. 8/8. This spell can't be countered flying and protection from each of your opponents. This is pretty busted in limited. If your opponent just has to have a way to kill an 8/8, which red doesn't. And yeah, red just can't kill this. Green probably can't kill this. And then black and white kind of laugh at you. But yeah, it's only you. It's not your other cards. It doesn't protect itself. It doesn't protect your other creatures. But it's Platinum Angel. Right? It's actually, I knew you were going to do that, which is why I went to the bathroom before finishing. I was going to finish then go to the bathroom, but I knew you'd just leave. I've only played an hour and 50 minutes of 11, so I have very little to say on pretty much anything here. I think this is that famous fight where it was like took weeks or months or something to kill it, and it was crazy. This is a Sid that I don't know because it's from the game that I didn't play very much of. Dragoon's Wyvern. Oh, by the way, this is like, I don't know how often you get into 8 mana unlimited, so I don't know how good this is. Dragoon's Wyvern, 2 and a blue, 2/1 flying. When it enters, make a 1/1 colorless hero token. This card was really good when it was in March of the Machine, but it had +0/+1 there. I imagine it's going to be great here. There's so much equipment that just having 2 bodies is going to be key, plus having one of them be flying is probably pretty great. I'm just going to assume this is going to be one of the top blue commons. The fact that we are doing this by set and not by color has been skewing my ability to gauge how the limited format will go because I'm not seeing cards next to the cards that they interact with. But I don't care because this is primarily about the Final Fantasy aspect of it. This forest, I am told this is like a famous image for anybody who played Final Fantasy XI. They'll see this and immediately know exactly what this is, but I didn't, so I don't. Well, at least I didn't more than the minimum amount of time to say that I'd played it. Gubu Gardener, 1 and a green for 1/3. It has a tremendously happy expression that makes me just filled with joy. And it taps to add 1 green. So this is your ramp spell here. It's 2 mana. It's 1/3. Historically, cards like this have been good. So yeah, I am inclined to think this will probably be good since this is probably going to be a very mana-hungry format with all the equipment and everything else. Geishel Greens, 1 and a green for a sorcery. Create a 2/2 bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Flashback, 6 and a green. Notably, just shy of the ability to trigger Ultros, but whatever. It just like with the Chocobo summoning thing, a Chocobo breeding thing before. It is a minimum of 2 mana for a 2/2 that gets +1/+0 whenever you play a land. I want to point out that the art is really cute. Like, the art is really cute in all the FF11 stuff. I don't know. It's like super cute art, super cute art, super cute art, giant avatar thing doing something crazy. Prisha's Wanderings, 2 and a green for an instant. Search your library for basic land card or town card, put it in the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. When you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter target creature control. So this is an instant speed rampant growth for 3 mana, but it also puts a counter on a creature control. And the fact that it's instant speed means you can trigger a Chocobo's ability at instant speed. Or Tifa's, for example. So I have to assume that that has some utility. 3 mana ramp is a lot worse than 2 mana ramp, but I get the feeling this is still going to be fine. I don't think it's going to be amazing, but I think it's going to be fine. I could be wrong. Chichurn Merchant, I'm assuming that second one is also meant to be a Q. 2 and a blue for a 1/4. It is a Beast Citizen. I assume this is a species from FF11 that is not anywhere else. 1 tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Looting is pretty great when there's no mana attached to it. Oftentimes, they've wanted to make it bad. They've made it 2 or more mana. It's where is it going to be at 1? Probably fine. 7 tap, sacrifice this creature, draw 3 cards, cost 1 less to activate for each town you control. So it's probably going to really cost you 6, maybe 5. But late game, after you've looted a bunch to draw 3 cards, it's probably good. And it probably blocks a fair number of things before that point. But it's not like blocking and killing a lot of things in this set would be my guess. Some of the job select stuff it would. I don't know. This, again, feels a little too format dependent, but it could be either just a little too slow and clunky, or it could be just right. Drawing 3 cards is pretty great, though. Jutrub Forayer, a zombie horror for 2 and a black, 3/2. When it enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. 3 mana for a 3/2 that has that like final sting ability is usually fine. Doesn't have flash, which is a little unfortunate. Because like the Manticore in Adventures of Forgotten Realms, which was 4 mana for a 2/1 flyer that had flash, was pretty good. Not like amazing, but it was fine. This doesn't have flash. You can't use it on your opponent's turn. But it also has the exile 2 cards in the graveyard with all the flashback and stuff. That's probably worth it. This is probably going to be your like C level filler common thing that you're not like miserable to have. Sabo Tender, 1 and a red for a 2/1 plant. Reach, landfall. Whenever land enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. If there's a nice big aggressive deck, it probably is going to enjoy all those landfall triggers. Those are going to add up over the course of the game. Like if this creature doesn't die, it's probably dealing 5 or 6 damage to your opponent over the course of the game, right? If the game goes long. And if you're the aggressive deck and the game is going long, you probably needed that ability. I don't know. There have been cards in the past with this ability, landfall, deal 1 damage to each opponent. I don't remember them being particularly amazing, but I don't remember them being terrible either. Shantoto Tactician Magician, which is a 0/4. For 1 and a blue and a red. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X+0 for X's amount of mana spent to cast it. If X is 4 more, draw a card. So here's another one of your cards that really cares about the mana value 4 or less non-creature spells, 4 or more. And the flavor text rhymes because apparently this creature speaks in rhymes. This is what I know from people who played FF11, which, again, I really didn't. Summon Fenrir. A friend of mine said she knew this was from 11 just off the names of the abilities. 2 and a green for a 3/2. Crescent Fang on Chapter 1. Search your library for basic land card, put on battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So right there you get another 3 mana Rampant Growth. Then 2 Heaven's Ward Howl. When you next cast your next creature spell this turn, it enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. And then Ecliptic Growl, 3 mana, 3 third chapter. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. And it's going to be dead before that ability resolves, so it has to be pretty much whatever you put the Heaven's Ward Howl on, I would think. The alternate art for this is absolutely, I mean, the normal art is really good, but the other art with all the stars in the background, it's just absolutely phenomenal, just truly spectacular looking. How good is this? I don't know. How likely are you to draw a card off the last ability? If you do, it's a 2-for-1 that also put a +1 counter on it. Like, if you max out the abilities on this, you're really kind of getting there. Windhurst, Federation Center. That's your green-white town, and I don't know what it is. All right. Now, I have at least... I can say more for 12. Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. 2 and a white for a 3/2. She was spoiled relatively near the end. So, and this seems to be some from that... What is that place, that tower you like keep going up in the levels? I think that's where this is from. She's a human rebel noble, so again, that means you can get her with Lyn Civvy. When Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library, so that's a lot of them. You may reveal an artifact from among them, put it into your hand, put the rest in the bottom in random order. So this is basically going to get you the equipment you're looking for. Or like an equipment. You're going to be getting an equipment with this in the blue-red deck, I'm sorry, the red-white deck, or the blue. The blue-white deck is just grabbing any other types of artifact, but I'm imagining most of the times this is used in Limited is going to be to grab in equipment. That would be my guess. How useful is this? Well, she has to attack to do it, and you haven't played the equipment on her yet, so she's probably just dying in combat. But that's fine. You're probably getting a 2-for-1 by doing that. I'm glad Ash got a card at all, because it was looking like she might not by the end, and I really liked her as a character. So, yeah. But how good is it? It's probably fine. So many things are fine. So Balthier and Fran, these are your real leading man and woman of the set. let's show as much of the art as we can here. It is 1 and a red and a green for a 4/3 with reach. Vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach because of course he's a pirate. He's a pilot and a pirate. Whenever a vehicle crewed by Balthier and Fran this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 and a red and a green. If you do, after this phase is additional combat phase. So you get to have multiple attacks if they're crewing a thing and attacking. But their ship is not in here because it was in the Through the Ages as the Smuggler's Copter remake, which we'd really love to. Noticeably, though, if the vehicle crewed by them attacks, if it's the first combat, you can get an additional combat step. It doesn't untap anything, but it gives the vehicles vigilance and reach. So if the vehicle hits them, the vehicle itself will get to attack again and be larger. Balthier was feels like he should have been the main character of the game, and I've heard people speculate that he probably was supposed to be the main character of the game, and then for some reason they gave us Vaughn, who's the worst main character, as a main character. But everybody loves both of these characters. They're great. And how is this effect? Bottom is a 3 mana 4/3 reach. That's the worst case scenario, and that's not bad. Since we were talking about what is a 4 mana 4/3 reach or 4/4 reach earlier. If you have any vehicles, this makes them pretty great. If you ever are triggering that ability, that seems amazing. You get this if you can get a nice vehicle, especially a flying one, then you're probably doing a lot of damage. And then all the arts here are pretty cool. They're just all pretty good. But you can't really see the 12 behind them in this art because they're taking up the frame. But that's fine. Joko Comet. Apparently, there's some version of this in FF14 that kills a bunch of people because it wasn't tuned properly. I don't know. I wasn't playing when it was tuned improperly. I know Choco Comet is an ability from FF16 where it definitely got me killed because I was not expecting it. X and 2 red. Sorcery deals X damage to any target. So this is your uncommon red removal spell with X in it. Then you create a 2/2 bird token with whenever land enters you. How good is this? The problem with fireballing specific creatures is you're usually behind on mana. Your opponent spent 4 mana for a 4/4, and then you had to spend 6 mana to kill it. This refunds you 2 of them by giving you a bird that's worth basically 2 mana. And then every now and then this just kills the opponent because it's any target, not any creature. Most of the X spells that can kill a creature don't also hit a player. Boy, I am crashing. We're about to hit 10 hours. This is the Cid from this game. Cid in this game was openly evil, as opposed to most of the Cids who are only unwittingly evil, or not aware that they're evil, but still pretty evil and commit a fair number of war crimes. Fate of the Suncrist. For and a white. This spell instant costs 2 less to cast, or it targets a tapped creature. Destroy target non-land permanent. They've been giving us more and more cards like this in recent sets. This is like the last ride thing, but it can hit non-land permanents instead of just creatures, but it still costs 3 mana instead of going all the way down to 2. So this is your white common removal spell. This kills all those things that are gigantic and otherwise hard to kill. It does that thing. This effect has been pretty good the last 3 times we've seen it. Leads me to believe this will be good. I don't know that makes it white's best common or anything, but especially since there's another common removal spell coming up when we get to 14. But it's probably pretty good. It's probably going to be one of the better ones. Judge Magister Gabranth. White and a black for a 2/2 menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Judge Magister Gabranth. So it's got to be you control, which is a little weak. I don't know how your other things are dying. I don't know. These abilities feel like they're kind of a little all over the place on him. I know that there's a whole sacrifice theme thing to black, white, and maybe, I don't know. I don't know how likely that deck is to get together, but if you get him big, great. He's a big guy with menace. If not, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as it's something that's going to be a super high pick. You're going to be in a deck that'll have a lot of synergies. You'll be happy when you get one late. That's my thinking on this. There's the plains, where it looks like it's a bunch of meat in the grocery store, but it's crystal stuff. And then there's Robinaster Royal City as the town, which is this is great art. Just phenomenal art. They've really been doing very well with the art. Side quest, Hunt the Mark. This is, of course, from the bounty board where you get all of those side quests. I wanted to go all the way up the chain on this one when I was playing it, but then it just kept making me do other quests before I could get to where some of them were, and it just was taking forever, and I got bored, and I stopped, and I went and I beat the game. 3 black enchantment. Whenever this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. So floor for this, 5 mana, kill anything. Pretty good. Like it's like you wouldn't want to play 5 mana, kill anything sorcery, but if that's the floor, then you're kind of happy about that. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control for this turn, create a treasure token. So you're immediately refunded 1 of that mana. Then if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment. So basically the idea is if 3 times a creature's opponent's control die on 3 like subsequent turns, you get to flip this over, and it becomes a 5/6 Yasmut, the ultimate mark. You can pay 1 in a black, sacrifice another creature or artifact, which could be the treasures you've got. Yasmut gains indestructible. Like in fact, because you get 3, by the time you flip this, you could spend 2 of the treasures to then sacrifice the 3rd treasure to tap it and make it indestructible. This creature, this is the infamous fight in the game that's at the end of this whole line that took like a week to beat or something. Like people just leave the PlayStation on and walk away. These days you can just accelerate it by, you notice he's on the board. In the Zodiac Age version, which I played, you could just speed up combat, but you couldn't speed up all the grinding to get there, so I didn't. But how good is this? I mean, it's 5 mana, kill a creature, get a treasure, with outs to end up with a 5/6, all in one card for a total investment initially of just 5 mana. Which like and if you end up flipping this, you net spend 2 mana, although you know it's not quite the same. A removal spell that costs 2 and one that costs 5, even if it refunds you the mana later, are not the same. And then here's the expanded art version. Undercity Dire Rat. I love that they got in the meme of having to kill rats in a sewer at the beginning of lots of MMOs or RPGs, because that is in fact what they have you doing at the start of this one. And this one's kind of, it shows being the first game made after they'd made an MMO. Undercity Dire Rat, 1 and a black 2/2 rat tail. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. Of course, having a rat tail is a sign of great heroism in a number of Final Fantasy games, such as Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy IV. So you get that here. Dies into a treasure token. 2 mana 2/2 dies to a treasure token. It's going to help you get up to your bigger spells, so it's probably actually going to be fine, right? You'll just trade off with this against the aggressive decks, and it helps you ramp up to what you're trying to do. Again, probably a mid-tier common for black would be my guess. I don't think anybody's like super excited to find this one. Vaughn, Street Thief, 2 and a red for 2/2 human scout. Whenever 1 or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it if you don't create a treasure token. So it's kind of like half a Ragavan whenever you hit them. You exile the card, and then you only get the treasure if you don't cast it. And it doesn't say you can use mana of any type. So you probably might have to exile a few things before you get enough treasures. Now, of course, Ragavan didn't have the mana of any type thing either. Whenever you cast a spell that you don't own, put a ++1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. This is why he works really well with Ragavan, and in addition to that, it also works with like Locke and some of the other rogues that are in this set. Yeah, like once you actually do this, it's just kind of a shame his colors don't line up to play in the Gonti precon that I was playing the other day that I find very fun, because that's all about spells you cast but don't own. But unfortunately, because he's red, he can't fit in that deck. And then here's his alt art. How good is this card? It doesn't have evasion. It's a gray ogre until it actually deals damage to something, or one of your other scouts, one of your other better cards that is a scout, pirate, or rogue deals damage to a player. Its ability at least feeds itself. Like you don't have to. You don't have to have other stuff to enable it, but you probably do, because your opponent's not just letting you attack with a 3 mana 2/2 all that often. And there's going to be plenty of times like you finally build up treasures and you just whiff on the card that you get. So I don't know. He's not like you for a rare. It's not striking me as a thing that's like, oh yeah, this is truly amazing. Vaughn was my least favorite protagonist other than Zidane of all of the games, because the whole game you're like, why are you here? And it feels like a lot of the other characters are kind of asking that too. They're sort of like, why are you here? He just sort of gets tagged along at the very beginning of the game because he just happens to be in the right place at the right time, and then he just never leaves. But he really just has no purpose in the role after the very beginning. It's bizarre. And he's also like always saying something stupid and annoying that everybody hates, and he has to go around saying, I'm Captain Bosch. Vane's Treachery, 1 and a black. You can see him having just murdered his father so that he can become the ruler here. And in fact, it has kicker, sacrifice an artifact or creature, instant, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If it's kicked, -6/-6 instead. So this is basically your Doomblade in that it is the 2-mana card, but it doesn't kill giant things. And because it's size constrained, it's never going to kill Absolute Virtue or some of the other stuff that gets to be really gigantic. That said, every time we've had an effect like this, because there was one like this, I think, in Strixhaven that was just identically this card, but without the name Vane's Treachery. And then there was one that was a weaker version that couldn't sacrifice an artifact and only gave -5/-5 when kickered in, I think, the original Dominaria, and that one was also really good. And so this effect has basically been really good whenever we've seen it, and I think it's going to be really good here. Will it be the top black common? Probably not the top one, but it's probably going to be sort of up there. Okay, Final Fantasy 13. We start off with our Cid. This is another one of the evil Cids that you have to fight. Well, I can't remember if he was really evil exactly, but you definitely have to fight him. Yeah, he's Cid. Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. This is a town. Tap to add 1 colorless. 5 tap, mill 2 cards. Then you may sacrifice this land. When you do, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is just late in the game. You don't need this mana anymore. You just need to get some big permanent back. It's fine. As long as it's not too big a cost in your deck to put a colorless land in, and it usually is, although I've noticed this alt art is just so gorgeous. It makes it look like a theme park or something. If you can afford to put a colorless land into your deck, then this is going to get you some value and be nice in a longer game. And it's a town, and maybe you need towns. Fang, Fearless L'Cie, 2 and a black for a 2/3. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, which happens with all the flashback, all the reanimation stuff, other things that go back to your hand, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Triggers only once each turn. So on its own, with just the front half there, how do we feel about that? It's not amazing. Like it's just a Hurloon Minotaur, which is not good enough if you don't have anything else to do with it. And you have to have a flashback or some other way to do something. So I would not play this card on its own without a deck that has a fairly high number of ways to make things leave my graveyard. I love that you can see Vanille in the background beating up something. And then I really like her alt art. I like her main art too, but her alt art doesn't have Vanille in the background, but it's still nice art. Although I don't know why her hair is pink. I think it's just supposed to be the lighting, but I don't remember her ever having a big shock of pink hair like that in any of the 3/13 games. Grand Pulse Ochu. It is a 1 green for a 1/1 death touch. So this is your standard 1 mana 1/1 death touch. This is one of the things. I think this is the thing that we were like that I was talking about, where I just kept casting death on it over and over again. 8 mana. It gets +1/+1 for each permanent card in your graveyard until end of turn, which is probably a decent number by the time you can cast 8. It's probably like at least, it's probably between 3 and 5 or 6. Yeah, and this is even mentioning the little low chews that go along with it. Ah, boy, that fight. I was up almost as late as I am right now. Oh boy, I have to be somewhere at noon tomorrow. Hope S time. So how good is this? This is probably good. 1 mana, 1/1 death touch by itself has historically been quite playable. The 8 is just irrelevant. You can just ignore it. If it ever comes up, great, you got a bonus. Hope S time. 1 white and 1 blue. 2/2 lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X card, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. So on its own, if you're able to attack with Hope and Hope survives, you're going to make your opponent mill 2. I don't know that you actually want your opponent milling cards that much unless it's an actual win condition. Hope, as I noted way back at the start of this stream 10 hours ago, is not a particularly beloved character in 13. And he makes the very inaccurate statement, which is such a Hope-like comment. If we have the power to destroy Cocoon, then we have the power to save it. That is not true. Things are much easier to destroy than they are to save. Yeah, he's just always saying dumb things in that game. And he's mad at a character for something that's not even their fault throughout most of the game. And, it's just so stupid. I don't like him. He gets better in 13.2, but this is not the 13.2 version. And then his alt art is... Actually, I like his main art is really pretty. Just the way the water looks on all of that. Then his alt art is fine. All right, the island is just early in the game once you've like frozen over a bunch of things when you initially run into the first fallacy that you run into. Okay, Lightning, Army of 1. This is a mythic rare. For 1, a red and a white, it is a 3/2 human soldier. First strike, trample, and lifelink. You don't have to add any other words right there. You've already got a card that's pretty darn good. The first strike, yeah, I mean, first strike, trample, lifelink. You're very likely hitting your opponent here. You're likely to have this thing survive combat. Any kind of bump to it at all is phenomenal. And then stagger. When lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. Now, note, if this is in like standard or something, it doesn't have haste, so it's probably not going to get played in standard. But um, if they're with their own pain lands will hurt them on their turn for twice as much damage. And of course, this is a brilliant reference to the stagger mechanic from 13, which I really enjoyed. You've hit it once, you put it into stagger mode. Now things hit it for extra hard, just like they do in the game. I think this card is like probably going to be one of the best cards in the set in limited, like one of your top pack one pick one things because um, it's cheap. Like the thing is, a lot of these like A level bomb things are, oh yeah, it's this giant 6 mana whatever. You don't always get to cast it. You're very rarely going to die with lightning stuck in your hand, not able to do anything. And lightning is like, imagine lightning as a blocker among other things. A first striking life linking blocker is going to be pretty solid. So I think lightning's amazing. I think lightning's alternate art here is amazing, which I think is by the original person who did lightning's art or something like that. They mentioned it on one of the streams. And then Lightning's other alt art is also great, although I don't think it's as good as the other two arts, but it's all good. I think Lightning's great. I think if you open Lightning, you should play Lightning. This Lightning is from the starter thing, so it doesn't matter for limited. 2 and a red, 2/3 menace. Whenever Lightning deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as you control Lightning. We don't really have to delve into that because it's only in the context of a very specific thing. Um, but sure, it has. I like that it has none of the many abilities that the other Lightning has. There's just like not a ton of synergy between them, but that's fine. It's fine. I always liked Lightning as a character more than everybody else. I think playing it 10 years after the game came out, I didn't have to care about whatever anybody else was talking about. I just got to play the game and like the character. Although by the end of Lightning Returns, they're like intentionally making her less interesting. Like they actually like call that out in the game. They're like, wow, for some reason I feel like I have less emotions or something like that. Oh well. Magic Damper. This is a 1 blue mana instant. Target creature you control gains +1/+1 against hexproof until end turn. Untap it. This is Shore Up or various similar cards like that. This is an effect we've had before. Of late in recent sets, Snakeskin Veil type cards have been very good. This is basically a Snakeskin Veil that instead of leaving the +1/+1 as a counter, untaps it. It's always risky to do it on the untap because, and of course, Fang's thing, she has a lot of like, she's the Sentinel that has like a lot of protection stuff. It's always a little risky to use this to untap a creature to block with it because that means you're not using it in response to a removal spell, which means you're likely to get blown out by a removal spell. But historically, these effects are pretty good. In a set where you've spent 1,000,000 mana on your equipment to equip a giant creature, and your opponent is like, haha, I'm just going to kill it before combat, and you're like, no, you're not. That's this. Snakeskin Veil's been good lately. I imagine it will continue to be good with this card. Ragnarok, Divine Deliverance. We're actually going to take a quick pause on this to show you why we get to this. Which is Vanille Cheerful Lassie, who's doing exactly what she's doing in the Fang thing. And you can see that these are just like paralleled art. Do they have the same artist? Simon Dominic. Yes, they do. And she's also hilarious in her alt art, where she actually kind of looks almost like she'd come from like Princess Mononoke or something. She is 3 and a green for a 3/2. When she enters, you mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from graveyard to your hand. So you're not overpaying by that much to just get a free permanent, any permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. It's not just one of the milled cards. So you get your best permanent card that's in your graveyard back just for playing this. So yeah, you're not overpaying for that giant growth for too much. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanille and a creature named Fang, Fearless Lassie, you may pay 3, a black, and a green. And then if you do exile them, then meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. Now it's worth noting that because it says the beginning of your first main phase, and not the beginning of combat or anything like that, you will have to have both owned and control. You'll have to have played Fang or Vanille on previous turns because you won't have time to play them unless you're, you know, using a Vedalken Orrery or something. You won't have had time to play them before this would trigger. So you have to have had both in play basically for full turn, and one of them costs, Fang costs 3, Vanilla costs 4, and then you need to get up to 5 mana. And by the way, because it's the beginning, note this also, because it is the beginning of your main phase, you have to be able to spend this. You have to have already had 5 lands in play at the start. So you can't be like, oh, it's my 5th turn, I'm going to do this. No, you have to wait until your 6th turn, unless you've got Artifact Ramp, because there's no time to play the land. And so when they meld. This is the only meld card in the set, and it's funny that it has the 13 in the background, but you can't see it. Ragnarok Divine Deliverance, and it is, oh yeah, line this up better. It is a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. Because it has haste, this means the turn you flip it, you will be attacking with it. When Ragnarok dies, destroy target permanents and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you kill your opponent's best thing, you get your best other thing back when Ragnarok dies. Assuming your 7/6 Menace, Reach, Trample, Vigilance, Haste dies, which it probably will. They'll block it with whatever they can to kill it. But then they just lose whatever they have that's best that's left. And then, this is them merging into Ragnarok at the end of the game because they are roommates. They don't have partner with each other. They are not partners. They are roommates. That's totally the case. Absolutely no other indication. If you can get both Fang and Vanille, that's going to be great, but they're 2 uncommons that you have to have both in the same deck, and a bunch of things have to play right, and it's not really going to happen. And I think either side is kind of fine on its own. Note that they have synergy together because Fang's thing triggers off of things leaving your graveyard, which is what Vanille does. So, yeah. They're probably... I would play Vanille by herself. I probably would not play Fang by herself. I would play them together because I want to do the meme, and then it would just never happen. Saz Katzroy, 3 and a green for a rare 3/3 human pilot. When he enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Whenever he attacks with a ++1 counter on target creature, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that. I don't know what Saj has to do with doubling counters, but I can tell you that he has a little chocobo bird that loves living in his hair, and he's a pilot, so he sees the land to search up. The expression on the chocobo is absolutely lovable. I love this chocobo. It is great, and if you ever want to get really sent for a trip, look up the lore on what ends up happening to that chocobo, because it is wild. And then down here, Saj's chocobo, looking less fierce and determined and more happy. 1 green mana, 0/1 landfall. Whenever land enters, put a ++1 counter on this creature. All the chocobos have this landfall, caring about getting bigger. This one just happens to get bigger permanently and on both the front and back. So how is this card? Yeah, it's probably pretty good. How is Saj? Saj is, it's a 4 mana 3/3 that searches up a basic land, like all by itself. That's probably fine. But then it also puts a ++1 counter and doubles all the counters on the creature. So Saj is actually probably going to be one of the really solid top rares, because he's easy to cast and just pumps things really well. And then the chocobo, if you're putting all the counters on this from landfall, then you're making it even giant. So they've got some synergy if you have both. I would play Saj's chocobo by itself. Sarah Farron, 1 green white for a 2/2. The first legendary creature you spell the spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Note, this is not going to work the turn you play it because you already played a legendary creature spell that turn. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah Farron. And she becomes Crystallized Sarah, which is a legendary artifact that makes the first legendary creature spell you cast each turn cost 2 less to cast, and legendary creatures you control get +2/+2. There's a lot of legendary creatures in this set. So it's probably going to pump quite a lot of your creatures. How likely are you to control 2 or more other legendary creatures? Probably pretty likely. This, of course, is the story where she gets branded to be a Lassie who has to do a task, and then she achieves that task so she turns into crystal, which is not a really great reward, and you spend a lot of the game trying to undo that reward. And then she's the protagonist of 13-2, and she's voiced by Laura Bailey. How good is this effect? It's a rare... it's really not doing all that much for a while, right? Because you can't really use it the turn you play it for the discount. The next turn you have to have something that cares about the discount, and you really need to get up to 2 creatures. I mean, it's probably fine. Like this is what again I'm going to play it. It's not going to be terrible, unless you just have no other creatures to cast, or you don't care about the mana savings. I do like the parallel in the art where it's Snow talking to her, doing all the fireworks a few days earlier, and then later when she's turned into a crystal and they're reaching out their hand, like, oh no. Shambling Seath. This is what happens to a Lassie that does not fulfill its goal. 2 and a black for a 3/3. It enters tapped. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay a black to return it from the graveyard to your hand. So it's very slow, just like they are in the game. But it keeps recurring, and this is how you get your value out of things leaving your graveyard. But it wants to do it off of non-creature spells, which I'm not sure is entirely what you're doing with the leave things from your graveyard deck. But I don't know. Once I play with the set, I'll have some vague idea of whether that's a deck that you can actually really do. Otherwise, I don't know. Coming into play tapped, it's like if you spend mana to get this back to your hand, maybe you have to then wait another turn because you just cast a non-creature spell to then play it again, and then it's tapped, so it doesn't do anything for another turn after that. It's a tough sell, but occasionally it'll work. Snowvilliers, 2 and a white for a star 3. Vigilance. Snowvilliers' power is equal to the number of creatures you control. If there's a token deck that makes lots of creatures, he's great. Otherwise, he just kind of punches things, which is what he does in the game. I didn't like him as a character. Summon Brunhilder for 1 and a red for a 2/1. Ability 1 is lore counter 1 is Chain. Exile the top card of your library. During any turn you put a lore counter on this saga, you may play that card. So that means you can play it all the way through until either it dies, because if it dies, you just don't get to do it that turn. Because you would do it that turn if it dies in combat on that turn. But what I mean is, if your opponent kills it on their turn, you then don't get to cast it at all, because you'll never be putting another lore counter on it. And it says this card, so it can't be like another version of it. Gestalt mode for 2 and 3. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, it gains haste until end of turn. Now note that you're only chaining once, so it's only ever getting you 1 extra card. Within the next 2 creatures you play get haste. So this is basically you're attacking once with a 2/1, and you will then get to cast the top card of your library for maybe one of the next 2 turns. I'm a little concerned about how often you might just hit like a 4-drop and not be able to play it. Because there's only 1 card. You're not even choosing between 2. And it only happens once. I'm underwhelmed by this, but I'm prepared to be wrong. This only gets to attack once. I don't know, man. This is... And giving the things haste, like maybe this is for Constructed, because in Constructed, haste matters a lot more than it does in Limited. The alt art is really great. I guess I can say that. I would not pick this highly. Thunder Magic, 1 red, and of course it is lightning casting this, but it is actually Thunder is the name of all of the things, because that's just how it is in Final Fantasy. Thunder for 0 deals 2 damage to target creature. So this is your 2 mana this is your 1 mana deal 2 damage to target creature. Thundara for 3, so 4 mana total, which triggers all of those 4 mana things. Deals 4 damage to target creature. And then it's Thundaga of 5 and a red, so a total of 7, deals 8 to target creature. So this actually would kill the Avatar thing that I mentioned before. I was like, Avatar of Absolute Virtue, it's not going to get killed by anything red. It would be killed by this, which is even a common. You play this for the part that's just a shock on a creature. The ability to then kill a 4-drop if you need to is pretty great. And then the ability to kill basically anything except Bahamut for 6, 7, which is sadly, again, just a little too shy of activating Tela or Ultros. Yeah, I think this is great. This is probably going to be the best red common, right? I don't know that we've seen another red common that is any better than that. All right, now we get to 14, which is the last of the really long things we're going to be looking at. So, I'm going to breathe. I'm going to go grab something else. My throat is getting a little sore, but we're almost done. 81 cards to talk about in Final Fantasy XIV, but once that's done, we're really kind of close to the clear, because there's not very much for 15 or 16. Aether and Pruin. This is, I think it's for Paladins. Is that what it's for? My brother explained this to me. He plays 14. I basically am just playing through it right now just to get through it. but not extensively playing it as an MMO where I'm trying to find all the things. I'm just doing the MSQ and certain select side quests. 6 mana legendary artifact equipment. Equip 5. Equipped creature has base power and toughness XX, where X is your life total. No. I'm just going to say no. 6 mana for equipment is too much to pay on the first side, and then 5 mana to equip. You have spent 11 mana before this has gone onto a creature. Note, though, that it is base power and toughness XX, which is actually worse than just giving it plus X plus X. It's basically turned it into your Sarah avatar. Just making it your avatar. It's got the little medical caduceus on the front. Interesting. Or something like it. Looks a little different between the two arts. In one of them, it looks like the caduceus with the snake wrapped around it. And this one, it looks like it's got a little skull on the bottom. Regardless, do not play this in limited. By the time you can get this out, your life total might not be all that high, especially because you wasted a card in your hand for something that did nothing. The alt art is pretty cool, though. But I don't know the lore context for this, and it's terrible. A Realm Reborn. 4 and 2 green. That, of course, is the name of when they reset Final Fantasy XIV because they realized it wasn't working. Very bold thing to do. And it worked out perfectly. Enchantment, other permanents you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. So this affects all of your lands, but also all of your creatures. Don't. Is what I'm going to say in limited. Just don't. Don't do it in standard. Don't do it in limited. Don't do it in modern. Don't do it in pioneer. Don't do it in vintage. And definitely don't do it in legacy. And don't do it in pauper because you'll get kicked out because it's not a legal card. The alt art. The art for this is the moment at the end of Realm Reborn when basically 3 factions come together to sort of like do some allegiance, just like become allies for Eorzea. But do not play this card in basically any format. I mean, maybe in Commander you want to do this because it makes your treasures reusable, but no, just don't. Note that you could tap your equipment and it wouldn't matter, but again, don't. You need 6 mana before you can even cast this. Okay. Astrologian's Planisphere. 1 and a blue. Job select. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your 3rd card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Diana, equip 2. I never played an Astrologian in the game, but this is one of the few cards in this set being hyped for some constructed things because whenever it's basically a 2 mana 1/1 that gets a +1/+1 counter whenever you cast a non-creature spell. The fact that it also gets 1 when you draw your 3rd card each turn is fine. But primarily, this is it's going to get bigger when you cast non-creature spells, and there's a lot of decks that can take advantage of that. It's also got Equip 2. I don't know how often you're going to be ending up equipping this on something, but you can if you need to. In Limited, how do I feel about this? This is for the non-creature spell deck. You only have to cast 1 before you feel like you didn't get ripped off, but you do have to at least cast 1 before you feel like you didn't get ripped off. If you cast more than 1, you're feeling like you got a pretty good deal. The +1/+1 counter goes on the creature, not the equipment. So if the creature dies, it's undone all of that work. It's not like some of the ones that get charge counters on the equipment. So this is probably actually going to be good because if you're playing blue, you're probably playing a decent number of non-creature spells that make other creatures. And then, so like if you do this, then you play the thing that makes the Magitech armor. You have triggered this, and then once you've triggered this with a spell that you can then equip this onto if the creature, the hero on this one died. Bard's Bow, 2 and a green. Job select. Equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 reach and is a bard in addition to its other types. Perseus's Bow. Equip 6. So the equip here is so prohibitive, we might as well pretend this cannot be equipped, but that's okay because this is, at its floor, a 3 mana 2/2 reach bard. And that's probably fine. Why did my phone just is that Duolingo? Okay. Boy, it is 4 in the morning. Oh no. Okay. My original like outside guess was that this would take 11 hours, and looks like we might be exceeding that. Cid, Timeless Artificer. This is again just your Final Fantasy XIV Cid, which seems to be the one that it's the one that gets the extended art version, so I'm just going to guess that they think that this is the real Cid, quote unquote. Anyway, Bard's Bow, it's a common. If you need a 3 mana 3/3 reach, there you go. And it occasionally, if you ever do use the equip and the creature doesn't get killed in response, you got a lot of value by like having your 3 mana 3/3 reach give something else +2/+2 in reach. Like, you don't want to ever have to spend 6 mana to equip this on something, but if you do, it's probably providing a decent advantage. It's not a good deal for 6 mana, but if you need to, you need to. Circle of Power, 3 and a red, a 3 and a black sorcery. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token whenever this counts non-creature. It also says wizards you control get +1/+1 and gain lifelink until end of turn. So if you cast any additional non-creature spells after this, you will gain life for the damage that they deal to all of your opponents. The one you've just created does not have haste. The 4 mana draw 2, lose 2 cards are usually not great. The 3 mana ones are usually hit or miss. The 4 mana ones are almost always not good. But this also makes the wizard and then gives all your wizards lifelink. So maybe you can make up for some of the tempo you lost by then like attacking and gaining some life to stay alive longer. I don't know. They chose to make it uncommon. We'll find out if that was a worthwhile change on their part. Cloudbound Moogle, 3 and 2 white, 2/3 flying. When this creature enters, put a ++1 counter on target creature plane cycling 2. So this is your white plane cycling thing. It's smaller than a lot of the other ones we saw, but it's also a little bit cheaper. And it puts a counter on anything else, and it's adorable. The important part is that it's adorable. Like, that's really the key. And I assume this is the one from, like, Heaven's Ward, where you find that place of Moogles. But yeah, I think this is probably the weakest of the land cycling ones that we've seen, would be my guess. Just 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer is like, yeah, if you're pumping something else, I don't know. Dark Confidant, this card is well known in Magic. It's a reprint. 1 and a black for 2/1. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library. Put it into your hand, you lose life equal to its mana value. Note that it is a wizard, so it has lots of wizard synergies that exist in this set. The art is pretty cool here, and it's pretty cool over here as well. How good is this card in Limited? I think historically this card has been very good in Limited. I expect this to be a reasonably high pick. It's not really worth money anymore because it's been reprinted into the ground. It used to be like a $40 card, but it's been reprinted into the ground. I don't think it's. I don't know that I wouldn't draft this for money, but yeah, I'm definitely going to play it unless my deck is filled with incredibly expensive things, and I know I'm going to hit all of those expensive things. It's fine. You got to take some risks. It's not power at some cost. It's not power at a reasonable cost. It's greatness at. It's not greatness at some cost. It's not greatness at a reasonable cost. It's greatness at any cost. Dark Knight's Greatsword, 2 and a black. Job select for an uncommon. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. So it's becoming a Dark Knight. It is a 4/1 at its base. And then equip, pay 3 life, activate only once each turn. So the thing for this that is relevant, a 4/1 for 3 is not good. That is, of all the job select things, that is like the worst floor that we've seen, I think. But the equip is only pay 3 life, which means, yeah, you can't pay that too many times, but 0 mana to make one of your other cards +3/+0, especially if it's something that has lifelink. Maybe put this on Steiner, turn Steiner into a Dark Knight. Now all of a sudden Steiner is at least a 4/2, is at least a 6/2 lifelinker. You get your life back. Delivery Moogle, 3 and a white for a flyer. When this creature enters, search your library and/or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, which is probably going to be a job select equipment. One of the cheaper ones from earlier in the night. Reveal it and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. So a 3/1 3/2 flyer is not good enough to play in Magic these days, but it is automatically getting you a card that you can presumably play the next turn. There's a lot of, just right here. Look at the 2 cards that are next to it. The 2 cards that are next to it are both artifact cards with mana value 2 or less. Not only can it search your library, but also your graveyard. So if you've already, it's not a thing like, oh, we drew the cards, now I can't do anything with it. No, you get it from wherever you need it. It goes to your hand. And just look, the fact that both the next cards on the list are things it can search up makes me think this card is going to be pretty good. And putting equipment on a 3/2 flyer is probably also going to be pretty good. Demon Wall, 1 and a black for a 3/3 uncommon defender with menace. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. 5 and a black, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. So this is, of course, in many Final... I don't know why they chose this as the Demon Wall to go with, because there's also ones in Final Fantasy IV, for example. Final Fantasy VI has one as well. Final Fantasy VII has one as well. Although that one's a little different. But in the one in 4, and there's also one in 12, they inch closer and closer to you, and then do something really nasty once they get all the way up to you. Note that this is any type of counter on it. So if you, like, it doesn't even have to be a +1/+1 counter. It can even be like a lifelink counter or a finality counter or anything. So you don't have to wait until you get to 6 mana. I have always been, ever since Theros with the Return Phalanx, I have always been a huge fan of the defensive speed that you get from playing 2 mana 3/3 defenders that can eventually attack. I just like it. I like anything that's just, I can plop this down and it's going to prevent 2 creatures from attacking because they've got 2/2/2s and they're not going to attack with either. Well, I've got this out. And then later, much, much, much later in the game, it becomes a 5/5 and starts beating them in the face. And it becomes a 7/7 the next turn if that's what you need to do. So I like this card. I'm probably going to play this higher than it should be, and I'm probably going to continue loving it regardless of what the actual results are. Dragoon's Lance, 1 and a white for an artifact equipment job select. It gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to your other types. During your turn, an equipped creature has flying. And Gabolg, equip 4. So this is one of the ones you really don't ever want to find yourself equipping on another creature. It's basically just a 2 mana, 2/1 flying on your turn. That seems pretty bad to me, honestly. Born uncommon as well. Am I missing something? The two, because like in a lot of sets, blue will get some kind of 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, and it's usually not even that great. This one is that, but it's only flying on your turn. I mean, if you ever, like, 4 is it's so much to equip. You never want to have to pay that cost. I mean, I guess it's useful if you, I could see a world where you like jump your flyer over and it does whatever and something kills it and it trades off somehow. So then you bring up the next one. You equip this, it gives it flying. So every turn your opponent has to deal with another creature, and basically if your opponent is low on life and doesn't have a lot of flying blockers, they have to find a way to deal with every single creature you play instead of just like one creature. So maybe that's good. I mean, I've been in games where that happens. I don't know. Maybe that's what the play pattern looks like. I'm not thrilled by it at first glance, though, is all I'm going to say. But I mean, I assume you're being the aggressor if you're putting this in your deck, so maybe the fact that it's only flying on your turn is not a big deal. Emmett Selk, the Unsundered. 1 and a blue and a black for a 2/4 vigilance. When Emmett Selk enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Emmett Selk. He transforms into Hades, Sorcerer of Eld. He's a 6/6 avatar with vigilance, an Echo of the Lost. During your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token will be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. And I kind of like, his art here is a very different tone than his art here, which I just find kind of funny. He's looking so happy. He's so happy. He's smiling. Hades is smiling. He's not smiling so much over here, but he's smiling over here. He's very smiling. Oh, he's smiling. Yeah, so I think this was a pretty big spoiler for what's about to happen in Shadowbringers when I get there in a week or so. But I also don't, like, okay, Emmett Selk is Hades. I don't know how much of a reveal that's supposed to be. This was one of the first cards revealed, so I kind of had that spoiler for a while. As I noted when we talked about Emmett Selk earlier, he's supposed to be one of the best villains ever. Is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? It sounds, if he's only an antagonist and not a villain, then he's less evil than Elon Musk, and that's what everybody says. Gaius von Belsar, 2 and 2 black for a 3/2 human soldier. When he enters, choose one. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice, or each player sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice, or each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. Of note, the sacrifices an enchantment of their choice is most likely going to be killing a saga creature. Also of note, a lot of people read this, myself included, to be target player sacrifices or whatever. Like you're making your opponent do this. It is not a Ravenous Chupacabra as an edict. In fact, this is Ravenous Chupacabra is just like, why would you even compare me to this guy? Because Ravenous Chupacabra is just -1/-0 version of this that doesn't have to play all of these games and just straight up kills whatever it wants. This one, you each have to do it. Now, if you choose each player sacrifices a non-token creature or an enchantment, it is entirely possible that you don't even have one, so it is one-sided. But you still don't have control over who's getting killed by it. But if you choose the if you choose the non-token creature, you have this. If you choose the creature token, you might not have one. So the first and third abilities you could presumably get some value off of. If you choose the one in the middle, you're only getting value if you have something worthless to sacrifice. Gaius von Belsar, his famous line is, "Such devastation, this was not my intent." As a result, he is less evil than Elon Musk. Grahatia for 4 and a... Oh, how is this card overall? It's probably fine. 4 and a white for a 3/5 reach. The Allegan Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. I have not met this character yet. I do not know anything about them other than that they will be a Scion reborn at some later point. How's a 5 mana 3/5 reach? Not great. And then occasionally something else of yours dies. It's funny because artifacts that are not creatures, they don't normally say dies for, but it would be really weirdly worded to avoid that. So it does. So I assume you can have non-creature artifacts die. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to say and/or because the creatures would cover it all. I don't know how often you expect your creatures to die, but that does seem to be a theme in black-white. If that theme is well supported, then I think this card would probably be a decent pick because you're drawing a card every turn. Morbid Opportunist was a really good card in the format where it was legal, but this also costs almost twice as much. And okay, but this can be. It's only when yours die, not your opponent's, but it's not just during your turn. It only triggers once each turn, but it's not just during your turn. So if your creatures die on your opponent's turn, then then you still get to draw your card. This card is probably good if that deck is real. Ilmeg Pixie, 1 and a blue for a 2/1. See, this is what I was saying. There's almost always a 2/1 flyer for blue for 2. And this not only is that, but when it attacks, it surveils 1. This just feels better than the Dragoon's Lance on basically every level, except that you can't spend a prohibitive amount of mana to move it later. Look, at some point in this format, I will move a Dragoon's Lance, and I'll be glad I was able to do it. But it's not going to happen super often. All right, but again, so how is this card? This card's probably great. Surveilling seems like it'll be great in this format, and it's on a body that's like priced to move. So there you go. Ishgard the Holy Sea. Faith and Grief is its adventure. It is of course a town. 3 and 2 white. Return up to 2 target artifact and/or enchantment cards from graveyard to hand. So remember when I said before, oh, this seems like this will be the best one in limited? Yeah, I think that's still the best one in limited. Not this one. This one, I really love how gorgeous this city was when we were in it. Anybody who saw my streams over that was just like, oh man, this place is so pretty at night with all the snow falling. Which is why I'm sad the alt art one is like during the day when it's much less pretty. But this is the like gorgeous Ishgard stuff. You're basically, I imagine, getting back summons. And when you do, you're probably happy. If you have the time to do this and not die immediately, you're probably happy. And the cost of putting this in your deck is almost zero. It's not literally zero. You will get in trouble. I have lost games in Dragonstorm of Tarkir because I had a tapped land in that was like a splash third color thing, and it coming into play tapped was an issue. That will happen, but it's a very low cost, given that you can also win some number of games by having Faith and Grief. Loperit Scout, 2 and a green for a 3/2. Rabbit Scout, whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. This is, of course, we saw one of these for Final Fantasy IV, selling us elixirs on the moon. They're involved in Endwalker, as they, again, get you to the moon. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's an effect we've seen before. It's only a 3/2 for 3, which is not a stat line I would ever want to put in my deck unless I absolutely had to. I don't think I'm having enough creatures come into play the same turn in my deck to have that make me excited to play this. This is a card you will probably begrudgingly play, is my guess. Louisoix Sacrifice, 1 blue mana for a rare. There's an additional cost to cast this spell. Sacrifice a legendary creature or pay 2. Very flavorful. Counter target activated ability, triggered ability, or non-creature spell. So if you think of this as 3 mana to counter a non-creature spell, how is that? It's probably not great. The activated ability, triggered ability, you can like stop them from equipping something after they spent 1,000,000 mana on it, which is a nice tempo gain, but you're down a card. I imagine you're almost never sacrificing a legendary creature for this. You're just paying the 2, is my guess. Except there will be like one time you need to. And maybe that security blanket is nice. There's probably going to be a lot of matches where you would not want to leave the 2 mana up because if you leave the 2 mana up and they just don't play anything you want to counter, you're sad. But you leave the 1 mana up so you get more value out of your mana, and then they just don't play the non-creature spell, and you're pretty happy because you're like, great, I used my mana successfully, but if I had to, I could have stopped them. I don't intend to play this in limited. Machinist's Arsenal, 4 and a white for a job select. Equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 for each artifact you control as an artificer. In addition to other types, equip 4. So note right there that because this is an artifact, the 1/1 creature is automatically getting at least a +2/+2. So it is, at the worst case scenario, a 4 mana 3, a 5 mana 3/3, which is unplayably bad. Don't get me wrong. But then of course it can move over to another creature and give that creature +2/+2 for equip 4. Odds are you almost assuredly have at least one other artifact, which means this is almost assuredly +4/+4, which means it is almost assuredly a 5 mana 5/5, which is actually not that bad. It could be much worse than that. Probably isn't, and it's probably even much better than that. It's probably giving +6/+6 a fair number of the time, and sometimes even considerably more than that. So how do we feel about it? I mean, I'm definitely experimenting with it. I really think you're going to have a lot of artifacts in this game, so um, this is probably actually going to be pretty. It's probably going to be like a 5 mana 6/6 that dies into a thing. It's probably going to be another one of those things, like I said, where it's the type of thing where your equipment keeps making a must kill every turn. So this is probably actually pretty good, although 4 mana is a lot. Magitech Scythe, 4 mana for an artifact equipment. A test of your reflexes. This is apparently a reference to something I haven't seen yet. When this equipment enters, you may attach it to target creature you control. If you do, that creature gains first strike until end of turn. It must be blocked this turn. If able, equipped creature gets +2/+1. Equip 2. No, there is no job select on this. You have to have the creature already in play. You then spend the 4 mana, which, if you think about it, is kind of like if it costs 2 mana and then you spent the 2 mana to equip it. So yeah, you can, but you can't play this with flash, but it has to be blocked. So this is like the Masamune. Is this? Oh, this is okay. This is from the starter deck. I was like, as I was reading that, I was like, this is too close to the Masamune. They wouldn't put both of these in the same set. And yeah, no, it's. So we don't have to analyze this in limited because it's never going to come up. I don't have to worry about it. Matoya, Archon Elder. I've seen some people sad that 14 gets so much love, and yet Matoya, who's famously from Final Fantasy 1, is being used for her Final Fantasy 14 version. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would have made it the Final Fantasy 1 version as well, personally. But because Final Fantasy 14 is the most played of all of the games, I'm inclined to think that more people would get the. Well, I mean, if you put in Final Fantasy 1 Matoya and you had a card called Matoya, Final Fantasy 14 people would be like, oh, it's Matoya. So I don't actually know that it matters what you say it's from. It's all called Matoya, and people kind of get the reference. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 human warlock. At rare, whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. This is one of those cards that I like. You read that and you like you perk up a little bit. You're like, really? It's very easy to scry and surveil. Play this with that pixie. Like if you curve that pixie on 2, this on 3, attack with a pixie, you're immediately drawing a card. And then you're probably drawing a card for at least another turn or two. So it's pretty exciting. Yeah, I think this card is probably going to be pretty good, but you have to have, like, in a vacuum, this card just doesn't do anything. So, in limited. So, if you have lots of Scry and Surveil stuff, this card seems like, yeah, you'd be really happy to have in your deck. If you don't, you're in trouble. I did the Matoya stuff a little bit before they spoiled this one, so I was happy to get the reference for this game. But again, it's all kind of the same idea of like it's a witch who lives in a place and does things that involve scrying. But she's even more scrying and surveilling-y in Final Fantasy 1 because that's where she's got her scrying orb that you've got to get back. Namazu Trader. I believe this one was spoiled like the same day I encountered this character in the game. 3 and a black for a 3/4 fish citizen. When this creature enters, you lose 1 life and create a treasure token. That by itself is like, it's not. I would not happily put that in my deck. I wouldn't be like, yeah, I got a Namazu Trader if that's where it ended. But I wouldn't, if I ever had to play it, I'd be like, yeah, sure, it's in here. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2. How often do you want to surveil 2? Well, if you've got Matoya, you want to do it pretty often. How often do you want to do it otherwise? I don't know. Surveil 2 is worth sacrificing a treasure for, would be my guess. So your lost 1 life for the treasure token is probably going to come into a Surveil 2, and Surveil 2 is pretty close to draw a card, even if it's not quite there. So this card is probably filler. Ninja's Blades, 2 and a black for an equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, is a ninja, and has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. That player loses life equal to the discarded card's value, and it's got equip of 2. So at its very floor, this is a 3 mana 2/2 where whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you loot and they lose damage. They lose life equal to the mana value of the card. So it's kind of like Yuriko in that way. Yuriko, but you get to discard any card in your hand, not just the top card you're revealing. So it's the Yuriko ability of like reveal the top card and they lose life equal to its thing. Except instead of that, you do have to discard a card. So it's not purely you're not purely up on card advantage, but you get to discard any other card in your hand. A lot of times, what you want to discard, particularly late in the game, is a land, which is not going to deal any damage to the opponent. So I don't know. Looting is good, but it's a 3-mana 2/2. How often is it going to actually get in there, right? I'm skeptical of Ninja's Blades. Obviously, if you can just keep attacking your opponent with it and getting in, that's great. But I don't know how often that's going to happen. So I'm just going to provisionally say not impressed. Omega, Heartless Evolution, 5, green, blue, for an 8/8. Ability is Legendary Creature Robot, Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to one target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, for X is the number of non-basic lands you control. So it only does this when it enters. It's not when it enters or attacks. I mean, how many non-basic lands are we running here? It's probably at least one with all the towns and stuff, right? But 7 mana, 8/8, tap one creature, put a stun counter on it, gain 1 life is not particularly exciting. If you can go off with this, great. And then you get to it, because it'll be stunned, so you can attack the next turn. It's just funny to me that Omega Weapon, which is like one of the most badass things in the history of Final Fantasy, like every time it appears, it's like, wow, it's the Omega Weapon, it's the super boss fight, and it's like uncommon. Now, it's still an 8/8, but it's just funny that it's an uncommon, not like a mythic. The alt art on this is also spectacular. I have not done the Omega quest chain yet, but I saw people do the one where it does the simulations where you play the Final Fantasy 6 bosses in like Kefka and XDeath. I also have seen it fight Shinryu, but I have not I've not done its full quest line, and I don't really remember when I watched other people do it. That was many years ago, so I didn't know a lot of the context. So how is this card in limited? I'm just gonna say 7 mana is too much for what it's doing. Like maybe your deck has tons and tons of non-basic lands, and even then, okay, if you've got like, what do you have to do before you're super stoked to have put this in your deck? Probably at least 3. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Paladin's Arms, 2 and a white. Job select. It gets +2/+1, has ward 1, and is a knight. And it's got equip 4. So at its floor, it is a 3 mana, 3/2 ward 1. That's not great. We've talked before about how a 3 mana, 3/2 is not a card I would be excited to put in my deck. I would do it very begrudgingly. 4 is a very high equip cost, as I've said multiple times. I feel like the in-between equip cost is 3. 2, you're like, okay, good. 4, you're like, absolutely not. 3 is the one where it's like, it's probably too much, but I don't know that it's too much. I would play this simply because there's a lot of synergies and so forth, but I would hope to never have to pay that equip cost. I don't know. I'm just 4 mana. The ward 1 just doesn't even mean that much, right? And especially since the point of an equipment is that the creature can die and you don't care because you move it over. So why do I care about? I mean, I guess whatever creature you put it on is the ward 1, but I'm not excited. I expect this to be a C minus level card. I mean, maybe C minus D plus level card is what I should say using LR's scoring. Raban, the Bull of Alamigo. Moving my head so you can see that it is a 2/2. 1 and a red for a human warrior. Ward, pay life equal to its power, which is, starts off as 2. Whenever it attacks, attach up to 1 equipment you control the target attacking creature. So let's look down at the other art here. Something I would note, Ward of pay life is just like not really ward, in my opinion. Because when the point of ward is that your opponent wants to kill your thing but can't because they don't have enough mana. If the ward is pay life, they just pay the life, and it's like, fine, whatever, and they kill it. So I don't really feel like that's all that relevant. If in a super aggressive deck, yeah, eventually it's going to wear them down. But the fact that whenever you attach an equipment to something. Look, with all the equipment where I've whined about how the equip cost was way too high, he just doesn't even care. If you have Raban, all of that equipment is effectively free. Not all at once, but like, yeah, he's just going to pick up a new piece of class gear every single turn, and it's going to be great. I think he's going to be fantastic. I think there's so much equipment out there. You take him early as a draft pick, and then you just grab lots of equipment, and he probably gets to do really cool things with it. So I'm going to guess that Raban, in addition to being a fun, beloved character, is going to be a fun, beloved card in the game. Rook Turret, 3 and a blue for a 3/3 flyer. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you draw a card. You may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. This is just the koi fish thing from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. That card was really good there, and I assume it's going to be good here. I don't have any more interesting thoughts. It's probably like C, C plus. You're probably like not taking it highly, but you're happy with them when you get. You're probably happy when you're like, oh, I managed to get two of these things, and they were very like late picks. You're probably happy. Sages, Noliths? I don't know this. 1 and a blue for a job select. And equipped creature gets +1/+0. Has whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature and is a cleric. Equip is 3. So I just said 3 is the point when I'm like not sure how upset I am about it. This is a 2-mana 2/1 with an ability that's basically irrelevant. Of whenever it attacks, untap a target attacking creature. 3 mana is too much to pay for this ability when you move it to another thing. If a 2-mana 2/1 is not good in this format, then I don't want to be playing this. I just don't see where untapping an attacking creature is what I want to be doing. It's like giving pseudo vigilance to another one of your things, but I don't think that's worth playing a 2-mana 2/1. And the equip is 3. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say I don't like this. Swagan, 2 and a blue for a 1/3. Whenever you and then make it a merfolk. Interestingly enough, it's not specifically a Swagan. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It can't be blocked this turn. So this is your common level payoff for the non-creature 4 or more mana spent to cast it stuff. As a 2-mana 1/3, it's going to block things. Like it can stop all of those 2/1 stages stuff. All of those other ones, like it doesn't block the Dragoon because it jumps, but it's blocking a fair number of those 2/1 job select things, which is probably fine. But you're gonna have to use this ability multiple times in order to feel like you're happy with the size of it. Like if you use this once, okay, 2 mana for a 2/4 is pretty good, but you don't feel like you got away with anything. Once you end up with a 3/5, you're probably reasonably happy. But how many 4 mana non-creature spells are you even running in your deck? Is I guess part of the problem. So I don't know. It's probably fine, but again, not something I would take. Not only would I not take it highly, I would take it fairly late in the pack. If I had to take it even mid pack, I'd be pretty unhappy. Samurai's Katana, 2 and a red for an uncommon job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, has trample and haste, and is a samurai equipped 5. So this is a 3 mana 3/3 trample haste, and that alone by itself is fine. And the equip is 5, which is in the I hope I never have to pay this, but it doesn't matter because I already got all of my value. If you ever move this using an ability like Raban's that is free, you will feel like you got away with something, and it will be great. Like say you put this on Raban, and all of a sudden Raban is a 4/4 trample haste. Yeah, it seems pretty nice. The haste isn't going to matter as much at that point, but still. And then we've got our town for blue and white. Side quest card collection. This is for the triple triad in the game. 3 and a blue. Of course, this is just what we all do with our lives with Magic, right? 3 and a blue for an enchantment. When it enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, transform this enchantment. So how often, so would you pay 4 mana, draw 3, discard 2? There have been plenty of formats where draw 3, discard 1 on an enchantment like this. See, for example, some of the trials in the original Amonkhet, where that would be something you would play. But draw 3, discard 2, I'm not happy about that. And how are we getting 8 cards in our graveyard? Well, it's 8 cards of any kind, and this has already put 2 of them there, but I don't know. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed to happen when you want. And what do you get for your giant investment? Really cool art of a Lalafell being really happy riding a card through the air. That's basically, you get a 4/4 flying crew 1. Honestly, if this is just, for all the work this is going to involve, and for the fact that you spent 4 mana to start with, it should just give you a 4/4 flyer. You should not have to have crew 1. Crew 1 is pretty minor, but it should just give you the flyer. I'm doing the Shantoto rhyming here apparently because it's very late. We're about to hit 11 hours. Okay, so how highly would I take this card? Not highly at all, unless I find out that drawing the 3 cards and discarding the 2 cards is like a really important thing to be doing in this format. Summoner's Grimoire. I did play Summoner at first, and then I found it incredibly boring, and now I'm a red mage. 3 and a green for a rare equipment job select. Equipped creature is a shaman in addition to its other types. It has whenever this creature attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. If this card is that card is an enchantment card, i.e., if it's a summon, it enters tapped and attacking. So this lets you, and it's got equip of 3. The equip of 3 is like sure whatever. Creatures that have to attack to put a creature into play from your hand have historically not been great. There was the one in Duskmourn, for example, just recently was not great. It didn't let you put the thing into play tapped and attacking if you had the Enchantment Saga, but this is I'm a no on this one. I'm a no on this one. There's no card advantage in here. All it's doing is letting you spend 4 mana and then maybe 3 mana afterwards to save some amount of mana. Like that's what it's doing, and I don't. It doesn't give the creature any boosts at all. You're going to get a 1/1 that's going to basically suicide attack itself just to let you play a summon. And yeah, sure, I guess you can then equip this onto one of your summons, and then it can summon the next summon. Except it's not drawing you any cards. Like it's. No, I'm not. I don't do this one. Summon Primal Garuda. Let's cycle down to the one that my head is not blocking, where we can see this is pretty sweet art, and this is even sweeter art. 3 and a white for a 3/3. Aerial Blast. This creature deals 4 damage to target tapped. It's a flyer. Step 1 is this creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. 2 and 3 are Slipstream. Another target creature controllers +1/+0 and gains flying until end of turn. This is the uncommon summon. I guess the second and third parts can get some damage in the way that one Rescue the Princess thing from Wilds of Eldraine was occasionally good, but it doesn't also take a creature out for a while. It could kill a creature permanently if they have a tapped creature, I guess. I don't want to hold off on playing my 3/3 flyer just to wait until they have a tapped creature. It just doesn't seem great. I don't know. I don't think this is great, but the summon stuff is generally like if you've got all the stuff that one summons, you want summons, and you will definitely play this as one of your summons. That is my take. Summon Primal Odin 4 and 2 black for a 5/3 Saga Knight. Its step 1 is Gungir, destroy target creature and opponent controls. Okay, so the absolute floor on this is a 6 mana destroy target creature and opponent controls that will also demand another removal spell or something else. Step 2, Zantetskin. This creature gains. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. So, this is probably going to eat 2 of your opponent's cards, is my guess. Because you're going to play it, it's going to kill one of their creatures, and then the next turn you're going to attack with it, and they're going to have to make sure they can, at the very least, jump block this, and because it has 5 power, it is probably going to kill whatever blocks it, which means you're very likely to get a 2-for-1 for this, including the absolute best creature that they had. And then if they jump block it and they're not able to kill it, whatever they jump it with, because whatever they block with has to have at least 3 power, or you're going to get your final step, Hall of Sorrow, draw 2 cards, each player loses 2 life, not just you. So yeah, this is a 4-for-1 unless your opponent is able to block and kill it on the second step, or if they can either block and kill it on that step, or they can kill it with a removal spell. Either way, you're getting a 2-for-1. If they can't do that, you ultimately end up with, like, if they don't have a way to trade off for it in combat, you're probably getting a 4-for-1, and that's pretty great. And then the alt art is also like pretty fantastic. I've not seen Odin in the game yet, so I don't know. I know Zantetskin and Gungir from all of his other appearances. But I do not know his 14 significance. Swamp. This is Midgard Stormer, I believe. I've done that part. It's just like his corpse that you like sort of get him back as a little buddy. The Final Days. This is a sorcery. This is the one that I mentioned earlier when I'm like, what is this horror token from? It's from this. I believe this is from Endwalker because I saw people do this 4 years ago. 2 black sorcery. Create 2 tapped 2/2 horror tokens. If the spell is cast from a graveyard and say create X of those, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Flashback for black, black. Now, it is possible with the flashback that you will not make any with these because you might have 0 creatures in your graveyard, and it doesn't say X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard when you cast the spell, so your opponent could, in theory, somehow remove them from your graveyard before it resolves. That said, 4 mana to make 2/2/2 tokens is already good. The fact that it can flash back in a couple turns to make conceivably even more is just gravy. I would play this card. This is probably going to be a pretty solid black uncommon. The Wandering Minstrel. This apparently is a reference to something I have not done to do like the brutal tier things. Green and a blue for a 1/3 human bard. Lands you control enter untapped, so the amulet players are conceivably happy about that, although you can't get the like double triggers off of Amulet of Vigor and all of that. The Minstrel's Ballad. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, create a 2/2 elemental creature token that's all colors. 3 and the Wooburg, so 9 mana, no, 8 mana. Other creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of towns you control. If you can spend 8 in Wooburg, you probably have an awful lot of towns, but let's be real, this is for like lands control entering untapped. That is your towns coming into play untapped. So you get the 2/2 elemental every turn, every combat of your turns if you've got it. Just going to go out on a limb and say not really for limited. 5 or more towns is probably more than you get in the draft, even if you're trying a lot of the time. You're probably not hitting 3 and a Wooburg. They had that Dragon Relic thing that made the lifelinking dragon in Dragonstorm Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it was that was good, but that one also like made a mana itself, and that was also kind of a format about that. I don't know. I'm not going to be doing this myself. I look forward to losing to my opponent who somehow manages to activate the ability and give +5/+5 to all of their 2/2 elemental creatures. And then the alt art is amusing. The main art, his outfit kind of makes me think of Joshua from 16. And then the alt art is like happier than, I don't know. All right, going down a bit. Ultima. 3 white. Destroy all artifacts and creatures, end the turn. When I first saw this, I didn't get it. I was a little disappointed because I thought Ultima, like the biggest spell, and it's just doing like what cleansing would do, or not cleansing. It's just doing what any number of other cards already have been able to do. And the flavor text is such devastation. This was not my intention. From Gaius von Belsar, which is of course the famous meme line. This is such devastation. But it was pointed out to me after I complained about how underwhelming this was, that because it ends the turn, it means no death triggers happen. Now, if you're playing white in this format, you probably want the death triggers to happen, but if you don't want death triggers for your own creatures, if you don't want death triggers to happen, you don't get any death triggers, and anything that would be destroyed here just ends up being exiled, I believe. Exile all spells and abilities from stack, including this card. Now, they're destroyed. Okay, so the destroyed puts them in the graveyard, so they're in the graveyard before the turn ends. Obviously, this is good if you can somehow cast it as an instant. The art is fantastic on both of them, showing Ultima Weapon doing its thing from the end of Realm Reborn. How highly would I pick this in Limited? Not very highly. 5 mana is a lot for Wrath. And ending the turn means you can't destroy all the creatures and then play anything yourself. And you might want the death triggers. I don't know. I'm not inclined to think that I'm missing out on much if I don't pick this highly. But maybe. Venat, Heart of Hydaelyn. 1 and 2 white. 3/3. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This triggers only once each turn. 7 tap, exile target non-land permanent, transform Venat, activate only as a sorcery. Venat becomes Hydaelyn the Mother Crystal. Indestructible, 4/4, Blessing of Light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control until your next turn. It gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. So this, I'm assuming, is spoiling something for me about Hydaelyn being something, but I have this vague memory of having learned this at some point in the past, and I don't think I've met Venat yet, and when I did, I probably would have remembered who it was, because I would have had that vague memory of watching Endwalker 4 years ago. How is this as a card? 3 mana, 3/3. If it were just the 3 mana, 3/3 with these stats, you'd be like, no, that's not great. You're probably casting at least one legendary spell and drawing at least one card off of it. You're probably really drawing many more than that. Um, but then it's a 3 mana, 3/3 that will then eventually destroy something and become just like an indestructible thing that is going to just put counters on things and draw cards, and it's just going to be ridiculous. I think this card is probably a pretty crazy bomb the way this format looks like it's going to be set up for. Obviously, plenty of times your opponent will kill it before you ever draw any cards or destroy anything, and that's fine. You just have to accept that. But if they don't, and you ever flip this thing, um, that's pretty great. This is the card I noted earlier, though, that has different artists for a front and a back. It's Minoru on the front, and then it is Kai Satsuki on the back. I don't know why this has two different artists for the front and back, but I will point out that the back has, it looks like Amino style art. It's absolutely gorgeous and fantastic, and I really like it. Yes. And so, spoiler alert. White Auracite. This is, of course, Minfilia with her thing to try to trap the Ascian souls. 2 white for an artifact when it enters. So this is your O-ring effect for this format. When the artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and it taps to add a white. It's just interesting that this is an artifact and not an enchantment. They've done things like this before, Glass Casket, for example, but I don't know. It's just interesting. This is it kills anything regardless of its size, sorcery speed. Is this going to be the best white common? Maybe, given that it also produces white mana. We haven't been looking at these things by color because we've been going by set, which I think is kind of more important because for this specific set. So this is not giving me a great evaluation of the limited stuff, but I think that I think this card is going to be one of the top white commons, if not the top. Ishtala Rule. Let's scroll down to the ones where you can see all of the text. 4 blue, 3/5 cat druid. So again, I'm assuming something happens to her that turns her from a druid into a warlock, and makes her want to wear all black. At the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. And if it's the first end step of the turn, there's an additional end step. So basically, it's going to let you. Of course, she's wearing all black on the alt art thing. I don't know if her character, what her arc is going to be in the next couple expansions. So basically, if things have come into play abilities, you get to have them every turn and twice. Because you're exiling it, then it's returned, so you're getting that ability. Then it's another end step, so you get to exile it again and return it again. So anything that has a fun enter the battlefield thing that doesn't also have an until it leaves the battlefield thing, you're just going to get to have multiple times. That seems pretty strong, but 6 mana for 3/5 that doesn't really do anything on its own, because if you don't have anything that is relevant to Blink, that like has a built-in ability on its own, then this card is just doing nothing. It's just a 6 mana 3/5, and that is not acceptable. So I don't know. I'd probably have to already be in the deck before I'd be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I want to be doing. All right, now we get to Xenos Ye Galvis. Again, we'll scroll down to the ones where my head is not blocking quite as much. I, of course, just beat him earlier this week in the Stormblood expansion. There was a bit of a spoiler before this because this card was spoiled a while ago. 3 black for a 4/4. My first friend. When Xenos Ye Galvis enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Xenos Ye Galvis and the chosen creature get -2/-2. When the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, doesn't have to die, just leaves the battlefield, transform Xenos. He transforms into Shinryu Transcendent Rival. He is an 8/8 with flying. When he transforms, choose an opponent. And then Burning Chains. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. So I didn't necessarily know he was going to turn into Shinryu. I sort of did, in that I had seen the end of Endwalker where he's like, is Shinryu, but I didn't know that that would be like relevant in this fight, where they're showing you the top of the place where you fight him. But I mean, it wasn't a major spoiler because I already sort of had that detail. I think this design is fantastic. It's perfect for Xenos. He wants to pick a rival, and then he wants to fight that specific rival. That's just what he wants to do. And when he becomes Shinryu, the idea of doing this in a multiplayer game, obviously this ability does nothing in a normal two-player game. But in EDH, the ability to be like, I hate you, and want to go after that player, and then you win. Like, everybody's going to try to stop you, but like, I'm just going to enjoy that. That's just going to be fun. So I think this is a tremendous design for like what is your dream with this? And I think this gets your imagination going in ways that I think are great. And then of course here's the little arena where you fight him. Yeah, this was a really fun fight as well, by the way. I, of course, was one of the people to die the first time he did the like wing thing because I didn't understand we were all going to get knocked off the edge. I only died to it once. I think he only did it once, but um, I did die to it the first time, as did half the group. I thought it was going to be a wipe. Everybody else was like kind of laughing, but they got us back and we lived. Zodiark, Umbral God. This is 5 black mana. So a total of 5 mana, all of it black, which means you, which I'm just going to say right now, you cannot do this in draft. Just don't try. Just don't. Yeah, sure, somebody's going to cast it at some point in the history of the format. They'll play a mono black deck. They'll get it to go off. It's not going to be you. Don't do it. 5/5 Indestructible God. When Zodiark enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice, rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiark. So it's going to come in at considerably larger than 5/5 because unless your opponent has no creatures or sacrificing at least one creature, it'll be at least a 6/6. It's indestructible. We have noted that there's a number of ways to get rid of indestructible creatures here. For example, the white Auracite is an example. Anything that bounces is probably not great for it. So, yeah, just don't. I was amused to see when I saw them, without knowing any of the context, when I saw somebody doing Endwalker back in 2021, that somebody did Zodiark. Like, Zodiark is just the mid-expansion trial? How crazy is this going to get? And none of those words meant anything to me, but they do now. So, all right, this takes us to Final Fantasy 15, where it is fewer than half the cards we just looked at. Ancient Adamantoise, 5 green, so that is 8 mana total. For an 8/20 Vigilance Ward 3, damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. All damage that would be dealt to you and other permanents you control is dealt to this creature instead. When this creature dies, exile it and create 10 tapped treasure tokens. Don't. I don't know. 8 mana for an 8/20. I don't know. Is this... How good is this? Like, it's just going to get worn down. I don't know. You know what? I said don't because 8 is a lot. But it does keep you alive, right? It's got Ward 3. Maybe they can kill it, but you spent 8 mana. They're probably going to have to use a 5 mana spell to kill it, and they have to pay Ward 3, so they're probably ending up spending about as much mana as you did to kill it. It's got Vigilance. The fact that the damage doesn't get removed. I mean, I love this as a reference just because that Adamantoise famously was said it doesn't actually take 3 days, real-time days to beat, but people kept saying that because of the one Conan bit. So it's just famously a giant, time sink to attack, which makes sense with it being an 8/20. And other permanents you control. I don't know. And it gives you 10 treasure tokens when it dies. I can just imagine worlds where it's going to eat a bunch of things before they can take it down, and it's kept you alive during all of that time while also having Vigilance in Ward 3. Without having ever seen this played in a single game of Magic, I don't know what it's going to be like, but 8 mana is a lot, and it doesn't automatically win you the game, so it's probably too much. I'm just going to start off with my assumption being that is too much. Arden the Usurper. Although you do get more mana back if it dies than you put into it total. So that's value. Arden the Usurper, 5 black for a 4/4 elder human noble. Demons you control have Menace, Lifelink, and Haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, Star Scourge, exile up to 1 target creature card from any graveyard. If you exile a card this way, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 5/5 black demon. So it'll be a 5/5 black demon with Lifelink, Haste, and Menace. Basically, you'll start pillaging your opponent's graveyard for all their best stuff that you've managed to kill, and then it's going to make a 5/5 black demon, which, in order for them to even block, which it doesn't have flying, but it does have Menace, so they'll double block it. At least one of their things will die, and then that thing is what you'll steal the next turn to make the next 5/5, and so on and so on. So the drawback here is that Arden costs 8. That's the drawback. He costs 8, and he's only a 4/4. So he may well just be dying. I will point out that Arden is one of my favorite of the villains in Final Fantasy. I like that he gets 3 different arts here. I think he doesn't get enough respect. He's voiced by Darren DePaul. He sounds fantastic. I really like him. The problem with, he's just so much mana. I like him, but he's so much mana. Like, I would happily play him in, like, Commander in any number of ways, but in draft, 8 mana is a lot. But if you do play it, you're immediately attacking with a 5/5 Lifelink, Menace, and Haste, unless your opponent can kill him immediately. At which point you're probably way ahead because you're getting a free 5/5 Black Demon. So it's basically giving you 9/9 worth of stats for that 8 mana. The fact that it's 4/4 just means it's easier to kill. So the real question is, the first real question is, can your deck cast this? The second real question is he more or less evil than Elon Musk? He, again, was like really genuinely mistreated by the world in a really unfair way. And he's really trying, his goal is to get revenge on a specific family that wronged him. So it's not like he's running around intentionally harming innocent, vulnerable people. He kind of still, it does still happen incidentally, but he's not doing it individually to them. I don't think there's a point other than with Linafreya where you just like actively see him harm somebody who's like not actually a threat or a problem to him. Um, and even then, it's part of the revenge plot, so it like kind of makes sense. I'm gonna say less evil. I'm gonna say less evil. All right. Our Sid for this one is Old Mechanic Sid. He's there. Curl 1 and a white 2/2. For 1 and a white, you can tap target non-enchantment creature. I think it's very important that it's a non-enchantment creature because otherwise you could just stall a saga until it dies. You're probably still getting value from all the triggers on the saga, but they're not going to prevent you from ever attacking with a saga until it dies. 2 is the like reasonable amount to tap a creature. Whenever it's more than that, it's not really that viable. So I don't know. I don't know where this one's going to mean it, but it's a 2 mana 2/2 as the base. So I would definitely play this and then probably just not be tapping things all that often. But if you need to, you need to. I mean, it's worth pointing out that they're going to put all their equipment on one creature and you're going to go, oh yeah, I'm going to tap that. Like, I am a little surprised that in a set that's so built around trying to do all this equipment stuff, they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to let you tap things down at instant speed that are equipped. I'm glad that they don't let you do it to the summons, but pretty rough if they're doing that to the equipped creature. From Father to Son, 1 and a white sorcery. Search your library for a vehicle card, reveal it, put it into your hand. If this spell is cast from a graveyard, put that vehicle onto the battlefield instead, then shuffle. Flashback is 4 and 3 white. So for 7 mana, you can get any vehicle from your deck and put it straight into play. Let me tell you a little something about not playing this card in Limited, because that's what you should do, is not play this card in Limited. The Regalia is cool and all. We'll get to it later. It's a nice dramatic moment from the game, but you have to have a vehicle in your deck. You have to have a vehicle. So you have to say to yourself, what is the best vehicle in my deck? And would I spend 2 extra mana on top of its cost to cast it? Because that's basically what you're doing by doing this. Unless there's a vehicle that says you win the game, I can't imagine this is what you want to be doing. You're just not flashing it back. Gigantoad, 3 and a green for a 4/4. It does not have reach. As long as you control 7 or more lands, this gets +2/+2. This is very low filler. A 4 mana 4/4 reach is like not necessarily good enough these days, and a 4 mana 4/4 that does not have reach and is only later bigger. I'm just gonna say that I don't think this gets there. I could be wrong. Maybe you need that bulk because of the equipped creatures and it's going to be big enough to block certain things, but I'm just going to say that this probably just doesn't do enough. 7 or more lands is a lot of lands. Once you hit that, that's nice, but yeah, I just don't see it. Low tier playable, C- is my guess. Gladiolus, Amicidia? I don't know. They never really said his last name in the game very much. 4 red, green for a 6/6. When he enters, search your library for a land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So you can automatically get any town you want. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters another target creature, so not Gladiolus himself, you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. So you're going to play him, then you're going to play a land, then another one of your creatures is going to get nice and big. Seems fine. 6 mana 6/6 is not the worst thing in the world, even if it's not something you're excited about. But and that's your fail case. And then he ramps you to whatever other stuff you want to do, and then makes a creature big. It's probably fine. Again, I don't feel like this is either a don't play this or a play this. It's just there. Ignis Scientia, 1 and a green and a blue. 2/2. When Ignis enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them into the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. I've come up with a new recipe. 1 green, blue, tap, exile target card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, create a food token. So, just like Gladiolus, he's helping you get land cards into play from your deck. he does it in a worse way than Gladiolus, but also it's you want to ramp more when you're at 3 mana than when you're at 6, so that's helpful. The ability to make food tokens. This card doesn't really do anything with the food tokens, so I don't know. I don't know how much you care about the food tokens. Maybe you're just sacrificing them for things that want you to sacrifice artifacts. It feels like it's almost more here as a meme. Insomnia, Crown. So how good is this going to be in limited? I mean, if you want a 3 mana ramp spell, then it's going to be fine. And if you want to make lots of food that you don't care about, there you go. So I don't know. I don't feel like this. It doesn't seem amazing to me. But then again, there was that 3 mana 1/1 elf that had a similar land ability in one of the core sets way back when that I remember being actually kind of good. So maybe. But the problem is it's already 2 different colors of mana, so it doesn't really fix your mana a ton unless you have a third color and it is specifically that third color that you are missing. Insomnia, Crown City. This is just your land for this. It's got really pretty art. Instant Ramen. This is a card that people really laughed at as a meme because it's funny that this is just a Magic card. They couldn't call it Cup of Noodles because I guess you had a little licensing and all that. But so some of the product placement wasn't gonna. They didn't have the Vivian Westwood dress in here either. Instant Ramen, 2 mana for artifact, food, flash. When it enters, draw a card, 2 tap, sacrifice, gain 3 life. So the thing that's great about this is it's instant ramen and it has flash. So you can play it as an instant, which is what flash means. So it's instant ramen. So yes, it's ramen. You play as an instant. I chuckled. Is it going to be good? Well, there's a lot of ways that you want to sacrifice artifacts in this set, and this has like replaced itself by doing that. So if you don't care about the life, this is a perfect thing to sacrifice because you already got your card back. So in any deck that wants to enable that, this is going to be one of the great things to synergize with those cards. Iron Giant, 7 mana for a 6/6 Vigilance, Reach, Trample. No, that's just too much mana. 7 mana for a 6/6. Those abilities are great, but it's 7 mana, and it doesn't win the game immediately. And yeah, I mean, when you play it, it probably is going to be play a substantial role in beating the game. But if they just suplex this, it's so rough. It's so rough. Magitech Infantry. This is a 1/1. One white mana for a 1/1. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact, which is probably not that hard to do. 2 and a white. Search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, put it onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So you play this, then you search out the other one, and now they're both giving each other +1/+0. So you've got 2/2/2s for a total of you've got 2/2/1s for a total investment of 4 mana, which is not the worst thing in the world. Plus, you're basically sort of up a card. So it's kind of like those in a lot of sets. There's a 4 mana create 2/2 tokens. We already saw that with the End of Days one, and I said, hey, these cards are pretty good. Where are we at? We are almost done. We are halfway through 15. So and we're 11 and a half hours into this. My brain is shutting off. The commentary is considerably worse than it was at the beginning, and it wasn't that good to start with. Yeah, so would I play Magitech Infantry? There have been cards like this before, and they have not been particularly amazing. Whisper Squad was one from a few years ago. I don't think this is going to be amazing, but the artifact synergies might be worth it. So I don't know. This is one of those maybe, which is the case for a lot of them. There's some things where you're like, yeah, I know this is going to be something I'm going to play and be good, but there you go. You made an aggro deck in for standard or I'm assuming you are not able to draft the set yet. Marlborough. I'm kind of sad it couldn't be the full Marlborough, but it's also not a Morble, so I don't know how they decide what they're going to name these for which thing. 4, black, 4/4, bad breath. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. Swamp Cycling 2. It's funny that it does the bad breath thing of a whole bunch of negative status effects on them. EDH, nice. I'll be making a Terra deck as soon as I can get my hands on the Terra, the main set Terra. The Marlborough here, it doesn't give poison counters, which makes me sad, and they've sort of established with Murders at Karlov Manor that they don't actually mind randomly putting a single poison thing in the set, plus the Finn the Fangbearer in this set as a Through the Ages card also involves poison, so I think Marlborough should have been allowed to give you some poison counters. That is just my take. That said, how good is this card? Well, loses 2 life, discards a card, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library is not not an amazing thing. So you're spending 6 mana for a 4/4 that is I mean, the opponent discarding a card is really the 6 mana for 4/4 opponent discards a card is not particularly worth it. Adding on 2 life and exiling the top 3 cards of the library is not really worth it. So I don't think this one is particularly good. I think it's probably better than the Moogle, although I could be wrong because it depends on whether the Moogle being a potential 3/4 flyer is where you want to be. But the Swamp Cycling makes up for a lot of sins. I'll be honest about that. So I probably still would play it, but not be overly happy. Okay, Noctis, Prince of Lucius. 1 and a white and a blue and a black for a 4/3 human noble lifelink. So this is 4 mana for a 4/3 lifelink, which is not a bad set of stats, but it's full Esper, so it's not easy to cast. You may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, it enters with a finality counter on it. I don't know how often your equipment is getting into your graveyard. Now, it could be that it's getting milled. If it's getting milled, that's great. He's got lifelink, so mill some big equipment, cast it from your graveyard. You lose the 3 life, but you equip it to him. He's now gaining you back that life, and it doesn't really matter that the equipment has a finality counter on it because they're probably not destroying the equipment instead of the creature, right? It's probably not that relevant because equipment is unlikely to die in combat or anything. They have to specifically use a spell to destroy it, which I don't think they're going to do for all but the best equipment. I think this is really sweet art, by the way. I think this guy, his playability is going to be. I don't know how often you're getting the artifacts in the graveyard, and I don't know how often you're playing full Esper. If you're doing those things, it seems like he's pretty good, but I really love his art. Both his normal one and his alt art. It's just nice. I really love just all of what's going on here with the Armiger. Plains. This is, of course, you driving through the desert with your car. Sadly, they're all driving through the desert, not pushing it. It's not quite as funny, but there you go. And so the next card up is Prompto, and this is where we point out that he's Esper. Prompto is red. Gladiolus is Gruul. Prompto is Simic, and as a result, you cannot, if you make Noctis your commander, you cannot play any of his friends in the same deck. The color identities don't line up. That said, if anyone ever comes to me and says, I have a Noctis deck and I want to play Prompto and Gladiolus and Ignis in it, I'm going to say, absolutely, my friend, play away. As long as they're not doing that as a backdoor's way to squeeze other red and green spells in. If their goal is just to get the whole team together, 100% they can do that. The most important thing about the Prompto Argentum card is that he's taking a selfie while Gladiolus is doing the real work in the background, just like in the game. Perfect fit for the character. I laughed out loud when I saw this. Great. It is 1 and a red for a 2/2 with haste. Its ability is Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana is spent to cast it, create a treasure token. 2 mana 2/2 haste is not that great. Getting a treasure off of your non-creature spells is fine. I think it adds up to a card that you're happy to play. I don't think you're like stoked by it. You're not like, yay, Prompto. But I think not that I was ever like that in the game either. But yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. And then his alt art is also the problem is his alt art is way worse than his normal art just because it's perfectly good art, but it's not hilarious. It's not funny. I laughed really hard when I saw this art. Okay. Now we're down to the Ring of the Lucii. 4 mana for a legendary artifact. Taps to add 2 colorless. And 2 tap, pay 1 life, destroy target non-land or tap target. I read it as destroy there because I'm late and it's tired. Or it's late and I'm tired. Oh, boy. So it's an icy manipulator that costs twice as much to activate, and you have to pay life to do it. That's still not necessarily bad, especially since its fail case is that it is a Sisei's ring, but Sisei's ring was pretty bad. So I don't know. Are you really needing to ramp up to 6 or 7 off of this ring? Probably not. It doesn't kill the thing, which I assumed it should, because the Ring of the Lucii kills things in the game. That's literally all it does. It doesn't make things get slightly inconvenienced. It kills them. But I don't know. Unless you've got a lot of really expensive cards, I don't picture playing this to be a wise idea. You can't even tap it for the 2 mana and then use that to tap the thing. Side quest, catch a fish. This was the first side quest that was spoiled, and then we didn't see another side quest for a very long time, and so I thought there'd be more of these than there are. 2 and a white. Enchantment, to the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or a creature card, you can reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card into your hand this way, create a food token, and transform this enchantment. So it draws you a card, but it draws you a card that is probably half of your deck probably flips this thing. So it's very close to 3 mana at the beginning of your next turn, draw a card, and then flip this. And then it also makes the food, so whatever you like wasted your time doing this, you can get some of that life back at least. And then it just becomes a land, which is Camping Quixite, which is tapped to add 1 white, 3 tap, sacrifice an artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, activate as a sorcery. So the idea is, first off, this is actually kind of ramp. So if you flip this, if you play this on turn 3, flip it on turn 4, you're straight up to 5 mana because the land comes into play untapped, correct? Yes. The enchantment is untapped, so you just have a land that taps for white. And then you sacrifice the food to put a +1/+1 counter on all of your creatures. Like that's basically what it does. I mean, this seems fine. It's like there's a lot going on, just enough that. And of course, you'll notice the camping gear is not branded, just like the Capo Noodles. If you are, yeah, if you flip this immediately, that seems kind of good. Because it has drawn you a card, and then it's replaced itself while also making a land. It leaves a lot behind. There's a lot going on with this. I mean, it just leaves you with a whole bunch of value. As long as you can afford as long as you can afford to spend 3 mana to do nothing, this actually seems, seems pretty good in drafts. Maybe I'm just getting sleepy, but I feel like that's actually worth it. Summon Leviathan, 4 blue for a 6/6 with Ward 2. Step 1, return each creature that isn't a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent to return his hand. Steps 2 and 3, until end of turn, whenever a Kraken, Leviathan, Merfolk, Octopus, or Serpent attacks, draw a card. The Close deck, KLOS, for Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, and Serpent, gets a new card. There's a whole bunch of cards that randomly care about exactly those creature types, and it's always tempting to build a commander deck around them. You've got like Quest for Ula's Temple, you've got that Kiora's Crashing Wave, or whatever it is, that returns all of the those things to their hands. I think that's the one where Kiora in the flavor text is using Bident of Thassa and saying, I can see why this appeals to Thassa. I think so, but it could be, it's very late. My biggest objection to this card is that it's not a giant 40-minute long unskippable cutscene that pretends you have to press buttons. Because, boy, that fight was not the best use of my time. It was really cool for the first 2 minutes, and then it just kind of kept going. This thing should have infinity toughness for that reason. That said, as an actual card to play, I mean, it's you play it and it's immediately bouncing probably every creature. It's not. There are Merfolk in this set. There are Leviathans like Sin. It's probably bouncing every creature that isn't this. And then the next turn it gets to attack, and you draw a card. And and it's got Ward 2, so it's probably surviving to do that. And the alt art has, again, we got the Great Wave. Really love the art on both of these. I think this is pretty good. I think this is probably a very solid card. It's going to get you out of a few jams by resetting the board and then drawing new cards. So, unfortunately, the third ability, it can't attack itself that turn because it's going to die. You'll have to have another Leviathan, Kraken, Merfolk, or Octopus, or Serpent, which I don't know if you do. If you do, you draw a second card, but you don't really need that because if this is just bounce every creature, draw a card, deal 6 to your opponent, that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, Summon Titan. This is going to be a 3 green 7/7 with Reach and Trample. Step 1 is to mill 5 cards. Step 2 is to return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Step 3 is until end of turn, another target creature you control gains trample and +X, where X is the number of lands you control. So if you're milling 5 cards and then returning all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, you're probably putting at least 2 lands into play there. You already had 2 lands, so it's probably giving the other creature +7/+7 and trample, which seems really good. And that's on top of the fact that on the second turn, it probably attacked for 7 with trample. So this actually seems great. I don't think I'd bothered to really read this card before, but all the abilities together kind of add up. I think this is probably like a very good rare. Like this is probably, you're not necessarily like, oh, this is one of the best cards in the set, but you're probably like, this is one of the better rares you could have. And it ramps you to any other crazy stuff you want to do. I'm just assuming there's going to be lots of use for mana in this game. And then here's its alt art, which is also pretty good. So, the Regalia. 4 mana for a legendary artifact vehicle 4/4. Haste crew 1. Whenever it attacks, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put it onto the battlefield tapped and the rest on the bottom in any order. I think this is pretty good because crew 1 is pretty easy to achieve. It's got haste, so you get to do it the turn you play it, and it's until you get a land card. Like, you are getting that land. So it is going to ramp you, and is probably trading off for something else. You're probably getting a straight 2-for-1 off of that, as well as a certain element of ramp, which they should do because the Regalia is like, you know, the fifth cast member in that game, and yeah, I think this is fine. I don't know that this is like an amazing crazy bomb, but it's like a really solid rare. Like, I'd take this over most of the uncommons, certainly. I think. Yeah, I think I'm happy whenever I'm playing this. And if they can't kill it and you just keep getting lands, I mean, that not only is that taking lands out of your deck, but you're getting ramp that you might or might not need. Would depend. But I think Regalia is pretty good. This is just the traveling chocobo, but it's the black chocobo version of it, which is in Japanese and is only in Japanese, and it's it's the same card that it was in the other game. I don't know why it's in Final Fantasy 15 and not one of the other ones. I don't know if that's like a weird typo or something, or if there just weren't black chocobos in Final Fantasy 7, and so they had to put it here. I don't know. Okay. Now, on to the last 34 cards stand between me and the sweet, sweet embrace of sleep. Ambrosia Whiteheart, 1 colorless, 1 white, 2/2 flash, bird. When Ambrosia Whiteheart enters, you may return another permanent. You don't have to target another permanent. You may return another permanent you control to owner's hand. So that can be a land to pump all of your chocobos. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Ambrosia Whiteheart gets +1/+1 to life. So it's got the standard chocobo ability, but it is white and it has flash, and it lets you bounce lands to buff your other chocobos. Its art for the alt art thing here, it looks kind of amazing. I just love the composition of this piece. It's just really pretty. How is the card itself? I mean, 2 mana 2/2 flash, you can bounce another permanent, which might be a permanent that's about to die. Like, that alone is a card that's usually in a lot of sets, and it's usually worth something. Like, it's usually fine. It doesn't give you any benefits for that, like the Kirin in the most recent set. So it's probably worse than that Kirin, but that Kirin was pretty good. If you can pump all of your chocobos, it's probably fine. Again, this is probably like a 4th or 5th pick card you're happy with, maybe, depending if you're doing chocobos. Maybe lower than that. I don't know. That I said that out loud and it sounded a little too optimistic, but my brain has turned off. I liked Ambrosia in the game. Capital Cities. This, of course, is for the Empire of Sandbrak. Do I think that Ambrosia is a good commander card, like as the commander? No. I don't think it's good as the commander, but would I put it in a commander deck? If you've got a lot of comes into play abilities, if you're playing the Chocobo deck, the Choco deck, where you are trying to like play lots of Chocobos and use their abilities, I would absolutely play this, because it's definitely going to help with that landfall stuff, while also saving something that might be about to die. Yeah, I think it does what you're looking for if you're doing the Choco deck. In just a generic deck, I think there's other better versions of this, like the Kirin from Tarkir Dragonstorm, which is just a version of this that just also has flying and draws a card if what you're bouncing is a token. Capital City. Town, tap, add 1 colorless, 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color, and cycling 2. The 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color land is usually pretty bad. It's probably bad here for that, but it has cycling 2, which they don't normally have on the filter land thing. So this is probably better than your standard version of that. Is that good enough? I don't know that being a town that comes into play untapped, I don't know if that's good enough. I don't know. There's lots of cards that care about towns, but I don't know that any of them reward you enough for me to like really be excited. Sid, Timeless Artificer. I think this is the best Sid in any of the Final Fantasy games. He's just the most likable. His voice performance is fantastic, and he's just entertaining. I really like this Sid. Clash of the Icons. 1 green mana for a sorcery. This is, of course, when you're fighting Bahamut as, you're fighting Titan as Ifrit. Choose one or more. So you can choose all 3 of these if you want. Target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. Okay. Remove a lore counter from a saga you control, which means that the next turn when you put another counter on it, it will have its ability again. And put a lore counter on target saga you control. So you could remove a lore counter and then put one on to redo one that you already have. That's kind of funny. And then also the creature you control fights another creature an opponent controls. 1 mana for a fighting creature, which is prey upon, has at sorcery speed has historically not been good. But this gives you the other value of letting your summons do crazy things. You can either keep one alive longer and then have one other one do some crazy thing at that time, or you could just re-trigger the ability from one of them. Also this art for Sid has the like daggers going into the thing. I like that. I think all told, Clash of the Icons with in a deck with a lot of summons is going to do its work. It's going to do its work, I think. But I think most of the things you'd want to use with it. Oh wow, this alt art is sweet for it. That fight was so cool, and yet it just kept happening. If it had just ended when you did the like 2 million damage final mega move and didn't go into an entire last phase for no particular reason, I probably would have been a lot happier with it. If I have lots of summons, I'm happy to take this. Or creatures that I think are going to win fights a lot, maybe, but it needs other stuff with it. Clive, Ifrit's dominant, 4 red for a 5/5 human noble warrior. When Clive enters, you can discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red, which is at least 2 because you've got Clive. And you may do this. If you have more than 2 cards in hand, you don't have to. 4 red, tap. Exile Clive, then return it to the battlefield, transform to its owner's control, activate as a sorcery. It becomes Ifrit, Warden of Inferno, which is a 9/9. Step 1 is Lunge. Ifrit fights up to 1 other target creature, which, by the way, Clash of the Icons with Ifrit is pretty good because Ifrit is a 9/9, he's going to win the fight. So it's a great ability for Navigator. And then 2 and 3 is Brimstone. Add 4 red. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it, then return it to the battlefield front face up. So, of course, this is relevant to note because only the ones from the dominance in Final Fantasy XVI do this, but when they go through their chapters, they come back. So you can just keep doing it a bunch of times. Like you have to spend 6 mana every time you want to flip Clive, but if they can't kill Clive and you can get to the 6 mana, you're just going to keep. And because it's exiled then returned, that means Clive will be entering again, which means you can discard your hand again and draw cards equal to your devotion to red again. So if your hand is empty and then this thing goes off, you can immediately discard the nothing, although it probably won't be nothing because if it's the start of your first main phase, you would have just drawn a card. But you're drawing cards. You're getting back to cards, and then you're spending 6 mana, not that turn because he's got Summoning Sickness. And then you're just fighting another creature again with your 9/9, so you're winning the fight. So presumably, if they can't kill Clive at some point, they're going to lose the game. I don't know how your opponent is winning the game if they can't deal with Clive. And then the alt art is also just really, really, really freaking sweet. This alt art is fine. It's not as cool as the other art, just because the other art is like doing really, really neat stuff, and this one is just like I'm in front of the number 16. It's just not quite as cool conceptually. Not the artist's fault. Okay, so there were 5 versions of Clive. So now we're down to Clive's Hideaway. Land, Town, Hideaway 4, which is ironic, of course the Hideaway has a hideaway, which, for people who are unfamiliar with that ability from back in Lorwyn, when this land enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library, exile one of them face down, then put it on the bottom, put the rest on the bottom and land in order. So this is taking a particular card that you like to the top 4, hiding it here for when you can eventually use it. Hideaway used to mean that they came into play tapped, but they changed that in New Capenna because they were putting on enchantments, and they're like, this doesn't matter if it's tapped. Why do we have this as a part of the ability? The other cards now just say they do it tapped. So this town taps for a colorless, but it always gets to do that the turn it comes into play. It doesn't have to come into play tap. And then 2 tap, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost if you control 4 or more legendary creatures. So it's kind of like just straight up drawing a card if you have 4 or more legendary creatures, which in this format you probably are eventually getting to, but not for a while. So I don't know. I don't. It's hard to guess how good this is going to be. The hideaway stuff has historically been pretty good. I don't know how hard it is going to be to get 4 out, but you have to spend 2 and tap to do that. So you basically are spending 3 extra mana because this itself is a land that could have produced mana to be able to cast that card. Now you know what the card is because you get to see it, but boy, that's a big ask. I don't know. It all adds up to something that just feels a little too clunky. Maybe, maybe not. Deadly Embrace, 3 black, black, sorcery, destroy target creature an opponent controls. Then draw a card for each creature that died this turn. 5 mana for destroying a creature, I've said earlier, is too much. 5 mana to destroy a creature and then draw a card at sorcery speed. This feels a lot worse than Annihilate from Invasion. Um, it's each creature, so it could end up being a lot more. Why is this rare? It just feels weird for this to be rare. It's just so clunky. At rare, you'd think they could give it to you as an instant. I don't know. I don't know. The fact that this is rare and it's sorcery for 5, when you cast this, you are gonna. It's gonna feel nice if you killed something that costs at least 5 mana. It's gonna feel bad if it's anything else. Even the draw a card bit at the end is just not. I don't know. I'm not. I would probably take any of these slightly cheaper. Like I would take the 4 mana common one over this. I think 4 mana to destroy any creature at instant speed. It just seems better, but who knows how well my brain is functioning now. Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. This is, you'll see, a 3/3. For 3 and a white, Dragonfire dive during your turn. He and other knights you control have flying. So all of your knights have flying, not just ones that are dragoons in the context of this set. He's very generous. When Dion enters, create a 2/2 white knight creature token. It's Lawrence, his roommate. 4 tap, exile Dion, then return it to the battlefield, transform his owner's control, activate on his sorcery. Let's scroll down to the other art here to show everything at once. Gorgeous art of the field here. Gorgeous art of him with the flower from Sanbreque. When he flips over, he becomes Bahamut, Warden of Light. He is a 5/5 flyer, so he's smaller than the one from 10. I already talked about my feelings on that. 1 and 2 are put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control, because Dion is very generous. Those creatures gain flying into London, very selfless and wants to help everybody else. And then the final chapter is Gigaflare, destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, then return it to the battlefield. So again, if they can't deal with Dion, you're just going to keep flipping over to Bahamut, and every 3rd turn destroy a target permanent while also just putting tons of +1/+1 counters on all of your creatures and giving them flying. Seems like it's going to be hard for them to win if that's what happens. I'm just going to say Dion is probably a bomb because he's 4 mana for a 3/3 that also makes the 2/2. So effectively, he's 4 mana for 5/5 worth of flying stats. And then you get to flip him into Bahamut, boost everything even further, and then eventually kill a permanent. I just have to feel that it's a little slow because you have to play him, get up to 6 mana, have him not have summoning sickness, activate the ability, then you have to wait 2 turns for him to destroy a permanent. But I really feel like you're getting there, right? And because you exile Bahamut then return it to the battlefield, that means you're getting to make another knight when you do that. Poor Lawrence is just getting like replaced over and over again. So yeah, I think that card's going to be pretty good. Dion is also like everybody's favorite character from that game, other than Sid or Torgal, but like pretty much near the top. So I'm really happy that Dion got a good card. Jill, Shiva's Dominant, 2 and a blue for a 2/2. When Jill enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So she's straight up a Mana War, like right off the bat. Mana Wars are usually pretty good, so definitely happy about that. 3 blue blue, tap, exile Jill, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery. Jill, by the way, I loved her outfit so much in that game. It's funny that her hair looks black and then it's the white over here for the other art, but I think it's just the lighting here. So her hair was white, wasn't it? I'm not going crazy. It was black when she was little. You don't think you're asking if Jill is good for Commander? I think Jill is good for Commander. Let me try to remind what the other flavor is. So she flips into a 4/5. Target creature can't be blocked this turn twice. Then Cold Snap, tap all lands your opponent's control, exile Shiva, then return it to the battlefield. So you're tapping all your opponent's lands so you can get away with whatever you want to do. And so she's bouncing a creature when she comes back into play. I actually think it's quite viable because um, she is going to. Um, I think it's viable because I just had to check whether her hair was always white. It was just driving me crazy all of a sudden. Um, yeah, it should be white. But I think that isn't it. Doesn't it go like white like after you fight her and whatever? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's been at this point I guess it's been 2 years since I played Final Fantasy 16. The fact that every time it bounces back every couple turns, it is going to return one of their permanents to their non-land permanents, so not just creatures, to their hand. Like you can bounce equipment that they spend lots of money. I guess you bounce the creature, but I don't know. In Commander, it's very slow. I guess one of the things in Commander is sagas in general are a little weaker in Commander just because things that take a lot of turns are worse in Commander because you just don't get that many turns yourself. Or it's just so much time between turns. Maybe I'm just impatient and that's how I feel. Um, but I mean, the fact of the matter is, if your opponent has some scary thing in play, whoever's got the scary thing, just playing her as a mana war, just coming in, bouncing it, um, that's pretty good on its own, right? Like it's just incidentally making one of your opponents replay some gigantic, expensive commander that they played to stall one of the crazy stuff they're trying to do. But I feel like the Shiva side of it doesn't really do all that much, so maybe it's not good enough. I was thinking when I said, yeah, of course, and then I flipped over to the Shiva side and was like, oh, it doesn't really do that much. Maybe. Joshua Phoenix is dominant. One and a red and a white for a 3/4. When he enters, you can discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. So similar ability to Clive's there, which makes sense. They are brothers. 3 red, white, tap. Exile Joshua, return to the battlefield transformed. Activate only as a sorcery. And so then he becomes Phoenix, Warden of Fire. 4/4 Flying Lifelink, does not have haste. A lot of Phoenixes in Magic have haste, this one does not. Rising Flames, Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent. So it does that twice, but this is actually worth noting. The Rising Flames ability is basically like it having haste if it were a 2/2, because it's actually 4/4. So basically, over the course of that, it's going to, sort of, when you flip it over, it'll deal 2 to the opponent, you'll gain the 2 life because it has lifelink. And then it'll deal the 2 the next turn, and it'll attack for 4. Flames of Rebirth, on the 3rd chapter, return any number of target creature cards with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then you exile Phoenix, then return it to the battlefield. So you get Joshua again, at which point you can discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Bear in mind, if you discarded, you can discard creatures when you initially play Joshua that you intend to get back with Phoenix when you get there. Total mana value is 6 or less. And so note that that means that he gets Clive back if you have them together. That said, you probably do not have Clive and Joshua in the same deck. Only one of them is a mythic, but it's still unlikely. So how do we feel about this overall? 3 mana for a 3/4 that lets you double Rummage is pretty good. So by itself, it's like the floor on this is pretty nice. And then if you go off with and then you end up with this Phoenix thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna say this card's good. I think this is going to be probably. Is it going to be one of the better cards in the set? I don't know, but if the opponent can't kill it, you end up just gaining a whole bunch of life and getting a bunch of creatures back, and that seems pretty good. Oh wow, this alternate art is like very striking. I just like it. Sometimes you flip these things and you're like, wow, it just sort of like pushed back a bit for the art, like I was with the Vincent one. So I'm going to say that Joshua is probably pretty great. Am I going to keep streaming after? No, I've been doing this for, it's about to be 12 hours. I'm going to go to bed and I'm going to collapse into sleep. That is what is going to happen as soon as we finish this. And then I don't know if I'll ever wake up again. And given that I have to be up at 10 in the morning, this is probably not going to be great. Judgment Bolt. 3 and a red for a rare instant. Judgment Bolt deals 5 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller. X is the number of equipment you control. I mean, the X damage to their controller is basically trinket text, but it will deal. It's basically just 4 mana, deal 5 to a thing, and that's probably going to kill it. Which again, just like the Deadly Embrace, seems a little like lackluster to be a rare. It feels like this card should be an uncommon, but I'm assuming if they made it rare, they made it rare for a reason. They really put their work into these things. So So anyway, but that's going to be like a premium removal spell, I would think. 4 mana to kill almost anything. But I don't know, maybe 5 isn't enough. I don't know what the magic toughness is going to be. Torgal, a fine hound. 1 and a green. I'm very sad that none of the abilities here are my wounds, boy. Whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control, which is probably going to be 1 here. And then tap, add 1 mana of any color. So Torgal ramps you and makes the humans bigger. Torgal seems great. I just a 2 mana 2/2 that taps for 1 mana of any color is already good. Almost everything, most of the craziest, most of the best like legends and everything in the set are going to be humans anyway. So and they're all just getting bigger. Only the first each turn, but it's for each dog or wolf. So if you have other dogs or wolves, I don't remember how many others there are in this format. I don't remember seeing possibly any other ones. I guess Angelo helps you pump them with Torgal. Um, so yeah, Torgal a Fine Hound is Torgal a fine card, and its art is great here, and its art is great when it's turned into its like super wolf form later as well. So I really like this card. Ultima Origin of Oblivion. Ultima Origin of Oblivion is 5 mana for a 4/4 Flying God. Whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it, it loses all land types and abilities and has tap, add 1 colorless. Whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. 5 mana for a 4/4 flyer is not amazing in draft. I would not. I would be like, I'll probably put it. Maybe I'll put it in the deck, depending. Um, he can slowly drain away your opponent's ability to cast colored spells, which honestly seems like. I mean, by the time you're doing this, it's going to take 5 turns of a 5/5 flyer attacking to like truly screw them on colors of mana, like to make it where they can't play anything anymore. Part of the idea here, I think, is you can put blight counters on your own lands to make them add additional colorless, which is not really a thing you want to do in limited. Um, but I think just like if your opponent's got a greedy mana base, you can screw them over that way. The alt art on this one is weird, um, but so how good does this come out to? This is probably fine. A 4/4 flyer for 5 is not amazing, but it's also not terrible. And every now and then you're going to screw your opponent on colors. And that's pretty cool. So your opponent will not like that. But this is one of the more expensive. This is the most expensive non-mythic in the set, I think, right now, because people expect it to do whatever silly things with whatever silly decks they do in constructed. But it's not really primarily a limited card. Okay, and now the very last card is a reprint. It is Wastes, which I assume you actually can get in a pack even though it's totally useless. There's nothing in this set that wants you to have colorless mana specifically, as far as I know. Ultima obviously did, but he also kind of makes it himself. And it's really cool that because they wanted to do each of the 5 basic lands would have 3 different games for a moment there, and then that left them with 1 left over, and they made it Wastes, which makes sense because it's perfectly flavorful for 16. It works out perfectly. Okay, but do not draft this as a card. I mean, if this is even in packs where you can end up drafting it, don't. There's just no reason to do that. You'd take a town instead that doesn't come into play tapped. Although I did get got by that. One of my teammates did in a team sealed event with Oath of the Gatewatch because they didn't play a Wastes and instead played non-basic lands that didn't come into play tapped and produced colorless because it was just as good, or at least we thought it was, until it turned out one of our opponents opened an Expedition Dust Bowl and was able to destroy all of those, but would not have been able to destroy the Waste, and then they lost because they were not able to make any colorless mana. So, we finished. It is 12 hours and 2 minutes. And I'm very tired. And in fact, I can see the sun coming up. No. What was I doing? Yeah. So, that was this stream. That was this covering everything. What is my takeaway for what is going to be like actually the worthwhile big stuff to get for constructed? I don't know. My brain is too far gone. Whatever I said at the time was correct. VV might be the best because it's going to do silly things whenever it does anything. But yeah, I don't. I don't know. Well, we'll see in a couple weeks after it's been out and we've actually played with it. There's lots of crazy stuff to do. What matters to me for this set is I really like Terra, and I'm going to make a commander deck around the inset Terra, and it's going to then I'm going to be happy about it, and it's going to be like the Tomball Biddle deck I was going to make. And so now at this particular moment, we have reviewed at this point I think something like 1,000 cards because there's the um, it's like 300 in the main set, and then 100 in each of the commander decks. And we even talked about alt art versions that extended it beyond the 300 in the main set. And then we also talked about through the ages cards and all of the other stuff. And so as a result, it is now 5:28 in the morning, and I'm going to go to bed. Thank you, everyone who joined me for this journey. Um, I'm almost tempted to just put this up as a VOD on YouTube because because and there's not even very much I'd have to edit out for like pauses and things. But anyway, thank you for joining me. Have a great, I would say, rest of your night, but at this point it is morning. I'm gonna go to bed, and I don't know when I'll be streaming again because I don't know when I'm gonna have the energy. But I will be back the next time that I'm back. Good night / morning, everybody.